Chapter 53, Step-by-Step Resolution. According to the International Trade Spaceport Management Agreement signed by all parties, the staff sent by the Normans and the Kingdom of Basel were not allowed to carry any weapons in Bellicaser. However, as a spaceport with large amounts of cargo entering and exiting every day, while smuggling people secretly was difficult, bringing in a few guns was a trivial matter. In the Norman-controlled zone, Prince Barris and Guinevere were under the tight protection of a group of armed personnel. Although the situation did not look easy to control, compared to the situation earlier beside the Norman airships, Weiss felt there was much more room for maneuver. He signaled the members of the Special Operations Unit to remain outside and arranged for people to mobilize the emergency forces of the spaceport, but not to act rashly. Instead, they were to set up a defensive perimeter. He also instructed that once the Special Operations Unit led by Octavie arrived, they must coordinate with them to carry out operations. Of course, if the problem could be solved peacefully, force should be avoided as much as possible. After all, peace was bought with the lives of millions of soldiers. If this precious peace were to be overturned for the sake of just one foolish person eloping, how worthless that would be. With unparalleled courage, Weiss entered the Norman-controlled zone alone. He calmly observed the environment. In his special field of vision, many Normans had turned into red wire frames, which meant they were already hostile. As long as their leader gave the order, these Normans would throw themselves into battle without hesitation, regardless of peace or agreements. In the rest area, the Normans had placed comfortable sofas, coffee tables, and a liquor cabinet. By common standards, it was quite bourgeois and had a certain style, but for receiving royal members, it was probably not high class enough. After visiting the Norman Empire, Weiss had a more intuitive understanding of the indulgences of the Norman upper class. Prince Barris held Guinevere with one hand and a crystal clear glass in the other. That golden liquid should be a type of Norman hard liquor called Forget Worry. That was the literal meaning. When visiting the Norman Empire, Weiss had drunk it. It was very spicy, had a long aftertaste, and was very strong. An ordinary person could get dead drunk after 2 or 3 glasses. If it really was Forget Worry, then Prince Barris choosing this kind of hard liquor was undoubtedly venting his emotions. A person who used alcohol to vent their emotions gave the feeling of being prone to rage, emotional fluctuations, and perhaps even domestic violence after drinking. How could such a person be a desirable husband? Weiss mused on these things, silently observing the expressions of the two people in front of him. At this moment, he no longer went to investigate whether Prince Barris was sincere or fake, but wanted to know Guinevere's true thoughts. She was a first-class singer, or a singer who wanted to be a secret agent. She had directed and acted in such a plot when she was in the Norman Empire. Would she be repeating the same old trick now? If it were true, to stir up Prince Barris, who held military power in the Norman Empire, to come to Lorraine, wasn't this making too big of a scene? What puzzled Weiss even more was that when the Allied delegation visited the Norman Empire, Prince Barris had clearly exposed Guinevere's clumsy performance of stealing weapon blueprints. How could he have fallen in love with her? However, if it were fake, why come in person to a place outside the Norman Empire? Not to mention personal safety, this was a quite long journey. Could it be just to mock the other person's intelligence? Guinevere held a teacup with both hands, and the teacup was steaming. Back indoors, with hot tea in hand, her situation seemed to have eased a lot. It seemed that the freezing cold outside, combined with her nervous emotions, was the culprit that led to her previous abnormal state. Why bother with this, when she could have had a perfectly good life? Are you too sure that you are the other half you are looking for in this life? In just a few short days, how much do you know about each other? Miss Guinevere, you can't even understand the Norman language well yet, and you, Prince Barris, although you can speak Ulster language, can you truly accept our cultural customs? Weiss threw out these questions that usually only concerned parents would care about. I was attracted by her singing. I saw a perfect angel. I am willing to spend this life protecting her, not letting her suffer even the slightest grievance. Barris said decisively. When he said this, he glared fiercely at Weiss. The implication was that Weiss's recent offense had approached his bottom line, and the defender of this vow was just a step away from taking him as the first to be cut. What about you, Miss Guinevere? Is it what you just told me about your longing for the life of a princess, your obsession with dreams? There is always an insurmountable boundary between dreams and reality. Are you really willing to live in a dream like this? Guinevere hesitated for a moment and replied in a low voice, I am tired of my current life, tired of singing for others. I want to find my true self, live for myself. I hope to have my own pursuits, instead of being busy all day long. I feel that I met my prince at a time when I was waiting for one to appear. I believe he is the person I have been waiting for. Weiss didn't know how to make this pair of foreign lovers realize that their union was difficult to be blessed. It was like those bitter drama plots of the past, where the evil mother-in-law wanted to break up the young couple. He would never have thought that such a plot would appear around him, and he himself had to play the role of the evil mother-in-law. Since you are in mutual love and open about it, why can't you handle the paperwork? Is it just because of your sensitive status? If it is indeed because of such considerations, I can keep it secret for you. Apart from Guinevere's immediate family and legal officials, no one else will know about this. In this way, it will not have any impact on your life. What do you think? Weiss asked tentatively. Barris sipped the wine in his glass, frowned slightly, and said, if you can do what you just promised, I can wait, as long as it is not for too long. But I want to remind you, this ideal situation is almost impossible to achieve. Not to mention those meddlesome reporters, officials will not let us just combine without anyone knowing. In order to shirk their own responsibilities, they will definitely try their best to let the news spread and let public opinion enforce the law for them. What Barris said was not impossible. Weiss really couldn't guarantee anything. After all, this was not just a local affair, and Guinevere was not from Lorraine. If viewed from a legal level, it was indeed feasible to handle their marriage procedures in Lorraine, but all responsibilities, all spearheads, and all hidden dangers would fall on himself. Should he really do this? Weiss was not considering these from a self-centered perspective. He was not afraid of being pointed at by thousands of people, but if he became the focus of conflict, then various pushes for Lorraine's development, the achievements already made, and the thriving development trend might all be catastrophically affected. Could it be that he really had to sacrifice himself just to fulfill this strange couple in front of him? So, Weiss changed his train of thought, speculating whether he could process normal visa procedures for Guinevere, under the name of travel or some other name to go to the Norman Empire. But this actually had a fatal problem. Weiss clearly knew that she was going to stay with Prince Barris, so the travel visa was destined to become a problematic visa. He could not do things that knowingly broke the law. Or, we can solve this problem in a man's way, instead of hiding and covering it up. Weiss turned his gaze to Prince Barris. What is called solving the problem like a man? Prince Barris asked coldly, a duel or something? Weiss did not hesitate, but raised his head and said, just like the way we first met, a military skills competition or a wargame simulation. If I win, you leave alone. If you win, I can help you handle the procedures and let you leave. Your military skills competition? Let's do wargame simulation. The first time we met, you won against Sidlitz in a wargame simulation and taught that guy a lesson. If it wasn't for that time, he wouldn't have calmed down and studied tactical strategies for more than half a year, and there wouldn't have been such a magical performance at the beginning of the war. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Barris curled his lips. Although this sounded ironic to Weiss, he was not moved by it, but looked at the other party calmly. So, next I should have someone take out the sand table and deploy it. 3 wargame simulations: the North Frisia campaign, the Northern Border campaign, the Battle of Aokeng, or other campaigns. Whether it is spending half the night today or waiting until tomorrow morning to start, you have successfully delayed time and trapped me here. Next, no matter what, I cannot take Guinevere away. My guess is correct, right? Although Barris drank more than half a glass of wine by himself, his thinking did not seem to be paralyzed by alcohol at all. Instead, he was very clear-headed, and his tone was extremely calm. Indeed, Weiss wanted to delay time because he had sent a telegram to Octavie. If things went smoothly, Octavie and the personnel of the Special Operations Unit were on their way, and perhaps relevant personnel from the diplomatic department had also received instructions. In this case, this incident that happened in Lorraine would not be enough for him, a governor, to bear all the responsibility. In some positions, it is not suitable to emphasize personal heroism, especially when encountering an opponent with a special status like Barris. To be honest, this is something that should be left to higher-level people to solve. Since Barris had seen through this, Weiss smiled. I have already made it very clear just now. If you want to take Guinevere away, either kill all of us here, and then step over our corpses. No one can predict what consequences this will trigger. Of course, given your position, you can withstand even the worst things, right? You are very smart and very cunning. I really did not misjudge you. Prince Barris said this with a gesture of having seen through the world, neither praising nor hating. He turned to look at Guinevere. Sorry, we can't leave here today, but I can accompany you here for a few days. After that, we will be separated for a short period of time. I will find a way to solve the problems that trouble me, and then openly pick you up. Guinevere seemed a little sad, but Weiss's words just now obviously gave her a great touch. After all, if she based her dreams on other people sacrificing their lives, especially old acquaintances and old friends like Weiss, then even if she got personal happiness, it would be difficult to feel at ease. Then, Barris turned his head and said to Weiss, all right. This round, you win. I will not take her away this time. You can stay outside with your people until I leave alone. Seeing that Weiss was still a little hesitant, he snorted, I can do what I said. This is my credibility, and also the honor of the Norman royal family. Weiss nodded reluctantly, looked at Guinevere again, and seeing that she had no intention of leaving, patted his lap and stood up. All right then. I will come to greet His Highness the Prince tomorrow morning. At night, our people will be stationed outside, please understand. After speaking, he walked out of the Norman-controlled zone alone. At this time, the members of the emergency squad were still outside, and had mobilized the garrison of Belakazar spaceport to surround the place. Of course, they maintained an appropriate distance to avoid direct confrontation and accidental gunfire. Next, Weiss arranged for tight guards, and he himself asked for a room that could monitor this area, moved a chair, and sat by the window. He covered himself with a blanket, dozed for a while, opened his eyes to watch for a while, dozed for a while, opened his eyes to watch for a while, and repeated this. By midnight, a Federation Army transport ship flew from the northeast and arrived at Belakazar. As Weiss expected, Octavie brought soldiers from the Special Operations Unit. She was Guinevere's cousin, although only a cousin, but she grew up with Guinevere and had a very deep affection. Letting her persuade Guinevere to give up this crazy adventure was undoubtedly more appropriate. Weiss did not take her to break into the Norman-controlled zone, but carefully detected it from the outside, and found that Prince Barris and Guinevere were still inside. Barris's mental power was particularly strong, while Guinevere was much weaker than ordinary soldiers. These two special wireframes could prove that they were indeed still here. After all, the Normans did not know that Weiss had this special ability, and it was impossible for them to make corresponding concealment. Octavie was worried about Guinevere's safety and was a bit anxious to verify it. It was only after Weiss's patient guidance that she reluctantly agreed to wait until dawn before entering. Chapter 54, Undercurrents. Most girls have a princess dream, just as most boys have a prince dream. As they grow up, some dreams gradually fade, are forgotten, or are buried deep in their hearts. Some dreams become obsessions, burdens, or even unrealistic delusions. In past life, among people around, or in hearsay stories, these are everywhere. Dawn broke. Prince Barris, arm in arm with Guinevere, walked out of the Norman management zone. The former wore a men's formal suit, while the latter wore a long women's dress. Their posture, expressions, and movements were as if they were a newlywed couple at a wedding site, slowly walking toward the end of happiness under the witness of everyone. Unfortunately, this was not a wedding site. There were no flowers, no applause, and no blessings from relatives and friends. The heavy atmosphere made onlookers feel oppressed, and a dangerous aura surged in the dark. Seeing Octavie standing not far away, Guinevere did not show a look of surprise, but her expression was somewhat unnatural, and she lowered her head to avoid meeting her gaze. The cordon built around the Norman management zone was even tighter due to the addition of the Special Operations Unit. Prince Barris and Guinevere stopped in front of this cordon, turned around, and stood facing each other. They looked at each other silently for a full 2 minutes, then reluctantly let go of their hands. Weiss saw Prince Barris let out a long sigh and walk step by step toward the transport ship that had been parked there, while Guinevere clasped her hands together and stood alone in place, watching him leave. The entourage left with Barris, and after that, the member of the Norman Empire's royal family did not appear again. At this moment, in the distant sky, at the edge of the line of sight, 2 Norman warships were waiting there. Weiss had long been aware of their existence and knew they were decent medium-sized warships. If they were to come and forcibly seize people, he would notify the guards and the Special Operations Unit to take action in advance, controlling the scene before the Norman warships arrived, so as to remain invincible. However, this would also mean a very vicious international conflict, the result of which could potentially cause all the efforts made by both sides to promote the normalization of diplomatic relations to go up in smoke. Those warships stopped far away and did not enter Federation territory, so Weiss only asked everyone to remain vigilant. Such a heart-palpitating standoff was eventually digested into nothingness, leaving Guinevere as a lonely witness. Octavie walked over and hugged her. In everyone's view, the two did not say anything. They subsequently returned to the Federation management zone, stayed in a simple and comfortable lounge for most of the day, and did not come out until dusk approached. During this period, Weiss had someone send food inside once, but when they left, he found that the food had hardly decreased. I will personally escort her back to AO City and return her to her parents' hands. Let this matter end here. Thank you. After coming out, Octavie said to Weiss. After speaking, she, along with the accompanying Special Operations Unit personnel and Guinevere, boarded the military transport ship and left as quickly as they had arrived. What kind of business was this? After the Federation Army's transport ship left, Weiss fell into a kind of confusion. Were Guinevere and Barris, this mismatched pair of exotic man and woman, really attracted to each other and inseparable because of love, that they would do such outrageous things? Or were they worshipped by the masses and felt too empty in their hearts, so they sought comfort in each other and regarded deviant behavior as sincere? Regardless, Guinevere's emotions had stabilized by the time she left. With her sister accompanying her, there shouldn't be any major problems, and the situation here ultimately did not lead to any accidents strictly speaking. Prince Barris's visit did not violate any agreements or offend the dignity of the Federation state system, but rather failed to notify in time in international trade management. Of course, rules are rules, and facts are facts. How the big shots would view this matter once it was reported to the Federation's top brass was a major variable, but this was no longer something Weiss could control. After cleaning up the aftermath, Weiss returned to Mason. Not long after, another cold winter arrived. After a year of operation and development, although Lorraine hadn't undergone earth-shaking changes, there were many positive improvements when summarized. In terms of industry, the second phase of the Canal Industrial Zone was advancing rapidly. Although many factories would not be put into production until the summer and autumn of the following year, as long as they ran smoothly, they could bring a 3 to 5% increase to Lorraine's industrial output value, which was a pretty good figure for a non-investment hotspot area. In terms of education, the construction of the Mason University City campus had completed preliminary preparations, road facilities were basically in place, and building after building of teaching halls and dormitories had sprung up, which could be put into use in batches starting in the spring. In terms of medical care, health, and poverty relief, some new measures had also gradually played a positive role. For Weiss personally, this year was undoubtedly very successful. Not only as the governor of Lorraine, but as the head of the Klemper-Heisen family, the new projects invested in using financing means had, without exception, brought rich returns, especially the rebuilt military industrial production and the newly built new material factories, which could be described as a great success, winning both fame and fortune. According to incomplete calculations, the overall value of the Klemper-Heisen family had grown by more than 40% in the past year. If they maintained this momentum, in a few years, they would be able to double the wealth accumulated over the past century. In this quiet winter, besides organizing the relevant government affairs of the state, Weiss mainly focused his energy on cooperation with the Starry Sky Group. After the aluminum alloy material developed by the Lorraine New Material Factory was successful, the Starry Sky Group decided to build the most advanced assembly line in Lorraine for manufacturing long-range bombers. In fact, according to Weiss's thinking logic, manufacturing long-range bombers in Lorraine could easily arouse the vigilance of the Normans and might even trigger a vicious arms race between the two sides. However, the Federation military and the consultants of the Starry Sky Group confidently stated that if the fighter production line were placed here, it would only cause the Normans to feel resistance and hostility. Conversely, they could cloak the production of long-range bombers with the disguise of large transport aircraft. With the increasing international trade, due to the lack of railway lines running through the east and west, bulk goods mainly relied on airships for transport, leading to an increasing shortage of transport capacity and a continuous increase in the backlog of goods. If long-range aircraft could be used to digest part of the transport volume, it would be reasonable and appropriate. Such an insight made Weiss suddenly enlightened. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth, the more confused the Normans were, the better the strategy. The new aircraft production line built in Lorraine corresponded to the model and the four-engine aircraft project that the Starry Sky Group had been researching during the war. It seemed very high-end. In this transitional period when the Industrial Revolution was moving toward the electrical age, the reliability and stability of mechanical technology were not that high. More engines, more circuits, more operations meant greater risks. Therefore, this four-engine project was the only project for which the Starry Sky Group could not manufacture a physical prototype during the war. It was not until more than a year after the war that they barely built 2 prototypes, but the results were unsatisfactory. It was not until Weiss and Nicola fiddled with the aluminum alloy material that met the requirements in Lorraine that the Starry Sky Group's four-engine aircraft project accelerated significantly and quickly entered a substantive stage. In the past 6 months, especially during the transition between autumn and winter, the new prototype successfully conducted test flights, and its performance was better than expected. After intensive flight testing and adjustments, mass production was technically possible. Therefore, the Starry Sky Group conducted final verification and preparations in the winter, just waiting for the spring to start construction. For the economic development of the region, attracting industrial giants like the Starry Sky Group to invest was a good thing. They could bring capital, technology, and considerable jobs, and could also revitalize related industries. But on the other hand, it also brought new hidden dangers in terms of national defense and security. The project was still under discussion, and there were already abnormal movements on the hidden front. Ordinary people might not notice anything, but the Security Supervision Department and even the local police department could feel this. They repeatedly intercepted suspicious radio telegrams and used radio monitoring technology to ferret out quite a few hostile elements lurking in Lorraine. In addition, at the Bellekaiser spaceport, people kept trying to enter the Federation under the guise of businessmen, only to reveal their flaws during the Federation Security Department's review. Such people were either repatriated or tried by the Federation. However, this was likely just a means for the opponent to deceive the public. The great way is simple: true infiltration would not take such reckless measures. Infiltrators could cross the long border, pass through the desolate snowfields to come to Lorraine, and a more reliable channel was to transfer through neutral countries, such as the Kingdom of Wessex. After the war ended, because the eastern region of Wessex had always maintained a relatively friendly relationship with the Federation, trade and personnel exchanges between the two sides were more active than in other regions. Under such circumstances, it was not difficult for those ill-intentioned personnel to enter the Federation through Wessex and then travel to the target areas they wanted to investigate. Despite the increasing number of suspicious personnel and their increasing activity, Weiss did not give up eating for fear of choking and stopped his progress. After reaching various cooperation intentions with the Starry Sky Group, the next step was to select a site for the new production line. This was not as simple as choosing a piece of land to build a factory. It had to comprehensively consider the conditions of all parties. It must avoid densely populated areas and should not be close to valley wind gaps. It would be best to be near military bases but not too close. In addition, the convenience of transportation also needed to be considered. Synthesizing all factors, Weiss proposed 3 alternative locations for the Starry Sky Group to choose from. Without exception, they were all in remote areas. The required workers could be recruited from large towns like Mason, Samsonas, and Valence, letting workers bring their families to form new settlements next to the factory. In the industrial age, many new towns were formed exactly like this. Chapter 55, Guiding by Circumstance. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest here. During the coldest days of winter, most commoners have stocked up on food and stay indoors, which is the norm for winter on Oren's planet, but this does not mean that all transportation comes to a halt. The train from Mason to AO City is still running, though it has been adjusted from 3 trips a day to 1, and the operating speed has also slowed down. The original dozen-hour journey now takes nearly a whole day. If severe freezing occurs along the way, causing the train to be unable to pass normally, then one must wait for the faults to be cleared, which will take even more time. In such weather, Weiss went to AO City on behalf of the state government to discuss investment matters with the Grumman Group, and after finishing his business, he took the opportunity to visit Guinevere. She lives with her parents in a manor in the southern suburbs of AO City. Her father, Pat Grumman, who was once a director of the Grumman Group, has now stepped down from most of his positions and is basically spending his later years at home. When Weiss visited, old Pat sat with his daughter before him and first expressed his gratitude, as it was Weiss who had risked his life to bring Guinevere back, even if she didn't feel it was a rescue. Objectively speaking, traveling alone to the Norman Empire, especially to be with a Norman royal she hadn't known for long, involved unknown risks that far outweighed any expected good life. After the pleasantries, Weiss said in a gentle tone, "Actually, I have never really understood, among your many suitors, in terms of looks or talent, I feel there are those who could surpass that Prince Barris. Yet you happen to fall for him, to the point of disregarding everything. This doesn't seem like the you I know. So, I always feel that you were unknowingly drugged by them, causing you to lose your normal rationality, which is why you would make such bizarre moves. Guinevere looked out the window without speaking, and old Pat felt somewhat helpless. He looked at Weiss and said, I'll go out for a walk, you two chat. After saying this, he stood up and left the room. When only Weiss and Guinevere were left in the room, the atmosphere seemed to ease. The dejected superstar finally spoke, I didn't believe in love at first sight either, until I met him and got to know him. Although I can only understand a few common Norman language words, his voice was so lively, his eyes were so clear, and his temperament seemed to be surrounded by the radiance of an angel, making me sink deep into it, unable to extricate myself. Hearing Guinevere say this, Weiss actually breathed a sigh of relief, because if she could think this way, it meant that she could rationally face everything that had happened before, rather than being controlled by emotional perception and refusing to communicate on topics related to this. Do you remember that time I went to his study and stole a weapon blueprint from him to give to you? To me, that was a very magical operation, just like a dream, bringing the joy of success. At that time, I didn't realize that I would fall hopelessly in love with this person. At breakfast the next day, I could still chat and laugh with you. But the following day, his eyes, his smile, his confident posture, and his charming demeanor in every gesture constantly appeared in my mind. That night, I met him at the ball, we danced together, laughed together, and time flew by. I had never had that feeling before. That night, I was completely sleepless. This was a phenomenon that I myself found surprising and inexplicable. The aura he brought was like a terrible poison, inch by inch invading my skin, flesh, and bones, capturing my soul, making me unable to forget everything about him. After leaving the Norman Empire, I felt as if something important had been left behind somewhere. I was no longer complete, and I lost my appetite and couldn't sleep. Just when I was most confused and lost, I received a letter from him. This was a very magical thing. He wrote a handwritten letter in the Norman language and attached a translation in the Ulster language. His handwriting also made me feel obsessed. The words he wrote formed a beautiful poem, transmitting an angel's signal, summoning me to go and reunite with my lost soul. When Guinevere paused slightly, Weiss asked unhurriedly and calmly, sorry to interrupt, but how was that letter delivered? Was it through our postal system? Guinevere shook her head and said, he sent an attendant, who was previously stationed at the AO City Chamber of Commerce, to deliver letters for us. Is it that International Chamber of Commerce? Weiss asked. AO City was one of the first large cities after the war to re-establish an international chamber of commerce, where merchants from outside the Federation settled, received security protection and supervision from the Federation, contacted trade through legal forms, and handled relevant procedures. As the process of normalizing diplomatic relations between the Ulster Free Federation and the Norman Empire continued to advance, it was not strange for Normans to appear at the International Chamber of Commerce. Given Prince Barris's status and ability, it was not difficult to get his attendant the status of a legal merchant, and the fact that he appeared in AO City so quickly and delivered the letter to Guinevere showed, from one perspective, that the Norman Empire had always been operating some kind of meticulous layout within the Federation. Seeing Guinevere nod in confirmation, Weiss asked again, is it that attendant we saw in Belacoche, that somewhat ordinary-looking middle-aged man? Guinevere nodded again. Weiss had seen with his own eyes that person board the ship and leave with Prince Barris. At this moment, he was no longer in AO City, and if Prince Barris wanted to contact Guinevere, he could completely use other channels. Merely blocking or monitoring the International Chamber of Commerce could not sever the connection between them. Moreover, severing their connection was a passive blocking approach. To truly resolve these hidden dangers, one needed to rely on dredging, which meant working on Guinevere mentally and psychologically to make her give up that unrealistic fantasy. Weiss thought about it. Octavie Grumman should have already spent a lot of effort on this aspect of the work, which is why Guinevere appeared relatively normal today. If you insist on being with him, we will not forcibly obstruct you, but I want to remind you that if you are with him, one day you will fall into a very painful situation. Even if he is sincere and puts all his love into you, he still cannot avoid this contradiction. Because he is determined to conquer this world, and under his rule, the Norman army will sooner or later set foot on the territory of the Federation again. In that situation, what will you do? Will you pretend to turn a blind eye? Guinevere was slightly surprised, but not overly so. She lowered her eyelids, closed her eyes, and said, I know that the war stopped under a special situation. It is a state of expediency, not a stable truce. I know that conflict might still break out between the Norman Empire and the Federation, but I believe I am a member of the Federation, and if I accompany him day and night, I should be able to eliminate his hostility towards the Federation. If this hostility is eliminated, then the contradictions between the countries will only be disputes over interests, and these disputes are easy to reconcile. I believe that my efforts and my heartfelt wishes will eventually be rewarded. If not, I will be in a distant place, praying for my country, praying that it will once again defeat the Norman Empire. On this point, I will not have the slightest hesitation. Guinevere said these words with a sense of righteousness, embodying a deep national sentiment. Marriage alliances were indeed a common form of easing national conflicts in history, and even very frequent in some periods, but the closer to modern times, the rarer this method became. Even if both sides concluded a marriage relationship, wars would still happen, and there were many precedents of one side even destroying the other. Those women in enemy countries, no matter what class they were in, even if they were empresses, could not avoid falling into great pain, yet they were helpless against the war. The two were silent for a while, then Guinevere suddenly asked Weiss, if it were you, and you fell hopelessly in love with a princess of the Norman Empire, what would you do? Weiss opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer her for a moment. It wasn't that his attitude was unclear, but because this specific assumption hopelessly was incompatible with him. Except for fighting the enemy with unyielding tenacity, there was nothing he would be stubborn about to a hopeless degree, at least not that this kind of situation had happened yet. I heard that you have been very close to that young single mother, a professor, right recently, and perhaps you will soon form a family. Sorry, I am presumptuous to make such an assumption. If this professor's true identity was a princess of the Norman Empire, what would you do? Weiss originally wanted to tell Guinevere frankly that he would resolutely give up, then bear the pain alone, use a period of time to forget this relationship, and use a period of time to walk out of the shadow. However, he felt that this was a dishonest statement. After all, judging from the current situation, he did not have the heart-wrenching love for Professor Yang that Guinevere had for Prince Barris, but rather a state of feeling that they could lean on each other and warm each other, and he himself was not even sure if this could be considered love in the true sense. Of course, he did not intend to explore so much. After all, conceptual things were sometimes not important. What was important was that they could live a peaceful and stable life in the future. Based on these reasons, Weiss did not answer directly, but used the story of his brother Ze to talk to Guinevere about the relationship between feelings, family, and country. Ze had married and had children in the Norman Empire, and had a pair of quite lovely children. They should have had a happy life, but because the war broke out, Ze was sent to the front line and returned to Lorraine. On the surface, he had well completed the task assigned to him by the Normans, suppressing the guerrilla movement in the Lorraine region, making it basically reach the order the Normans wanted. If it hadn't been for Weiss later returning here with the Federal Army's guerrilla vanguard, Lorraine would have been a solid occupied area for the Normans until the war situation underwent an irreversible change. In summary, Ze could be considered to have done his best for the Normans, but in the end, he did not have a good ending. After he was killed in action, his family could only return to the protection of her maiden home, and because she was worried that her son would be discriminated against in his future growth process, the widow insisted on letting her son return to the Federation with Weiss. Taking this as an example, Weiss deduced that if Guinevere married Prince Barris and gave birth to a daughter, during their lifetime, if the Norman Empire and the Federation lived in peace, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem, but if war broke out between the two sides and the Federation won, how would the Normans view this princess from the Federation, and how would they view their children? Once Prince Barris had an accident on the battlefield or lost his power, what changes would their lives undergo? What influence would their descendants suffer? Would they still be able to enjoy true freedom, and would they still be able to spend the rest of their lives in that dreamlike life? These were all very realistic questions. Conversely, if Guinevere continued to stay in the Federation, whether the Federation was defeated or victorious, or lived in peaceful times, as a member of the Grumman family, as long as no major accidents occurred, she would be able to live a relatively superior life, and she herself would continue to be loved by the federal public, becoming an imprint that would forever remain in the hearts of this generation. After Weiss finished saying these things, Guinevere fell into a long silence. After a while, old Pat returned to the room, and Weiss then stood up to say goodbye. Next, he stayed in AO City for a few more days, bringing officials from the Lorraine Industrial Department to discuss some operational matters with those in power at the Grumman Group. Although the Grumman Group was very aggressive towards traditional military enterprises in the western region, standing from the government's position, this kind of military enterprise that constantly strengthened itself was beneficial for promoting regional economic development and for improving the overall technological level of the Federation, and survival of the fittest was a situation that conformed to social laws. In this regard, Weiss was able to jump out of his small self and promote these things from a higher standpoint, even when the introduction of investment conflicted with the interests of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. He could analyze objectively, judge rationally, and handle relevant matters fairly. Precisely because of his stance, the bigwigs of the Grumman family were quite confident in further expanding their investment in Lorraine, and the remaining half of winter was just enough for them to communicate and negotiate on specific matters and internal decisions, so as to implement them when spring arrived. This time, the people of Lorraine expected the Grumman Group to move a portion of their seamless steel pipe industry to Lorraine. This industry, which was considered relatively high-end in the Industrial Revolution era, had extensive uses in both military industry and civilian life, could make the manufacturing system of Lorraine more complete, and could reduce the price people needed to pay to purchase such products from outside, saving shipping expenses. At the same time, it could also increase corresponding job positions and government tax revenue, making it a project that achieved multiple goals at once. Chapter 56, Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Competition. As spring approached, the first major event the people of Lorraine looked forward to was not the investment from the Grumman Group, but an agricultural and forestry machinery design competition initiated by the people of Lorraine themselves. The main reason it attracted so much attention was the grand prize of 1,000 gold crowns for the overall champion, and 200 to 350 gold crowns for each category champion. What could capture people's attention better than heavy, solid gold crowns? Over the past year, agricultural and forestry machinery manufacturing had been the fastest growing sector of Lorraine's industry and a new industry that had the greatest impact on the lives of ordinary citizens. Lorraine's agricultural and forestry production, which had previously been largely traditional, seemed to have begun its modernization and mechanization process overnight. Its influence not only covered most of Lorraine but also extended to the southern part of the neighboring Neuchâtel federal state. Agricultural and forestry machinery, represented by ground equipment like tractors and aerial equipment like agricultural aircraft, brought tangible improvements to production efficiency in agriculture and forestry. In the past year, Lorraine's agricultural and forestry production had increased by 73% and 92%, respectively. While the positive effects of post-war population return and production recovery were still present, more importantly, because of the mechanization of sowing and fertilizing, and the availability of high-efficiency harvesting and logging equipment, people dared to cultivate more land and establish more logging camps. The increase in agricultural and forestry production efficiency led to a gratifying surge in the demand for agricultural and forestry machinery. It was optimistically estimated that in the coming year, the production and sales of agricultural and forestry machinery would multiply, which was the significance of the large-scale pilot promotion conducted earlier. The agricultural and forestry machinery produced by the factories of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, including the aircraft used by the aviation team, could basically meet the current demand for agricultural and forestry mechanization in terms of performance. From an economic perspective, initial promotional models should be few rather than many, and simple rather than complex. The reason for holding such a large-scale agricultural and forestry machinery design competition was, on one hand, to create a promotional brand effect, letting more people know about Lorraine's efforts and achievements in agricultural and forestry machinery. On the other hand, it could reserve technical strength for their future development. The so-called future would not only be limited to agriculture and forestry but would also extend to the military field. Looking at the machinery currently in use, whether in terms of equipment structure or improvement potential, they were still in the initial stage. If they were to be used as a basis for developing military models, they would appear too flimsy. With the wisdom of the people of Lorraine, making technical improvements to the existing agricultural and forestry machinery was not difficult, but this was only small wisdom. To give them greater room for development, to better fit the pace of the times, and to pave the way for military use in advance, more designers and machinery enthusiasts needed to be involved. That would be the great wisdom that reflected the strength of the Federation. To enhance the grade and effect of the competition, Weiss spent a great deal of money to invite 3 national-level consultants with extraordinary achievements in the field of machinery from the industrial department. He also invited General Friss from the garrison troops, Colonel Martin, a tank technology expert from the Federation Army, and the pseudo-dynamics expert Nikolai Leopold. Considering that Lorraine's development had attracted the attention of the Normans, and that the Normans had recently strengthened their intelligence work in the western states of the Federation, especially in Lorraine, Weiss intentionally set some conditions for the competition that seemed unfavorable for future military development. For example, the competition mainly focused on the performance of agricultural and forestry machinery in auxiliary production, without limiting the total weight or the manufacturing cost. It was a machinery extravaganza that fully unleashed imagination and was specifically directed at agricultural and forestry production. Current agricultural and forestry machinery could generally be divided into 2 types in terms of structure, wheeled and tracked. The organizers also set up separate awards for these 2 major categories. Who would win the final overall grand prize did not depend on the structural category, but on its practicality and creativity in agricultural and forestry production, which would be decided by the comprehensive scoring committee. To prevent participants from straying in their design ideas and to filter out weak machinery enthusiasts, Weiss, in the name of the Lorraine state government, published a special report in several newspapers with large circulation in the Federation. It introduced the situation of the small-scale agricultural and forestry machinery competition held within Lorraine the previous year, thereby conveying a message to those preparing to register: if their works road speed was lower than 20 li, its effective load capacity was lower than 5,000 pounds, it could not cross irrigation ditches, or could not pass over ordinary bridges or climb hills at a certain angle, they did not need to waste their energy to register. Considering that publishing competition announcements and guiding news could only play a relatively limited guiding role, Weiss carefully designed the rules and process of this competition. The competition was generally divided into 2 stages, the preliminary round and the semi-finals, with a 1-month interval between them. That is to say, participants who passed the preliminary round had 1 month to improve and perfect their ideas and adjust the structure of their entries, thereby maximizing the performance and utility of their works. In addition, to provide a high reference benchmark for the semi-final entries, he spent a lot of time having the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory manufacture 2 entries. One was a tracked timber transport vehicle using large diameter load wheels and a leaf spring suspension system, and the other was a tracked agricultural tractor mimicking the Christie suspension system. Corresponding hydraulic shock absorbers were not used in the preliminary entries because of high technical requirements and the time required for debugging. In addition, they also tried to design and manufacture a wheeled tracked dual-purpose vehicle. Although its performance was barely satisfactory, and the history Weiss knew had already proven that this wheeled tracked dual-purpose approach lacked sufficient practicality, he still included it in the preliminary entries to broaden ideas and also to confuse the Normans who were trying every possible way to spy on intelligence. Limited by the purpose of agricultural and forestry machinery, the focus of this competition was actually mainly to select various types of chassis, whether wheeled or tracked. Regardless of their future positioning, they must have an excellent chassis to have solid development on the path to military use. Since armor and weapons were not the advantages of the Klemper-Hiessen industrial system, especially artillery and homogeneous armor, such technologies were held by the Grumman Group in the west, the Starry Sky Group in the east, and the Fakes Group in the north. Weiss had made up his mind that if he wanted to further expand, especially to embark on the path of military use, he had to seek cooperation with these giants. To have a certain say in the dialogue with these military industrial giants, or at least not to be manipulated by them, a general-purpose tank chassis with excellent performance or a series of such chassis was essential. Whether a tank chassis was excellent required not only excellent designs in power, transmission, and suspension, but also a balanced state, on the basis of which corresponding anti-aircraft tanks or tank destroyers could be developed. To achieve the goal of openness and inclusiveness, Weiss, in the name of the organizer, made it clear that the shipping costs for the machinery equipment to arrive in Lorraine would be fully covered by the organizer, and the transportation and accommodation expenses of the relevant personnel in Lorraine would also be reimbursed upon presentation of receipts. Although the lowest technical threshold was announced in advance, encouraged by the temptation of gold crowns and the favorable conditions such as full reimbursement of competition expenses, people from all walks of life began to gather in Lorraine more than a month before the start of the competition. Some came with finished products, expecting to perform at an ideal level during the competition, some came with semi-finished products, hoping to use the remaining time for debugging and perfection, and others came with design drawings, hoping that a machinery manufacturing enterprise would take a fancy to their designs. Facing the generous prize money, not only machinery designers and manufacturers outside Lorraine participated enthusiastically, but many people within the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance were also eager to try. Some modified agricultural implements produced by the Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory to enhance their load-bearing, off-road capability, and work efficiency, others reassembled parts produced by relevant factories to piece together equipment with more powerful performance. As the competition day approached, top experts from the Federal Industrial Department and military experts specially invited by Weiss arrived one after another. Before the competition started, they visited some participants, observed their entries, and reviewed some design schemes proposed by participants. There were many interesting designs and all kinds of whimsical ideas. More importantly, they saw agricultural and forestry machinery with different application prospects under different approaches. It could be said that in the industrially developed Ulster Free Federation, there was never a lack of inspiration for the design of industrial products. Among them, several entries from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory attracted the attention of the experts as expected, especially the agricultural tractor designed with the idea of the Christie independent suspension system. Colonel Martin from the military experienced the driving pleasure with great interest. After this experience, he told Weiss that this chassis had considerable development prospects. If possible, the patent should be applied for before the competition started, because it crushed existing military armored vehicles in terms of off-road stability and impact resistance. When talking about the existing combat vehicles of the Federation Army, Weiss also had some personal experience. During the war, although those wheeled armored vehicles played a good combat role, there were obvious deficiencies in protection and off-road capability. If not for this, both the Federation Army and the Norman Army could have created more and more wonderful tactical ideas and classic battles on the ground battlefield. Relatively speaking, the Federation Army had a significant advantage in aircraft technology, but in terms of tanks, throughout the war, they had always been in a backward position and failed to keep up with the Normans until the end of the war. Precisely because of this, Colonel Martin felt that such a competition should receive higher-level attention. He stated that if the results of the preliminary round reached the expected level, then by the time of the semi-finals, he would definitely invite the main generals of the Army Department and the bigwigs of the technical committee to watch. The entries from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory made Colonel Martin's eyes light up, but they could not represent the average level of the preliminary round. As Weiss expected, the preliminary round, which was attended by more than 300 groups of entries, was full of problems, and there were even hilarious jokes. If it were not for the full preparation work and the formulation of various emergency plans by the Lorraine State Government and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, the scene might have been too chaotic to proceed normally. An extreme example was that among the more than 300 entries, nearly 20 groups experienced overheating, burning, or even engine explosions during operation, which not only caused fires but also caused personnel injuries. Setting aside these extreme situations, less than half could successfully complete all test items. Among them, the timber transport vehicle and agricultural tractor from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory performed very eye-catchingly, but they were not the most outstanding. Among several entries from the north and the east, the agricultural tractor using oversized tires had fast off-road speed, and the transport vehicle using a semi-tracked structure also showed the ultimate in speed and load. This made Weiss realize that there were still some loopholes in the competition's condition setting, venue preparation, and scoring system. For example, the agricultural tractor using oversized tires indeed had its use in agriculture, but this type of vehicle clearly lacked military prospects. And the logging vehicle modified from an ultra-heavy road roller, which rumbled as soon as it started to run, and even made the ground tremble, was extremely shocking in appearance, but the transmission system was a mess. It broke down a dozen times while completing all the competition items, and these were not set with enough penalty points in the preliminary round, so this behemoth still ranked among the best in the final preliminary results. These clearly needed to be identified and distinguished in the subsequent semi-finals. Chapter 57, Fish and Dragons Crossing the River. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest here. In a lively and joyful atmosphere, the 3-day preliminary competition came to an end. Given that the jury still needed to conduct evaluations, deliberations, and final scoring, the preliminary results would be announced 2 days later. Most of the participating teams did not leave, especially those that had completed all tests, as they were filled with anticipation about whether they would be selected for the semi-finals. That evening, the organizers prepared a grand banquet for all participants and guests, with a scale not inferior to the welcome dinner. Unlike the party before the start of the preliminaries, because the necessary events had already been completed, the participants had set aside their biggest psychological burdens and focused their attention on delicious food, various drinks, and communication, chatting, and bragging among peers, making the atmosphere exceptionally enthusiastic. Weiss arrived at the banquet scene, not only to communicate in advance with those teams that performed exceptionally well in the preliminaries but also to offer comfort and encouragement to those who regretted not being able to complete all the projects. During the preliminary stage, in addition to the entries from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, 3 other teams were also very eye-catching. One was the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant, led by Dr. Grill SPE, the former staunch partner of Sir Lawrence. After joining the Grumman Group camp, they continued to use the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing brand, while the factory's official name was changed to the Grumman Lawrence Pace Vehicle Manufacturing Plant. As the earliest and most influential vehicle manufacturer in the Western region, they did not mind participating in such a competition that could demonstrate their strength and potentially win generous rewards. Weiss had never regarded them as spoilers when he went to AO City last time. He sent an invitation to Egwood, the executive of the Grumman Group. After all, they had both competitive and cooperative relationships, and to expand the influence of this competition, the Grumman Group could not be excluded under any circumstances. However, perhaps due to being tied up with official business, or for some other reason, Egwood did not come to the scene. He wrote a personal letter to Weiss, thanking him for the invitation, and delegated the Grumman Group's chief technical director, Paddles, and Girl Pace to lead the team. Sir Lawrence also sent a participating team. The two Lawrences had previously parted ways peacefully and had not left behind any deep conflicts. When the brothers met again, they could exchange pleasantries before the competition and enjoy drinks together after the competition. Apart from the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant, which was backed by the Grumman Group, two other teams performed prominently. One was the Taigu vehicle factory from the Middle GA Federal State, which was formed by two ambitious young men, Taimur and Gusson. Their entry was a full-track transport vehicle using spring suspension, with an effective payload reaching 20,000 pounds, which was double the reference value released by the organizers. The other was the Chick Machinery Manufacturing Plant from the Gravel Federal State, owned by a middle-aged man named Chick. The team they sent used semi-tracked vehicles, that is, front wheels and rear tracks. This construction was not novel, and setting aside mechanical complexity, it was quite good in terms of both off-road and load-bearing capabilities, making it quite competitive in the competition scoring system. During the preliminaries, the organizers found that there was some controversy regarding the classification of wheel-track dual-purpose vehicles and semi-tracked vehicles. Participants preferred to be included in the wheeled vehicle category because they would have more technical advantages that way. However, after discussions by the judges and organizers, it was finally announced that all vehicles containing track components would be classified into the tracked group, while the wheeled group was limited to vehicles that used only tires. In this competition, where the quality of power, transmission, and suspension systems was key, the suspension system was a focus that Weiss paid great attention to. The entries pushed by the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory included one using an independent spring suspension system and one using a leaf spring suspension system. Taking the mechanization process of Earth civilization as a reference, leaf spring suspension and spring suspension each had their own characteristics, and even in the 21st century, these two types of suspension methods were still widely used. Generally speaking, leaf spring suspension was relatively simple and effective but not suitable for heavy vehicles with too much weight, while spring suspension, especially its various derived forms, such as torsion bar suspension, was the most common configuration for main battle tanks. Of course, with the development of technology, hydraulic suspension began to become a configuration for new types of tanks, but compared to traditional suspension methods, its cost was too high and its construction was too delicate. At least for a long time, it would not completely replace mechanical suspension systems. The significance of this agricultural and forestry machinery, design, competition, in the eyes of the people, was for technology and products. In Weiss's eyes, however, holding such an event, spending such huge funds, and attracting, recruiting, and utilizing talent might be more significant than the products and technology themselves. To achieve this goal, he had the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the state government's industrial department dispatch personnel to form a special observation group. They were to focus on those individuals whose entries in the preliminary competition were not very outstanding, but who were very proficient in mechanical technology, had a certain divergence in forward-looking thinking, or had obvious expertise in a certain field of mechanical manufacturing. They were to record their names and situations and communicate with them in an appropriate manner to see if they were willing to stay in Lorraine to start a business after the competition, or join the relevant factories of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. In order to participate in this highly rewarded competition, some participants had used up all their savings, and some even carried external debts. Once they lost hope of advancing, they might fall into difficulties, and such people were very easily attracted by the generous conditions offered by the Lorrainers. In just these 3 days, nearly 100 participants expressed interest in joining Lorraine's mechanical production system. In addition, many technicians and workers with skilled mechanical expertise, as well as engineers who came to watch the competition, were noticed by the Lorrainers Special Observation Group and subsequently engaged in friendly contact. As for those teams with the strength to advance to the semi-finals, Weiss personally stepped forward to negotiate the possibility of further cooperation with them. After all, some teams needed more investment to have a chance to compete for the final crown. During the month between the preliminaries and the semi-finals, the Crumble-Hessen factory or other factories of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance could act as follow-up investors to inject capital and technology into them, sharing a portion of the potential profits. This was also a common way of cooperation in the business field. The Lorrainers attached great importance to this competition, and the Grumman Group, Starry Sky Group, and other powerful industrial enterprises also sent personnel to observe here. Grumman was still as bold as ever. For products with great potential, they tended to acquire their patent rights in their entirety and then rely on the strength of the Grumman Group to digest and upgrade them. After discovering the Lorrainers' intention to recruit talent, they also realized that this was an ideal channel to discover and recruit excellent mechanical talent, so they joined the ranks of snatching people up. For example, there was a young engineer named Nodi in the preliminaries. Although his work broke down several times due to engine problems and barely completed the tests, his results were not in the top tier. However, his work had an excellent overall design, and the problem likely lay in the substandard material of the parts. His technical advantages and thinking ability in this regard were more valuable than the technology itself. The Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, under the Klemper-Heeson family, offered him a senior engineer position and quite generous salary conditions. After preliminary negotiations, he was very satisfied and was just one formal signature away from becoming a member of the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory. However, after the Grumman Group intervened, his stance wavered. After all, the Grumman people's conditions were more generous, and the work environment and reputation of AO City were more attractive than Lorraine. Under such circumstances, the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory had to increase the salary conditions and promised to provide proper placement for his family. All the benefits were raised by a significant margin, intending to retain this young mechanical engineer with infinite potential, but whether they could win against Grumman remained an unknown. After the preliminaries, the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory also reasonably drew on others' designs to improve. If these designs had not been patented, they would be borrowed with relatively small and fair compensation. If the other party had already applied for a patent, they would openly and honestly negotiate cooperation with them. Although it was very difficult to make significant adjustments to a mechanical vehicle in 1 month, relying on complete production equipment and relatively sufficient technical resources, Weiss clarified 2 directions for them. One was a full-tracked agricultural tractor using a leaf spring suspension system, which was the chassis for future light and medium combat vehicles. The second was an agricultural and forestry transport vehicle with an independent spring suspension system, which was a technical chassis prepared for large and heavy combat vehicles in the future. Of course, these were still just technical prototypes and did not yet have the potential to be used immediately. During the semifinals, Nicola, who came to Lorraine with the title of propulsion expert, participated throughout, but these ugly guys crawling slowly on the ground did not seem to arouse her interest. She did not have much interest in the transmission systems of tracked or wheeled vehicles either. The preliminaries were finally over, and she complained to Weiss, asking why they couldn't hold an agricultural and forestry aircraft competition. Even without such high prize money, it could still attract many young people who loved flying to participate. This was an idea Weiss had considered before. The reason it had not been realized for the time being was that aircraft were more closely related to the military and were more likely to attract the attention of the Normans. The current situation was already tense, and if a flight competition on a federal scale or even across borders were held at this time, it would certainly achieve very good results, but it would also inevitably attract the covetous eyes of the Normans, and it might even lead to some unpredictable things happening during the competition. Calculating this way, it might be more of a loss than a gain. Furthermore, he explained to Nicola that he felt the Starry Sky Group already had a very strong technical advantage in this regard. Although there might be some whimsical ideas in the hands of other non-professionals, these concepts would not have much reference value for the technology of aircraft that were already highly militarized. Therefore, holding a flight competition within the Federation no longer had much practical significance. If they really wanted to make a breakthrough in this area, they could hold international flight racing competitions on a regular basis after the international situation stabilized. Nicola reluctantly accepted Weiss's explanation. She then mentioned a hypothesis that might lead the development of agricultural and forestry machinery to a dead end, that is, if artificial star source stone technology made breakthrough progress, and the star source stone using synthetic technology approached or reached the efficacy of natural star source stone, then the number of large airships in the future would be very considerable, thereby rapidly realizing the civilian popularization of airships. In that case, people could use airships to transport timber from forests and sawmills, transport grain from agricultural intensive areas, and spray pesticides and fertilizers for large areas of farmland, without having to use these ground transport tools with low unit power and slow speeds. This logical bug was indeed an aspect that Weiss had always been concerned about, but he had also thought about it carefully. Even if artificial star source stone made a breakthrough, one could not plow fields with airships, nor could one log with airships. They only solved some auxiliary functions of transportation and early warning. In some places where transport tools were used in small quantities, ground vehicles were still needed. Furthermore, in terms of military aspects, no matter how many star source stones there were, airships could not completely replace ground combat power. Even in the interstellar era, in complex battles, ground combat units were still needed. Therefore, whether artificial star source stone would make breakthrough progress did not essentially hinder them from devoting energy to the mechanical technology of ground combat vehicles. Chapter 58, I have an idea, fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. The first Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Competition. Judges with authority in the federal industrial machinery field filtered out 32 teams with the strongest strength and decent luck from over 300 entrants through objective, fair, and independent scoring. As expected, teams sent directly or indirectly by established industrial groups like Grumman, Starry Sky, and Dosen obtained decent rankings, but not enough to enter the first tier. In this primary/secondary round competition format, strong and scheming participants usually hold back in the primary round, not easily revealing their best designs. They wait to see the situation in the primary round, then consider strategies for the secondary round to maximize benefits. Leading the results of the primary round were Taiga Vehicle Factory, Kike Machinery Manufacturing, Lawrence Vehicle Manufacturing, and Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory. The first two entered with single works, while the latter two entered with multiple. Ultimately, Lawrence and Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory both had 2 works past the primary round. Overall, the entries from these 4 teams were clearly a cut above the others. If it were a single round competition, the champion might have been born from these 4, but the competition's technical ceiling would end there. The two-stage primary/secondary setting increased both the intensity and the technical ceiling of the competition. Weiss had Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory enter, not for the huge prize money, but for comprehensive improvements in technology, talent, and ideas. However, this didn't mean the team wasn't aiming for the crown. For the engineers and the employees supporting them, the rich rewards were also tempting. Before the competition, Weiss promised them that all prize money would go to the participants and factory employees. The factory would not retain any portion to cover equipment and material consumption. Thus, aside from self-organized talent teams, Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory's prize distribution plan was the most effective at motivating participants. Enthusiasm is one thing, but strength is also required. After the primary round, the engineers at Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory realized their works were far from perfect. In terms of characteristics, they had strengths and weaknesses compared to strong opponents like Taigu, Kike, and Lawrence. Whoever could make greater improvements between the two stages would have a better chance of winning. Therefore, the engineers spontaneously worked overtime to research improvement plans, and workers actively participated, crafting and testing according to the engineers' designs. Diligence can make up for clumsiness, but in many things, diligence cannot replace wisdom. Many plans considered by the engineers ultimately failed. As the actual leader of Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, Weiss spent significant time discussing with the engineers. In the process, something interesting happened. An engineer named Zosen Rignot approached Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, expressing that he liked their entries and was confident he could help perfect their designs. His request was simple: if the entries won a prize, he wanted a share of the reward or to be hired as a senior engineer with reasonable compensation. Before this, Weiss and his team had been recruiting engineers through various channels. Although it wasn't impossible to find talent, having someone come to them now made them wonder if Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory had made a name for itself and gained the capital to attract excellent talent. Despite good performance in the primary round, most remained calm and rational, viewing this young engineer with suspicion, fearing he might be a spy sent by competitors, or even an intelligence operative from the Norman Empire, there to gather technical intelligence or sabotage. Weiss naturally wouldn't jump to conclusions. He had the young engineer brought before him. After sizing him up and having an in-depth conversation, he discovered this was indeed an excellent engineer with real substance. He wasn't formally trained, he grew up in a machine shop, working as an assistant from age 10, then got into a local mechanical technical school at 16, finished his studies in 3 years, and stayed on as an assistant to his teacher. Later, recommended by his teacher, he went to the Ulster Institute of Technology to continue studying machinery, but not in a traditional way. He worked in the school's factory while auditing mechanical courses. After auditing for 2 years at the top federal institution for mechanical studies, Zosen benefited greatly. He then sought work at a machine factory under the Starry Sky Group. Dissatisfied with the distribution system there, he wrote several letters to senior management, which either disappeared into the void or resulted in him being harshly criticized by his supervisor. He eventually left in anger. Hearing about this interesting competition, he wanted to broaden his horizons, so he found a friend who was participating, provided voluntary labor, and piggybacked on the Lulin people's travel and accommodation reimbursements. During the primary round, the various displays by the teams opened his eyes, but the team he attached to was too weak and unlucky, getting eliminated in the primary round, and his partners disbanded on the spot. Engineers who performed well or had connections were sought after by all sides, but he was just a minor, unknown character. Holding on to the idea of continuing his mechanical dreams, he chose to recommend himself. When Weiss asked why he chose Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, he stated that only the Lulin People's Factory had the most concise and clear management and equity structure, unlike those industrial giants with layered management that eventually stripped away people's nature for dreams and creation. After a pleasant conversation, Weiss agreed to let him join the number 1 team of Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, helping the engineers brainstorm and modify machines, trying to improve the operating performance of the competition machinery by perfecting the transmission and suspension systems. During this month of preparation, the 2 aero engines they ordered from the Starry Sky Group arrived smoothly. These aero engines had almost no obvious flaws except for being expensive. Weiss and his team had long reserved room for improvements for the new power. After installing the aero engines, their full-tracked forestry transport vehicles' power immediately rose to a new level, and the improved transmission and suspension systems allowed them to achieve results in internal tests that were significantly better than the primary round, and this was far from exhausting the new Engdine's efficiency ratio. After joining the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory team, Zosen upheld the newcomer's rule of do more, talk less, working early and late with everyone. Weiss saw him covered in grease several times. After getting familiar with everyone, he began to voice "I have an idea" in a low-key manner during technical discussions. It wasn't wild, impractical ideas, but concrete, constructive suggestions that helped the team resolve 2 potential fatal flaws and improved the vehicle's operation. From the feedback of the engineers, this person had great ideas about suspension systems. If they could substantially modify the chassis of the logging transporter according to his design, the stability and off-road capability would improve significantly. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, and just for this competition, it wasn't necessary to upgrade the mechanical chassis to combat standards. Weiss took note of this newcomer's traits and knew his mechanical design ability was more imaginative and logical than the existing engineers at Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory. As long as he didn't go astray, he had the potential to become a top-tier mechanical engineer. A month passed in a flash, and the long-awaited secondary round finally arrived. The competition venue was set in the vast plains of eastern Mason, a traditional pasture with large areas of grassland, with rolling hills to the north and rivers and forests to the south. The 32 teams that passed the primary round would undergo load testing, speed testing, off-road travel, and mountain road testing in these 4 segments. Final scores would be calculated based on certain scoring coefficients, and each project's test could be divided into several components. For example, load testing wasn't just about loading cargo in place and walking a few steps, it required carrying a certain load to complete road travel, dirt road travel, and mountain slope travel. In these journeys, every breakdown would deduct points, and failing to complete one segment would cause the loss of base points for the entire major item. For another example, off-road testing was divided into 4 sub-items: unloaded off-road, loaded off-road, waiting off-road, and mountain off-road. Considering different mechanical structures had different strengths, teams could choose any 3 of the 4 items. This relatively complex but objective scoring system was derived by experts and organizers after repeated weighing, calculation, and discussion based on the primary round, and had a strong guiding effect. In addition, to fit the theme of the agricultural and forestry machinery competition, each team needed to complete relatively simple logging and farming tasks, but this basically had nothing to do with the vehicle chassis. It could basically be completed by carrying additional auxiliary tools. Regarding the schedule, the secondary round lasted 4 days, with 1 day left after each day's schedule for teams to inspect and perfect their equipment. Of course, this interval could also be used to repair problems discovered during the competition or to apply new ideas for improvement. For each item, they had 1 chance to apply for a retest, and the higher score of the 2 tests would be the final score. This arrangement increased fault tolerance and allowed teams to brainstorm, maximizing the efficiency of these mechanical designs. As expected, Lawrence Vehicle Manufacturing, representing the Grumman Group, and KI's Machinery Manufacturing, representing the Starry Sky Group, both brought impressive, improved works to the secondary round presented in a way that best fit the scoring rules. This was the embodiment of their true strength. The dark horses from the primary round, Taigu Vehicle Factory and Kike Machinery Manufacturing, also had some improvements in the secondary round, but they seemed a bit rushed, resulting in too many breakdowns in some projects. This instability not only affected their scores but clearly affected the mentality of the participants. The more anxious they were, the less the equipment operated according to their plans. During the rest period between competition days, Weiss didn't go down to the field personally. Instead, he observed from a bystander's perspective as the engineers and technicians of Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory scrambled to debug their works. He also went to the temporary workshops of the 2 dark horse teams, Taigu and Kike, in his capacity as an organizer, and when they encountered difficulties, he provided some equipment and manpower to help for free. Regarding the help from the governor of Lorraine, they weren't as repelled or vigilant as they were toward other teams. In the process of this communication, Weiss felt that Taigu Vehicle's entry was more in line with the development trend of full-tracked vehicle chassis. Although Kike had excellent data in many performance parameters at the current stage, semi-tracked vehicles ultimately had development bottlenecks. In the long run, it wasn't a rational choice. Therefore, regarding the participants of these 2 teams, Weiss's attitude was differentiated. He encouraged the engineers of Taigu to strive for the awards, while for the engineers of Kike, he showed personal friendliness and generosity, hoping this team could have more and closer cooperation with Lorraine's industrialists in the future. Chapter 59, There is a loophole here. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. It was late at night. In the warehouse used as a temporary repair shop, the engineers of the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory were gathered around their logging transport vehicle, discussing and pondering various things. This was the night of the 2nd day of the semi-finals. During the off-road stage of the semi-finals, the springs of this full-tracked vehicle snapped while crossing a rocky beach, which directly resulted in no points for this stage of the test. According to the rules, every event offers 1 opportunity to reapply for testing. Theoretically, they only needed to repair the vehicle to challenge the event again. However, the cautious engineers raised a question: if they replaced the springs and crossed the rocky beach at the previous speed again, would the springs snap again? If they slowed down to pass, given that they weren't leading in other events, losing points here would make it very difficult to remain a strong contender for the championship. Burdened with heavy concerns, they towed the vehicle back and worked through the night to study it. After much discussion and deduction, they concluded that with a 1,500-pound load, the logging transport vehicle moving rapidly in 4th gear across the stone-covered river beach had already exceeded the pressure limit of the springs they were using. Whether they reduced the load or slowed down, it would cause their score in this event to decrease accordingly. To remain a strong contender for the championship, they either had to persist in getting an ideal score here or find a way through other events. Technically speaking, there were ways to enhance the vehicle's load capacity or off-road capability. They could try stronger springs, bring out the backup plan which was the spare chassis using a torsion bar construction, or risk trying it again with the original configuration. Just as the engineers were hesitating, a voice came from the shadows: "I have an idea, though I'm not sure if I should say it." After spending this time together, everyone was already familiar with Zhou Sen's way of speaking. Although they felt it was a bit pretentious, this world relied on strength, and the few ideas he had previously contributed were quite good, so everyone didn't mind this unique entrance style. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Sen sat on a table full of tools and said unhurriedly, "The reason the springs snapped, besides being limited by the material's strength, is primarily because the impact received was too intense. Shouldn't we start from the angle of reducing the impact and consider what other methods we could think of besides the springs? Although changing the plan temporarily is feasible, it also adds a lot of uncertainty. If a mechanical failure occurs, wouldn't all our previous work be in vain?" After Zhou Sen finished speaking, he looked around. No one refuted him, so he continued, to enhance cushioning and improve off-road capability for tracked vehicles, the conventional way of thinking is to improve the chassis performance, but in reality, we can also start with the load-bearing wheels. I happen to measure the load-bearing wheels we are currently using, and their diameter is almost identical to the rear wheels of a free brand car. If we combine the rubber tires of the rear wheels onto our load-bearing wheels, it might look awkward, but it could provide a certain degree of cushioning. However, this would require us to modify those tires overnight to make them fit the shape of the load-bearing wheels better. Regarding the thickness of the tires, we need to verify through a test run whether they will get stuck or come loose when inserted between the load-bearing wheels and the tracks. One night should be enough time for this. Everyone discussed for a while, and opinions split into two camps. One felt they could adopt Zhou Sen's suggestion, while the other felt such temporary modifications were unreliable and likely to result in the rubber tread falling off during operation, or possibly jamming if run for too long. Therefore, they felt they should increase the number of springs, which was one of their reserved backup plans. Otherwise, they would have to forcibly enable the chassis using the torsion bar construction, but that backup chassis hadn't been stable enough in previous tests and had experienced multiple failures not because of design flaws, but because their material technology and testing work weren't yet mature enough, requiring more time to debug and find the correct configuration. Gentlemen, I just listened to your discussion and think everyone's thinking is very active. In fact, whether or not we win this competition is not important, what's important is that through this contest, we have broadened our horizons and enriched our thinking. Even if we don't win this time, we can develop more perfect machines through future efforts. Such achievements will also bring everyone generous returns, and I can guarantee you that. Weiss's voice came from the entrance of the warehouse, and the engineers turned around one after another. The initiator of the event, the Lorraine governor, was without any airs. He nodded at them with a smile and slowly walked to the side of the logging transport vehicle parked in the center of the warehouse. I should take some responsibility for today's problem because I didn't fully consider that our metal materials were not yet mature in performance. For these critical components, we should order higher quality products from the Longmire Group. Although our partners have already provided very good materials, considering that the various factories in the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone have only been established and operating for a little over a year, we cannot demand that our partners achieve the best level in the entire federation. We believe that sooner or later, we will be the best in the entire alliance, but that glory belongs to the future. As Weiss spoke, he squatted down and carefully examined the broken spring that had been replaced. This thing was very thick and sturdy, not to mention an ordinary person, even very heavy machinery couldn't crush it. However, heavy tracked vehicles were different from ordinary machines. The impact force brought by high-speed movement under heavy load was indeed more powerful than imagined. When manual paper calculations couldn't reach the level of electronic modeling, they relied on experience and limited parameters to perform calculations, which couldn't yield sufficiently precise answers. This is already the spring with the highest pressure capacity that fits the logging transport vehicle, right? Weiss asked the chief engineer of the competing team, and the balding middle-aged man nodded quickly. Yes, it is already the best among springs of the same specifications in all of Lorraine, so in the short term, we cannot find a solution by looking at a single spring. The backup plan for the springs is theoretically feasible, but I remember when the design plan was made, someone warned that the hardest part about using dual springs is distributing the pressure equally. If the pressure is focused on one of them, a failure is likely to occur. Without waiting for the chief engineer to give a definitive reply, Weiss turned directly to the new young engineer, Zhou Sen, and said to him, "Your suggestion has merit, but on machinery of this weight, a hastily assembled combination will likely have problems due to insufficient fit, that is almost certain. But your line of thinking has found us a very good direction, starting from the load-bearing wheels to increase cushioning performance. In this regard, I have kept an ace up my sleeve. I found helpers from the Starry Sky Group. They are very experienced in this area, to be precise, it stems from battlefield maintenance for flight units. They can quickly add adhesive structures to our load-bearing wheels. Although the strength will be lower compared to conventional products, it will be sufficient to cope with short-term impacts. Therefore, my suggestion is to treat one set of load-bearing wheels with adhesive technology, and only install and use them for this specific test event. For other events, continue using the original load-bearing wheels. This should solve our urgent problem." After saying this, Weiss lowered his head and paced back and forth next to the logging transport vehicle, then said, "Just solving this problem is not safe enough. Because from what we know currently, Lawrence's competing vehicle has already obtained a very high score, with 1 to 2 more points than us in almost every event. This means we still need to aim for a perfect score in at least 2 events." Following Weiss's line of thought, whether to use small load-bearing wheels to aim for a perfect score in speed, use large load-bearing wheels to challenge for a perfect score in load capacity, or try the climbing event, the engineers each held their own opinions and discussed heatedly. The small warehouse instantly became as lively as a bustling market. Everyone discussed for a while. Weiss was not in a hurry to urge them, but continued to pace back and forth. This transport vehicle could be forced to increase its weight to 2,000 or even over 2,500 pounds, the vehicle body should be able to withstand it, but during operation, the engine would very likely have problems. Although they still had a spare, these 2 aviation engines had cost quite a lot. Whether it was necessary to risk an engine blowout to challenge for a score was a point that required careful decision-making. As for aiming for maximum speed, they were already neck and neck with Lawrence's competing team in road and off-road technology. In this area, besides concerns about the machine, there were also safety considerations. Once a driving accident occurred, it could potentially cause damage to their transport vehicle and drivers, affecting the subsequent competition. Thinking of this, Weiss couldn't help but secretly blame himself. Why had he set the design framework so high-end? Although the scoring details were discussed by experts under his main framework, it had a great deal to do with his grasp of the overall direction. And once the scoring system was set, even though he was the initiator of the event, he couldn't violate the principles of fairness and justice to forcibly modify it. Otherwise, such a major competition would lose its due credibility. After discussing for quite a while, the voices in the warehouse finally gradually died down. The group of engineers fell back into a dilemma, and just then, that same voice came from the corner again. I have an idea, though I'm not sure if I should say it. All eyes immediately focused on Zosen. He felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head to touch his nose. We have already obtained all the normal points we could get. I think we should challenge the bonus point events. Although it gives people the feeling that these bonus point events are very difficult to complete, it's not entirely without a chance. The bonus point events that the experts cooked up weren't just difficult to complete, they were very, very difficult to complete. It even felt like they were nitpicking. In fact, if one could obtain these bonus points, it indeed meant that the entry had reached a very high standard. The reason Weiss agreed to these bonus point events was that he hoped they could serve as a benchmark. After all, in his vision, this kind of competition should be held every year or every 2 years. The bonus point events this time were a weather vane for the design ideas of the next entries. Among the 3 major bonus point events, the first was to pass through a complex S-shaped curve within a limited time. This required the competing vehicle to have very strong handling. In their previous tests, even experienced drivers driving ordinary wheeled vehicles found it very difficult to complete this section within the limited time, let alone bulky tracked or agricultural wheeled vehicles. The second bonus point event required the competing vehicle's instantaneous speed to reach 160 miles per hour. This was almost the flight speed of the earliest airplanes. For current cars and trucks, it was possible to reach this speed in an extreme unloaded state, but for agricultural machinery, this was an extremely difficult challenge. The third bonus point event was an extreme requirement for stability, or rather, a fun event. It required placing an unfixed water cup on the vehicle. During the off-road process, the cup could not tip over, and the spilled water could not exceed half. Given the performance of various current vehicles, not to mention agricultural and forestry machinery vehicles, even high-end cars couldn't do this. Therefore, the 30 points from these 3 bonus point events became a goal that contestants could only look up to. The methods for the bonus point events had long been announced, and everyone present was very clear about them. The reason why no one mentioned them was because they felt there was no possibility of scoring points. Some teams had tried previously, but none were able to achieve them. Thus, Weiss threw the question to Zosen, what specific ideas do you have? Why not let us hear them? I have envisioned a possibility, Zosen said. If we strip down all the extra components of this transport vehicle, leaving only the engine, transmission, suspension system, and necessary external frame, the weight can be reduced to the extreme, which means the maneuverability can theoretically reach the extreme as well. We only keep the minimum amount of fuel needed in the fuel tank, and then make a crazy sprint. A top speed of 160 miles is not impossible. This is one of the bonus challenges we can try. As for another one, I personally suggest trying it at the very last moment of the last day, because this is a small loophole in the rules. Once everyone knows it, they might all try to exploit it. I think someone here should know what a stabilizer is, to be precise, a Margaret stabilizer. It was invented by that great engineer of the last century, capable of maintaining planar stability when the carrier bumps to a certain degree. In this way, by using this little gadget, it is possible for us to take the third bonus point event. Of course, this last method might invite some controversy. If someone uses a Margaret stabilizer in advance, the judging panel can declare this loophole invalid. But when we use it last, and no one has used it before, with the governor's influence, it should be possible to rule it valid. The focus of attention immediately gathered on Weiss. He was the organizer, not the judge. The judging experts would have their own ideas, but as Zosen said, he could exert a certain amount of influence. This was exploiting a loophole in the rules. Whether to choose absolute fairness and justice or to take care of his own team was like the two ends of a balance, one could not have both. Chapter 60, The Wrong Signpost. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. A day later, the competition team from Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory challenged the water crossing off-road event again and successfully picked themselves up from where they had fallen. Everyone was incredibly excited, and then they followed up that success by sweeping the other events scheduled for that day, breaking their first round records in 2 of them. In this way, even without challenging the bonus items, they remained neck and neck with the other teams, staying in the top tier of contenders for the championship. That evening, all the engineers and technical personnel of the competition team had an extra meal. Although they only drank a small amount of alcohol, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Weiss's clever trick had worked, and everyone toasted him one after another. Among the crowd, it seemed only the newcomer, Zosen Lignot, was not that excited. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the diners gradually dispersed. Those who had work to do continued their tasks, while those who needed rest headed off to sleep. Weiss walked up to Zosen, care for a chat. Zosen had been with the team for some time and knew what kind of person Weiss was. He nodded, all right. The two walked out of the dining tent and shared a distance side by side. Weiss stopped, turned around, and lowered his voice. Hohenstaufen 4 is a load of crap. Hohenstaufen 4 is a stinking load of crap. Zosen looked at Weiss with a face full of astonishment. Behind that astonishment was a layer of confusion, and within that confusion, there was clearly 3 parts terror and 7 parts indignation. Weiss took in the other man's micro-expressions and had his answer. He smiled slightly, a hint of contempt in his expression. Prince Barris and I are old acquaintances. We've dealt with each other several times, and directly at that. I think between him and me, there are both feelings of mutual admiration and thoughts of loathing, just like competitors on this field. If one day we no longer viewed each other with hostility, no longer stayed on guard at every moment, and sincerely became friends to drink and talk of nothing but romance, how wonderful that would be. Zosun opened his mouth. Words of denial were clearly on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. He sighed, what a pity. I originally wanted to get along well with everyone for a while. Setting aside my stance, staying here has been very happy. I must admit, the people of Lorraine are full of passion for life and sincere toward their friends. What a great place, what great companions. Seeing that he still showed no hostility, Weiss became more certain of a certain guess of his, so he softened his tone, you should feel fortunate. Our two countries are currently working hard to promote the normalization of diplomatic relations. Moreover, your presence here has nothing to do with military secrets, so you won't be charged with the crime of spying on military intelligence. I assume your identity is also legitimate in terms of legality, so, we can have a calm and peaceful talk. Zosun responded unhurriedly, you should know that there are some things I guard with my life oaths, honor, and other things. So, you needn't bother trying to probe for secret intelligence from me. Weiss said calmly, today, we'll only talk about technology. How about it? Zosun changed his hands from hanging naturally to crossing them in front of his chest. This posture was clearly less aggressive, but his eyes remained full of vigilance, and his focus was in a state of high concentration. It felt like at the slightest sign of trouble in the surroundings, he would bolt, and he likely carried something on him for self-defense or self-termination. Weiss spread his hands, what are your thoughts on torsion bar construction? I want to hear your honest thoughts. Zosun thought for a moment and replied, torsion bar construction is a variation of the spring principle, obtaining elasticity through the twisting motion of a metal structure. Generally, the road wheel is connected to the torsion bar through a toggle. When the road wheel moves up and down, the toggle converts the movement into a twisting motion of the torsion bar, and the elastic force of the torsion bar produces a cushioning effect. Compared to the vertical springs we commonly see, torsion bar construction has greater elastic force, the twisting doesn't require extra space, the structure is clear at a glance, and it's sturdier and more reliable. As for the downsides, once damaged, replacing it is much more troublesome than a spring. As a future engineering student and military enthusiast, a type of keyboard warrior, Weiss knew that what he said was both the real deal and substantive. The operating principle of torsion bar suspension, simply put, is to install one side of the torsion bar on the side wall of the vehicle body and pass the other side through a hole in the hull to connect to a swing arm. The weight load on the wheel causes the torsion bar to twist through the swing arm, and the resulting elastic force is used to support the vehicle hull. The advantage is that when the vehicle goes off-road and the road wheels pass over uneven ground, it only causes the torsion bar to rotate around the axis where it meets the hull, reducing mechanical wear. Its dynamic travel is very large, from the swing arm pointing down nearly vertically, it can twist all the way until the swing arm points up nearly vertically, completely avoiding the spring length issues other suspensions must consider. The disadvantage is that the bottom of the vehicle is occupied by the torsion bars, squeezing out a large portion of space. Consequently, the vehicle height must inevitably sacrifice some space to the torsion bars, with no room for compromise. And once a torsion bar is damaged, its repair cannot be completed in a simple field workshop, generally, it must be sent to a large maintenance depot in the rear. Furthermore, in a torsion bar suspension system, the road wheel diameter cannot be larger than the distance between two adjacent torsion bars, which limits the size of the road wheels. In combat, large diameter road wheels have certain advantages, such as better off-road performance and less vibration when stopping. In this situation, where one must consider both load-bearing and vibration during stops, interleaved road wheels are a natural choice. Friendly reminder, the website will be updated soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshotting is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. When the total weight of the vehicle does not exceed a certain level, choosing torsion bar construction can result in the benefits outweighing the drawbacks, provided the materials are up to standard. However, there is a limit to material performance. Approaching this limit, it's no longer possible to increase elastic force and load-bearing capacity through material improvement. According to my estimation, the approximate upper limit for this total weight is 80,000 to 100,000 pounds. What do you think? Weiss deliberately steered the conversation toward what seemed like a purely technical field, even proactively revealing some important information. As an expert in this field, it wasn't hard for Zosun to distinguish truth from falsehood. His brow furrowed and relaxed and furrowed. He hesitated for a long while, then looked around. Seeing nothing unusual, he finally said, I personally agree very much with your deduction. Under existing technical conditions, it's impossible for us to build tracked vehicles very large. Even if we don't consider the weight capacity of bridges and roads, we must balance the width of aerial and rail transport vehicles. These words only covered the first half, because the second half could easily be linked to the military, only when considering armor and firepower would the total weight requirement of a tracked vehicle exceed that upper limit. If carrying timber or agricultural products, the center of gravity would become excessively high before reaching the weight limit, making even normal movement impossible, so why even talk about the structure? If the length remains unchanged and the torsion bar is increased to a certain diameter, the elastic force should be able to break through that upper limit. However, the load-bearing capacity of the overall structure, especially the load-bearing parts, would likely have significant issues. At least in current single-row road wheel designs, the problem cannot be solved. The reason Weiss emphasized single-row road wheels was to deliberately lead the topic toward interleaved road wheels. From historical precedents, although this was a feasible way to temporarily solve the problem, it had both pros and cons. Once taken to the extreme, it would instead lead to a disastrous burden. Zosun did not immediately respond. From the worry hidden in his eyes, the Normans had already realized the feasibility of the interleaved road wheel design. From an engineer's perspective, if an opponent also saw the light in this area and followed suit quickly, the wisdom they had contributed previously would lose much of its luster. Weiss wasn't in a hurry to continue, quietly waiting for him to speak. After a while, Zosun spoke some ambiguous words. On the battlefield, technology is only one aspect that affects victory or defeat. The key still lies with the people. Tactics over technology, HMM, that is your consistent understanding and your sharpest invisible sword. Weiss said thoughtfully, looking back at the last war, the weapon that most likely could have changed the tide but unfortunately missed the opportunity was, in my opinion, none other than the Wessex assault ships. If they had functioned as expected, perhaps the Federation wouldn't have suffered such a heavy blow. I've strayed from the topic. The true tactical power of assault ships is great, so on the ground, could one attempt an assault chariot? Placing protection and tactics first, and firepower and speed second, would it still be victory through tactics? Zosun had no expression, and his eyes were also full of confusion. He didn't understand why the other party, after knowing his identity, still said these things to him. Could it be that the dignified governor of Lorraine also admired hereditary status and power, and was thus showing favor to the royal family, or even using this to express an intention to defect? Then why had he said such disrespectful words as Hohenstaufen 4 is a load of crap earlier? Or, did he simply not plan to let him go today and was currently beating around the bush to trick him into talking? Thinking of this last possibility, Zosun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes narrowed, and a surge of killing intent finally rose from him. At this moment, Weiss also narrowed his eyes. He saw the other man's hostility and knew his questions were hitting the other's vital points step by step, triggering intense vigilance. In terms of combat power, the person before him was just a small snack. Even without his cane, he could take him down in minutes. Weighing the situation, he didn't choose to strike first but continued, I have a very good friend who is also a top figure in mechanics. He previously reminded me that no matter how much effort we put into researching ground vehicles, whether they are for civilian or military use, they ultimately move on the ground. If the research into artificial star source stone technology achieves further success, the number of flying ships will break through original constraints. Besides military use, the industrial, agricultural, and forestry sectors will all benefit greatly. A large portion of these vehicles we are working hard to develop now will lose their value. I reflected on this for a long time afterward and felt it was indeed possible, so I was confused for a while, not knowing if it was still necessary to continue down this path. I'm curious, before you came here, did you ever have similar doubts? Zosun said with a dark face, I have, but it's not important. If such a day truly comes, I can switch to the aviation department and continue doing mechanical work. In essence, there's no difference. No, I think there is an essential difference, Weiss argued. Although they have a certain commonality in terms of mechanics, I feel they are two completely different paths, two systems, and two kinds of dreams. I like having my feet on the ground and don't much like floating in the air, while my friend is quite the opposite. He likes flying in the sky and doesn't much like moving slowly on the ground. I'm just an engineer. Zosun said somewhat resistantly. No matter what you think, I don't know and have no interest in matters outside of mechanics. My being here is, frankly, due to many coincidences. If I hadn't been seen through by you, I might have stayed in Lorraine for a very long time and created some economic benefits for Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory. That's how it should have been. Weiss stared into his eyes, taking in his micro-expressions. Although the words he just spoke were highly plausible, it didn't mean he was a harmless observer. His ability and his positioning could certainly bring benefits to Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, but for the Federation, he was a time bomb that could explode at any moment. Once he leaked classified intelligence, the damage caused would far exceed those economic benefits. After a long moment of contemplation, Weiss squeezed a sentence from between his lips, you people really are a terrifying bunch. In the Federation, just how many infiltrators like Zosun were there? They might be distributed across all walks of life. Although they might start off with little influence and at low levels, appearing to be no threat, by working hard and accumulating time to climb up step by step, their level and potential threat would grow by the day. What was even more fatal was that the longer these people stayed undercover, the harder it was to see through their disguises. The identity Zosun had arranged for himself was that he grew up in the eastern part of the Federation. Brooks happened to have been transferred to the east, and Weiss had asked him to help investigate. Even with a professional on the case, no obvious flaws were found unless one was certain he had a problem, or used methods like phishing, hypnosis, or interrogation, or spent even more manpower and resources to dig into the fine details and verify through different clues. It was nearly impossible to see through such a meticulously prepared fake identity in this era of underdeveloped information. What needed to be said had been said, and what needed to be asked had been asked. Weiss caught sight of several engineers nearby and deliberately shouted loudly, catch him. Weiss's identity and history were known to everyone. Zosun had been poised to act, and seeing things take a turn for the worse, he didn't dare to launch a direct assault and instead turned and ran. Although those engineers were at a crossroads and could easily have blocked his path, they didn't react in time, allowing the man to slip through like an eel and promptly vanish into the vast curtain of night. Chapter 61, Meyer the Strongman. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. After driving away the Normans who had sneaked into the team, Weiss skillfully calmed the emotions of the participating engineers and workers, allowing them to quickly refocus their attention on the competition. On the third day of the competition, the entries from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory performed very steadily, basically achieving all the expected scores, which should have been a good result. However, winning the crown of the competition depends not only on one's own performance but also on the performance of the competitors. On the third day of the competition, one team suddenly exerted its strength, leaving many participants far behind. This team competed under the name Northern Reclamation Machinery, backed by the Dawson Machinery Group, an established industrial enterprise in the Federation capable of rivaling the Grumman Group and the Starry Sky Group. It initially started in the light industry sector, with its textile industry once occupying half of the Federation's market. After entering the industrial age, especially during the transition from the industrial age to the electrical age, they built upon their traditional industries and continuously moved toward the higher-tech machinery industry. Nowadays, Dawson's precision machine tools are among the industries representing the highest level of federal industry. The team sent by the Dawson Group chose a fully tracked agricultural tractor. Their performance in the preliminary rounds was neither good nor bad, with their final score placing them in the middle of the 32 passing teams. Clearly, with the solid industrial strength of the Dawson Machinery Group providing support, they had gauged the strengths and weaknesses of the participants in the preliminaries. In the semifinals, they seemed transformed, showing powerful strength. During the first and second days of the competition, they remained in the top tier competing for the crown and had a very impressive performance in the off-road events. By the third day, they gave the impression of a sudden burst after a long period of accumulation, not only achieving 3 perfect scores in the off-road category but also becoming the first team to successfully challenge the S-curve track for bonus points. The S-curve track was specifically designed by the panel of experts to test the extreme maneuverability of mechanical vehicles. It required participants to pass through all curves within 3 minutes, and every curve point had to be touched. Missing even one meant a failed challenge. As a bonus event, each team was given 4 opportunities to challenge it. Although this was twice as many attempts as regular events, for most teams, after trying once or twice, they realized this bonus item was an impossible challenge for them, so they rationally gave up. Previously, Weiss's suggestion to the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory team was to attempt unconventional trials in both the S-curve track and road speed events. Specifically, this involved stripping their vehicle down to an extreme state and having skilled drivers operate it meticulously. The chances might not be high, but it was worth a try. On the third day of the competition, the primary goal for the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory team was to re-challenge the items where they had lost points. After that day's events, they originally planned to use the upcoming rest day to practice hard on the S-curves and high-speed events at their own training ground, striving for a final push on the fourth day in hopes of a miracle. As for the previously discussed idea of using competition loopholes to get bonus points, Weiss decisively vetoed it. The fairness and justice they had always strived for, as well as the new Lorraine they intended to showcase to the entire Federation, did not support exploiting such loopholes. As it turned out, before the fourth day even arrived, the Dawson Machinery Group's team opened their eyes. People could imagine cars, trucks, or even horse-drawn carriages drifting on curves, but it was hardest to imagine an agricultural tractor drifting. Yet Northern Reclamation Machinery did it. They adopted a strategy similar to what the Lorraine people had envisioned, extremely streamlining the entry's load by removing everything that could be taken off, which was permitted under the rules of this competition. The one driving the agricultural tractor for the high-speed drift was a young man named Meyer. Not only was the lad bright and handsome, but he also had a significant background during the war. He was one of the ace pilots of the Federation Army's flight units, with 9 enemy aircraft shot down and 133 recorded effective attacks. Although his kill count seemed a bit low, this was related to the small number of aircraft equipped by the Lorraine people. Among the 133 successful attack records, nearly half were attacks launched against Norman airships. Due to the limitations of battlefield recording methods, often when a flight group shot down an enemy airship, it couldn't be determined who to credit, so it was recorded and commended as a collective honor. In Meyer's combat experience, he had 17 collective honors for shooting down enemy airships. This meant he had participated in a large number of attacks on enemy airships with his unit and tenaciously survived. Achieving this without excellent flying skills and extraordinary courage was clearly impossible. At the competition site, there was someone with even greater fame and strength, but this person was sitting properly on the judging panel and, for various reasons, could not come down to compete with him. Therefore, young Meyer was undoubtedly the coolest guy of the day. As the host and the primary representative of the organizers, Weiss had the legitimate status to freely enter and exit the camps of various teams to interact with anyone, which was the greatest privilege his status afforded him. On the morning of the rest day after the third day of competition, he and Nicola went to the Dawson Group's camp to present Meyer with a glittering gold trophy. This small trophy, made of pure gold, had been prepared before the competition to reward the first person to achieve a single bonus item. At the Dawson Machinery Group's camp, Nicola handed the trophy to Meyer, sizing up this star of the arena who had performed so brilliantly yesterday with great interest. She jokingly asked him how he managed to drive such a clunky tractor with the feel of a sports car. Talent and practice, Meyer replied succinctly. The words were simple but full of philosophy. To complete such a highly challenging project indeed required a certain amount of driving talent, and beyond that talent was a vast amount of diligent practice. Only then could one master this seemingly clunky tractor. Nicola then asked why he had left the military to join the Dawson Machinery Group instead of going to the Starry Sky Group to continue his dream of flying. Meyer gave a simple, honest smile and said to the role model he respected immensely, "If I were single and without attachments, I could serve until I was old as long as the army was willing. But I have a wife who loves me very much. Some of the companions who joined the flight units with me were our classmates or neighbors from the same block. Their sacrifices made my wife very worried. Shortly after the war ended, she became pregnant. To prevent her from spending every day in this endless worry, I decided to temporarily give up my dream of flying. Unless one day the country calls me back to the front lines again." This reason was so similar to the obstruction Nicola faced from her old father. It was just that Nicola stubbornly chose her own path, while Meyer chose to sacrifice for the sake of his wife's feelings. It was hard to say who was right or wrong, everyone simply has their own understanding of their own life. To be able to shoot down 9 enemy planes and complete 133 effective sorties, his reaction, insight, and control are all incomparably excellent. For such a character to drive an agricultural tractor is simply a waste of talent. Seeing his name and confirming he was that Meyer, I'm not surprised at all that they could set a new record. If you ultimately lose to him, I don't think everyone needs to feel regretful. Because you could say they lost to one of the most outstanding groups of people in the Federation's driving field, Nicola said to Weiss in a proud tone. Weiss said frankly, ever since seeing Meyer driving that agricultural tractor racing on the track yesterday, our boys have had their eyes opened. They don't dare speak of surpassing him, they only hope to follow his path and try the feeling of flying across the field amidst the roar of machinery. Whether they can meet the conditions for bonus points is no longer important, what matters is that everyone has seen the beauty of machinery. Shining brilliantly on the field required more than just the driver's invincible skills, there also had to be a suitable vehicle, which was their entry. At Weiss and Nicola's request, Meyer led them to the agricultural tractor that had performed so spectacularly yesterday. At this moment, it had returned to its simple and clunky appearance, as if it were a completely different thing from the magical drifting machine of yesterday. Recently, Weiss had been painstakingly studying machinery with the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory team. Now, looking at other machines, various key points naturally came into view, and he could see the gist of it almost without introduction. This entry from the Dawson Machinery Group used a spring suspension system and structure, which he estimated was close to the principle of the Christie suspension system. Although it was an agricultural tractor, its chassis structure had a certain aesthetic balance. It used medium-sized road wheels, with a pair of drive sprockets at the front and back, 5 pairs of road wheels in the middle, and corresponding return rollers above. As an agricultural tractor, its working environment should be primarily soft and muddy farmland. To enhance grip, it used wide steel tracks, and to match these wide tracks, the road wheels and idler wheels also had to reach a certain width. If they were simply made into a wide model, there would be problems with mechanical wear and balance. Weiss had intentionally misled the Normans' thinking toward the superior but overly delicate interleaved road wheels, whereas the Dawson Group's entry used parallel road wheels, that is, 2 road wheels connected side by side with a thick rubber ring in between. This met the width requirement and provided a corresponding cushioning effect. On the field of the previous competition, Meyer and his drifting agricultural tractor didn't pass on the first try either. During the first attempt, they were halfway through when a track threw and broke. Parallel road wheels have an advantage in maintenance compared to interleaved ones or large diameter auxiliary wheels. After more than an hour of repairs, this agricultural tractor took to the field once more, and this time Meyer finally reached the finish line in one go, a full 17 seconds ahead of the time limit. To most people, this was an unattainable achievement, but Meyer had indeed done it. Given the performance of this agricultural tractor at that time, many people thought they could definitely go for the speed race bonus item. However, somewhat surprisingly, they did not challenge it. Perhaps they were holding back, or perhaps in their self-organized internal tests it was truly difficult to reach such demanding technical indicators. In any case, Meyer and his team had not yet submitted an application to participate in that bonus event. Of course, if they participated and passed the high-speed bonus item, then 2 consecutive bonus items would be enough to kill the suspense for the overall championship, leaving all other participating teams in regret. Out of respect for Nicola, Meyer very enthusiastically introduced the driving essentials of this agricultural tractor to her, which seemed to have some commonalities with the driving techniques of a fighter jet. Nicola looked on curiously but had no intention of getting in to try her hand. Although the cockpit of a fighter jet was also greasy everywhere, the feeling of a tractor compared to a fighter jet was psychologically worlds apart, like a swan and a toad. Chapter 62, Developing Side Quests. Fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The first Federal Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Design competition, initiated by the people of Lorraine, attracted widespread attention from all sectors of the Federation with its high prize money, novel competition format, and intense rivalry. The highest circulation mainstream newspaper, Liberty Post, published its latest progress 3 times within a single week, and the newest issue of Freedom Weekly also featured a special report on the event. After continuous warm-up and publicity, people realized that this was not just a fun competition, but a high-level showcase of the Federation's vehicle manufacturing industry, as well as a bold exploration and deep innovation of special vehicle technology. In this booming era of grand industry, opportunities were everywhere. Becoming famous and rich quickly was by no means a pipe dream, various inspirational stories constantly appeared in people's lives. Lorraine thus suddenly became a beacon attracting countless young engineers and mechanical enthusiasts. Some came following the trajectory of their dreams, while others had already made certain achievements in related fields and came here to dig for business opportunities. Therefore, by the semi-final stage, the number of participating teams and personnel was only 1/10 of the preliminary round, yet the competition site was still packed with people. The number of onlookers was even several times that of the preliminary stage, which could be glimpsed from the booming room reservations at various hotels and guest houses in Lorraine. One must know that in a remote federal state capital like Mason, far from the metropolises, such a lively scene was rare, except for local celebrations with distinct Lorraine characteristics and the occasional national-level expo. When people gathered in Lorraine from hundreds or thousands of miles away, they saw not only the high-standard competition hosted by the people of Lorraine but also witnessed the new face of Lorraine. Of the more than 300 teams in the preliminary round, 1/4 were local to Lorraine. Among the 32 gentlemen who entered the semi-finals, 6 were still local teams. Moreover, they were not just teams of Lorraine people, the vehicle machinery they used was also basically manufactured locally in Lorraine, with New Lawrence and Lorraine agricultural and forestry machinery each contributing half. In many people's impressions, Lorraine was nothing but mountains, forests, and snowfields with rich mineral deposits. Only the Mason area had a decent modern industry, but even that was just a burgeoning industrial town. Forget Liberty City, even second-tier industrial cities left it several streets behind. Nowadays, the city of Mason remained largely the same as before without earth-shaking changes, but Lorraine was no longer the Lorraine of yesterday. The unemployment rate for military-aged males was near zero. The scale of traditional industries such as mining, metallurgy, agriculture, and forestry had significantly increased compared to before the war. The overall scale of the manufacturing industry had multiplied several times, and social infrastructure industries such as education, medical care, and transportation also showed a trend of rapid growth. However, the shortboard of a weak industrial foundation could not be changed overnight. Despite the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone having dozens of factories and being known as a full-series gathering area for manufacturing, the various materials produced by the factories here were not yet sufficient to form a complete vehicle industry chain. For example, tires, not only were they not produced here, but there wasn't a single real tire manufacturing enterprise in the entire Lorraine. They had to be purchased from the eastern production areas of the Federation. Another example was the bearing components indispensable for both airships and ground vehicles, which were mainly supplied by the Grumman Group's bearing factory in the Central Federation and the Longmire Group's bearing manufacturing plant in the Eastern Federation. In addition, there were small items like dashboards and spark plugs that usually seemed inconspicuous but were unusable without them. These were also monopolized by a few factories. According to market laws, monopoly caused prices to far exceed costs, making it a very lucrative industry. These monopolists held the patents. If one wanted to make a breakthrough in these fields, they had to develop their own technical patents. Once a patent suitable for commercial production appeared, vested interests would generally acquire these patents at a low price to either shelve them or use them for themselves. The Klemper-Heessen factory and other industries under the Klemper-Heessen family involved components that could not be self-produced, such as tires, bearings, instruments, and spark plugs, which currently basically came from industries belonging to the Grumman Group and the Starry Sky Group. Because they had established good cooperative relationships with these giants, the acquisition prices of these industrial components were, if not lower than the market price, at least not marked up, and both quality and quantity were guaranteed. However, from a long-term perspective, to further reduce product costs and thus be more competitive in the market for similar products, one still had to find ways to establish long-term and stable strategic partnerships for the supply of these parts, or even further stabilize the supply through equity relationships. Regarding these conventional business operations, although Weiss was not particularly an expert, there were many capable people in the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance who frequently gave him various analyses, suggestions, and reminders. After just over a year of development, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had become a highly influential business cooperation organization in Lorraine and even the Western Federation. The more it grew and strengthened, the more difficulties and challenges it encountered, leading to an increasing realization of the importance of unity. After Weiss became the governor and vigorously promoted the development of Lorraine's industry, commerce, and education, everyone followed this banner even more closely, grasping the rhythm of Lorraine's development. After visiting the station of the Dawson Machinery Group's participating team, Weiss invited Nicola for tea. The tea was indeed good, and the environment for drinking it was the best in Mason, but besides drinking tea, there was some official business waiting. The first item was a meeting with an engineer named Doom. This was a plump middle-aged man who looked more like a chef than a mechanical inventor, but he told Weiss and Nicola with absolute certainty that he personally owned 22 patented technologies. The latest and his proudest one was the inert gas environment molding method, which was more advanced than all current bearing production technologies and claimed to significantly improve product quality. Of course, from design to implementation, this technology required not only a complete metallurgical manufacturing system but also high-end metallurgical reprocessing equipment and inert gas production equipment in the final bearing manufacturing stage, requiring a high investment of at least 2,000 gold crowns. He was willing to share his invention with the people of Lorraine but requested at least a 30% equity stake in the production cooperation using the technical patent as proof of investment, and an executive position such as technical director or chairman of the technical committee in the production enterprise. These conditions were reasonable in some ways and unreasonable in others. Doom had been wandering around Lorraine for over half a month and had been in contact with many contestants and spectators. 2 or 3 factories within the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had also had preliminary contact with him, which Weiss had already heard about from his companions. They stated that the patented technology Doom brought was the real deal, which they had already verified theoretically. The problem was that the capital required to transform this patented technology into actual productivity was very large. Once the investment was made according to the current requirements, they would not only have to pay patent fees but also give this Mr. Doom 20 to 30% of the equity for nothing. The cost was actually very considerable. As for him serving as technical director or an executive, it was fundamentally beneficial because he designed the production patent. If there were any problems or areas needing improvement during the production and research process, he could still play a major role. In addition, investors were also worried about a very realistic problem. The production of precision bearings was different from making wheels for horse carriages. It required a large number of production facilities and professional workers, and a massive amount of money would be sunk into it. If the bearings produced could not compete with established industrial products, the risk of investment failure would be very high. In Lorraine and even the Western Federation, the leader in the bearing manufacturing industry was the Grumman Group. Their bearing production had decades of accumulation, and their sales accounted for about 1/3 of the federal market. With the Grumman Group as a backbone, they had an innate advantage in both quality and price competition. Meanwhile, Lorraine's industrialists had thin foundations and shallow accumulation. If they were dragged into a war of attrition, they would most likely be crushed by their competitors. Before meeting with this Mr. Doom, Weiss had already thought these things through. To refuse meant potentially missing out on a huge opportunity, to accept meant a major gamble. Prior to this, whether as the initiator of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance or as the governor of Lorraine, he had organized a series of large-scale investment projects, including Lorraine's first privately invested canal and canal industrial zone, the unprecedentedly large Mason University City, and the new canal and second canal industrial zone built through cooperation between official and private economic entities. All of these had achieved results beyond imagination and injected vigorous momentum into Lorraine's development. However, this did not mean taking on every project he saw or that every project would succeed. It still required meticulous analysis, weighing, and calculation. From a steady standpoint, Weiss was originally inclined to give up this opportunity. After all, not having bearings didn't mean the industrial system couldn't function, it just increased the corresponding costs, and having bearings didn't mean the product would immediately have overwhelming competitiveness. But after the interview, he felt that Doom was an unusual inventor, perhaps a destitute Tesla. Thus, he asked Mr. Doom to introduce his other patents, including those already sold, one by one to him and Nicola. Although this would take a lot of time and even affect subsequent schedules, he felt it was very necessary and meaningful. As for Nicola, this extraordinary woman who always appeared in men's clothing had been dragged along by him as a special judge and had already spent 2 months in Mason. She didn't mind these few hours and patiently listened along with him. This Mr. Doom must have suffered many cold shoulders in his daily life. The combined age of the two young people in front of him might not even be as much as his, but their status and prestige were beyond what ordinary people could match. Their patience in listening to him introduce his technical patents was both surprising and delightful. He spoke with spit flying about his inventions, sharing the inspiration for his inventions and the course of his research as well. It might have sounded sleep-inducing to others, but Weiss found it very interesting, and during the process, the idea of hiring him as a technical consultant for the Lorraine state government even sprouted. However, some people were good at talking, and some were good at doing. Those good at doing weren't necessarily good at talking, and those good at talking weren't necessarily good at doing. After more than 2 hours of communication, he told Doom that he intended to enter into deep cooperation with him, but because he was quite busy these 2 days, he hoped to conduct more formal and systematic negotiations after the competition to determine the form and scope of cooperation for both parties. To show his sincerity, Weiss asked Doom to leave his hotel room number so that he could send someone to contact him at any time. Furthermore, all of his expenses during his stay in Mason would be covered by the Klemper-Heisen family. Other verbal promises might have been commonplace for someone like Doom who frequently marketed himself, but full reimbursement of expenses allowed him to feel genuine sincerity. He also knew that such a large investment would inevitably require a relatively long, tug-of-war style of negotiation before it could be finalized, so he gladly accepted Weiss's arrangement. Because they talked with Mr. Doom for too long, Weiss and Nicola had a simple lunch in this high-end tea house. The other 2 technical patent inventors originally scheduled for an interview in the morning had to be rescheduled for the afternoon. Although these 2 also had genuine things to offer, to Weiss, who had the perspective of looking at history from the future, he knew that although these 2 things had played a certain role in a specific historical period, they would eventually be replaced by newer technologies. From an economic standpoint, this transitional patented technology lacked long-term investment value. Although he didn't take a fancy to their technical patents, he felt that these 2 inventors were very worthy of affirmation in terms of their own abilities. Therefore, he strongly invited them to Lorraine to take up well-paid and stable positions, which would be much more stable than constantly relying on their own research and inventions for income. Unfortunately, talented people were always arrogant and unwilling to be limited by a certain framework. Both of them thanked Weiss for his kindness and resolutely continued to seek their next opportunity in the market, intending to become wealthy entrepreneurs through their technical patents rather than engineers or consultants with a so-called high salary. Since their paths were different, they could not work together. Weiss could only offer them his best wishes. Chapter 63, Discovering the Flying Immortal from Beyond the Heavens. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The final day of the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Design competition was destined to be the most competitive. Before this day arrived, all participating teams were actively preparing. At dusk, Weiss finished his other tasks and returned to the station of the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory team. As the host seed team, their home field advantage was reflected in both software and hardware. After the first 3 days of competition, they were temporarily in 4th place, with scores not far from 2nd and 3rd. However, they were a full 16.3 points behind the leader, the Northern Reclamation Machinery team from the Dawson Machinery Group, which had shown brilliantly the previous day. Unless they secured 2 consecutive bonus items and their opponents failed to gain new ones or improve their existing scores, they had a chance to snatch the crown, but that possibility was extremely slim. People had reason to believe the powerful Northern Reclamation Machinery team still had a trick up its sleeve. Under the control of that outstanding pilot, their entry had a chance to take the top speed bonus. After repeated discussions and weighing options, the young men decided to change their strategy, giving up the competition for the overall championship to focus entirely on winning the individual category titles. If this competition were viewed as a campaign, the engineers and maintenance workers of the participating teams were the officers and soldiers, and their decisions determined the route of attack and tactical strategy. As the general person in charge of the event, it was not convenient for Weiss to intervene too much in these details. He gave the young men's decision a clear affirmation and encouraged them to complete the remaining matches with a down-to-earth attitude. The best entry from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, a logging transport vehicle, used a structure similar to the Christie suspension system. Its prominent feature was its strong off-road capability, combined with a high-performance aero engine, which earned high scores in the road, off-road, and hill climbing categories. Therefore, as long as they strove to improve these off-road projects to full or near full marks on the final day, there was a great hope of winning the category championship for this single item. Although Dawson Machinery Group's Northern Reclamation Machinery also excelled in this type of suspension system and high-speed off-road performance, since they already had a chance to win the overall championship, they likely wouldn't focus too much on one specific aspect. Instead, they would look at the big picture to prevent a rollover at the last moment. Sunset and moonrise, the camp remained busy. Although he had ended his military career, Weiss did not abandon the valuable qualities of hard work and endurance despite his improved status. The same went for Nicola. During this time, they were busy with the event, sometimes simply staying overnight in the camp, living in single tents and sleeping on camp beds. They could still drink and talk happily, which was very pleasant. As the competition neared its end, the chance to relieve this battlefield atmosphere might not come again until next year. Before going to sleep, Weiss and Nicola sat in front of their respective tents, looking up at the vast starry sky. The latter said, "The successful hosting of this agricultural and forestry machinery competition has also piqued the interest of the Starry Sky Group's senior management. They might hold a large-scale flight machinery competition or a flight race in the autumn. Although agricultural aircraft have no advantage in speed, they should be the most practical for non-military purposes. We can arrange flight demonstrations then, which will help promote agricultural and forestry aviation equipment." Weiss replied, "Although I don't have the superb skills of an ace pilot, I can handle routine flight demonstrations in agricultural aircraft. This autumn might be too soon, but by next autumn, the multi-engine aircraft we're collaborating on will definitely be ready. It might just open the world's eyes. By then, Lorraine will become a key area for the Normans to gather intelligence. Prepare early." Nicola reminded him. "Isn't it already?" Weiss said somewhat helplessly. Since the opening of the Bellicazer spaceport, Lorraine's security affairs had taken up quite a bit of his energy. Thinking back to the previous trip to the Norman Empire and the subsequent disappearance of Guinevere, he said hatefully, "When will those loathsome power holders restrain their ambitions? When will they understand that in the civilized era we live in, it's already an impossible goal for a single regime to rule the world? One day they will understand. I hope that day isn't too far off," Nicola added. "Let's hope so." Weiss sighed, looking up. Moonset and sunrise, the final competition day arrived. After the start, the young men from the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory began their final sprint with a clear goal. They didn't pay much attention to the progress of other teams. Right away, they improved their heavy load road transport score from 9.7 to 9.9, which was a brilliant performance near full marks. Next, they worked hard to improve their score in hill climbing and off-road from 9.5 to 9.8. Similarly, this score was already close to the performance limit of their transport vehicle. Friendly reminder, the website will be revamped soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. Screenshotting is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. In the first half of the day's competition, Tank Machinery Factory also demonstrated the heavy load advantage of their entry as much as possible, basically ensuring they would win the heavy load category championship. Dawson Machinery Group, as expected, maintained their overall score advantage very steadily, only refining 2 projects that were not particularly ideal in the previous stage. When the morning sessions ended, their lead remained over 14 points. This meant that unless other teams made a breakthrough in bonus items, it was impossible to unseat them through conventional projects. At the start of the second half of the day, Sheik became the first team to challenge for a miracle. Their half-track vehicle chose the top speed bonus. In fact, the combination of tires and tracks did not mean an advantage in absolute speed. As a result, they not only failed to create a miracle but also became the only team to suffer a serious accident in the semi-finals. Their half-track vehicle lost balance near the finish line due to a front tire blowout. Under the huge inertia of high-speed movement, the half-track transport vehicle flipped vertically like a stunt and smashed hard onto the buffer zone by the roadside. The driver was thrown out and sustained significant injuries. After such an impact and rollover, the entry appeared to be a total loss. Sheik's accident basically announced Dawson's final victory. In the following half-day, the entries from Grumman and Starry Sky had reservations, and all attempts to challenge bonus items failed. Ultimately, the Dawson Machinery Group team smoothly won the overall championship, and their star driver Meyer became the most brilliant driver of the competition. The Best Design Award, Best Machinery Award, and Best Team Award were presented to the other 3 teams according to the rules. Overall, Dawson Machinery became the biggest winner of the competition. The people of Lorraine, who successfully hosted the event and demonstrated industrial vitality and a new regional image to the entire federal government, were also the biggest beneficiaries. This competition undoubtedly became a platform for promoting cooperation and exchange in the machinery field. According to incomplete statistics, hundreds of mechanical technology patents were linked or traded during or because of the competition. Many enterprises found opportunities for cooperation through the event, thus promoting the entire Federation's machinery manufacturing industry, especially in the vehicle sector. After the competition, with Weiss's active promotion, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and Dawson Machinery Group reached a strategic agreement to carry out cooperation in the machinery field. AI model, Gemini 3.1 flashlight. The Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Machinery competition concluded successfully, and the subsequent closing and extension matters were in full swing. Weiss had indeed hesitated for a while regarding Doom and his bearing patent technology, but in the end, news from Nicola, this good buddy of his in the military, helped him make up his mind. She revealed that the Starry Sky Group had carefully considered the feasibility of the patent and cooperation that Doom had previously pitched to them. They intended to buy Doom's patent, offer him a corresponding position, and the conditions offered were roughly similar to what the people of Lorraine could accept. The only difference was that if the Starry Sky Group bought his patent, it would still just be a technical reserve, and without any additional changes, this patent would be sealed away in their database. When personal gains are consistent, as the inventor and holder of a technical patent, one is usually more willing to see their invention promoted and applied in reality. Based on this, the Klemper-Heisen family ultimately became Doom's partner, and this cooperation also made Weiss determined to start the bearing industrial era in Lorraine. Doom ultimately chose to come to Lorraine, where technology was relatively backward, and the people of Lorraine spent a fortune on the technology he brought. Both sides took risks, and both sides enjoyed the benefits of a promising future. Based on the existing factory buildings and production conditions in the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone, the Klemper-Heisen family quickly established the Lorraine Bearing Factory. Looking back at history, this was not the first bearing factory in Lorraine. More than 20 years ago, there had been a bearing factory in Mason, but the technical level at that time was relatively more primitive. The bearings produced were mainly for the vehicles of that time. Later, due to the war, the bearing factory was relocated to AO City and never returned. The infrastructure and workers needed for the new Lorraine Bearing Factory could mostly be resolved in the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone, but the precision machine tools required for later processing needed to be purchased from the outside at a high price. This took a lot of time and effort. By the time the scorching summer arrived, the bearing factory officially began operation, and Mr. Doom was appointed as the technical director of this factory, receiving the highest tier of salary in the Free Lorraine industrial zone. This was the third summer after the war ended, a summer without the smoke of war, which felt so peaceful. Lorraine was still the busy Lorraine. After more than a year of construction and several months of trial operation, Lorraine University was basically ready for official classes. As the chief professor of the School of Geology and Geography, Professor Cressyang brought his daughter, Little Candy, to move to Mason. Although she left the Astor Institute of Technology, the cooperation between the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Astor Institute of Technology continued, and every summer was an ideal time to carry out internship research. For geological and geographical exploration, there were certainly many bugs in the summer, but outdoor activities were much more convenient than the whistling cold wind and frozen winter. This summer, they discovered a second star source stone mine in the southwest of Lorraine. Although the reserves were smaller than the previous one, this rare strategic resource still had high strategic value for the federal government, and for the people of Lorraine, it meant rich economic benefits. Just as the people of Lorraine were rejoicing over their discovery of the second star source stone mine, shocking news came from the distant north. While exploring and excavating star source stone mines in the northern frozen sea, the Wessex people discovered the ruins of a suspected ancient spacecraft. For a long time, the scientific community had been very confused about the molecular structure and working principle of star source stone because it was different from any substance already existing on Orion's planet and could not be arranged into the conventional material sequence. Therefore, a widely held speculation in the academic community was that star source stone comes from the vast starry sky. Perhaps they arrived on this planet in the form of a meteor shower, or perhaps they descended here in other ways, and due to the passage of time and changes in geology, they were buried deep underground and continuously squeezed until they became a special kind of mineral deposit. Because they were buried too deep, with existing technical conditions, there was no way to completely excavate a star source stone mine for scientific research. The discovery of the suspected spacecraft ruins by Wessex in the north was initially just dinner table conversation for ordinary people. Soon, the Wessex government issued an invitation to the outside world, hoping that all countries would send top experts and scholars to jointly study this amazing discovery. Although the scientific community successively suggested that the federal government organize an official research team to go to the north, many conspiracy theorists believed that this was most likely another conspiracy concocted by the Normans. After all, after being deeply infiltrated and influenced by them, Wessex was no longer the Wessex of the past. After repeated weighing, the federal government finally agreed to send a comprehensive research team in the second month after Wessex issued the call. At first, it was just an advanced team of dozens of people, without top experts or national treasure level scholars. However, as the research deepened, various data and information transmitted back from Wessex indicated that it was indeed likely a spacecraft manufactured with technology completely different from today's industrial technology. Even if it was a spacecraft that had become a ruin and could no longer operate, the technology it contained far exceeded this era. Whichever country obtained these technologies first could potentially leap to become a top-tier technological power on this planet, thereby forming an overwhelming advantage over other countries in all fields of military, industry, and economy. As the research deepened, the Wessex government suddenly protected the research site for safety, citing toxic substance leakage, and isolated researchers from other countries. This practice immediately met with strong protests from the Norman Empire government. The Normans even threatened with military force, demanding that the Wessex government share this important discovery related to the safety of the entire planet at all costs. Under this situation, the federal government also issued a statement: a spacecraft built by advanced intelligent beings from outside Orion's planet concerns the fate of the entire planet, and no country can regard it as its own resource. Under protective conditions, they began to send top experts and scholars, and the diplomatic and intelligence departments stationed in Wessex also closely monitored news from the northern frozen sea. As governments became serious, various mainstream and non-mainstream newspapers frantically published discoveries and speculations about the northern research. Science fiction novels related to spacecraft and the extensions thereof became popular for a time, and even street puppet shows began to turn to these space exploration themes. Amidst these chaotic and complex news and discussions, a new genre successfully attracted people's attention: the space threat theory. This view held that the reason those spacecraft failed to occupy Orion's planet might be due to technical failures, environmental impacts, or being pursued by opponents, leading them to crash on Orion's planet. Since they could arrive here, their companions or enemies could also find their way here. The reason for the interval of millions of years was the time distortion caused by the influence of galactic environments and dark zones on cosmic time. Since visitors from the vast starry sky possessed space travel capabilities, occupying Orion's planet would be an easy task. No one could predict when a new attack would be encountered, so the best way was for all countries and governments on Orion's planet to unite and concentrate all resources to prepare for defense against foreign enemies. If friends came, both sides could coexist peacefully, which would naturally be happy for everyone. If enemies came, then all strength should be condensed together to fight for the survival of the entire human species. Chapter 64, This seems to be a conspiracy. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. UFOs, the Bermuda Triangle, Atlantis, Area 52 in the US. When Weiss was still living on Earth, speculation about aliens and extraterrestrial civilizations was a popular and well-known topic. Not only were there countless scientific analyses and novels, but it was also a field that the scientific community strove to explore. On Orion's planet, the existence of the anomalous substance known as star source stone seemed to be strong evidence that an extraterrestrial civilization once existed. Regarding the speculation that star source stone came from alien spaceships, the rebuttals were also quite substantial. To travel through the vastness of space, a spaceship's structure must be extremely sturdy. Even by the standards of current flying battleships, when their remains are unearthed hundreds or thousands of years later, it would be impossible for them to have directly returned to a base elemental state. Those precision instruments and refined alloys should still exist. Although the technology for extracting star source stone is the squeezing method, drilling above the mineral deposit and then injecting high-pressure water to gradually squeeze out the substance. If they truly were spaceships, then during the process of excavating the star source stone, some shaped components would have been discovered to some extent. In reality, however, no country has ever found such things in their star source stone deposits. Everything mined has been in the state of raw ore. Since the discovery and application of star source stone, the debate between these two factions has never ceased, and neither side has been able to convince the other. Of course, there was no need for one side to convince the other. Now, the sudden appearance of the wreckage of a spaceship not only ended this debate but also gave rise to a new space threat theory. As a local administrative official, Weiss's role in this sensational event, aside from focusing on maintaining the order of the people's lives, was not much different from that of the ordinary public watching from the sidelines. After all, the so-called space threat theory had been prevalent on Earth for a very long time, and the situation on Orion's planet was likely similar. Before a real alien fleet appeared, excessive worry was unnecessary. Instead, one could look forward to the technological leaps that the newly discovered alien technology might bring to people's lives. However, even with the opportunity for such a leap, it would require a long period for technological analysis, absorption, and transformation. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, life would continue in its original way and trajectory. The discovery in the Northern Ice Sea was not without substantial impact on Weiss's life. As one of the Federation's top experts in geology and geography, Professor Old Yang joined the second federal research team headed for Wessex. This caused Professor Little Yang, who was in Lorraine, to pay extra attention to her father's situation. After arriving in Wessex, Professor Old Yang basically wrote to Professor Little Yang every month. Professor Little Yang always replied on time, attaching little Candy's drawings to the letters. Life entered the autumn season in this state. This was a harvest season that made the people of Lorraine ecstatic. Due to the continuous popularization of agricultural and forestry machinery and the effective improvement of fertilizers and pesticide technology, combined with the unprecedented scale of farmland reclamation, Lorraine's crop harvest this year increased by 78% over the previous year. 2 consecutive years of rapid growth meant that Lorraine's agricultural output more than doubled compared to when the war ended. Lorraine's total population had not grown on such a large scale, which meant that every household had surplus grain, and the price of agricultural products on the market remained stable with a downward trend. According to Old Ma's economic theory, the lower the proportion of people's spending to maintain basic survival needs, the higher the quality of life. On this day, Professor Little Yang received another letter from Professor Old Yang sent from the north. It was the same familiar handwriting and the same familiar stationery, but Professor Little Yang told Weiss with great concern that something was wrong. Something was wrong? Weiss was completely bewildered. Nothing seemed to be written in the letter. When I was very young, he and I had an agreement. Whether in regular correspondence or telegrams, once several specific words were used, it meant the situation was wrong. Under normal circumstances, we would avoid using these words at all costs. Look here. Well-being, dormancy, treasure. Normally, we would use safe, rest, and take care. But well-being, dormancy, and treasure are words that signified tragedy in a story from my childhood. He couldn't possibly have forgotten that. Something is wrong. What specifically does it refer to? Weiss pressed. Professor Little Yang shook her head. If everything were disclosed in the letter, it would likely be intercepted. So, he can't tell us exactly what it is, he can only issue a warning this way. He must have discovered a conspiracy by the Normans. Weiss said with righteous indignation. Professor Little Yang was non-committal, seemingly still deep in thought. Weiss continued, if this is indeed a trick by the Normans, then we have to find a way to rescue them. Those hateful fellows, their heads are full of bad ideas. Even in peacetime, they can't help but stir up trouble. How detestable. My father didn't write this letter to ask for help, Professor Little Yang said calmly. Weiss was very surprised by her words. Clearly, something was wrong, yet it wasn't a call for help. Could it be that he wanted to risk himself to find out what conspiracy the enemy was hatching? But since he knew it was a conspiracy, why bother investigating so much? Or, he intuitively caught some clues but wasn't sure, and the Normans hadn't placed any substantial physical constraints on them. As long as he was willing, he could still return to the Federation. So strictly speaking, he wasn't asking for help, but if he couldn't find evidence, even if he returned to report to the federal government, he wouldn't be trusted. If he weren't trusted, it meant the federal government would continue to send subsequent experts and scholars to the north until the enemy wiped them all out to their satisfaction. That would be a considerable loss for the Federation. As the saying goes, it's easy to find 1,000 soldiers but hard to find a good general, and top experts and scholars are even harder to come by than good generals. If the Normans really used this kind of fishing method to collect the first-class experts and scholars of various countries, even if limited to the fields of archaeology, geology, geography, physics, and mechanics, it would be a significant blow to the countries that lost their top scientific and technological power. Furthermore, the development of technology indirectly affects military development. One waxes as the other wanes. The Normans had indeed made a very clever calculation. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading record. Screenshotting is recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience. What are your thoughts? Weiss asked Professor Little Yang directly. It wasn't that he was indecisive, but because the person involved was Professor Little Yang's closest relative and the clues came from her. Her judgment and opinion on what to do were very important. Professor Little Yang might not have experienced the bloody slaughter of war like Weiss had, but losing her husband and taking on the heavy responsibility of the family alone made her stronger and more assertive than ordinary women. Although he is not a man who is very good at expressing his emotions, I know he dearly loves me and little Candy. In this situation, he would never want me to get involved in this matter, much less want me to go to the north. I am certain of that. AI model, Gemini 3.1 flashlight. Professor Xiao Yang's meaning in what she said to Weiss was also a reminder not to easily put himself in danger. Weiss nodded, indicating with a silent gesture that he would not easily take risks. Previously in Bellicasor, for the sake of Guinevere, he had a minor direct conflict with the Normans. It looked dangerous, but in reality, the risk factor was not high because the Normans were far from ready to restart the war at that time, and their military determined their politics, just as politics determined their patience. In that situation, unless Prince Barris lost his mind and acted on impulse, the outcome would not be too bad. Afterwards, Weiss spoke of these things to Professor Xiao Yang in an understated way, but even so, it still left her in low spirits for a long time. Now, Weiss did not need to make any further guarantees. Based on their mutual understanding, they could reach a consensus on this matter, and this was also what Weiss felt was the most relaxing part of being with Professor Xiao Yang. In most cases, communication was simple, requiring no repeated explanations, let alone cajoling. I think he hopes to convey this reminder to the high-level officials of the Federation through me, and then through you. As for how to remind the high-level officials, I feel that is already beyond the scope of his and my experience and ability. The implication behind Professor Xiao Yang's words was, I'll leave the rest to you. Weiss nodded, all right, I understand. In his circle of friends, those who could help were none other than Nicola, Octavie, and Brooks. Theoretically, Brooks was an official of the Federal Security Inspection Department and had rich experience on the intelligence front, which was a significant part of his duties, but Weiss was not sure to what extent he could exert influence, nor was Weiss sure if he was reliable. If he was one of the deepest nails planted by the Normans after being turned, Weiss would not be too surprised. By comparison, Nicola and Octavie were undoubtedly more reliable candidates. Although Nicola had left the military, her father, Leopold, was after all the most influential president the Federation had seen in recent years. He had just stepped down, but his influence in the political arena and various fields had not dissipated all at once. If he were to come forward, this matter would inevitably attract sufficient attention. As for Octavie, she was still in the military, and the Special Operations Unit she was in was the only special force capable of conducting military activities abroad during peacetime. Although she was not a decision-maker, she could contact high-ranking officials in the National Security Department, and having her pass on this important intelligence seemed more appropriate than through Nicola. Nicola and Octavie were not a multiple-choice question of either or, but two paths that could both be attempted and pursued. Therefore, Weiss sent telegrams to both of them, indicating that he had important matters to discuss with them in person and would rush to meet them as soon as possible. After receiving their replies and confirming the meeting locations, Weiss immediately boarded the next train to Liberty City. In this era, although the efficiency of trains could not compare to airships, they were more punctual and convenient than ordinary means of transportation. It took more than a day to travel from Mason to Liberty City, and with the situation not yet rapidly deteriorating, Weiss patiently thought about countermeasures along the way. After arriving in Liberty City, he first went to Octavie's station to visit this former instructor and comrade in arms. Octavie was not surprised by the news Weiss brought. She told Weiss that in the military, especially in the Special Operations Unit, people generally felt that such bizarre events were traps concocted by the Normans. As for why they went to such great lengths to pull this off, one could figure it out with their toes. They must be trying every possible way to steal or win over the Federation's high-end scientific talent and technology, thereby gaining more benefits in military terms. In the previous phase, when the federal government was indecisive, the military was clearly opposed to sending top experts and scholars to the north, but later, influenced by public opinion and fearing that other countries would obtain precious technology from the spaceship wreckage, causing the Federation to fall behind in science, technology, and industrial technology, the federal government still dispatched high-end experts and scholars. Although the military felt this approach was too foolish, they were troubled by the lack of direct evidence to stop it all from happening, so they had to maintain a cautious wait-and-see attitude and constantly try to obtain new intelligence from the covert front. The news Weiss brought aligned with their viewpoint, but Octavie also indicated that such clues were essentially lacking sufficient persuasiveness to allow the military high command to make unconventional decisions. Octavie stated that it was unlikely the military high command would mobilize the Special Operations Unit to head north because of such clues. At most, they would urge the intelligence departments to increase manpower to obtain as much intelligence as possible. However, they could plan rescue operation schemes for their own personnel in advance. Once the situation reached the point of necessity, they could immediately launch emergency plans, just as they had done before the end of the war when they went deep into the heart of the Norman Empire to rescue important personnel. That was undoubtedly the largest-scale rescue operation conducted by the Federal Special Operations Unit in nearly half a century, and also the most successful one. Its significance was far greater than the action itself. It allowed people to see the Special Operations Unit's ability to turn the impossible into possible, increasing people's confidence in overcoming all difficulties. It's a pity you are already a governor of a state. If we are to embark on a new journey next, it is a great regret to be missing such a capable partner like you. Octavie said to Weiss with no small amount of regret. After visiting Octavie, Weiss returned to Liberty City overnight, boarded a train heading south, and met Nicola the next morning. After President Leopold honorably stepped down, Nicola returned to the Starry Sky Group to continue serving as technical director, utilizing her talents in the field of aviation. However, she no longer frequently flew aircraft, let alone risked acting as a test pilot, instead enjoying this life in a more peaceful way. Perhaps inspired by the agricultural and forestry machinery competition, the Starry Sky Group recently held a lively competition, although it was only held within the aviation field and the military. According to Nicola, the event still achieved very good results. They already had new ideas to develop more targeted and practical combat aircraft. Upon learning from Weiss about the clues that things were fishy in the north, Nicola was, as always, filled with righteous indignation. She stated that she had discussed this matter with her old father not long ago. The retired old Leopold was spending his twilight years on his hometown farm, and he was quite looking forward to humanity being able to achieve an unprecedented leap in the history of science and technology through this great discovery, helping humanity realize the dream of exploring the starry sky sooner. The beautiful visions of the elderly. Weiss sighed silently. Whether in the past or present, the elderly were always the group most easily targeted by scammers. Although they had rich life experience and had been through great storms, in the end, when they discovered their bodies were aging and their lives were entering a countdown, they would unconsciously develop many unrealistic fantasies. Perhaps this was a form of survival instinct. If technology changed with each passing day, or even progressed by leaps and bounds, then their lives might also be significantly extended, and the hardships they endured in their youth and young adulthood would not need to be experienced by the younger generation again. Regardless, using the line of President Leopold to remind the high-level officials to strengthen vigilance might be more difficult than anticipated. Since there was no more help needed from Octavie's side, Weiss discussed with Nicola whether she could arrange for him to meet the old man to see if he could change his overly optimistic mindset regarding the northern incident. Perhaps he was just fainting all along, actually harboring vigilance toward the north, and only intentionally expressed his anticipation for a technological leap to lull the enemy. Chapter 65, The Old Man's Story. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The Leopold family's ancestral home is in the federal state of Felix, east of Liberty City. It's a medium-sized state, neither poor nor rich, adjacent to the Sea of Fury, though its coastline is quite short. Most of the land consists of fertile soil suitable for farming, along with vast pastures for grazing, making it quite a livable place. The Leopold family farm isn't 1,000 miles of fertile fields, but is instead located in a river valley on the outskirts of the small town of Tangdun. The fields here are sufficient to feed a large family with a small surplus. There are high mountains and forests on both sides of the valley. Living here, one can gallop on horseback, go hiking in the mountains, or fish by the river. It's quite pleasant. In federal families, children usually move out once they grow up, but this isn't absolute. In a farm-like lifestyle, many people live in one place from childhood to old age. This way of life isn't considered eccentric. At the Leopold farm, Weiss met one of Nicola's older sisters. Her family didn't live there permanently but would return from time to time to stay with the old man for a while. Since they were biological sisters, there was naturally a resemblance in their looks. Back in Mason, Weiss had seen Nicola in women's clothing, and her sister undoubtedly possessed the charm of a mature woman. If Nicola returned to her original appearance and married and had children in a few years, she would probably look much like this sister. In comparison, he still felt her current short-haired, simple-dressed look was more spirited. When Weiss and Nicola arrived at the farm, the old man was fishing by the river. After exchanging pleasantries with the sister, the two mounted horses and soon reached the old man's fishing spot. Seeing Nicola, the elderly man, who had only recently stepped down from the presidency, appeared very happy. He greeted them loudly, "No wonder I've caught so many fish today, it seems this hook knew a rare guest was coming." Although he had stepped down from the position of federal president, Leopold still had 2 bodyguards by his side, clearly assigned to him by the National Security Department. It was evident that as the leader who guided the Federation through a difficult war, his status in the hearts of the federal citizens was very high. If anything were to happen to him, the impact on public morale would be immeasurable, so providing him with bodyguards was the right move. Nicola led Weiss to the old man's side and, without much small talk, went straight to the point, "We've come today because of that matter in the north." Long said his father-in-law, a geological and geographical expert, went north with the team. He hinted in a letter to his daughter that things weren't looking good, but he couldn't reveal the specifics in the letter. Seeing Nicola speak to the old man this way, Weiss was quite surprised. Even with his current status, he was still very polite when speaking with the lord and lady of the Klemper-Heisen family. In a sense, that kind of politeness was also a form of distance, whereas Nicola's way of speaking to her father was a manifestation of their close relationship. The old man gave a hum of acknowledgement and turned his gaze toward Weiss. Weiss hurriedly explained, "He's not quite my father-in-law yet. She and I are still trying to get along, at least so far, no engagement has been set. However, I believe Professor Old Yang's character is very reliable, he wouldn't make something out of nothing. He is a geological and geographical expert." The old man asked unhurriedly. "Yes, the Dean and Chief Professor of the School of Geology and Geography at the Ulster Institute of Technology," Weiss replied. "Oh, I remember now." The old man nodded. "I dealt with him many years ago. I heard he has made significant achievements in his professional field." He has a daughter who could inherit his mantle, she also became a professor and later married an officer, who then fell in battle. I even wrote her a letter of condolence at the time." Hearing the old man say this, Weiss couldn't help but admire his memory. One must realize that as the federal president, he dealt with countless matters daily, this was a very minor thing for him. "The matter in the north. Is there a problem?" the old man asked immediately after. Reminder, the website will be updated soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's like this, Professor Old Yang and Professor Young Yang have a habit in their correspondence. If certain specific words appear, it means the situation isn't right, and this time, that happened in his letter. We analyzed it and think the discovery in the north is likely some conspiracy cooked up by the Normans and the Wessex people, with the goal of tricking all our top experts and scholars into going there. The old man didn't beat around the bush and said incisively, "So, you think it's a false phenomenon concocted by the Normans, that it doesn't actually exist, and it's a trap of theirs?" "Yes, we're worried it's a pit they've dug, enticing us to jump in," Weiss answered truthfully. The old man didn't look excited at all. He let out a long sigh and said in a voice full of life's vicissitudes, "Before I served as the federal president, there were many things I also thought were impossible. Because the president has the highest right to know about all matters, I've come into contact with many classified things over the years. About 10 years ago, we discovered something very strange deep in an iron mine in the northeastern part of the Federation. At a depth of about 7,000 to 8,000 feet, the ore there had abnormally fused together, and within that ore, we found a strange object." After saying this, the old man picked up his walking stick and drew a certain shape in the sand by the river. He sketched it stroke by stroke, taking several minutes to draw the image from his memory. Drawing in the sand was certainly not as intuitive as a sketch or an oil painting. Weiss stared at the shape for a long time, suddenly realizing it looked like a precision electrical component, or perhaps an enlarged integrated circuit technological products that had not yet appeared in this era. He was astonished at what kind of object the old man had seen back then. If that too was a Norman forgery, they would have been far too imaginative. Seeing that Weiss was no longer staring at the diagram on the ground, the old man scuffed it a few times with the sole of his shoe, erasing the image. "Back then, our top researchers studied these items for a long time. They told me that if the secrets within could be cracked, the Federation's technology could leap forward at least 100 years from its current foundation. If we could master these technologies, we might never have to worry about the threat of war again, because the enemy would be beneath notice. We were so expectant then. Unfortunately, the condition of that object was terrible, it likely suffered severe damage during the process of landing on our planet, so it was very poorly preserved. From its form, I also believe it was part of a spacecraft. As for how massive the ship that carried it was, we have no way of speculating. But I think perhaps all the star source stones on this planet split off from that spacecraft. One can imagine it might have been as massive as millions or tens of millions of TAS, and the elements it carried that could provide buoyancy might have weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. All we have worked to collect and refine over so many years doesn't even add up to a tenth of that. So, when I heard about the discovery of spacecraft ruins in the north, I wasn't surprised. I believe it's very likely another part of that giant ship, and it landed in the icy seas of the north. The degree of preservation might be more complete than the site we originally found, and there's more hope of extracting valuable technology from those remains. Even if the Wessex people hadn't invited us, we would have done everything in our power to explore this technology. This is to protect the interests of the Federation and the freedom we have always fought to defend. Before hearing the old man say this, Weiss was single-mindedly focused on warning people to beware of the Norman trap. But after hearing this story, his thinking suddenly expanded. Perhaps the discovery in the north wasn't entirely fabricated, and Professor Old Yang's warning might truly be about another aspect. If the Normans had already discovered the secrets inside and taken them away, that would also be something the Federation needed to be alert to. Or, for example, if there was a terrible danger hidden in the deep northern seas, that would also be worth a warning. Something is wrong could have many explanations, they weren't absolute. What exactly did Professor Old Yang discover? Weiss fell into long thought. There's a very interesting play lately, I don't know if you've heard of it, that seems likely to be performed at the Liberty Grand Theatre next month. Its main plot is about the glory, decline, and resurgence of a race. To put it simply, they believe our civilization is a continuation of a group that migrated from the vast starry sky long ago. Back then, 2 space fleets fought, and the weaker side fled to Orin's planet. During their escape, their ships crashed and life perished, but their bodies and souls gave life and vitality to this originally barren and lifeless planet. After millions of years of evolution, high-level life emerged again. This is our origin. Weiss reflected in his contemplation, and the old man didn't seem to stop thinking either. After a while, he spoke first. The reminder you brought today has given me a hypothesis. A viewpoint currently being hotly debated in public opinion is collective defense. I don't know where this viewpoint originally came from. If, under some invisible thrust, all countries eventually reach an agreement to form some kind of collective defense, it means our armies and national defense forces will engage in some form of cooperation. Since there's cooperation, there will be exchange. The closer the exchange, the deeper the understanding of each other. In this situation, some people with ulterior motives might use this opportunity to manufacture certain incidents. I feel the Normans no longer need to go to such great lengths to scout our military intelligence. If I were their commander and I painstakingly designed this incident, what goal would I want to achieve? Could it be to organize a large-scale exercise after establishing the collective defense mechanism, and then wipe out the competitors' main forces while they are all present, before launching a war? At that time, the resistance to their aggression would be much smaller. As for the moral guilt this might bring them, in the reality where the winner takes all, who would care? Especially those highly centralized monarchies, the concept of imperial supremacy is deeply rooted in everyone's heart. If they manipulate public opinion, accusing us of intending to subvert them, or presenting some fabricated evidence to prove we are a threat to them and the security of this planet, it's not impossible. This is a very bold guess, but if the Normans really did such a thing, we shouldn't be too surprised, because they have never lacked genius-level conspirators. The conspiracies they've manufactured in history are eye-opening. If this is a real conspiracy, we can only marvel at their imagination. At that moment, the fishing line in the river moved. The old man was quick of eye and hand, grabbing the rod and pulling a large fish out of the water in a few swift motions. It was a large silver fish shimmering in the sunlight. It jumped out of the water and immediately dove back in, swimming desperately into the river. Snap! The fishing line broke. The snapped section dangled from the tip of the rod into the water, drifting weakly with the waves. A large fish had escaped, but there was still a table full of river delicacies at dinner. The old man had caught this entire table's worth by himself. It seemed his skills were quite formidable. During the meal, they didn't talk about the topic from the north again. Some truths were just there, no matter how much speculation there was, it all revolved around the truth, and to find out the facts, one would have to use certain means to explore. At the dinner table, besides the old man, no one seemed to pay much attention to Nicola, as if she were always a part of this, present every day, rather than a rare guest who only returned once in a long while. Her sister focused more on the 2 children, while her brother-in-law spoke to the old man and Weiss in a seasoned tone. During this meal, Nicola was quite free and easy, without the restraint she loathed. After dinner, the old man asked Nicola to accompany him for a walk, and Nicola did not refuse. Weiss stayed behind, watching the 2 children playing around the house. This family didn't seem like the strictly disciplined upper-class families. Instead, they gave the children as much space as possible to develop their nature. If not for this, how could they allow Nicola to exist in this family in such a rebellious manner, and even tacitly permit her to enter Baston Military Academy under a boy's name and identity and then serve in the army? Although there might have been some internal family conflicts and standoffs during this time, and everyone eventually gave in to Nicola, it was fundamentally a form of great tolerance. Chapter 66, Fishing and Talking About Life. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Nicola and the old man went out for a walk for over an hour. It was clear that after the old man stepped down, the relationship between father and daughter had eased significantly. That evening, the old man didn't seek out Weiss for a chat, and Weiss voyaged endlessly in the ocean of science fiction, not falling asleep until the latter half of the night. Youth is one's capital. Despite not sleeping well the night before, Weiss still got up early to jog and exercise in the manor. As he ran, he came to the riverbank and saw the old man fishing there again from a distance, with the 2 bodyguards still standing beside him like statues. Weiss walked over and greeted the old man, who turned to look at him. He made a shushing gesture, signaling him not to disturb the fish. Weiss had no choice but to find a folding chair nearby and sit down. After waiting for nearly half an hour until a fish took the bait, the old man finally spoke while reeling it in. Maintaining exercise is a very good habit, young man. Keep it up, it will bring you unexpected rewards. Weiss replied, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Leopold. You are a senior I respect very much, and a banner for us in overcoming difficulties. I sincerely hope to receive guidance from you. The old man unhurriedly attached the bait, and after casting the hook, he fell silent again. This was completely different from yesterday's script. Is the difference in treatment so large whether Nicola is present or not? This time, after waiting less than 15 minutes, the old man caught another fish. While reeling it in, he finally spared the energy to speak to Weiss. Young man, some things require you to have more patience to observe and wait. This is not a form of slackness, but a skill, because things often follow certain laws, just like fishing. When you see the bobber move, you can't reel in immediately, you must wait for the fish to bite the hook firmly. Sometimes, what you see is only a surface phenomenon that hasn't developed to the point where you can deliver the final blow. If you're too anxious to dig it out at that moment, it's very likely to backfire. This logic seemed to be about fishing, but in reality, it was teaching him how to conduct himself in life. Over the past few years, although Weiss's experience and knowledge had grown continuously, he indeed still lacked a bit of composure. The old man continued while baiting the hook, the affairs in the north are full of mysteries. Perhaps it is an enemy trap as you fear, perhaps it is an opportunity for adventure, perhaps it will push the technology and history of all mankind forward by a giant leap, or perhaps everything is jumbled together. It is very difficult to resolve these matters properly. After speaking, the old man cast the hook into the river and entered silent mode again. Weiss didn't spend the time waiting idly this time but pondered the situation. Before he knew it, the old man caught another fish. Just when he thought this would be a new period for dialogue, the old man simply reeled in the fish silently, set his rod aside, and said to him, "Let's go. It's time to head back for breakfast. She should be up by now." The she the old man mentioned must be Nicola. When Nicola, her sister, and her sister's children were all staying at the farm, the only one the old man seemed to truly care about was Nicola. This also showed the depth of the bond between this father and daughter. Thus, Weiss walked back toward the farm with him, with the two bodyguards walking nearby, neither too close nor too far. "Do you know what mankind's greatest gain in the industrial age is?" the old man asked. Weiss did not presume to guess but shook his head, indicating he was all ears. "It is civilization," the old man answered his own question. Since entering the industrial age, mankind has entered a period of rapid ascent in the competition of civilization. In the 100+ years from the early industrial age to now, the accumulation of human civilization is probably more than that of the past 1 or 2,000 years combined. The greatest change brought by the progress of civilization is people's self-awareness. For thousands of years in the past, people's thinking was more about status and obedience. People stayed in their places, followed the arrangements of fate, and honestly played their roles. Now, especially in our federation, people's awareness of pursuing freedom and rights has awakened. This awakening makes this nation harder to occupy and rule by an enemy than at any other time in the past, unless the enemy uses a more persuasive cultural method to change our inherent ideology, which is impossible at present. Therefore, fundamentally, we have no need to fear a Norman invasion, they are destined to fail. Even if we lose battles on the front lines, even if our regime is subverted by them, the spirit of freedom rooted in the hearts of the Ulst people is enough for us to overthrow their rule. This is not just a way to boost morale, but a philosophy that conforms to the laws of social development. If the Normans understood and accepted this, the 2 past wars with countless casualties would not have happened, Weiss said with no small amount of regret. The old man was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Weiss. In the high levels of the Norman Empire, people can roughly be divided into 3 types. The first type is blindly confident and refuses to accept new thinking. They are unwilling to accept or acknowledge this progress of civilization no matter what. They indulge in the glory of the era of imperial power as if they were a pile of outdated antiques. The second type is enlightened and realistic. They know it is difficult to rule a giant like Ulst through effort alone, and they know their form of civilization has flaws that make it hard to keep up with the times. However, they are unwilling to initiate reforms because it touches the interests of too many people, creating a contradiction they cannot reconcile. The inertia of the system and economic demands force them to use the first type of people, utilizing their power and desires to launch one war after another, attempting to use military victory to offset their civilizational backwardness. The third type are the fighters within the enemy camp. They know very well that the system of imperial power is outdated. They look forward to change and are secretly pushing this undercurrent, but compared to the first and second types, their strength is still weak, so they can only grow through secret means. This third type is the only one that has common ground with us and is willing to cooperate. We call these people the sparks in the dark. From the trajectory of historical development, imperial power may not be completely eliminated, but the era of imperial power ruling nations will certainly end. In the end, they will at most exist as a spiritual symbol of the nation, while the power of the state should be handed over to a more civilized and democratic government. Wasn't what the old man said exactly the law of the demise of the feudal era, the democratic process, and the existence of special forms like constitutional monarchies? Weiss was quite surprised that he could see it so clearly and accurately, and he felt even more respect in his heart for this elder who had weathered many storms. Although associating with beasts requires extra vigilance against the animality hidden in their bones, in a situation where the enemy is too powerful, cooperation with this group of people is very necessary. Over a long period of time, we have indeed received much valuable help from them. Of course, we have paid a corresponding price for it. In the northern incident, this group of people is also active. They seem to hope to use this huge discovery to advance the reform process of the Norman Empire. I think they might hope to find the trajectory of human civilization on this spacecraft from the stars, thereby proving that imperial power will eventually be replaced by democracy, which might be more powerful than weapons themselves. Before I stepped down, a message came from their side. The Wessex government initially intended to suppress this matter, but it was discovered by Norman Empire intelligence personnel, and some accidents occurred during the transmission of the intelligence, leading to the leak. To avoid bearing the unilateral pressure of the Norman Empire, Wessex decided to go public with the news. That was the initial form of the incident. The old man spoke as he walked, which was completely different from the stingy way he squeezed out a little at a time while fishing. It is the remains of what is suspected to be a spacecraft. Because its location is deep in the sea of ice, beneath the seabed, there are very great technical difficulties. Coupled with the extremely harsh climatic conditions of the sea of ice, where only a brief 2 or 3 months a year are suitable for exploration and extraction, the progress is very slow, which is logical. What exactly happened to your Professor Old Yang over there? What considerations was he based on when he wanted to warn us? I think it's not that he lost his freedom, but that he doesn't trust certain people around him, so he is unwilling to transmit this important intelligence back through official channels. If we want to know the truth, we must transmit it through an absolutely reliable route. As it stands now, there aren't many people who can gain his trust. His daughter is one, you might be one, and then, others might be suitable or might not be, it's hard to say, you can ponder it carefully. He would never want his daughter to put herself in danger no matter what, so if anyone is to go, it can only be me, Weiss said with great righteousness, followed immediately by his own confusion, but what reason should I use to go to the north? It would be fine if I were an ordinary person, but my current identity is somewhat sensitive, why would a local administrative official get involved in such a thing? It's too illogical. The old man didn't respond. Although he had stepped down from the position of president, he was ultimately a decision-maker who grasped the general direction. Asking him to solve these operational problems seemed inappropriate whether in the past or now it matched neither his status nor his usual way of thinking. The two walked in silence for a distance. As they neared the farm, the old man spoke, use your imagination boldly, you should be able to find a suitable opportunity. If it really doesn't work, perhaps you can use a letter and hide the puzzle you want within it. With your wisdom, doing this won't be too difficult, it will just require a bit more brain power. Back at the farm, Nicola was already up, wearing loose loungewear and busy in the kitchen with her sister. This was the first time Weiss had seen her cook. Of course, excluding picnics during military marches. Seeing the old man and Weiss enter together, Nicola didn't find it strange at all. Taking the opportunity while serving plates, she said beside Weiss, it looks like most of your doubts have been resolved. Now you can have a good sleep on the way back, right? You knew I didn't sleep well last night? Weiss lowered his voice, his face showing surprise, trying to convey his suspicion through his expression. You didn't leave a hole in the wall and stay up half the night peeping at my actions, did you? Ha, as you would say, I could figure that out with my toes, Nicola said with a smile, revealing the answer. This headache-inducing tacit understanding. Weiss shook his head with a bitter smile. Chapter 67, Can't you two find somewhere else to cause trouble? The fastest update to the latest chapters of the Iron Soul of Steel. After traveling thousands of miles back to Lorraine, Weiss hadn't even spent half a day settling into his office before a report sent him jumping up in shock. Guinevere appeared at the Bellicazer spaceport? What's the situation? Is she addicted to eloping? Helpless, he had to take his men and rush to the international spaceport located in the Monamolan Mountains. There, he indeed found the Federation's most dazzling female star, along with Prince Barris, who was hailed as one of the Norman Empire's unrivaled pair. This pair of star-crossed lovers were actually appearing together in public so brazenly, showing utter disregard for everyone else. This time, facing his aggressive old friend, Guinevere was neither surprised nor shy. Instead, she calmly told him, as the consignor of foreign trade goods, one can request to oversee the delivery of goods to a trade spaceport, the procedures are legal and compliant. Don't worry, I haven't processed any departure formalities, and I don't plan to just slip away like this. Well, one could figure it out with their toes. This was another legal route cooked up by the Normans. Weiss looked at Barris. He knew there was no point in asking this man, who held the military power of the Norman Empire, why he was here. Does such a person even need a reason? Could I trouble you for a moment of your time? After Weiss said this, his gaze turned toward Barris, signaling for a private chat. Barris leaned down, holding Guinevere's hand with deep affection, and sincerely kissed the back of her hand. He said tenderly, My angel, with such beautiful sunshine, why not sit down and have a cup of tea? I'll take a short walk with this governor and be back soon. He really is a romantic sort. Weiss immediately felt a wave of goosebumps. In the Norman-managed area, sun umbrellas were set up on the green lawn, with tea tables and lounge chairs arranged as if they had turned this place into a royal back garden. Weiss and Barris walked side by side on the gravel path in the public area, showing a faint, unspoken understanding as if they were partners who had known each other for years. Why can't we live in peace? Avoiding others, Weiss went straight to the point. Aren't we living in peace right now? Barris asked back airily. Weiss didn't roll his eyes at him but spoke plainly, living in peace does not include digging pits for us in the north. Barris glanced at him, showing neither surprise nor anger, remaining as calm as if he weren't himself. Before there is a conclusion, what right do you have to accuse me? In the legal world, there was once a very famous debate called the criminal's personality. The premise was simple, a criminal just released from prison stands before a bakery, starving and with no money in his pocket. Before he can possibly rob the bakery, should the police perform a preemptive eviction? Legal scholars debated for a long time, but in the eyes of most philosophers, this isn't a question at all. Although Weiss felt this guy was trying to divert his attention, he still pondered the content of what he said, then changed his way of questioning. Why do you persistently want to defeat all countries? Haven't you realized that times have changed? People have their own national and ethnic consciousness, and they yearn for freedom from the bottom of their hearts. Expansion is no longer the ideal way to achieve ambition. To fulfill the long-cherished wish of conquest, wouldn't it be better to be the maintainer and enforcer of international order? This reasoning was half summarized by Weiss through his own understanding of history and half inspired by old man Leopold. He hadn't had the chance to meet Hohenstaufen IV, whom he had cursed many times, nor had he been able to chat with Crown Prince Albert. If he could make this heavyweight figure in front of him see the light, it might play a significant role. Barris put his hands behind his back, tilted his head up, and said in a worldly tone, I know. However, the long-cherished wish of conquest has made this country addicted to military expansion. They cannot even accept the practice of reducing or relaxing armaments. On one hand, actively strengthening armaments, and on the other, planning bold strategic actions, all to win back that lost victory. Weiss said this not expecting Barris to recount the Normans' plan in its entirety, but rather trying to use his reaction and attitude to verify his own speculations about the events in the north. Barris did not respond directly but said calmly, as a local administrative official, your attitude of being highly concerned about international events is commendable, but it is also meaningless. If you are asking me this question in your capacity as a local official, then I'm sorry, I cannot give you any answer. If you are asking an old rival as a retired soldier who could be called up at any time, I wouldn't mind giving you a piece of advice. There's no need to spend too much thought and energy on war preparations. Even if there are wars in the future, the order of life will not be disrupted for long. Military conquest is no longer the main theme of the future. We must look at this era with a developing perspective. If you turn Lorraine into a military fortress, its final result might be a pile of ruins, but if you build it into a place where everyone lives in abundance, the residents here will thank you for generations. If these words had come from the mouth of a highly respected elder, Weiss would feel they had some reference value. But since the one saying this happened to be his number one imaginary enemy, Weiss had to scrutinize his intentions with a wary mind. Seeing Weiss's brow furrowed, Barris revealed an unfathomable smile. After the two had walked a circle and were about to return to the starting point, he lowered his voice and said, I hope you can let us stay here peacefully for a few days. This has nothing to do with politics or military affairs, but is a sincere and passionate feeling. As for the matters in the north, I can responsibly tell you that, so far, I have not participated. As for what it will bring to this world, let us wait and see. Even if these words were truly responsible, they were still vague and ambiguous, not enough to rule out the possibility that the Normans were painstakingly directing a grand play. At this point, Weiss had made up his mind not only to strengthen the security forces at the spaceport but also to keep a close eye on Guinevere, never allowing Barris to take this opportunity to take her away from the Federation. Returning to the starting point, Barris briefly bid farewell to Weiss and immediately returned to Guinevere's side. Weiss did not leave but stood there quietly watching this pair of lovers show their affection. Barris said he was not currently involved in the northern events. If that were true, did it mean the Norman Empire's General Staff Headquarters hadn't stepped in for the time being? If it were a strategic layout, how could it be missing the core military department? Weiss felt there were only three reasonable explanations. First, Barris was playing word games. He personally wasn't involved, but that didn't mean his subordinates weren't, or perhaps the action plan was formulated by his predecessor and was now just being followed. Second, another big shot was leading this matter, such as the new Crown Prince Albert. Though he was sickly, he was a character of extraordinary intelligence, and it was possible he personally planned such a brain-burning scheme. Third, the Normans were taking advantage of the situation to lay a trap. The discovery in the north was real and had evolved into a war where the smoke of gunpowder was temporarily invisible. If the truth was this third one, there was no doubt that the complexity of the situation had already exceeded imagination. In any of these three possibilities, given Prince Barris's role, he shouldn't be here in this remote place talking about love. Was such neglect of duty due to being a man of true passion, or was it a deliberate attempt to distract people? Weiss arrived at Belakacor in the afternoon, and by evening, Octavie had also arrived. Unlike her previous domineering entrance, she only brought a small squad this time, arriving quietly on a cargo transport ship. When the two met, they couldn't help but smile helplessly. Afterward, Weiss told her in detail about the contact between the two sides and his various speculations. Octavie decided not to seek out Guinevere for the time being but instead to observe from the shadows. With the Special Operations Unit here to hold the fort, Weiss's psychological pressure regarding security and guard duties suddenly eased a lot. Taking this opportunity, he and Octavie huddled together to carefully analyze the ins and outs, the truths and falsehoods of the northern events. In the previous few days, Octavie had already begun using various means to remind the military high command to be wary of the Normans and had also learned more intelligence regarding the northern events, but the various messages intertwined, making the event itself still shrouded in mystery. However, as the event continued to ferment, the Norman army had been maintaining restraint and had not exerted any real military threat against Wessex. This calmness actually seemed abnormal a few years ago, when the military and political power of the Norman Empire was still in the hands of the older generation of nobles and generals. The high command would often clamor to start a war to force other countries to make concessions in international affairs. Now, the Norman Empire's diplomats were still aggressive, but the army had not stepped forward in time to back them up. This naturally made Weiss think of Barris's attitude. It seemed a rift had appeared between their military and political circles, which should be related to Albert and Barris respectively holding political and military power. For his visit to Belakacor, Barris still did not directly deploy military vessels but arrived on a transport ship instead. Weiss had someone check the spaceport's management records. This transport ship regularly traveled this route, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with it, except for a maintenance report the Norman side had just submitted. This transport ship had developed a power failure and was expected to undergo repairs here for 3 to 4 days. This meant Barris's stay here would be 3 to 4 days, but he might also leave early. As for Guinevere, management records from the spaceport showed she had commissioned an international trading company to export a batch of textile raw materials to a Norman Empire enterprise, using this as a pretext to apply to accompany the goods for handover. Before the Normans completed the inspection, she could indeed legally stay in Bellicacer, using this seemingly harmless rule loophole to have a small gathering with her lover. Of course, her willful behavior for a few days, tossing around Lorraine's National Defense Security Forces and even the military's Special Operations Unit, was, strictly speaking, a shameful waste of public resources. Chapter 68, You Are All Good Actors. The fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel's latest chapter. The first night passed without incident. The next day, like a weasel bringing gifts to a chicken, Weiss arrived early at the lawn where Barris and Guinevere were active. As a soldier, Barris didn't seem to have the habit of waking up early, as he wasn't seen exercising in the morning. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the Norman army's administrative area was equipped with complete indoor exercise equipment, and he only needed to use these to complete his morning workout. It was almost breakfast time. The faint aroma of food wafted through the air, and Weiss was still active on the lawn. Before long, a Norman official politely came over and said, "His Highness invites you to join him for breakfast, if you don't mind." Weiss had come this early specifically to confirm Guinevere's current situation. He had discussed with Octavie not to alert the enemy for now, but rather to use this indirect method to rule out the possibility of the other party making secret moves. Thus, he followed the official into the Normans' administrative area once again. In this international airport, the administrative area left for the Normans was actually not large, with staff mainly concentrated in 2 buildings, one in front and one behind. The front building was the work area, and the back one was the living area. Surrounded by lawns and some trees, the basic living conditions were met, but if one sought higher level enjoyment, there was nothing that could be done here. In the Normans' dining hall, Normans wearing administrator uniforms sat upright in their respective seats like soldiers. The atmosphere here made Weiss feel as if he had stumbled into a Norman army camp. During the war, he had been a prisoner of the Normans for a period, doing various odd jobs, and had frequently visited the Normans' dining halls. Even in the field, the Normans tried their best to make their main meals feel very ceremonial. From this, it appeared that a significant portion of the administrators here, perhaps even all of them, were retired or active duty soldiers. If a fight starts here, I won't have any advantage. Weiss muttered to himself while continuing forward. They arrived at a separate cubicle at the very end of the dining hall, the decor of which was clearly a grade higher than the outer dining area. By a long rectangular dining table, Barris and Guinevere sat opposite each other, with a seat left on the side, apparently prepared for Weiss. Seeing Weiss enter, Guinevere gave him a polite smile, while Barris just looked at him expressionlessly and said, "It seems our tryst on Lorraine's territory has caused you a lot of trouble. I'm truly embarrassed that you had to come personally to greet us so early in the morning. Since that's the case, during my stay, why don't you join us for breakfast at this time every morning?" Weiss didn't stand on ceremony with them and gave a polite smile. "It would be my honor." In the Ulster Free Federation, relationships between men and women were relatively open and free. As long as they didn't violate morality or the law, they generally wouldn't be criticized or restricted. Just like the two before him, both unmarried, as long as they were willing, there was nothing wrong with spending the night together. Even in some more open-minded regions, it wasn't rare to have offspring without being married. After taking his seat, Weiss said, "If I may ask, roughly how many days will you be staying here? When you leave, I wonder if I might escort Miss Grumman back." Barris lowered his head and thought for a moment, "If I can stay here for half a month, would you stay here with us for half a month?" Weiss was somewhat surprised. He looked at Barris, then at Guinevere. From Guinevere's expression, he could be certain that this was basically a joke. Given Barris's status, position, and responsibilities, plus the current special state of the Roman Empire's power structure, it was nearly impossible for him to stay in a place so far from the core of power for half a month. Even if he intended to, the situation would not allow him to be so willful. "I have an office here," Weiss said half-jokingly. "As long as I'm in Lorraine, it doesn't hinder my normal work anywhere. Besides, I have a rather special memory of this Bellicacer. I don't think you two know about this yet." Weiss paused and, in an artistically rendered manner, recounted the incredibly intense battle of Bellicacer to the two of them. Guinevere listened with a look of fascination, while Barris remained calm throughout, though his eyes flickered several times as if deep in thought. This was the first time Weiss had encountered ZE after coming to this time and space, but it was only a fleeting glimpse, and they hadn't been able to recognize each other. In front of Barris, Weiss intentionally avoided mentioning ZE's name, lest this fellow remember and go cause trouble for his widow and daughter. However, Barris was a high-ranking Norman commander who had been active on the northern and eastern fronts during the war. He was an incredibly clever man. After Weiss finished speaking, he asked, "In that battle, did you ever see your elder brother?" Weiss was initially surprised, but on second thought, ZE was a key figure in that battle, so it wasn't strange for Barris to remember. Moreover, that defeat was likely something he brooded over. After a moment's consideration, he replied, "Thank you for answering a doubt I've had for a long time. Because I've never been able to verify this matter with him. Warm reminder, the website will be revised soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshotting is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. True, you all always believed he had fallen in battle, so you felt there would never be another chance to verify anything with him, Varys said nonchalantly. It seemed like a casual remark, but it hit Weiss's heart like a heavy bomb. What did that mean? Ze wasn't dead? His body hadn't been seen on the battlefield, but the Normans had announced the news of his death in battle, and his widow had also received notice, which was why Weiss was asked to bring Little Kemp back to the Federation. How could it be false? Seeing Weiss's look of astonishment, Varys felt satisfied. He didn't continue but signaled the adjutant to serve breakfast to everyone. Varys and Guinevere's current state perfectly matched the behavior of a couple in love. A simple breakfast stuffed Weiss with several more handfuls of dog food. During this time, Weiss's mind was no longer on the couple before him, but rather pondering the words Varys had just said, speculating about Ze's current situation. After they finally finished breakfast, Weiss frowned and said, "For someone who has passed away, even if he was once your extremely loyal subordinate, I don't think you should joke about his matters. It's the greatest disrespect to the deceased." Varys glanced at him dismissively and said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Weiss's hand under the table clenched into a fist and then relaxed. Having dealt with Varys several times, he knew his opponent was very good at reading people's psychology and finding their weaknesses. It was like this on the battlefield, and it was still like this off the battlefield. Regarding Ze, the more he cared, the more he would be toyed with by his opponent. Therefore, whether Ze was still alive was actually no longer important. With this clue, Varys could fully exploit his brotherly affection for Ze again, such as using his widow and daughter as leverage to coerce Weiss into an exchange. By the time he figured this out, it was too late to hide or cover it up. His performance just now had been fully observed by Varys. At this moment, besides being annoyed at his own slow reaction, Weiss was helpless. However, this in turn reminded Weiss, if Varys was playing mind games with him like this, couldn't Guinevere become a hostage here? Or even, if their protection measures weren't adequate and there was a smaller hostage in her belly, wouldn't that also be a very heavy weight? Thinking of this, Weiss felt more and more that he had to keep a close eye on Guinevere next. However, his train of thought shifted with Varys's ability. If he really wanted to take Guinevere away, he could easily do it without his opponent knowing. Why bother showing off their affection so openly here? Sorting out these lines of thought and grouping them together, Weiss always felt that this confident member of the Norman royalty in his sight was planning and brewing some terrifying conspiracy. Such an opponent was even more frightening than those incredibly brave generals on the battlefield. He was clearly standing right here, yet you didn't know what schemes he was playing. That was what truly made one's skin crawl. Watching Varys's various attentions toward Guinevere and that rare, spring-like warm smile, Weiss wished he could crack open his head to see what kind of secrets were hidden inside. If only his talent wasn't human radar but mind reading, how great would that be? After breakfast, Weiss didn't stay any longer but returned to the Federation's administrative area to vent to Octavie, who was eating breakfast. After hearing him out, Octavie shook her head helplessly and said, "It seems this person has studied you very thoroughly and knows where your weakness is. But you don't need to worry too much. With his interests, it's unlikely he would play such low-level tricks. As for your elder brother, from his tone, it's possible he really didn't fall in battle, but the actual situation is hard to judge. There are many such examples in the Federal Army. Some people pass out on the battlefield with their faces disfigured, and they remain unconscious even after being carried off, only finding out after waking up that their names have been added to the casualty list. If these people can retain their memories and explain the situation to their superiors, their identities can be quickly restored after verification. But if their memory is damaged, their mind is unclear, or they are unwilling to mention the past again and intentionally avoid it, then it's very hard to prove." Octavie didn't continue, but Weiss could also imagine, when soldiers wake up from a coma and learn that their families have already received a generous pension, is it necessary for them to take the initiative to find their superiors to verify their identity, have their families return the pension, and then return to the front line after their injuries heal? Some people are upright and honest, but some are more realistic. They can use this opportunity to evade military service and let their families benefit at the same time. Back then, in the battle where Ze fell, the scene was indeed very chaotic. The Federation Army's guerrilla vanguard launched a fierce attack on the Norman army camp built in the river valley at that time, and in the end, that camp was almost completely burned to the ground. In such a situation, getting burned and falling unconscious from smoke inhalation was very logical. After being rescued, he might have hidden his identity. As for why he was discovered later, that was another matter. My suggestion is that you don't need to verify anything with him anymore, nor do you need to explore the secrets behind this. Since he told you, he must have prepared to use this as a bargaining chip. When it's necessary to make a deal, he will naturally bring out this chip. Before then, if you try to seek the truth, the loss might outweigh the gain, Octavie analyzed for Weiss. Hearing these analyses, Weiss suddenly felt enlightened. In fact, his feelings for Ze were more of a pity and regret rather than a true blood relation. This was something Varys certainly couldn't have anticipated. So, if a situation where he was blackmailed by his opponent really occurred, he could fully use this unequal perception to make his opponent's plan fail. Of course, the failure of such a plan would likely cause Ze and his family to pay a price. To be righteously selfless, or even to place righteousness above family, wasn't something one could just say. One would inevitably have to endure great psychological pain. Weiss maintained his divergent thinking and further speculated, because of this matter, I suddenly have some ideas. The enemy can use my family ties as leverage. Can we also use Guinevere as leverage? From this perspective, is Varys's display of love in front of us also a trap? Intentionally letting us know these things, intentionally letting Guinevere stay in our hands, only coming to date for a few days every once in a while, don't you think this situation is very abnormal? Octavie didn't show a look of surprise but said with a grim face, your analysis makes a lot of sense. I felt something was not quite right about this from the start. These two are probably both acting. And both think they've already made the other believe it's real. Our arrival here is just to accompany them in their acting. In this play, whoever gets too deep into the role is destined to be the loser. Looking at it this way, most of Weiss's doubts had a reasonable answer. This might really be a brilliant play. In this play, the two protagonists performed impeccably, almost enough to win an Oscar. And how many deceived audience members were there in this play? All the staff at Bellicaser who had been disturbed twice undoubtedly were, and perhaps the attendants around Barris were also in the dark. In this play, if someone's performance wasn't reasonable enough, they were likely those who knew the inside story but had poor acting skills. They were where the clues lay, for example, Barris's honest adjutant, or Guinevere's father. Yes, in the residence in AO City, although he showed signs of depression, that kind of depression was disproportionate to his daughter's rebellion. Now that both he and Octavie had seen through this game, if they rashly exposed it next, it would certainly make the enemy alert and change their strategy. On the contrary, if they continued to cooperate with them and keep this play going while staying clear-headed at all times, it would be better than having no clue at all. This is a play, Weiss thought. What bottom line did Guinevere set for her role? Would an accident happen during the performance because she was unwilling to cross that line? Or was her bottom line that her soul would not betray her country, and any other price was acceptable? But if that were the case, the probability of falling in love through acting or the fake becoming real was not small. In the following time, Weiss continued to have all personnel stay alert, and every morning, he went to check in as usual. Looking at the duo's performance again, he increasingly felt that this was an interesting play. Chapter 69, The Truth Might Overturn Everything. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. By the fourth day, the Normans reported that their transport ship had been repaired and was about to depart with its cargo. Among this cargo happened to be the batch Guinevere had commissioned for trade, so this day was their farewell day. Prince Barris was to leave with the transport ship, and Guinevere had no reason to linger in Bellicaser any longer. After the reluctant parting scene concluded, Weiss and Octavie accompanied Guinevere back to AO City on a transport ship. The transport ship they took was a regular scheduled flight for that day, so it shouldn't have been under Norman surveillance, but Weiss still found an opportunity where no one else was around to speak with Guinevere. How was the harvest? Guinevere seemed still immersed in the sorrow of parting, her expression somewhat dim. She looked at Weiss. In what aspect do you mean? Weiss curled his lips and smiled. Of course, I mean the harvest in the deepest part of your heart, the true harvest. Everything I do follows my heart, Guinevere replied in a way that seemed quite zen-like. Each of us should follow our own heart, Weiss responded. While your actions are admirable and the deeds of the brave, I still want to remind you of one thing in this era full of undercurrents, standing in too prominent a position and doing things that are too radical is very dangerous. You must be careful everywhere. Guinevere was noncommittal, instead saying, I vaguely heard you and Barris talking about the matters in the north, and I had heard some things before, so we also touched upon this area when we chatted. I don't think we have anything to hide on this topic. He said that the discovery in the north might very well be the greatest discovery in our history, overturning all our previous philosophical thinking and all religious origins. This kind of upheaval needs to be properly controlled to prevent it from losing control like a bomb, exploding with a bang and causing widespread unrest, which would benefit no one. I think that's what he was considering. Weiss listened quietly to what Guinevere said, not rushing to judge its truth. Ever since hearing those stories from the old man, he had been exploring the Normans' role and intentions in this event on one hand, and analyzing the original face of the matter frontally and objectively on the other. At this moment, his thinking was divergent and inclusive, not rejecting any possibility nor arbitrarily denying any one of them. According to Guinevere, the Normans were worried that this major discovery would impact their imperial power, which coincided with the old man's thoughts. This seemed to fit the logic of the Norman military not being in a hurry or being unwilling to intervene in this matter. If the army didn't touch it, they could still blame others' discoveries on forgery. Since it was a forgery, it could be resisted and there would be room for maneuver. If military personnel, especially high-ranking generals, saw it with their own eyes, coupled with the testimony of other officers and soldiers, things would likely develop to an irreparable stage. Once the army lost control, the foundation of the Norman Empire, and even the existence of the royal family, would be shaken. All desires for conquest and ambition would collapse before this explosive discovery. Analyzing along this line of thought, what was Professor Old Yang's warning then? Could it be that their discovery might be disadvantageous to the Federation or that there was a possibility of public opinion being manipulated? If the visitors from space used billions of years of history to show that monarchy was the ultimate and most advanced form, then the Ulster people's ideas of democracy and freedom would also suffer an unimaginable blow. The Norman Empire could take this opportunity to launch a war, sweeping away non-monarchical countries like a whirlwind. In the end, all the regimes remaining on the planet would be monarchies. This speculation was not impossible, and thinking of such consequences, Weiss suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Perhaps for the scientific community, the discovery in the north was a huge treasure trove that could allow current civilization to take a big step forward. But for the political and religious circles, it might be a terrifying Pandora's box, and what was released from inside might be a demon that had been sealed for long ages. Putting himself in the position of the Norman Empire's high command, using the discovery in the north to set a trap to achieve the goal of weakening others while strengthening themselves just over 2 years after the war ended was a dangerous act of dancing on thin ice. A slight slip could end them. It was like a high explosive. If its power could be controlled and it was put into a shell to fire at the enemy, it could kill and wound them. But if one held it in their hand without being sure of its properties, who could proceed with such a risky venture with confidence? After escorting Guinevere back to Ao City, Weiss took the opportunity to have a chat with her old man. Through careful observation, he indeed found more clues. It seemed Guinevere was self-directing a script of nothing ventured, nothing gained, and her old father likely knew some of the inside story. Although he wasn't very willing subjectively, it was at least better than his daughter losing herself for love. After all, for the Grumman family, the lesson of Ruofo's defection and treason was still fresh in their minds. An individual's stance in such a major matter of right and wrong could completely destroy a large family with a century-old foundation, while a hero could save a family no matter what way that hero took. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. Screenshotting is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Returning to Lorraine, Weiss properly organized these thoughts and gave the young Professor Yang a reasoning lesson in a logically rigorous and well-structured manner. This special reasoning lesson allowed her to put her hanging heart at ease. However, they ultimately could not confirm whether Professor Old Yang was in any safety danger. They used the suggestion given by Mr. Leopold and tried to include some hidden codes in the letters, passing secret information through these family-style passwords that the enemy could not decipher. Although the process was difficult and slow, it could still achieve some results. From the information Professor Old Yang fed back intermittently, the Normans indeed played some special roles in this matter. They wanted to stop the excavation and research work to cover up some secrets. That is to say, they were not the source of this event, but their understanding of the event seemed to be deeper than others, or rather, more anxious. Therefore, they were sabotaging in the shadows. The previous toxic substances were likely created by them, with the aim of making the joint research team stop exploring the ruins of that spacecraft. Originally, the Wessex government had indeed ordered a blockade from a safety perspective, but under pressure from other countries, they had to accept additional personnel and facilities from other nations to continue this special scientific archaeological activity while ensuring safety as much as possible. This news, combined with previous discoveries, gave Weiss a new speculation. The Norman Empire had once discovered spacecraft ruins elsewhere and found information on them that was disadvantageous to the rule of imperial power, but that discovery was not made public and was instead blockaded by them. So they knew that this discovery in the north might bring similar dangers, hence the repeated clandestine sabotage. If this hypothesis were true, then the Normans' leading technology in artificial star source stones was likely related to that discovery, and Dr. Z, who was skilled in this technology, should more or less know something about this. Weiss had met this Dr. Z twice before. At that time, he hadn't thought in this direction at all, and Dr. Z wouldn't have rashly revealed these things. Back in the Monomolan Mountains, the Normans not only sent elite forces across the border to pursue him but also risked triggering a war early by using an armored cruiser to participate in the action. What they feared most was not Dr. Z taking away the still immature technology of artificial star source stones, but rather worrying that he would leak the news about the previous discovery of the spacecraft. In that case, once people followed this clue and dug deep into the event, it would pose a terrifying threat to the rule of the Norman Empire. Unfortunately, Weiss realized this too late. Nowadays, it was impossible for him to track Dr. Z's whereabouts again. He could only seem to pray that the experts heading north for the joint research could overcome numerous obstacles and bring hope of peace to this world. If the Norman Empire collapsed because of this, then long-lasting peace might actually descend. For several months, various countries, including the Federation, had been sending additional research teams to the north. With continuous investment, even with various technical difficulties, progress could be made step by step. Just as the exploration in the north was vaguely approaching a critical point, the Norman Empire government suddenly announced eye-catching news: the space shuttle they developed had successfully conducted its first space exploration flight. In that announcement that shocked the world, the Normans claimed that their space shuttle had left the planet's atmosphere to enter space and then returned to the atmosphere, finally landing on the ground. The Normans did not reveal what kind of thing their space shuttle actually was, what principles it used, how much time it took to reach space, how long it stayed in space, whether it carried personnel, whether the personnel were abnormal. Everything was like a mystery, instantly diverting people's attention from the north to the mysterious outer space. If not for the previous efforts to explore the secrets of the northern event, Weiss would have turned his attention to the Normans' scientific research results like the general public, speculating on just how amazing a craft they had developed and whether it could push human civilization from the sky into the stars. One must know that before this, although there were star source stones, this material relied on current generated by power. Even the best airships needed to operate in a place full of air. Scientists had once pushed experimental airships to an altitude of tens of thousands of feet where the air was thin. The craft used backup compressed air and batteries to continue driving the star source stones to provide lift. In that situation, it looked close to breaking through the constraints of the atmosphere, but in reality, it was still quite a bit off. Was this successful flight by the Normans an attempt to break the limit, or a revolutionary advancement? In Weiss's view, these were actually not important. What was important was that the Normans were afraid. They were afraid that the northern event would lead to the terrifying consequences they feared, so they resorted to their old tricks to deceive the public. Amidst unprecedented anticipation, Weiss and the young Professor Yang finally received another letter from Professor Old Yang. In the letter, the old man very covertly indicated that the behemoth hidden deep in the frozen sea of the north was about to see the light of day again. From this point of view, the progress of the northern event seemed to coincide very well with the Normans launching this big news. Before this, although Weiss and the others had suggested more than once that Professor Old Yang return as soon as possible, an unprecedented discovery was simply too tempting for an old scientific researcher who had experienced many things. He hoped to be a witness to this great discovery. More importantly, in the exploration of the North, many aspects were related to geography and geology. In the past, he had no chance to go deep into the northernmost part of this planet to explore the geographical and geological structures there. For other scientists involved in the research, there might only be this great discovery in their eyes, but for a geographer and geologist like Professor Old Yang, this was an excellent opportunity to study and explore the structure of the planet. This had no necessary connection with the spacecraft ruins that might have flown from distant space. In the reply, Weiss asked the young Professor Yang to convey a signal to Professor Old Yang, which was that if the situation continued to develop, the Normans might very well take desperate measures. Therefore, they again strongly suggested that Professor Old Yang return early and, in any case, protect himself as much as possible. A few days after they replied, the star lady of the Grumman family, Guinevere, set off for Bellicacer once again. There was no doubt that the Norman Empire's prince with outstanding acting skills would also arrive by invitation. At this special juncture, Weiss was curious about what kind of brilliant performance the two of them would have. He sent a telegram to Octavie to ask for her opinion, and then the two of them consistently decided to follow to Bellicacer to watch the show. While calling it watching a show, there was also the intention of monitoring Prince Barris to prevent this fellow from spiriting away the Federation's favorite female singer. In addition, they were always vigilant that the Norman Empire would use Bellicacer for more intelligence and infiltration activities. Being there in person would allow for good observation. This time, the news came relatively early, or more precisely, Guinevere had proactively reported her whereabouts. When Weiss arrived at Bellicacer, Guinevere had also just arrived, while her lover had not yet arrived. The two old acquaintances drank tea and chatted in a tacit understanding. When the sun began to set, a silver aircraft flew in from the west. Weiss squinted to look. This time Barris did not come by airship, but instead took a plane. Chapter 70, Space Race of the Industrial Age. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. From the readings in Weiss's special vision, this silver-winged aircraft had 15 to 16 crew members. Its flight speed was faster than those common airships, and it possessed a certain amount of self-defense firepower. Its corresponding protection was not as good as that of airships, but it was tougher than any previous type of airplane. Before the aircraft could land, Weiss had the staff of the Bellicacer spaceport check the Normans' filings. The records showed that the Normans had registered a light aircraft arriving today, classified as a small cargo aircraft with a carrying capacity smaller than even the smallest transport ship, registered under the name Meteor 1. In the trade agreements of international spaceports, there was no stipulation on what tonnage or capacity a transport vehicle must reach. For the Normans to land this aircraft in Bellicacer, they needed to complete the corresponding registration and filing procedures and use one arrival quota. Of course, with reasonable coordination, its queue jumping would not affect normal trade transport. It would be fine as long as the Normans sent a larger tonnage transport the next day to make up for the capacity gap of this day. Weiss stood on the second-floor terrace of the office building, watching the silver aircraft draw closer. The spaceport was prepared for airships and did not have regular takeoff and landing runways for planes. It maintained its original speed until it approached the spaceport, then slowed down and landed in the transport area in a manner that was different from both airplanes and airships. Only then did Weiss see the form of the visitor clearly. Unlike the long-range planes developed by the Starry Sky Group, this silver aircraft did not have particularly wide wings. Instead, it looked like a fish from the seabed. Those short wings were for maintaining balance rather than gaining buoyancy, which meant it was essentially still an aircraft that used star source stone to provide levitation power. It had 2 engines, and the size of the propellers seemed smaller than those of the Starry Sky Group. The propellers were mounted behind the engines, generating backward thrust. Its body was like an elegant barracuda, or could be seen as an enlarged spindle. Its tail was triangular, overall looking like a chibi plane from a comic book. Perhaps to maintain a streamlined shape, or perhaps due to technical concerns, this silver aircraft did not have circular machine gun turrets. Instead, firing ports were set up at various points on the fuselage, about 20 of them at a rough glance likely equipped with medium caliber or larger machine guns or autocannons. For flying warships, these weapons could only scratch the surface, but they were more than enough to handle highly maneuverable fighters. Recalling the Norman Empire's announcement from a few days ago, Weiss couldn't help but speculate, could this so-called space shuttle be this thing? The object before him was indeed a level higher than previous aircraft, but it didn't seem to have a completely sealed structure. Perhaps that thing was a further improvement of sealing and high-altitude performance based on this, plus auxiliary rocket boosters, thereby possessing the ability to fly within the atmosphere with conventional power and use rocket assistance to break out of the atmosphere for a brief space journey. With Barris's arrival, the entire Bellicacer spaceport became busy again. Guinevere went to meet her beau, and Weiss did not go along to crash their dinner. Instead, he sat in the office temporarily prepared for him and tapped away at a typewriter, organizing the events regarding Guinevere's activities in Bellicacer and her meeting with Barris into a written report to be submitted promptly to the Federal President's Office and the Federal Security Inspection Department. He had gotten involved in this matter out of goodwill, but private contact with Normans was a very sensitive issue in the Federation and a major taboo in military and political circles. When Octavie was present, they could testify for each other, but since Octavie had not yet arrived, he had to avoid being alone with Barris as much as possible and prove his actions through timely reporting to avoid dying mysteriously over this matter in the future. Due to some temporary tasks, Octavie didn't arrive in Bellicacer until noon the next day, and the special envoy from the Federal Security Inspection Department arrived at about the same time. With all procedures complete, Weiss felt relieved to meet with Prince Barris again. As usual, he did not take a circuitous route but brought the issue to light. Barris still answered in an ambiguous manner, telling Weiss that the space explorer truly existed and that it indeed left the atmosphere to enter space. He could guarantee this with his honor, but as for the details, he could not disclose them as they involved secrets. This time, Barris's stay in Bellicacer was 3 days minus 2 hours, a full day shorter than the last time. Weiss observed carefully, this guy seemed to have nothing to do, sticking with Guinevere all day, but in reality, he wasn't completely ignoring government affairs. After he arrived in Bellicacer, the number of telegrams received and sent by the Norman Empire's administrative staff here increased significantly, though these codes were all encrypted. Although deciphering codes felt like a very difficult task, and during peacetime, various military funds were reduced compared to wartime, the radio monitoring and deciphering departments also seemed to have shrunk in scale. Weiss sought help from the Federal Security Inspection Department, and they sent a radio squad. Before Prince Barris left, although this squad had not yet achieved anything, Weiss believed that efforts made through various channels and details would eventually yield rewards. During Barris's stay, Weiss met with him 3 times, all using the opportunity of breakfast to have some conversations. It was truly difficult to coax any truth out of this clever man, and sometimes it was easy to be led astray by him, but communication was always better than closed speculation. At least from the confidence Barris displayed, the Norman Empire should be continuously digesting and absorbing the results of the last major discovery. If they were allowed to continue, perhaps in a few years or a dozen years, they would have a great advantage in the technical field, which would then be reflected in military strategy. A few days after Weiss returned from Bellicacer, Nicola came to Lorraine and told him personally that the Federal Military Commission had issued a bidding invitation for the design of a space aircraft to the 2 corporate groups with the strongest capabilities in the aeromechanical field, Starry Sky and Dorson. They were required to produce a short-term feasible design within 3 months. The winner would receive 20,000 gold crowns in specialized research and development funds and a guaranteed order of 5 plus 20, namely, at least 5 prototype aircraft and 20 small batch production aircraft. 20,000 gold crowns was enough for the Lorrainers to build 20 or 30 artificial canals or provide sufficient financial support for their 10-year development plan. And this was just the specialized R&D funds. Later prototype and small batch production aircraft would also have their orders paid at a certain percentage above cost. Not to mention the expected profits, at least in terms of scale, this was a quite considerable big deal. Nicola came to see Weiss not to talk about cooperation, but hoping to hear his thoughts on space aircraft to see if he could provide some inspiration. She stated that after receiving the military's design bidding invitation, the core technical staff of the Starry Sky Group were all brainstorming, and various ideas were confusing and overwhelming, making her feel a lot of pressure. Of course, if Weiss didn't have any reliable ideas, she would just treat it as coming out to clear her head and find some inspiration. Hearing these, Weiss remained calm from head to toe. If nothing else, he was quite good at giving suggestions and ideas in the field of technology, and more reliable than the vast majority of people on this planet. The war hasn't been over for long, and a new round of arms race has begun. Developing armaments is undoubtedly the most expensive in every field. 20,000 gold crowns, how many things can that be used for? By my estimation, to truly step into the space age, the funds spent by the federal government will be far more than this, perhaps 50 or 100 times more. Weiss was not in a hurry to give his good friend ideas but instead lamented. In the Leopold era, the federal government could generally maintain restraint, but now. Nicola shook her head somewhat helplessly. Forget it, let's not talk about those boring things, let's get down to business. I have an idea. Given our current technical conditions, the only thing that can send an aircraft into space is the star source stone. In an environment without air, the engine cannot work. After flying out of the atmosphere, our aircraft must either use compressed air to drive the engine to provide electricity, or use batteries to provide electricity, or both. But the limit for them to maintain the operation of the star source stone is only 15 minutes, which is too short. Indeed, under current conditions, your general direction is correct. We have no other way. I suspect the Norman's so-called space aircraft is also designed and manufactured following this line of thought. I did a simple calculation before, from the limit altitude of a normal aircraft to leaving the atmosphere, it only takes 20 minutes at the shortest, which isn't much different from the 15 minutes you calculated. It should be possible to bridge that gap through some technical means. I think the biggest problem now is, what is the practical significance of manufacturing this kind of space aircraft? Turning the altitude advantage into relative air superiority. Weiss pondered. Nicola did not answer this question but mused to herself, after entering space, can an aircraft maintain its existing altitude without power, like the earliest gliders? No, there is no air, so it's impossible to glide. In Weiss's understanding, satellite and space station technology would become very mature in the near future. Whether it was carried by a rocket or a spacecraft, there was essentially no difference. Thus, he said to Nicola, regarding your question just now, from the perspective of physics, you can get a positive answer. Yes, under specific conditions, it can maintain unpowered flight, even if the star source stone is not functioning. This is knowledge in the field of space physics. I seem to remember it's called a space orbit or something. Specifically, you can consult 1 or 2 top physics experts. Nicola rested her chin in her hand, thinking. But even if it can stay in space for a while, even 3 or 4 days, what practical use does it have? From a height of 100,000 feet or even higher, even with the most powerful telescope, it would be difficult to see the situation on the ground clearly, right? Or, passing over the enemy's head and launching an attack from directly above the enemy target? Dropping bombs from such a high place, the accuracy would be terrible. If it enters the atmosphere to attack, then what's the difference between it and a normal aircraft? Seeing her so distressed, Weiss enlightened her. Want to know the answers to these questions? Ask Professor Yang, have her recommend 1 or 2 top physics experts, and then be a good student for once and listen to their professional insights on this. Nicola nodded. Together. As a technical director, she was quite free most of the time, and Weiss, as the governor of Lorraine, didn't find things too difficult after various affairs had gotten on track, so he said, sure, let's go together. Chapter 71, A New High Point. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The physics experts recommended by Professor Kress Yang to Weiss and Nicola were all former colleagues from the Ulster Institute of Technology. Among them were those who studied basic disciplines and those who delved into cutting-edge fields. There were giants of the theoretical world and representatives of practical application. Among these physics heavyweights, a professor named Elson Tompré became the object of high hopes for Weiss and Nicola. This man was said to be the most authoritative top expert in the Federation, but because he suffered from a psychological barrier regarding a fear of traveling, he almost never went out for research or study. Instead, he focused single-mindedly on his academic research, which meant he would not travel to the north to participate in the research of that world-shaking discovery. This hardcore Shatten's research direction was astrophysics, mainly covering celestial structures, magnetic fields, and related physical laws. His research scope happened to correspond to the problems Weiss and Nicola faced. However, the demands of real-world industry deeply influenced the progress of scientific research. For decades, mechanical physics and electrophysics surrounding airships had been the popular directions, while the high and mighty-sounding astrophysics was not even as popular as geology and geography. Due to a long-term lack of attention and the inability to secure funding, most of Professor Tompré's research results remained at the theoretical level. He could calculate the space orbits for man-made objects to revolve around Orion's planet and the kinetic energy of special bombs falling from space orbit to the ground, and he could speak eloquently about the potential significance of artificial satellites, but he could not help much in converting theory into practice, being unable to offer even a conceptual plan. During their stay at the Ulster Institute of Technology, besides consulting with experts at the School of Physics, Weiss and Nicola also sought advice from the big shots at the School of Chemistry and the School of Mechanical Engineering regarding theoretical research results on cutting-edge flight technology. They benefited greatly, but in a short time, they still had 1,000 loose ends and were unsure where to start. Since the Lorraine State Government and the Starry Sky Group each had their own affairs, the two parted ways for the time being, but they agreed to continue organizing their thoughts and pondering the technical concepts and practical applications of spacecraft. By the time they returned to Lorraine, it was already the coldest time of the year, and this period was customarily the brain-burning season for people to summarize the past and look forward to the future. Various ideas, plans, and proposals were placed before Weiss, keeping him busy for a while. When he finally had a moment to breathe, he discovered that Barris and Guinevere had gone to Bellecaser for another date. The Monomolan Mountains in winter were covered in snow. Didn't these two find it cold? Or did they think the winter snow scenery was very beautiful? While Barris stayed in Bellecaser, that silver aircraft accompanied him there as usual under the guise of undergoing maintenance, also making it convenient for the prince to leave at any time. This thing was not large and could be hidden in a warehouse, but this was Federation territory after all, and the port management personnel could legally, reasonably, and logically inspect any warehouse at any time. This time, at Weiss's request, the port authorities took multi-angle photographs and records of this first appearing aircraft. The photos were quickly developed and sent to the Federal Security Inspection Department and the Military High Command. During this process, the Normans did not show any obvious resistance or lack of cooperation. It wasn't until after the photos were sent out that Weiss suddenly realized, the Normans were intentionally letting the Federation obtain these photos to enhance the proof of their successful development of spacecraft. As expected, I was still out-schemed by the Normans. Weiss felt like lamenting but had no heart to resolve it. Even if they weren't in Bellecaser and he hadn't sent those photos out, the Normans still had many ways to make that silver aircraft appear in the Federation's field of vision to attract the attention of the Federation's High Command. Before Prince Barris left, Weiss made a request to him in his own name, which was to visit this unprecedented new aircraft. Prince Barris intentionally acted a bit hesitant, but for Guinevere's sake, he still agreed to take Weiss and Guinevere to visit. To be safe, Weiss specifically carried a pistol hidden in his clothes to prevent Prince Barris from taking the opportunity to kidnap him and Guinevere, but such a situation did not occur. Prince Barris led them on a loop around the aircraft and gave a rough introduction to its performance which was almost identical to what Weiss had observed in his special vision. Finally, he stated that the two could walk up the gangway to look inside through the windows, but because it involved secrets, he could not let them actually enter the interior of the aircraft. Weiss and Guinevere took turns peering into the cabin door. The inside was not much different from a typical aircraft cabin. The real mysteries were all hidden in the power chamber below the cabin, which could not be observed with the naked eye just by standing at the door. After ending this special and brief visit, Weiss intentionally said to Barris that it was a very fine aircraft, and if the Normans could build 1,000 of them, they would be invincible in the world. 1,000. Prince Barris smiled. I think 400 or 500 would be enough. Am I right, Master of Wargaming? Weiss shrugged. Perhaps other countries have already mastered similar technology and can produce an equal or even greater number of advanced fighters. One for offense, one for interception, neutralizing each other. Whether it's 400 or 500 or 1,000, the mode of war will remain whatever mode it should be. The logic is sound, but the facts may not necessarily be so. Who knows? Prince Barris said nonchalantly. These words revealed his confidence in the technology. During the war, it was indeed the Normans who first used artificial star source stone technology and were the first to combine star source stones with aerodynamic aircraft to create an aerial chariot with unusually powerful firepower and defense. It was only because the technology was not yet mature enough that they failed to turn the tide. Nowadays, the combination of star source stones and flight technology sounds very simple. In actual application, there are still many problems to be solved, as could be clearly seen from the troubles of Weiss and Nicola. Weiss was somewhat annoyed by Barris's smug expression of having everything under control and really wanted to ask him what he was ultimately afraid of in his heart that required such posturing to cover up. But if he asked that, it would likely end the performance of these too early, so he patiently refrained from mentioning it. After another reluctant parting, Barris left in the silver aircraft. Not long after, Nicola actually arrived. She was well informed and had learned from the military that the Normans' new aircraft had appeared in Bellicacer, so she rushed over on a Federation transport ship, but she was still a step too late. Nicola, having traveled a long way with the top engineers of the Starry Sky Group, was not entirely without gains. At least they could interview many witnesses on site and obtain a lot of visual data from Weiss. After arranging for the engineers to organize the various materials provided by the Bellicacer spaceport regarding the enemy's new aircraft, Nicola asked Weiss, "Do you have any leads?" Many leads, but it feels intricate and confusing, making it hard to draw a conclusion," Weiss replied. "Does it match your previous deduction?" Nicola asked again. Weiss nodded. "It matches perfectly, and it's likely very close to the truth. However, the Normans have always been cunning, so I cannot be certain of this." Weiss's explanation left Nicola even more confused. She turned to look west, in the direction the Normans' aircraft had left, with no small amount of regret. If she could have seen it with her own eyes or even observed it up close, she might have gained more. "I suddenly have a thought," Nicola said with her back to Weiss. "Maybe I should go to the north. Perhaps, the answer I've been searching for so hard lies within the space ruins that are about to be revealed to the world." Weiss was fundamentally opposed to this idea. Going to the north now might be even more dangerous than test flying a new aircraft. The old man might not be able to intervene in time to stop her, and the relationship they had finally repaired would likely fracture again. Before Weiss could speak, Nicola sighed. "Unfortunately, my life is so special that I cannot afford to take too much risk. But if war breaks out again and the Federation is threatened, or if that precarious situation occurs once more, can I just stand by and watch the whole time? Designing excellent combat aircraft is more meaningful than personally piloting a fighter into battle to kill the enemy," Weiss advised. "Meaning is one thing, and being skilled is another. Should a person do what is more meaningful, or what they are more skilled at?" Nicola posed this philosophical question, like a query to the soul, leaving Weiss unable to answer. In fact, on his own path of life over these years, had he not also been troubled by these questions? "What do you know about rocket propulsion technology?" Weiss didn't want to change the subject intentionally, he was following the previous line of thought regarding the possibility of the Normans deliberately hoodwinking them. If the Normans were using rocket propulsion technology to send their aircraft into space, it was theoretically entirely possible that they did this so the Federation wouldn't notice, or to lead the Federation's technical departments down the wrong path, wasting manpower, resources, and time. The understanding from their days at Baston Military Academy was still there, and Nicola immediately understood the direction Weiss wanted to ask about. She replied, "Near the end of the war, the Normans used weapons with rocket thrust in the Battle of Frisia. Let's call them rocket projectiles for now. Mounted on airships, they could output a more violent anti-aircraft barrage than artillery in a shorter time, posing a great danger to us. Additionally, the Norman ground forces also seemed to be equipped with such weapons, so during the short Battle of Frisia, our flight unit's losses increased quite a bit compared to before. However, it wasn't until we carefully reviewed the losses after the war that we realized these rocket projectiles were a significant factor. Speaking of which, you should remember how the Normans defeated the Wessex fleet in the north. Those unprecedented flying bombs, although their technology was based on the buoyancy of the artificial star source stone, the propulsion and balance systems had nothing to do with the star source stone, they were rocket-powered." "Yes, I remember, of course I remember, I have a deep impression of it." Later, in the final battle between the Norman fleet and the Federation fleet, the Normans also used this weapon. I was fortunate enough to witness it, although it was from a distance and I couldn't see very clearly, judging from the combat situation and post-war data, their flying bombs had a very high hit rate. "This is a manifestation of cutting-edge technology," Weiss said accordingly. "Since the Normans' rocket propulsion technology developed early and is relatively mature, if their aircraft combines the three elements of star source stones, aerodynamics, and rocket technology, they could use conventional aerodynamics and star source stone assistance at normal flight altitudes. From the atmosphere to space, they could use rocket boosters and use star source stones to maintain their position, then return to the combination of star source stones and aerodynamics after re-entering the atmosphere. Considering oxygen consumption, if it's a single pilot, the time the aircraft stays in space shouldn't exceed an hour, but an hour is also a considerable amount of time. Think about it. If during a war a group of their new aircraft bypasses our aerial defense lines and strikes targets in our rear, the strategic and tactical significance would be extraordinary. But my greatest worry is more than just that." Weiss hesitated for a moment and said solemnly under Nicola's expectant gaze, "The crazy Normans might do things even crazier than we can imagine. For example, if they send airships into space, it means they will establish a relatively stable reconnaissance, observation, early warning, and fire strike platform at an altitude where we cannot intercept them. If they rely on the oxygen and material reserves of an airship, it might be no problem for them to stay in space for several days. Chapter 72, Professor Old Yang returns. Fastest update for the latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel. During this long and cold winter, the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory received nearly 1,000 orders for agricultural and forestry machinery from all over the Federation, the largest of which was for 200 tractors equipped with farming tools. In the new year, their development is undoubtedly optimistic, and this is merely a microcosm of Lorraine's industrial development. Nowadays, every field of the Lorraine people's economic and social life has entered a track of healthy development, with both economic scale and quality improving. Such achievements are undoubtedly the greatest reward for Weiss. However, during this winter, the northern incident remained the focus of his attention. As the secrets hidden deep in the darkness were gradually peeled away like silk from a cocoon, his thoughts on being prepared for danger in times of peace became increasingly profound and urgent. Since the beginning of winter, they had maintained stable communication with Professor Old Yang. After careful identification of the handwriting and content of the letters by Professor Little Yang, it could be confirmed that Professor Old Yang was at least safe. Judging from the content of these letters, although outdoor excavation operations had been significantly hindered this winter, research work was still proceeding methodically and had made much progress. It is expected that by the time spring arrives, that world-shaking discovery, buried under the solid ice of the frozen sea for countless millions of years, will see the light of day again. He was not sure what this would bring to this era, but from a professional perspective, the confusion regarding the source of the star source stone was gradually being cleared up, and the research on northern geology and geography had also allowed him to complete the puzzle of his own academic theories accumulated over many years. Regardless of how this incident eventually presents itself to the world, he felt that his task was basically complete, so he had submitted a return application to the federal government, which had approved his request. Now, he was just waiting for the people from Wessex to coordinate and arrange the itinerary. In past story scripts, this situation was often followed by a shocking conspiracy, or even the death of a supporting character, but such things did not happen in reality. As winter was about to end, Professor Old Yang returned to the Federation from the north. Weiss and Professor Little Yang immediately took a train to Liberty City. On the campus of the Ulster Institute of Technology, the three reunited smoothly. Professor Old Yang had been to the north for half a year, he felt a bit older and heavier, and when sitting alone, he seemed to always be thinking about something. Back in the Federation, there was no need to worry about enemy surveillance, and they could talk openly, yet he was still evasive, as if there were some things he was unwilling to discuss in detail. Regarding this, although Weiss and Professor Little Yang were curious, they both felt that after experiencing some unusual events, he would have some strange reactions, so they were not in a hurry to ask questions, but instead spent some time with him peacefully. With his daughter accompanying him day and night, Professor Old Yang's spirit eased up quite a bit. Since he was not good at drowning his sorrows in alcohol, it seemed that only this way could soothe his mind and allow him to slowly speak of the things that were troubling and haunting him. The largest movable things we have ever built are only 1,000 feet long and a few hundred feet wide, but that big guy that sank into the deep sea, guess how massive it really is? It's not thousands or tens of thousands of feet, not hundreds of thousands of feet, but reaches 1,000,000 feet. It's equivalent to a mountain. No, not a mountain, but a mountain range. It is as big as a mountain range, and it might be part of some man-made object. How massive is its main body in the end? If it landed on the ground, it might cover half a province. I think those star source stone deposits discovered before are also such behemoths, only they are deeply embedded into the interior of this planet. Under geological pressure, they gradually turned into the original state of matter and were regarded by us as mineral deposits. In reality, they were all such components originally. How spectacular would it be to have dozens or hundreds of them pieced together? It would be equivalent to piecing together several monomolan mountain ranges and roaming in space. With our current level of technology, how many more years of development would it take to reach that level? Hundreds of years, thousands of years, or tens of thousands of years. It's hard to imagine, we are so small, so humble. Professor Old Yang finished saying this in the tone of a devout believer, then changed the subject, his eyes staring straight at Professor Little Yang. If they come again, and if no one can resist their arrival, will this planet become their colonial territory? Will all of us become their slaves or even food? Yes, this is a terrible hypothesis, an extreme possibility, which may not necessarily become reality, but it is indeed possible. We may not be able to see it in our short lives, but what about the future? Perhaps one day, our descendants will face unpredictable crises again. Perhaps hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, our ancestors experienced such a disaster. What exactly happened between the two sides? A unilateral massacre or a fierce war? No one can explain it clearly anymore, it was a complete and utter destruction. For Professor Old Yang's description, Professor Little Yang did not know how to answer, while Weiss was carefully pondering it from the side. With his experience of life and death on the battlefield, it was actually not difficult for him to deal with this kind of deep-seated fear, so he said slowly, when the war first broke out, we were on the northern borderline fighting against the Normans. They used their tactical advantages to almost crush us. Do you know? That feeling of enemies closing in from all directions, and you having to hold on together with the surviving comrades, how helpless, how fearful that feeling is. Many people collapsed or were close to collapse. I felt that I was not as tenacious as I imagined, my heart was also close to collapse at that time. But when I survived that ordeal, my heart truly became strong. Later, I experienced the Battle of Aokeng and the Lorraine guerrilla warfare, twice. Situations even more dangerous than that were common, and I finally gritted my teeth and persisted. What I want to say is, whether the enemy is strong is one thing, and whether your heart is strong is another. When you have a strong enough heart, you can withstand many difficulties and overcome many problems. As for things that cannot be seen yet, I don't think there is a need to worry so much. Just as you just said, life is too short. If we are hesitant and fearful, we might not be able to accomplish anything. I know all these principles. Before heading to the north, I had also thought about all possible consequences, and even had my things packed, so that even if I couldn't return from the north, you could take over. However, when I arrived in the north and felt its vastness in person, that feeling was completely different. It was like a person who does not believe in gods suddenly seeing a deity. Perhaps they are the source of the gods we have imagined. They have been here, they have existed, and perhaps they will descend again. Don't many hymns contain such a line? Professor Old Yang said, trembling. Weiss intentionally provided positive psychological guidance. If they are destined to appear again, and if their appearance is destined to bring us an unavoidable disaster, then shouldn't we cherish our current life even more? Cherish the people around us? Cherish every moment living in this free air. Professor Old Yang nodded thoughtfully, casting a gaze full of warmth toward Professor Little Yang. After a while, he said, Little Candy is still in Lorraine, and I think you two should go back. Allow me to pack up, go with you, see my granddaughter, and by the way, walk around Lorraine and see the places where I worked back then. Then, he said to Weiss, I think you are right, we should cherish the present. Throughout my life, when I was young, I was always running around, measuring this beautiful land with my feet and exploring many mineral deposits with my hands. Now, although I don't know much about enjoying life, I should return to my family as much as possible and spend more time with them. Thank you for making me realize this. Weiss smiled without saying a word. On the train back to Lorraine, during the long journey, Professor Old Yang did not talk to them about the north again, but instead talked about his various past adventures, especially the funny or strange things he had encountered. Weiss hadn't noticed it before, but for a period of time, he found that when Professor Old Yang stayed in the classroom or his residence, he appeared exceptionally silent, but when he embarked on a journey, he would become very talkative, as if the journey was his life, and only then could he open himself up. After arriving in Lorraine, especially after returning to Krumbeheisen Castle. During the chat and tea time after dinner, Weiss brought up the northern incident again. Professor Old Yang said that the spaceship wreckage, which could likely subvert all human cognition, was lying quietly under the seabed of the northern frozen sea, about 1,600 feet from the surface. It was not particularly deep, but the ruins were not just on the seabed, they were covered by a layer of mud and sand over 500 feet thick. If we combine the geological and geographical changes and roughly reconstruct the situation at that time, that behemoth must have fallen onto the planet with extremely high kinetic energy. How sturdy it must have been to penetrate the extremely thick ice layer and fall right beneath it. Precisely because it was buried in the ice, even after millions or even tens of millions of years, it still largely maintained its complete form. Then, as parts of the glacier melted, it fell into the mud and sand beneath the ice, and over the long years, it accumulated a thick covering. If it hadn't been for the Wessex people drilling on the seabed in search of star source stone, who knows how many more years of changes it would have taken for it to be revealed to people's view again, perhaps that day would never have come. Speaking of the Wessex people drilling for mineral deposits in the northern frozen sea, Weiss couldn't help but ask Professor Old Yang for advice. In such an extremely harsh environment, the difficulty and cost of mining would surely be higher than mining on normal ground. Professor Old Yang explained that the living environment of the Wessex people was different from the normal understanding of the Normans and the Federation. For most of the year, most of their territory is covered in thick snow, so they have become accustomed to building drilling rigs in ice and snow, and even on thick ice. As for why they were searching for star source stone deposits in the north, Professor Old Yang felt that they were not telling the truth, because they must have conducted some research and followed certain revelations or traces to conduct drilling in such a remote place. As for what this clue actually is, he had not yet found a reliable lead. However, through some rumors in academia, it can be inferred that the Wessex people possess some special technology for searching for star source stone. After the Norman Empire occupied most of their territory, this technology was transferred to the north, making it convenient to use in the north during wartime. At that time, the northern frozen sea was one of the few available areas where they could explore for resources and strive to reorganize their armaments. Connecting these clues together, one can roughly draw a relatively reasonable conclusion. Regarding the information provided by Professor Old Yang, Weiss further organized his thoughts. The northern incident was not fabricated by the Normans out of thin air, but was a factual existence, a high-level civilization from the starry sky from hundreds of millions of years ago. They not only brought the source of life to this planet but also allowed the derived new civilization to obtain the boost to soar into the sky and even enter space in the industrial age. In their glorious period, they likely existed in the form of a federal republic or a more advanced democratic system, or perhaps even a utopian form. Following the trajectory of civilization development, people discovered the various ills of imperial power, and eventually overthrew it to welcome a democratic system that was more adapted to development needs. The ruling class of the Norman Empire had previously learned this from the spaceship ruins they discovered themselves. If these inferences are all correct, what are the Normans preparing for? What will they do next? Chapter 73, True Lies. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest. After arriving in Lorraine, Professor Old Yang stayed by Little Candy's side for over a month, accompanying her as she studied, played, ate, and slept. According to Professor Little Yang, ever since Little Candy was born, her grandfather had never before set aside so much time to be with her alone. People's habits are formed over many years and cannot be changed just because one wants to. Given Professor Old Yang's nature, spending a long time in one place without any work would probably make every cell in his body feel uncomfortable from head to toe. During this period, Weiss seized every opportunity to ask for his guidance, covering areas ranging from geology and geography to education, and Professor Old Yang provided advice on each point. Afterward, at Professor Old Yang's suggestion, Weiss took the time to accompany him on a winter outdoor hiking trip. Over the course of about a week, the old man and the young man set out from Samsonas, traveling northwest, crossing mountains and ridges, and walking through the vast snowy landscape. Sometimes they spent the night in abandoned mine shafts, and sometimes they camped in the open. During this special journey, the two talked about everything. They discussed the distribution of various mineral deposits in Lorraine and its historical origins. Weiss vaguely felt that the reason Professor Old Yang had invited him on this two-person hike was to have a heart-to-heart conversation, and most of this conversation revolved around Professor Little Yang and Little Candy. Of course, given Professor Old Yang's personality, he would never be tearful or earnest in telling Weiss to take good care of his daughter and granddaughter. When it came to emotions, his expression was extremely subtle and reserved. He wanted Weiss to know that what he cared about wasn't whether he could spend more time and energy accompanying his family, but rather that he hoped he could adopt a lifestyle suitable for having a family as long as he didn't pour all his energy into work, and certainly didn't recklessly put himself in danger. Taking more time to accompany his family whenever possible was enough. Unfortunately, Weiss could not guarantee anything. In this magnificent and turbulent era, even if people had the heart to take good care of their families, changes in the grand environment often made it difficult for them to get their wish. By the time they returned from this short trip, they learned a piece of news from the outside world that was both surprising and unsurprising. Given that the discovery in the north was enough to affect the course of human history, the heads of state sat down at the conference table with an unyielding stance, attempting to resolve this acute problem through negotiation. The focus of the situation was simple: to state if the remains of the space vessel on the seabed were converted through smelting. According to current theoretical calculations, it could provide enough star source stone to build thousands or tens of thousands of airships. If these resources were to belong to any single country, it would undoubtedly create an overwhelming advantage over other nations. Out of concern for their own national security, other countries would inevitably launch a preventive war before that country could occupy and digest this precious wealth. Whether it was Wessex, the Norman Empire, or the Federation, none could exclusively possess these resources. To avoid such a chaotic and terrifying war, a proper method of handling them had to be negotiated. In fact, starting from the spring of the previous year, international negotiations had been continuously upgraded, from initial contact meetings between diplomatic officials to ministerial-level meetings, and now it had finally fermented into the first summit of heads of state in nearly 30 years. Prime ministers or chancellors of monarchies and presidents or archons of democracies gathered together. Except for the Wessex people, who were somewhat reluctant, other countries easily reached a consensus on the principle of jointly developing and sharing these resources. As for the distribution ratio, although there were some differences, they were easy to reconcile. The Normans suggested distributing the newly mined star source stone resources according to the existing tonnage of airships to maintain the current balance. The Wessex people, however, stated that the resources were discovered on their traditional territory, and that mining and smelting were led by them. Regardless of the final distribution ratio, all countries had to pay commercial mining and smelting fees to obtain the refined star source stone resources from them. In addition, after countries acquired star source stone, they should balance national defense with economic development, so it was necessary to establish an international supervisory body to oversee this, in order to avoid vicious arms races between nations. This proposal received widespread approval. The heads of state believed that the newly mined star source stone resources should be used in a planned and orderly manner, and a significant portion should be used to develop the social economy, with military use only when necessary. Only if the overall economic, social, and technological level of Oran's planet achieved significant development would the planet have more resources and production capacity to cope with future dangers. Therefore, countries should set aside prejudices, incorporate technology and industry into a realistic system of mutual communication, strengthen cooperation, reduce competition, and form a joint force. As for the military field, although countries agreed on the general direction of cooperation, the differences regarding the form of cooperation were no less than those regarding the distribution of star source stone resources. No one was willing to hand over the leadership, so after the first round of talks, the conclusion reached by the countries was to first establish a joint chiefs of staff meeting, and through this high-level military conference, gradually advance cooperation in the military field. Establishing a joint defense system for Oran's planet was only the ultimate goal, and there was no specific timetable for its realization. The earliest rumors had become reality, and everything was moving forward with the development of the situation, seemingly logical. Seeing the news from newspapers, Weiss was not certain that all his inferences matched the facts before him as the absolute truth. He still inquired about news from all sides, wanting to understand more circumstances, and on the other hand, he also engaged in deep discussions with Professor Old Yang from a philosophical perspective. The reason the standpoint was philosophy rather than fact was because Professor Old Yang was a typical professional scholar, knowledgeable and experienced, but not skilled at espionage. He could only discuss what he had seen, what he had encountered, and what he had thought about. Some things look more logical, the more likely they are to be traps carefully constructed. Conversely, many things that have truly happened, especially those historical anecdotes, often appear to have obvious, illogical contradictions during their development and change. This thing can be tentatively called the paradox of truth. Under Weiss's inspiration and guidance, Professor Old Yang did indeed notice some places that were too logical. Combining his years of research, he proposed a true lies hypothesis. Is there really such a huge extraterrestrial visitor lying in the depths of the northern frozen sea? The reality was that the Wessex people had set up as many as 24 drilling rigs, and what they dug up were only materials that couldn't even be called fragments. These things were mixed in the sand and silt, in the form of metal shavings. From a material analysis perspective, they were indeed highly similar to the substances refined from star source stone deposits, but after such a grand drilling and excavation effort, the amount of material extracted was consistently very small. The inference of physics experts on this was that because that behemoth maintained a relatively complete original form, its structure was unusually solid. Using existing drilling technology to cut and excavate from it was simply like poking an iron pot with a wooden stick. It was very difficult to cut away large areas. Professor Old Yang also stated that in past experiences of excavating various geological materials, people had found bone fossils. Hard bones became hard stones under geological pressure, and correspondingly, many originally solid materials underwent deformation under geological pressure, such as oil shale. At the current stage, geological change is indeed regarded by academia as a form of change in a great furnace, but it is not a true great furnace. Moreover, ordinary furnaces cannot melt metal hulls that have a highly solid form and are capable of spaceflight. Theoretically, under geological pressure, they should only break and collapse rather than shatter into the most primitive material state. Furthermore, the diving exploration conducted in the summer only caught glimpses of some ambiguous outlines. The world is drunk, but I alone am sober. Before everything settles, although it was difficult for Weiss and his group to prove some possible conspiracies, maintaining sufficient vigilance at all times was still very necessary. As the northern incident continued to ferment, a series of effects began to appear. Although the heads of state summit did not reach a final cooperation agreement, the preliminary establishment of the military joint meeting mechanism undoubtedly sent a signal to the outside world that international military relations would turn from competition to cooperation. The development focus of various countries' national defense and military-industrial systems was inevitably affected. Under these circumstances, the Federation Army successively issued multiple notices cancelling military procurement orders and military procurement bids, including the recently released bid for the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun design proposal. Originally, when he received the bid announcement, Weiss was full of confidence. He had discussed several feasible technical solutions with the engineers, and the Lowland Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory had been greatly strengthened in terms of personnel and technical capabilities after the competition the year before last. In terms of research and production capacity, it had fully surpassed the old and new Lawrence vehicle manufacturing and possessed the strength to compete with industries under the Starry Sky Group in certain aspects. Although its comprehensive strength was still weaker than the Northern Dawson Machinery Group, it was entirely possible for the design bid to win with novel ideas. Now, the design bid was cancelled. To continue in-depth research and development in this area, either the enterprise had to pay out of its own pocket to solve it, or it had to carry out small-scale cooperation with garrison troops and local reserve units through the National Defense Mobilization System. Only these two paths existed, with no others. According to normal logic, aerodynamic aircraft cannot compete with spacecraft from space. After the discovery of massive convertible star source stone resources in the north, the status of aerodynamic aircraft in the national defense and military system plummeted. With this as a premise, the Federation Army's demand for mobile ground-based anti-aircraft weapons dropped sharply, and its interest in aerodynamic aircraft and their combination with star source stone power also significantly weakened. These obvious changes allowed Weiss to vaguely find a direction in the fog of hesitation. What if the Federation and other countries adjusted their national defense and military centers, shifting the focus of development back to airships, and even drastically cutting conventional aircraft, but ultimately did not obtain the expected amount of star source stone resources? With one rising and the other falling, who would benefit the most? Of course, the Norman Empire. Chapter 74, Turning Crisis into Opportunity. In the philosophical analysis between Weiss and Professor Old Yang, the sinister intentions of the Normans were laid bare. However, philosophy is usually abstract and difficult to understand, posing many obstacles when used to dialectically analyze real-world problems, whereas the thinking of normal people is pragmatic. As the focus of national defense and military industry shifted, financial institutions and consortiums that previously had high enthusiasm for the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance became worried. They approached Weiss one after another, either hoping that the Lorrainers would repay loans in advance, demanding increased collateral, or suspending the issuance of new loans. From the perspective of financiers, this was a necessary measure to improve their own security and reduce operational risks. But for Lorraine, which was in a period of rapid industrial development, this was an act that almost pulled the rug out from under them, and was definitely very unfavorable for long-term development. In the short to medium term, it would lead to capital shortages and even the danger of a broken capital chain. When spring arrived, all things revived, and everything seemed vibrant, yet the Lorrainers had to cope with an invisible economic battle. Because of the sharp market fluctuations and the predictable difficulties in funding, Weiss gathered the main industrial entrepreneurs of Lorraine to analyze the situation and discuss countermeasures. The conclusion reached was that all current medium and long-term projects were temporarily frozen. All ongoing projects that could be completed in the short term were prioritized, important projects that could generate benefits relatively quickly were pushed forward at full speed, while secondary or slow-yielding projects were decided based on funding availability. Among these, the third phase canal project became the largest to be temporarily shelved. 1/3 of the Free Lorraine University campus was still not in use, and this part was a key priority, but the discipline setup and faculty allocation of Free Lorraine University were also adjusted accordingly due to the change in the situation. In terms of production, Weiss required Lorraine's industry to temporarily tilt towards the upstream of the industrial chain, that is, increase mining and metal smelting, correspondingly reduce manufacturing output, and rationally allocate labor. In addition, Taking advantage of the spring plowing season, more manpower and material resources were released from industry to the agricultural and forestry sectors. For manufacturing, a temporary reduction in scale did not mean a stagnation in development, but a shift from extensive management to careful calculation. Especially in manufacturing technology research and development, the Lorraine Industrial Joint Research Center plan was implemented ahead of schedule, with direct intervention from the Industrial Department of the Lorraine State Government. On one hand, this ensured that the best technical research and development forces would not be lost during the turbulent period, and on the other hand, it implemented integration and screening of existing technical R&D projects, continuing to promote technological progress with limited funds as much as possible. In his previous life, Weiss was a very dutiful little person. His economic philosophy was to live within his means and be content with small wealth. He would never consider financial leverage or advance consumption, just hoping that he and his family could live normally. Even buying a house with a loan seemed like a distant goal to him. On this strange planet, on this particularly dear land of Lorraine, he had become a big shot in the political and industrial fields, leading the industrialists of Lorraine to set off a wave of post-war economic recovery and high-speed development through financing, achieving remarkable results in just 2 years. Now, because the financial investors' judgment on the industrial focus had shifted, these thriving industries in Lorraine seemed to have become sunset industries and backward production capacity overnight. Although the construction of industrial infrastructure and equipment could be slowed down, the funds needed for industrial operation could not be in short supply. The purchase of raw materials, turnover of payments, and workers' wages all required funds to cover. Weiss was not intimidated by these sudden difficulties. Under his coordination, with the Lorraine State Government and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance as a solid backing, he supported those industrialists who were slightly weaker but had no problems in their business scope and operating conditions, and took this opportunity to phase out a batch of poorly managed or lagging enterprises, rapidly completing a certain scale of integration through mergers, acquisitions, and takeovers. Just like that, the industrial production rhythm of Lorraine was steadily shifted to a new gear, and after a period of running in, it advanced smoothly. During the same period, the Grumman Group, which had dominated the western region for many years, encountered the same difficulties. Because their previous expansion was too fast, and they judged that small-caliber artillery and mechanical equipment were the future focus. Now, with the expected surge in the supply of Star Source stone, the School of National Defense and Military had undergone a major transformation. It was generally believed that in the foreseeable future, airships would become the main weapons, the status of small-caliber artillery and mechanical equipment would drop sharply, and the manufacture of airships and the production of heavy weapons would become popular again. This meant that the valuation of the Grumman Group's previous external investments had shrunk significantly. Although they had a very deep foundation, after years of large-scale investment after the war, the liquidity of funds was already very tight, and faced with the directional adjustment of the industry, they were plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Under the repeated coordination of the family bigwigs, the Grumman Group and the Grumman Consortium, which originally operated separately, had to join hands to overcome the difficulties, and this meant that the funds of the Grumman Consortium had to be withdrawn to the maximum extent to support the Grumman Group. Even so, the crisis of the Grumman family was still like waves in a storm, one after another, and this ship was also tossing up and down in the turbulent waves. The comprehensive contraction of the Grumman Consortium's external funds naturally affected the operation of Lorraine's industry. Before this, about 1/3 of the financial funds supporting Lorraine's industrial development came from the Grumman Consortium. Now, funds with contractual guarantees would not be suddenly withdrawn, but the rest that were nearing maturity or had relevant clauses in the contracts had to find replacement funds in a relatively short time. After calculation, this was a large gap of nearly 200,000 gold crowns. You know, even if all the assets of the Klemper-Heisen family were liquidated, it would not be enough to meet half of the demand. The crisis of the Grumman family spread to Lorraine, becoming a crisis that Weiss had to overcome together with his partners. The resilience tempered on the battlefield gave Weiss enough confidence to stand firm in the face of the storm. He was a young local administrative official with a legendary experience. With the credibility of the Lorraine state government as the final support, banks, financial institutions, and consortiums were still willing to provide funds to him and the Lorraine industry he led, but the corresponding costs had increased significantly. Weiss was also quite helpless about the looting of these people. After such a toss, the overall profit of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance dropped from about 5% to the critical point. If there was no new turning point in the coming time, this would mean that they might have no harvest in the following year. The incomparably huge spaceship wreckage mentioned by Professor Old Yang did not truly surface, but the Wessex government announced this shocking discovery in the form of a government announcement. For the general public, the amount of information in this announcement was astonishing. What was comforting was that the governments of various countries quickly issued a joint announcement, announcing that all countries on the Orange planet would share this gift from space in a peaceful manner. Moreover, in order to cope with possible unexpected situations in the future, all countries agreed to establish a joint chiefs of staff meeting to strengthen exchanges and cooperation in national defense and military with unprecedented intensity, avoiding the internal friction caused by past competition and friction. The future looked bright. Consequently, hot money poured into the north, forming a new gold rush by choosing suitable investment projects in Wessex. In the long run, the Kingdom of Wessex would inevitably recover quickly from the heavy trauma of the war and become the most active hotspot for economic development on this planet. But this did not mean that they would attract the main production capacity. Various countries still independently took charge of their own defense industries, especially the construction of airships. Only small countries that lacked the ability to build would entrust the northern Wessex to build on their behalf. At the end of spring, Just as Weiss was walking on thin ice directing this battle with capital as a weapon, a person he had never expected arrived with a thin but heavy checkbook. What surprised him even more was that this person had caused a major change in the equity structure of the Grumman Group in just half a month now. 37.8% of the Grumman Group's equity was in the hands of Parker Grumman and Guinevere Grumman. Although the actual control of the group had not fallen into the hands of outsiders, with the true strength of this father-daughter pair, it was impossible to buy a large amount of shares originally held by other Grumman family members in a short time with tens of thousands of gold crowns, thereby becoming major shareholders as persons acting in concert. When Weiss learned the news that the actual control of the Grumman Group had changed, Guinevere had already arrived in Lorraine and had a face-to-face dialogue with him. This female star who conquered the Federation with her singing and shone in the Norman Empire said that she could provide friendly interest rate medium and short-term loans for Lorraine's industrialists to help them tide over the difficulties, and acquire some enterprises that were in difficulties or whose owners were willing to transfer at a fair price. It should be said that this was an act of sending charcoal in the snow, which should be awarded a little red flower, but Guinevere was not a philanthropist. Coming to Lorraine with a large amount of unknown funds at this juncture, her true intention was quite suspicious. In the past half a year, Guinevere and Prince Barris of the Norman Empire had performed one scandalous drama after another, using Lorraine's Bellicaser spaceport as their small stronghold for trysts. Although Guinevere's original intention was good, how many people could always resist the temptation of luxury and tenderness? Her father, old Parker, was a direct member of the Grumman family and had long served as a director of the Grumman Group, but family wealth determined status. His equity in the Grumman Group had never exceeded 3%, so where did he get the confidence to speak loudly? Where there is oppression, there is resistance, where there is frustration, there is expectation. This is the weakness of human nature, and the power class of the Norman Empire was particularly good at this. Money might be the thing least lacking for the Hohenstaufen family that had ruled the Norman Empire for hundreds of years. Although Prince Barris was not yet the decision-maker of that ancient family, with his status and resources, it was still easy to spin a large sum of money for Guinevere, and it could make the Federal Security Inspection Department and Financial Management Departments unable to pick out any faults on the surface. Guinevere had status and reputation, and was indeed an ideal spokesperson. Guinevere and Barris were in love, whether it was real acting or fake acting, as long as it did not endanger national interests, others were not easy to interfere rashly. Moreover, Weiss and Octavie decided to observe coldly and respond flexibly. Therefore, when discussing fundraising and M&A matters with Guinevere, he continued to maintain a posture of seeing through but not saying it, turning a blind eye to the suspicious source of funds. Speaking of which, Guinevere's singing skills were impeccable, but her understanding of economy, finance, and investment was very superficial, not at all like the excellent generation cultivated by the Grumman family. By contrast, Octavie's comprehensiveness in vision and ability was much better, which seemed to reflect the difference in status and cultivation between the Parker Grumman and Henry Grumman branches from the side. The business world is like a battlefield. At the negotiating table, knowledgeable bosses can fight in person, while those who are not knowledgeable have to choose capable generals to fight. The consultants brought by Guinevere were obviously powerful figures, preventing the Lorrainers represented by Weiss from taking any advantage beyond the preferential conditions they offered. However, Weiss organized and led this business negotiation not to obtain funds from Guinevere's backers, but to collect the target and conditions of the other party. As soon as the negotiation ended, he worked through the night to write a secret report and sent it to the President's office and the Federal Security Inspection Department, reminding them that the Normans were taking advantage of the impact of the Northern Incident to launch a large-scale economic infiltration, intending to erode or even control the industrial lifeline of the Federation. This secret report immediately aroused the attention of the federal high-level officials. They quickly began to investigate and adopted Weiss's suggestion, arranging a portion of the federal government's national debt funds to support Lorraine's industrial construction. Guided by this, they obtained a special loan from the Federal Central Bank to further help Lorraine's industrialists solve their funding difficulties. This was exactly Weiss's strategy of killing two birds with one stone, which not only resisted the capital invasion of the Normans but also won legitimate and reasonable support for Lorraine's industrial development. Chapter 75, The Official Alliance of Counter-Currents. In early summer, at the invitation of Federal Minister of Industry Ankersen, Weiss traveled to Nidwell to attend a meeting titled the Mechanical Industry Capital Symposium. The symposium was small in scale. Besides the 9 governors, 10 top experts and scholars in the industrial field, and 3 high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Industry, there were also 2 high-ranking officials from the Federal Security Inspection Department. The atmosphere of the symposium should have been relaxed, but the uniformed officials from the Federal Security Inspection Department sent an unusual signal. This meeting was clearly not so simple. Weiss was seated next to Governor Evans of the Nidwell Federal State. The two were considered old friends. Seeing his bewildered expression, it seemed that even this host did not know the true purpose of this special meeting. Before the meeting began, all irrelevant personnel left, and even the service staff serving tea and water were excluded. Minister Ankersen was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He said in a resonant voice, "Everyone, I have been entrusted by President Tagler to gather you all here. There is a reason for this, and I thank you for your understanding and support. First, I want to thank one of the governors present. It was his secret report that made our high-level leadership aware of the potential dangers of the Northern Incident, which in turn led to a new vigilance regarding the deeper purposes hidden beneath its surface, and subsequently required us to secretly study response plans here." At this point, Ankersen nodded to Weiss. Through his subtle gesture, everyone present naturally understood this. At this stage, according to normal national defense strategy and industrial economic trends, we should shift the focus of scientific research and production from aircraft back to airships as soon as possible. However, this shift, which directly relates to national defense security, cannot be viewed solely through normal logic. It must be analyzed calmly, cautiously, objectively, and thoroughly. Even if the final result aligns perfectly with normal logic, we should still leave enough room and prepare contingencies, the Minister of Industry continued to elaborate. The attendees might have been confused, but Weiss was crystal clear. He knew very well that the focus of the current problem lay in whether the frozen sea in the north actually contained the ruins of a spaceship larger than a mountain. Scientific researchers from various countries had conducted 11 months of joint research and reached a positive conclusion, but this was, after all, only a conclusion. The target object had not been directly presented to the world. If the survey and drilling results were forged, or partially true and partially false, thereby misleading the research team's judgment, the subsequent chain of logical inferences would be like a castle in the air, unable to stand in reality. Therefore, in that secret report, he had hit the nail on the head regarding the crux of the matter. Adjustments made based on this erroneous logical conclusion would inevitably be wrong, but because various countries focused on how to fairly distribute resources and how the military joint committee system should operate, they overlooked the real key point. The great philosopher Kalunchen once said that a lie needs a series of lies to cover it up, otherwise it cannot withstand scrutiny or investigation. I think that whether the northern incident is true or false will be revealed before long, with the whole world watching closely. If it is indeed the ruins of an incomparably huge spaceship, we can obtain near-infinite star source stone resources from there, and before long, more and more airships will be flying in our skies. Not only will our national defense strategy change, but people's lifestyles will also change. Railways will be replaced by airships, and one will be able to take an airship from the capital, Liberty City, to the capital of any federal state in just a few hours. This beautiful prospect is based on the northern discovery being real. But if it is, as many of us fear, a complete scam, or partially a scam, our lives will remain as they are, and our national defense strategy should maintain its original course, prioritizing conventional mechanical technology, supplemented by special technology centered on star source stone. Only in this way can we maximize the federal government's industrial advantages. After saying all this, Minister Ankersen paused and cast his gaze toward Weiss. Before we enter today's main topic, I think it is necessary to ask our officer Klemperhesen to tell us about his analysis and judgment, so that we can have a clearer concept, and then we will discuss the content that President Kekler has asked us to study. Minister Ankersen had not communicated this agenda to Weiss in advance, catching him completely off guard. Recently, besides capital operations, this was the thing he worried about the most. Moreover, he had completely and profoundly organized his thoughts through the secret report, so sharing them here was easy for him. Under the gaze of everyone, he stood up, bowed slightly to everyone, and said loudly, "As a local administrative official, my duty is to maintain the local economic and social order and to allow this region to achieve significant development to the best of my ability. My in-depth exploration of the northern incident is first based on personal reasons. An expert I care deeply about went to the north as part of the Federation's first research team. During his stay in the north, we maintained correspondence, and some unusual hints appeared in his letters. From that time on, we have been vigilant about the truth and intentions behind the northern incident. Because of this vigilance, we feel that what happened later, while seemingly logical, was actually leading us step by step into a trap. Let's call it a trap. As the minister just said, if the northern discovery is true, it will bring us a huge amount of star source stone resources, and our adjustments in national defense strategy and industrial layout will be in line with logic and the direction of development. However, if this premise does not actually exist, what consequences will our adjustments cause? Everyone can imagine." Weiss paused intentionally to give everyone a short time to digest and think, then continued, after communicating with some authoritative figures, "I have a rough estimate. Currently, we produce 2,000 to 3,000 technologically advanced combat aircraft annually and maintain a 3 to 5 year lead over the Normans. Once we adjust the direction of our strategy and industry, we will return to the old path of focusing on researching and manufacturing airships before the war. On that path, we basically have no advantage over the Normans, while the Normans are 3 to 5 years ahead of us in terms of power and artificial star source stone. This means we would have to face the enemy's advantages with our own shortcomings. Sorry, everyone, I am used to calling the Normans enemies, because they are always our potential number one threat. For example, in star source stone levitation power, or what some call anti-gravity technology, for 1 microgram of lift generated, the Normans can reach 1,000 pounds, our conventional level is 600 to 800 pounds, and the Wessex are similar to us. Based on these factors, my judgment is, regardless of whether the northern incident is true or false, the Normans will expand their military advantage over us in the current situation. If it is true, this contrast is not so intense. If it is false, we will fall completely into their trap. By the time we discover the truth and try to reverse the layout, if the delay is not very long, perhaps a few months, then readjustment might not be too late. If it exceeds a year or even longer, some industrial changes will have already caused irreversible consequences. Those factories and production lines will be dismantled and replaced with a bunch of inefficient new production lines, wasting capital and delaying technological development. Take Lorraine Industry as an example. In the last 2 or 3 months, dozens of factories manufacturing mechanical equipment have cut production capacity, more than a dozen have announced bankruptcy or are for sale, and more enterprises are in hesitation and panic, not knowing what to do. If this situation continues until autumn, Lorraine's mechanical manufacturing industry will undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow. Only those raw material production periods with low technological content at the front end of the industrial chain will be retained or even further developed, but this cannot bring any progress to our industrial system. Everything that needed to be said had been briefly stated. Weiss nodded to Minister Enkersen and sat down. The minister continued, I believe everyone present, especially the governors, should have a deep understanding of what Officer Klemper-Heesen has said. Recently, the judgment of investors and the financial world is that we should shift the direction of development to the field of manufacturing airships and related products as soon as possible. With no major changes in total funds, there will be decreases where there is growth. Withdrawing funds from traditional mechanical industries and the aviation industry is something that is already happening in reality. What we are anxious to do and discuss today is how to maintain the stability of traditional mechanical manufacturing and the aviation industry in this turbulent current. This cannot be done by issuing a few administrative orders or promulgating some new laws. In the current international environment, most of the public cannot access the deep-seated reasons. If the federal government still encourages the development of traditional mechanical industry and aviation industry with great fanfare, on one hand, it will be under pressure from all walks of life, and the pressure of public opinion is often more terrible than the threat of real swords and guns. On the other hand, it may make our diplomats passive in negotiations. Before coming here, I talked with the president for a long time, and we have always believed that it is a safer and more appropriate method for some federal states and industrial groups to form a secret alliance and achieve this goal with the indirect support of the federal government. Let us call it the alliance of countercurrents in the wave of the era. The Federal Minister of Industry, the administrative heads of various federal states with industry as their pillar industry, senior experts and scholars in the industrial field, and officials from the Federal Security Inspection Department were sitting together, and of course, they would not only discuss logical or philosophical problems. What they wanted to find was an operable way to solve the current dilemma. As the saying goes, the great way is simple. To go against the trend and maintain the manufacturing of mechanical equipment, the most core point is to ensure the minimum production and R&D, that is, orders. If there are no orders, in this free market environment, it is impossible for enterprises alone to maintain production. Under the democratic system of the Federation, the federal government and local state governments play the role of small government, and they also cannot make enterprises idle in a planned way. Therefore, sitting here looking for a way out, the first thing they must solve is the order problem. Focusing on this main line, people began to analyze. Looking at the current mechanical equipment market, agricultural and forestry machinery are the least affected, because in the foreseeable future, the sudden increase in the number of airships will not affect crop planting and tree felling. The biggest impact is on the aircraft manufacturing industry. As for the increasingly large-scale automobile manufacturing industry, although the current order volume has not been solved extremely, with the number of airships expected to increase significantly, the enthusiasm of various industrial bodies to continue investing funds and manpower in the field of automotive technology has plummeted, and the long-term development prospects of this industry are not optimistic. Chapter 76, on Black and White Technology. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. Orders, strictly speaking, don't have much to do with government officials, experts, and scholars. In the market trading system, they are the maintainers of fair order and analysts of theory, but this is only superficial. More than half of these governors who value industrial development started their careers as industrialists, and several remain heads of families or key figures to this day. Their enterprises are still powerful market entities. This does not conflict with the laws and regulations of the federal government. As for the experts and scholars, many serve as consultants for industrial enterprises and have in-depth research on business operations, market fluctuations, and supply and demand relationships. Precisely because of this, the Minister of Industry invited these people instead of executives from those large enterprises, with the intention of analyzing the current crux from a more macro and comprehensive perspective, and subsequently seeking an appropriate way out. Everyone had their own theories on how to guarantee orders. Orders mean the demand in the supply and demand relationship. Only with demand can there be orders. With major shifts about to occur in military and transportation methods, a decrease in conventional orders is to be expected. To find ways to maintain the stability of orders or even achieve growth against the trend during this decline, some strategic measures are needed. Take agricultural and forestry machinery as an example. If you want to maintain orders for mechanical equipment, you must convince people to expand the scale of agricultural and forestry production and shift from traditional human and animal labor models to mechanical power models. This has been highly effective in Lorraine and the Neuchâtel federal state, but in other regions, progress has been limited due to historical evolution, geography, climate, economic environment, and other reasons. However, even in the relatively distant future, when the sky is full of airships, crops will still need to be planted, managed, and harvested through ground labor. Therefore, the promotion of agricultural machinery is quite feasible, and the same logic applies to forestry. However, actually promoting these concepts is not an easy task. The best guidance is market and capital. A simple example is for the government to provide some funds to encourage people to reclaim wasteland and subsidize the costs of using agricultural machinery, while agricultural machinery manufacturing enterprises promote usage through reasonable rental methods. Combining these several approaches can achieve a better promotional effect. However, agricultural and forestry machinery are ultimately relatively low-end products in the field of machine technology. Even if this sector is stabilized, it will not help maintain the momentum of black machinery. People are accustomed to calling machine technology centered on star source stone white machinery or mysterious machinery, while calling conventional machine technology such as internal combustion engines and electric motors black machinery or scientific machinery. In this current era, what truly represents the high-end level of black machinery technology are automobiles and airplanes. In this civilization level event, the airplane industry is the one hit hardest by airships, and it is almost impossible to save. After all, whether from military or civilian perspectives, once the supply of star source stone surges, the number of airships will also increase geometrically. Then, whether in military use or civilian air transport, people will tend to use airships, which have a better cost-performance ratio. In the foreseeable future, massive flying warships will once again become the masters of the blue sky. Various types of airships will be able to quickly establish air transport lines covering major cities. Whether for passenger transport, postal service, or some special fields, airplanes still do not have the conditions to compete with airships. In the military field, unless the aviation forces can prove that airplanes are stronger and more practical than those ultralight airships that use star source stone, they will not be able to contend for a space for survival. Amidst the optimism of agricultural and forestry machinery and the pessimism of the airplane industry, the automobile is an industry in a delicate position. It could go either way and has more room for imagination and development. Therefore, the meeting focused on how the automobile industry can maintain its current order levels. In this regard, the bigwigs had various opinions and also offered many interesting suggestions. For example, the concept of the family car is in line with the trend of historical development, but the problem that needs to be solved is how to reduce the cost of family cars to a level that every current family can potentially afford. Furthermore, it is how to make the general public accept the concept of the small car. This is not something that traditional propaganda methods alone can achieve. In the military field, vehicles powered by internal combustion engines have a wider range of types, from transport trucks, reconnaissance vehicles, and wheeled light armored vehicles to tracked heavy combat vehicles, which can cover complex and ever-changing battlefield needs and are obviously irreplaceable by airships. Therefore, the military field is an important direction for maintaining vehicle orders. What needs to be done is to make corresponding adjustments in the direction of technical research and development and design and production, so that it more closely aligns with the military's strategic thinking of using airships as the main battlefield force. Simply put, it is to develop combat vehicles with assault capabilities suitable for airborne troops, as well as multi-purpose vehicles suitable for use at night and in bad weather. These are all developed based on the characteristics and shortcomings of airships. Beyond these two fields, Weiss also proposed an idea that was quickly recognized by everyone: the field of competition. Taking the Lorraine agricultural and forestry machinery competition as an example, he analyzed that in a democratic country like the Federation, people's curiosity and competitive psychology are actually very strong, but they are often suppressed and need to be released in specific ways. This is also one of the reasons why boxing matches and fighting are popular everywhere. If the various federal states and major industrial enterprises could join forces to organize a car racing event in a league or cup format, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance people's interest in automobiles as mechanical equipment in terms of competition. He explained to everyone using a vivid deduction: in a city of 100,000 people, there are usually only 500 cars, 200 of which are public and 300 are private. If this city holds a car race once a month or once a week, and uses appropriate prize money as an incentive, many citizens will purchase cars for training in order to participate in such competitions. A few months later, the car ownership in this city is very likely to increase from 500 to 1,000. The number of public vehicles remains the same, while private vehicles have more than doubled. In terms of technology, people pursue faster and better vehicles due to the needs of competition, which not only prompts manufacturers to conduct research and development and production but also stimulates the wisdom of the public. Perhaps a year or two later, the vehicle ownership and high-end level of this city will have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to cities without such events. Applying this city model to the entire federation is in principle also applicable, but it should be noted that such competitions must take into account fairness and justice, as well as appropriate competitiveness and entertainment, and must also find ways to ensure safety. Only in this way can a long-term, effective, and virtuous cycle be formed. In this field of competitive racing, in addition to four-wheeled family cars, three-wheeled motorcycles and two-wheeled motorcycles can also be considered for introduction, so as to ensure and enhance the activity of mechanical products in this country. Although the development of automobile engines and transmission systems cannot replace airplanes, there are still certain similarities between the two. In addition, the competitive mode can also be introduced for airplanes. However, considering the cost of airplanes and the complexity of operation, it is difficult to achieve large-scale popularization and can only be applied to specific groups of people. Although Weiss's speech was prepared on the spot, relying on his past training, he organized this speech in an orderly manner, earning praise from the Minister of Industry and many bigwigs. He took the opportunity to state that Lorraine is very willing to become a promoter and demonstrator in the field of mechanical competition. The Lorraine state government can organize a regional vehicle competition to explore the rules of the competition regarding fairness and competitiveness, then continuously improve and promote them, and tentatively encourage enterprises and individuals in the state to form car clubs. As long as there are 100 car clubs, there will be at least 1,000 car orders. Expanding this to 10 federal states would mean 10,000 vehicles. With the vigorous rise of this sport, the number of demands will continue to climb, and competitive races will accelerate the consumption and renewal of vehicles, further increasing the scale of orders and technical levels. Other governors also responded one after another, stating that after the rules are initially determined through the Lorraine car competition, they will work together to form a regional car competition alliance, thereby forming a competition brand with greater influence. During the three-day meeting, in addition to this suggestion from Weiss being sufficiently novel and constructive, the suggestion of another expert bigwig also brought inspiration to everyone. That is, with the rapid increase in the number of airships, the military's black machinery will have a large amount of redundancy. The military can be allowed to disarm or partially disarm these devices and sell them to the public. This practice of hiding troops among the people has the benefit of allowing the public to get tangible benefits and also satisfying their need for security. Furthermore, in the event of a military threat or even the outbreak of war, these civilian-held pieces of equipment can be quickly concentrated and reincorporated into military use or used as equipment for militia organizations. In daily life, in order to ensure the good maintenance of these devices as much as possible, a reserve scoring mechanism can be created. As long as one accepts and uses the equipment updated by the military and demonstrates the required standard in qualified military training, one can earn bonus points in this scoring system. These bonus points should preferably be linked to the tax system, that is to say, using the means of reducing tax burdens to encourage the public to hold and maintain those retired military mechanical equipment. In the end, Minister of Industry Ankerson stated that the automobile competition system and the civilianization of military mechanical equipment were the two major gains of this meeting, and maintaining the market activity of mechanical equipment is undoubtedly a necessary fallback to cope with the development of the situation and strategic adjustments. After the meeting, the governors, experts, scholars, and officials from the Security Inspection Department were to return to where they came from. Most of them left via the railway system. Before saying goodbye, Weiss and several familiar governors gathered to have a cup of hot tea, naturally chatting about things they were all interested in. One of them was the pollution revolution and factory relocation in the capital region. The capital region was originally the strongest industrial zone of the Federation. Alvis was not seen at this meeting because the capital region is undergoing a major adjustment of its industrial layout. The reason is easy to understand, because industry is too concentrated, leading to severe pollution of regional air and water resources. The public in the capital region demanded that those heavy factories producing large amounts of waste and sewage be dispersed to other places. Out of strategic considerations, the federal government intends to divide these factories into 3 categories and carry out planned and organized relocation. The first category is air pollution type. These factories are relocated to the eastern coastal areas, utilizing sea breezes to disperse exhaust gases. The second category is sewage producing type. These are moved to the southeast, utilizing surging tides to dilute the sewage. There is another category that causes less damage to the environment. These are dispersed to several federal states around the capital region. In this way, it not only reduces the pressure on the capital region but also maintains a certain degree of strategic concentration and security. Therefore, the administrative officials of the capital region are busy with these matters right now. Weiss had heard about this before. He originally intended to contact some enterprises to relocate to Lorraine, but a while ago, Lorraine industrialists were exhausted from solving current funding problems and simply did not have more energy to solicit new partners, so it was shelved. After all, relocating enterprises, setting up factories, and recruiting personnel all cost money. Without certain preferential treatment and subsidies, why would those enterprises travel thousands of miles to come to Lorraine? Besides, having become accustomed to life in the capital region, having to come to a remote and backward place like Lorraine would invisibly increase people's inner resistance due to the psychological gap. Instead of this, it is better to do one's best to do well. After the influence and image improve, let those who look down on Lorraine be unable to reach it. Chapter 77, Women are no less than men. After returning to Lorraine, Weiss immediately began preparations for Lorraine's first engine-powered vehicle race. Although the current financial situation remained quite tight, this did not prevent him from organizing a large-scale regional open event. The racing venue was financed through banks as an operational facility, and the race prizes were crowd-funded by the Klemper-Heisen family and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. Referring to the racing models of later generations, he envisioned several formats: first, a cross-country rally; second, a circuit race; and third, a composite race. After analysis, discussion, and necessary budget calculations, Weiss and his partners selected the circuit race, which meant racing within a relatively enclosed area where the race could be viewed intuitively. This was similar to later off-road circuit racing or a miniature version of an F1 rally, where spectators sat in the stands around the venue to watch the competing vehicles race, which was the most intuitive and easily accepted form of racing. To increase competitiveness and interest, the event set up men's, women's, and mixed groups, and positioned levels according to vehicle models, divided into general, heavy, and motorcycle groups. In addition to the circuit race, winners from each group were invited to participate in a city loop exhibition race to expand the influence of this vehicle competition. The relevant personnel from the Lorraine State Government and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, who had previously successfully organized the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Competition, were assembled by Weiss. They arranged the new event with ease, smoothly formulating complete competition rules and determining the schedule for the first round of qualifiers, the second round of preliminaries, and the third round of finals. Meanwhile, the Lorraine people's rich construction experience in recent years came in handy again. In just over half a month, they built an open-top racetrack with a total track length of 12 li, and the 3-story stands could accommodate a total of 50,000 to 60,000 spectators. For a medium-sized city like Mason, this was already a very considerable capacity. The first round of qualifiers for the event could be described as completely open. As long as one had a mechanically engine-powered vehicle, one could sign up. No registration fee was required, just a security deposit that would be returned after the race, and one could enjoy commercial insurance purchased by the organizer. Despite this, people's initial enthusiasm for participating was not high. But when they found that their neighbors, friends, and colleagues whose driving skills were mediocre or even clumsy were taking the field to try their hand, making fools of themselves, having fun, and even displaying their golden participation certificates in prominent places in their homes, the heat of the event soared, eventually becoming a grand activity involving the whole population. During this period, Weiss also sent invitations to his old friends, inviting everyone to come to Lorraine to participate in this novel grand event. Consequently, heroes from the battlefield appeared one after another, and the press seized the opportunity to track and report on the style of these former heroes, which further pushed the heat of the event. In the open qualifiers, which lasted for nearly a month, the organizers awarded victory encouragement awards and competitive spirit awards to outstanding performers in the motorcycle, general, and heavy, trucks and buses, groups. The rewards were not generous, but this way of encouraging public participation received a wide response. Immediately following, the event entered the official weekend preliminaries, held for 6 rounds each weekend, with competitions unfolding over 3 consecutive weekends. Finally, 12 motorcycle groups and 12 car groups were decided to advance to the final, and among these, they were divided into men's and women's groups. After the winners of the men's and women's groups were determined, the top 3 from each group competed for the final mixed group championship, and the strongest club award was judged for those participating in the form of clubs. In the previously held Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Competition, with the roar of machines and the friction of metal, what was displayed was the beauty of power and speed. Whether engineers, drivers, or bystanders, there were very few female figures. However, in this engine-powered vehicle race, because a separate women's group was set up, many female drivers signed up. Although their talent in mechanics was not as good as the men's, they showed a spirit of women being no less than men on the track, adding a beautiful landscape and unique vitality to the event. To increase the publicity effect, the organizers conducted a series of reports on outstanding female drivers starting from the qualifier stage, successfully pushing 3 female drivers with excellent appearance, temperament, and skills to the center of public opinion. Ultimately, Verica, who won the women's group championship and the 3rd place in the mixed group, not only surpassed the double champion of the men's and mixed groups to become the #1 popular figure of the event but also became the first Lorraine woman to appear on the front page of Freedom Weekly in the last 20 years. As the initiator of the event, Weiss did not stay completely behind the scenes but actively participated, joining the people in the fun. In the qualifier stage, he achieved a good result in the top 50, and in the preliminaries, he unfortunately missed the cut by only a few seconds. After the main race ended, in the 2 exhibition events of the Mason City Loop Race and the Samsonas City Loop Race, he was highly sought after by the Lorraine populace, especially his fellow hometown folks. In Weiss's view, Lorraine's first engine-powered vehicle race was a complete success, with the only small flaw being that Nicola did not come to try her hand. This ace pilot had outstanding driving talent, and even if she had no interest in winning the championship, she could have shown her style. But throughout the event, this man-dressed big shot seemed to have disappeared, without a single bit of news. It was not until after the event concluded that the missing Nicola finally popped up. Weiss had previously worried that she had ventured to the north, but she told Weiss that during this period, she had been researching at a highly confidential research center with a group of crazy experts. Thanks to their efforts, the Federation's artificial star source stone research had finally made a breakthrough. Speaking of which, this breakthrough was forced out by the Northern Incident, just like Lorraine's car race. If the Northern Incident further developed and star source stone was continuously mined from the deep-sea ruins in the north, then the research on artificial star source stone would lose its meaning. These projects would either be cancelled or disbanded, and the hard work previously put in would go up in smoke, which was something many experts and technical personnel were unwilling to see. Nicola had been exposed to this project during the war, and after the war, she continued to be associated with it as a special consultant. Through their efforts, the Federation Army gave them a final deadline of a few months and the last batch of financial support. If they could not make a breakthrough, the project would be officially stopped, and all relevant personnel would be disbanded on the spot. Now, they had achieved a miraculous breakthrough amidst overwhelming difficulties, which could be said to be forcing out potential in adversity. Nicola stated that the Federation's artificial star source stone was still highly classified, so she could not reveal too much, but she could share the general performance and application prospects with her partners. That was to use the waste residue from star source stone refining combined with specific rare metals to refine and form artificial star source stone plates, using the hot electrons generated by electric filaments and grids to bombard them, producing an anti-gravity effect similar to star source stone. The levitation efficiency of this artificial star source stone was about 300 pounds per microgram, which was more than half worse than star source stone, but considering that the raw materials for artificial star source stone were easier to obtain than the previous star source stone and the inventory was much larger, artificial star source stone still had very realistic uses. If they were applied to large aircraft, they could be made into super transports or super bombers. In Nicola's vision, these super heavy combat aircraft could carry single or twin mounted artillery, and could also carry heavy or super heavy aerial bombs and heavy high temperature incendiary bombs to conduct strategic bombing on enemy industrial zones, which could cause devastating destruction. Speaking of which, the reason the military could continue to support this project was, on one hand, their skepticism about the Northern Incident. On the other hand, even if the Northern Incident was real, under the inherent allocation ratio and supervision system, the construction quantity and tonnage of airships were public, and hypothetical enemies could deploy targetedly based on this quantity. However, the quantity of artificial star source stone was unregulated or rather, could not be fully regulated. The Normans could use artificial star source stone to build a secret fleet, and the Federal Army also needed to make strategic reserves. Unknowingly, it was already late autumn. On the hardened road covered with fallen leaves, Weiss drove the Freedom Brand car, carrying Nicola from Samsonas all the way to the station of the 27th National Defense Division in central Lorraine. This military camp located in the Patton Forest was once a defensive stronghold built by the Norman occupation forces. Because its geographical location was between Samsonas, Valence, and Slin, it had an important strategic position in the Lorraine region. More than 2,000 Federation officers and soldiers were stationed here year-round. With the support of the military, the Starry Sky Group and the Crumble-Hessen factory established a joint aircraft manufacturing plant and test base here, just like a miniature version of the Starry Sky Group's manufacturing and flight base in the east. After a year of construction and initial operation, it already had the conditions to manufacture modern aircraft, capable of producing twin-engine long-range transports and bombers, and they were the latest models with metal skins and high-strength alloy frames. The factory and base were set up near the military camp partly to obtain better security conditions and partly to strengthen cooperation in military equipment. We recently reached a deal with the Grumman Group. They are providing us with the latest 15 PAR caliber twin-mounted artillery that uses magazine feeding. This is a powerful medium-range weapon. The key is that the artillery system weighs only 5,600 pounds, which can be fully loaded onto our heavy attack aircraft. Whether it's air-to-air combat or ground-to-ground attack, it's a powerful weapon that catches the enemy off guard. How should I put it? Just thinking about it makes one feel excited. Nicola expressed it this way, and Weiss couldn't picture what that twin-mounted small-caliber artillery looked like, but he could roughly guess. The concept of magazine-fed artillery sounded very familiar. Loading it onto a plane would create a historic super-heavy attack aircraft. Because of the blessing of artificial star source stone technology, it was hard to say whether this would become a classic and powerful weapon. I'm really looking forward to it, Weiss replied. Nicola was obviously very satisfied with the new breakthrough in technology. She beamed and introduced, based on the operating principle of artificial star source stone, we designed a heavy steel keel for the new heavy attack aircraft, with an independent levitation power safety box configured at the front and rear. During normal flight, the aircraft engine provides sufficient electricity. Once damage occurs, the backup battery continues to supply power. In the event of a complete engine shutdown, it can continue to fly for 5 to 10 minutes, which is enough to make a forced landing on the battlefield. Sounds great, Weiss continued to respond. Do you know where the most amazing part is? Nicola asked. Weiss didn't dare to brush off this big shot. He thought about it very seriously for a while. Is it the aerial maneuverability? Ha, you actually guessed it. Nicola's voice rose by 2 degrees. If Weiss hadn't been driving, she might have expressed her excitement with a fist. A delicate fist? That didn't exist with her, it was only stronger than, not weaker than, a normal man's fist. Weiss smiled slightly. You just said that the plane has 2 levitation power devices. In addition to emergency use, they must also be able to play an auxiliary role during aerial maneuvers. The key performance of an aircraft is nothing more than speed, firepower, protection, and maneuverability, these basic elements. Firepower has already been mentioned, it's not hard to infer the remaining items. However, the principle is simple, but actually achieving it is not easy. I must admit, you are a top-notch talent in aircraft design. Thanks for the compliment. Nicola said with her head held high, this is my dream, and it is also the career I love. Chapter 78, Best Friends for Life. The latest update for Iron Soul of Steel. Arriving at the Patton Forest, the modern aircraft manufacturing plant was hidden deep within the vast sea of trees. Only 2 roads led into and out of the farm, one leading to the outside world, and the other leading to the garrison of the 27th National Defense Division. To build this cooperative factory, the Lorraine people and the Starry Sky Group had invested a huge sum of over 15,000 gold crowns. It is worth noting that the construction of the first free Lorraine Canal had cost less than 10,000 gold crowns in total, which shows just how expensive the research and production equipment for current high-end technology is. Over the past year, more than 50 engineers and technicians, along with over 1,000 workers and their families, had moved here, giving this aircraft manufacturing plant hidden deep in the forest true soul and vitality. Nowadays, in its spacious and magnificent manufacturing workshop, rows of aircraft were being assembled. At a glance, everything was full of modern metallic texture. This was also the first all-metal bomber/transport production line in the entire Federation, currently mainly manufacturing the twin-engine N-series military transport/bomber. Before this, the Federation Army only had all-metal models for fighter jets. Both bombers and transport planes were usually a combination of metal frames and fabric skins. When Weiss and Nicola arrived here, the new weapons purchased by the Starry Sky Group from the Grumman Group had already arrived. However, they were not as cool as imagined, but rather very simple frame-mounted artillery, just like installing artillery and corresponding recoil devices into a metal frame. They were in groups of 2, and judging by their size and shape, they could indeed be mounted on heavy aircraft. In Weiss's memory, people in the old timeline had also tried to combine aircraft and artillery. During the Second World War, attack aircraft equipped with small-caliber artillery played the role of can openers for ground-armored vehicles, and in the post-war years, the most successful was the C-130 gunship, which is not only well known to military enthusiasts but also a regular on the screen. In Transformers, the aerial gunship showed its great power and beat the machine warriors using future technology until they had no temper. Before guidance technology matured, artillery indeed had advantages in speed and precision that ordinary bombs could not match, which is why airships generally used artillery rather than bombs as their main weapon. In fact, in the early days of the rise of airships, experts had conducted extensive research on these 2 main attack methods. Both theory and practice showed that artillery was more destructive and deterrent than bombs, while the weapons carried by attack aircraft were the opposite of airships in the previous Great War. The Federal Army used attack aircraft carrying bombs to defeat the Normans' air fleet. Under conditions of limited airframe strength and payload, using bombs was the only effective way for aircraft to attack such behemoths as airships. Now, the maturity of artificial star source stone technology, coupled with the potential increase in the production of star source stone, has allowed people to see a bright future for breaking through the original limitations. In the factory's design room, Weiss saw a wooden model he had never seen before. This was what Nicola called a flying gunship. Looking at its outline, it still belonged to a conventional aerodynamic aircraft, large wings carrying 4 piston engines, the propellers were a 3-blade layout, and the tail was also a traditional vertical tail. Compared with the aircraft seen in the past, its biggest peculiarity was that there were twin-mounted artillery turrets stacked vertically on the left and right sides of the rear middle part of the fuselage. They could be regarded as enlarged twin-mounted machine gun turrets. Their horizontal field of fire covered the rear hemisphere of the aircraft, and the vertical field of fire was close to 300 degrees, and they could also fire at targets in the front upper and front lower positions. Seeing this model, the first question Weiss asked Nicola was, what is their positioning? The tacit understanding formed by long-term cooperation allowed Nicola to grasp the intention of his question immediately, so she answered straightforwardly that they could be used as aerial cavalry on the battlefield to raid and ambush enemy airships, and could also deal with ground targets. These 15 PIR caliber airborne artillery were equipped with 3 types of conventional ammunition: armor-piercing shells for attacking ships, high-explosive shells for attacking ground targets, and canister shells for anti-air combat. In tests, this artillery could penetrate the armor of any aircraft at a distance of 3,000 feet, including the heavy aircraft the enemy used during the war, and when using high-explosive shells, it could attack targets in the air and on the ground from 20,000 to 30,000 feet away. Although the accuracy in flight was not as good as the artillery of airships, its carrier moved very fast, which could fully exert the advantage of high efficiency and mobility. Aerial cavalry on the battlefield. Weiss repeated this concept, chin in hand, pondering. When it came to attack aircraft, he used to think of the mature concept of dive bombers and tried to explore in the direction of aerial torpedo planes. During the war, the Normans used aerial torpedoes to inflict heavy damage on the Wessex and Federal air fleets. However, this novel weapon had many limitations. The first and foremost was that it had to be used on airships because the artificial star source stone components had to be pressurized and heated before launch. Secondly, current navigation technology could only ensure the inertial flight posture of aerial torpedoes and could not deal with flexible targets at all. Before the emergence of guidance technology, aerial torpedoes could only act as high-power, slow-speed artillery and could not play the role of rockets or missiles. Medium-caliber aerial artillery undoubtedly filled the gap between bombs and machine guns/cannons. After solving the problem of the carrier platform, there was indeed a practicality that had never existed in the history of Earth civilization. What does the Supreme Military Technology Committee think of this weapon? Weiss then asked another direct and important question, which related to the application prospects of this weapon. From what we know so far, it is very optimistic, Nicola answered frankly. The most important thing is that this aircraft, which is equivalent to a light or ultralight airship, has gotten rid of its dependence on star source stone. In fact, after the breakthrough in artificial star source stone technology, the Military Technical Committee members have been carefully considering backup plans for strategic adjustments. They have 2 choices. One is to mass-produce heavy aircraft that combine aerodynamic principles and artificial star source stone technology, the other is to use artificial star source stone technology to build more airships. But I think the levitation performance of artificial star source stone restricts this path. Besides the low unit levitation force, we are worried that intense artillery battles will affect the stability of the artificial star source stone, so airships built relying on artificial star source stone are equivalent to defective products compared to conventional airships. From Nicola's words, Weiss heard some information, that is, artificial star source stone is still a bit inferior to real star source stone in terms of performance and stability, but this involved high-level secrets, and it was not convenient to ask her too much. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. In addition, we have discussed a lot about Northern affairs recently. Nicola did not point out who she was discussing with, perhaps it was the experts who studied artificial star source stone with her, or perhaps the members of the Supreme Military Technology Committee. These were not important. What was important was that they discovered another interesting paradox. If what was discovered in the north was really the wreckage of a spaceship, or a part of a spaceship, and it was relatively complete, then the scientific and technological information it carried was far more valuable than the star source stone material it contained. But the Wessex people are now desperately trying to turn it into star source stone resources, bargaining on the distribution of star source stone resources, rather than exploring the advanced technology of a higher civilization to parse that ancient and advanced civilization requires a lot of time and energy. Perhaps only by gathering all the high-end talent on Oren's planet could substantial progress be made in the foreseeable years. Analyzing from this angle, what the Wessex people discovered in the north might just be a star source stone deposit, and they hyped it up as a so-called spaceship wreckage for some ulterior motive. For example, using a certain amount of star source stone resources to lure the Federation into changing its strategic deployment, returning the armament development route to airships, and abandoning the flight technology in which they have an advantage. After hearing what Nicola said, Weiss nodded. We have been thinking about this direction recently, and it coincides. I sent you a telegram to invite you here for this purpose. We intend to maintain the scale and momentum of mechanical technology development through a national competition, rather than letting the expected increase in the number of airships replace engine-powered machinery. We are not willing to delay even for a month. By the way, what do you think of this? Nicola asked back. Because of their tacit understanding, Weiss knew she was referring to the heavy aircraft model beside them. In terms of its operation mode of carrying artillery and focusing on artillery attacks, calling it a flying gunship might be more appropriate. In terms of attack, it is impeccable, and the mobility is also very good. The only shortcoming is that the defense is too weak, especially the propeller engine, which is easily damaged or destroyed by artillery fragments. This point cannot be compared with light airships. However, I think there is nothing absolute. If we want to pursue a balance of firepower, speed, and protection, it will inevitably lead to the enlargement of the airframe. Perhaps, considering the complexity of the battlefield, we can design the combination of aircraft and artillery in a modular way, forming several extended models. For example, the twin-mounted gravity artillery here is located on both sides of the fuselage. This is the heavy combat type. If a twin-mounted parallel artillery is carried on the rear half of the fuselage, this is the ground attack type. If one is carried on the back of the aircraft, it is the anti-air combat type. There are also some that carry artillery but are actually disguised combat types carrying heavy bombs, as well as command types carrying high-power communication equipment. In this way, a formation composed of several types of aircraft is like an air fleet, with different roles and different uses, making the enemy unpredictable. Compared with the attack aircraft we used in the last war, the biggest advantage of aircraft carrying artillery is that the attack distance is increased, just like the difference between infantry using swords and archers using bows and crossbows in the cold weapon era. If an army only has sword infantry, it is difficult to reduce casualties in battle. If there is a combination of sword infantry and archers, or only archers are used under specific conditions, casualties can be reduced a lot. Nicola nodded repeatedly and praised, I knew it was right to bring you here. Of course, this factory also has your shares, so it is reasonable for you to participate in this important R&D project. Why here, and not your base camp? Weiss expressed his curiosity. Although the equipment of this cooperative factory was the most advanced, it had only just opened, and its R&D capability was far inferior to the main base and research center of the Starry Sky Group in the east. According to normal logic, high confidentiality and high-value designs should be completed by the main factory and then produced by branch factories and cooperative factories. Nicola frowned, did not answer immediately, but suggested going to the lounge for tea. After sitting down and pouring tea, she asked the staff to leave the lounge and close the door, then lowered her voice and said, recently the situation in the east is not very optimistic. There are a large number of suspicious people active, and data theft incidents have occurred more than once. Weiss did not have such a clear understanding of the situation in the east, but recalling that before Brooks was transferred to the east, he also mentioned that the Normans seemed to be brewing a new attack route, which was to attack the Federation east through the Sea of Fury, where weather conditions were harsh. With the style of the Normans, since they wanted to plot against the east, they would definitely carry out a lot of intelligence actions in advance, just like they did in the west and north of the Federation. Because the environment had changed, the Starry Sky Group moved the focus of research to this relatively inconspicuous cooperative factory. This was a wise move, but it also meant that the Lorraine side must make great efforts to grasp security work. Weiss drank tea while considering security matters. Assuming he was a Norman, how would he start to spy on the information here? Analyzing from this angle, he found that the environment here was not as safe as he felt before. Adjacent to the barracks and far from the living area, it gave people a sense of paralysis in thinking. Once the Normans wanted to do something, they could take full advantage of this. As Weiss's best friend, Nicola saw his worried look and guessed his thoughts as expected. She suggested, how about this, let's divide the work. I will be responsible for the technology, and you provide good ideas, you will be responsible for perfecting the guard system, and I will provide suggestions and necessary financial support, how about that? Weiss praised, exactly what I want. Chapter 79, Initiating a Challenge, the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. Previously, when Weiss and the industrialists of Lorraine faced an unprecedented financial crisis, Nicola arrived uninvited and took the initiative to help them solve some problems. Although it was not decisive, it was truly a timely help. Now, the crisis has been initially overcome, and the engine-powered vehicle competition has brought a wave of new orders to Lorraine's automotive industry. Among these, the vehicle manufacturing plant, with the Klemper-Heisen family and Lawrence as the main shareholders, benefited greatly. This ripple effect improved the situation of Lorraine's industrial development. At least in terms of funding, Weiss was no longer as strapped for cash as he had been a few months ago. Therefore, regarding the matter of strengthening the security of the aircraft factory, money was no longer the primary issue, but rather how to lay it out. If they only relied on passive defense, then even the tightest security system would be broken by the enemy. They had to introduce battlefield thinking, actively turning passive into active, only then would this defense of the factory have a hope of winning. These general principles sound intuitive, but putting them into practice is complicated. Weiss and Nicola discussed it for a while and felt that the Normans would turn their attention here before long. It was possible they were already watching, so the action had to be fast. Furthermore, after initially meeting the expected conditions, they had to be proactive, like administering a vaccine, to lure the enemy into scouting for intelligence. This would allow them to figure out the enemy's routes, remove the enemy's hidden sentries, carry out a preemptive clearance, interfere with the enemy's actions, and buy as much time as possible to continue strengthening security, ultimately making this place an intelligence no-go zone for the enemy. During this half-day, the topic between Weiss and Nicola shifted from technology to tactics. Centering on the security of the aircraft cooperative factory, they drew up an operational plan similar to those from wartime. At first glance, the nearby military barracks and garrison troops were their greatest reliance, but this was only an expected measure, as the garrison troops could not dispatch forces to provide direct security protection for the cooperative factory. Their existence, firstly, could make the enemy have some scruples on a psychological level, while their own personnel would feel at ease. On a tactical level, they could frequently come to provide military training for the security personnel, and Lorraine's reserve forces also had reason to assemble, deploy, and conduct combat readiness training in this vicinity. On the other hand, they could conduct routine patrols in the surrounding mountains and forests, strengthening medium to long-range alert capabilities, while the actual factory security would inevitably rely on forces outside the military. Out of an understanding of the federal security system, Nicola suggested submitting an application to the Federal Security Inspection Department, citing the research and production of advanced technical secrets as the reason to apply for this area to be listed as a federal security alert zone. If approved, they could receive direct support from the Federal Security Inspection Department, including dispatching technical personnel to strengthen the factory's security, as well as providing certain security funding and necessary equipment. Although the quantity would not be too large, and the equipment provided would only be at the level of active duty troops, it would still be an extremely beneficial supplement to the factory-based security system. The forces of the military and the authorities had guiding and supplementary significance in the cooperative factory's security system, but the real main force relied on the security teams organized by the Starry Sky Group, the Klemper-Heessen family, and the Lorraine state government. Speaking of security teams, it gave people the feeling of a mob, far less well-trained than regular troops. However, relying on the weapons and equipment produced by the Krumbelhessen factory, coupled with training from the garrison troops, they could completely approach or reach the combat level of regular troops. In addition, the agricultural aircraft manufactured by the Lulin Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory could build a three-dimensional mode for the factory's security system and be put into battle when necessary. The vehicle factory established by the Klemper-Heessen family in cooperation with Lawrence could produce and modify light armored wheeled combat vehicles. Coupled with the tracked vehicles from the Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory, building a mobile force with dozens to hundreds of wheeled armored vehicles and tracked combat vehicles was not a difficult task at all. As for weapons, since the Federation implemented an approval system for light weapons, whether in a personal capacity or in the name of a security company, they could obtain corresponding light weapons. Calculating it this way, without being limited by funds, they could completely and quickly raise a formidable security force. Considering the practical significance and cost-effectiveness, Weiss and Nicola decided to expand the scale of the security force from the existing 200 people to 600, equivalent to a conventional infantry battalion. The number of motor vehicles would increase from the current 20 to 80, with the newly added quantity mainly being wheeled armored vehicles and tracked armored vehicles. In addition to being equipped with corresponding weapons, radio equipment was the key support at the technical and tactical level. They not only had to purchase corresponding radios but also planned to use existing manpower to establish a separate commercial encryption system to prevent enemy intelligence penetration. Both of them were decisive in character and started working on it immediately. At the same time, they were cautious, with a meticulous attention to detail. Weiss did not go through the police or reserve forces, but instead selected the local Samsonas people from the Joint Security Forces of the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone. Based on the principle of volunteering, he quickly assembled the first batch of reinforcements to head to the cooperative factory. Before these young people joined the cooperative factory's security team, they received 3 weeks of strict military training at the garrison's barracks. This helped to raise them another notch above the reserve level, enabling them not only to be proficient in various active duty weapons but also to initially master basic combat skills. Meanwhile, Weiss and Nicola both wrote letters to their old comrades and former superiors, hoping they would recommend suitable candidates from among those who had already retired from the military and possessed excellent ability and character to lead the cooperative factory's security work. With the help of all parties, they quickly identified 3 candidates who had served as officers in the Federal Army. Through interviews and communication, they determined that 2 of them would serve as senior commanders of the cooperative factory's security team. Nicola also successfully recruited some retired pilots, initially having them join the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Air Corps to conduct aerial patrols over the area near the cooperative factory in the name of agricultural and forestry production. In this regard, they had already conducted full communication and cooperation with the garrison troops. Early on, out of security considerations, the garrison troops sent officers to rotate as observers in the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Air Corps to ensure that their normal flight activities would not endanger the military security of the garrison troops. After the cooperation deepened, they also realized that relying solely on banning flights could not prevent potential dangers, so they also began to actively use the power of the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Air Corps to strengthen the security patrols of the garrison camp in remote areas. After the three-dimensional security system was initially built, Weiss took his capable partners from his former Lorraine guerrilla warfare days to conduct on-site surveys in the mountains and forests near the cooperative factory. Using guerrilla warfare thinking in reverse, they chose multiple hidden locations to establish mobile and fixed guard posts, set up 3 layers of alert lines, and personally led the increasingly strong security personnel of the cooperative factory to conduct field drills, using confrontation exercises to give them an intuitive understanding of their responsibilities and future potential dangers. Under Weiss's coordination, the garrison troops also formed a collaborative relationship with the cooperative factory's security forces for regular drills. Through this form of infiltration and counter-infiltration, hunting and counter-hunting, they continuously strengthened the physical defense of the cooperative factory. Winter arrived, and the pace of people's lives slowed down again. Outdoor activities were greatly reduced, but in the distant north, the excavation of the so-called spacecraft ruins had entered the extraction stage. Every month, enough star source stone to build several large airships could be refined and distributed according to the proportions previously agreed upon by each country. Just at this speed, every country could add a considerable flying fleet every year. However, according to the joint agreement, they must use a significant portion of the star source stone for non-military airships. Upon seeing the true star source stone resources, people's skepticism regarding the northern incident weakened significantly. Although knowledgeable people continuously used various channels to warn or hold the agencies responsible for the northern incident accountable, arguing that the civilization information from the spaceship ruins was far more valuable than the star source stone resources, Both the Wessex government and the United Exploration and Mining Committee always maintained one excuse: the northern ice layer was too thick, and they could only extract a portion of the resources through mining and drilling. Methods: to get closer to those ruins, it might take several or even over a decade. Since summer and autumn, that pair of live wires, Varys and Guinevere, basically met once every 2 months in Bellicacer, sometimes even once a month. Although Weiss and the others were always very worried that Guinevere was getting too deep into character, at least judging from her condition, everything was still within a controllable range. After winter began, the two continued to date in Bellicacer, and after the security system for the cooperative factory was initially built, Weiss and Nicola went to meet for a confrontation as planned. At the Bellicacer spaceport, they met Prince Varys as scheduled. The frail new crown prince of the Norman Empire was still alive, and the government affairs of the Norman Empire seemed to still be in his hands, while Varys continued to hold military power as the chief of general staff of the military forces. As for the extent of their relationship and whether the power structure within the Norman Empire had stabilized, the information gathered from various parties was neither detailed nor consistent, making it feel confusing and obscure. Through Guinevere's route, although one could indirectly understand Prince Varys's mindset and views during different periods, these could not be fully trusted either. Seeing Nicola, a half-smiling expression appeared on Varys's face. Both Weiss and Nicola had once been his prisoners, and Nicola had been imprisoned by the Normans for a longer time. She had even spent several months in the Norman Empire. Weiss did not ask much about that experience, and Nicola did not volunteer to mention it, thus maintaining a tacit understanding. "Long time no see, are you still single?" This was the first sentence Varys said to Nicola, as if an old friend were caring and greeting her. Towards Varys, Nicola did not show obvious hostility, otherwise, she would not have been willing to come to Bellicacer to meet him. One person has one person's freedom, two people have two people's attachments. Each has their own desires, each has their own gains. What's wrong with that? Nicola answered indifferently. This conversation made Weiss feel a bit surprised, as if Varys had once pursued Nicola. Judging from this, perhaps he wasn't just fond of Guinevere, but was interested in all influential women in the Federation. Could this perhaps be a big move he was making for his future occupation and rule of the Federation? Varys smiled awkwardly and looked at Weiss, saying, "Actually, I have always felt that you two are a perfect match. Now that President Leopold has stepped down, what else can stop you from being together?" Weiss felt there was no need to answer this question. He took the initiative to change the subject. "We came to visit today actually because we want to talk about cooperation with your highness. The identity I have coming here is just a passerby. I neither talk about business nor transactions. I am just here to see my sweetheart, and I will leave after seeing her." Prince Varys rejected his proposal in a way that surprised Weiss, not even asking what the content of the cooperation he wanted to discuss was. "But you previously tried to acquire our factory through Guinevere. Isn't that a gesture of transaction?" Weiss found a very favorable entry point to refute him. Varys neither admitted nor denied it. He frowned slightly, waiting for Weiss's follow-up. "The transaction I want to talk about is that we will not hinder your meetings with Guinevere in any way, and we also hope that you will not send intelligence personnel into Lorraine, and even less, engage in sabotage on our land. This does not benefit either of us. After all, in the current situation, the whole world has realized the positive significance of peaceful coexistence and cooperation. The clouds of war should have already left above our heads," Weiss said. "I have never issued such orders. In fact, I only manage the organization and training of the army, and in peacetime, it is impossible for our army to cross the border into the Federation. Of course, except for a very few special circumstances, just like what you encountered back then." Varys said this with a calm demeanor and the arrogance of someone in control of everything. Weiss refuted, "However, in the past year, there have been as many as 15 vicious intelligence incidents in Lorraine, 11 of which were aimed at military targets, and the other 4 were aimed at technical targets. Even our newly built Free Lorraine University was not spared, which makes me feel very annoyed. In these incidents, we discovered a total of 29 suspicious individuals, some of whom have been confirmed to be suspected Norman Empire intelligence personnel." "What does it mean to be confirmed as suspected Norman Empire intelligence personnel?" Varys pointed out the grammatical error in Weiss's sentence unceremoniously. "Since it's confirmed, why is it suspected?" The reason he was so unscrupulous was that those people were already cold corpses and could no longer confess any information. Weiss did not answer his rhetorical question directly but continued, "And there are also some local Lorraine residents. According to their confessions, their actions were all coerced and tempted by the Norman Empire's military department. The funds they received, the technical support they obtained, and the orders they received all came from the Norman army. These are indisputable facts." Varys looked neither surprised nor annoyed. He just gave a faint "oh" and then said lightly, "This matter is not within my jurisdiction. After I go back, I might ask the people in the military intelligence department. I think what you said before also makes sense. In the current situation, we don't need to continue to engage in confrontation, but should carry out more cooperation, but these things are not up to me. I know what you are plotting, and you have been plotting it for a long time." Weiss threw out this sentence, pretending to be annoyed. According to the previously discussed performance method, Nicola kicked Weiss's foot with her shoe, signaling him not to continue speaking. Varys naturally saw this little action of theirs, but he did not show anything and pretended not to see it. "We are both still young, and we still have a long life ahead of us. In the long decades to come, I hope we can all face each other with such a calm attitude, able to sit freely at a table and drink tea, instead of standing on opposite sides of the battlefield fighting to the death," Nicola said. Varys gave her a smile, I also hope for such a result, but there are many things we cannot decide. This world is not dominated by us, at least not for now. In the second half of the brief meeting, both sides tasted tea and talked about tea, no longer saying anything else, but before leaving, Varys gave Weiss another bombshell of a statement. By the way, I mentioned your brother last time. Recently, I received some unconfirmed news that he is still in Lorraine. If what they said is true, he is currently not under our control. In your words, he is a free man. After returning from Bellicacer, Weiss immediately initiated the established combat plan. With the collaborative support of the military and police departments of the Federal Security Inspection Department, Lorraine's major telegraph lines were monitored, especially communications with Bellicacer spaceport, which were recorded and analyzed by dedicated personnel. The logic was simple: any action carried out by Normans lurking in Lorraine or traitors working for the Normans would inevitably be directed from the rear, and the intelligence obtained would also need to be transmitted out in a timely manner. They could set up their own radio stations to transmit via high-frequency radio, but this method required equipment, training their own radio operators, and being careful to guard against the Federal Security Inspection Department's radio detection units. During the period when Brooks led the relevant personnel from the Federal Security Inspection Department to station in Lorraine, they locked onto and raided 10 suspicious targets in total. Only 2 were equipped with radio equipment, while the other 8 lacked such devices. There was reason to believe they were transmitting intelligence through public communication lines in a covered manner. Of the 2 targets equipped with radio stations, one was completely destroyed by the infiltrators, while the other left behind many components and documents due to the haste, allowing the Federal Security Inspection Department to master the frequency bands and cryptographic encoding methods used by the enemy using existing radio technology. Although they could not immediately decipher the codes, they could lock onto the communication frequency through telegraph patterns and subsequently use radio direction finding technology to search for the source of the telegrams. After this struggle, the foreign intelligence personnel within Lorraine almost stopped using the radios they carried themselves for a long time afterward. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not use point-to-point direct contact methods again. About 3 days later, the Joint Task Force finally screened out several suspicious telegrams from tens of thousands of messages and locked onto several suspicious individuals through reverse tracking. However, they did not rush to launch an arrest operation, but instead adopted a remote surveillance method to monitor their movements. One of the clues, after several twists and turns, pointed to the cooperative factory located deep in the forest. In other words, despite the factory conducting strict screening and checks on internal personnel, an enemy intelligence agent had still managed to infiltrate. Weiss and Nicola were not surprised by this. They continued to observe in secret and, guided by the clues, roughly determined the department where the enemy intelligence agent was located. Fortunately, it was not in the security department, but among the first batch of personnel who entered the factory. It seemed the Normans had long noticed the existence of this cooperative factory and had made deployments to gather intelligence from the very beginning. To screen the information, Weiss and his team utilized the power of the military and police departments. At the same time, to mislead the enemy's line of sight, they launched an operation against another clue, raiding a target location in the Mason University town. There were 2 suspicious individuals there. They were very alert and, upon discovering that the situation was not right, actually took a female student hostage, demanding that the police let them go. During the standoff, the Lorraine emergency squad arrived at the scene, professional snipers wounded the 2 thugs, and then the police and the emergency squad stormed the scene. The 2 fanatics committed suicide by shooting themselves, just like before. The clues did not end there. Judging from the materials found at the scene, their target for intelligence gathering was the Lorraine people's high-end mechanical technology. Most of the enterprises of the Industrialist Alliance and the Grumman Group in Lorraine had cooperative relationships with the Mechanical Engineering College of Free Lorraine University. They were attempting to access information on those mechanical technologies through this line, which included the latest high-power piston engine design. Although this was far from the cooperative factory, through these technical materials, an invisible black hand could still penetrate the technical field to understand the development level of the cooperative factory in terms of technology, and even probe their specific technical plans. Next, the Federal Security Inspection Department personnel and local Lorraine police personnel naturally conducted a large-scale screening and verification of the university town's faculty, students, and even vendors, letting the opponents think that the Lorraine people had shifted their focus to the educational institutions in southern Mason. In fact, they maintained covert tracking in other aspects. After more than a week, the mole lurking in the cooperative factory finally transmitted information out. The Vigilant Security Department discovered hidden confidential information in a submission letter nominally sent to a newspaper office. Based on this discovery alone, they locked onto both the mole and the upstream contact. Very quickly, this letter was delivered to Weiss. The content of the letter looked like ordinary poetry. The writer had also submitted to the newspaper from time to time before, had been published several times, and had received reasonable remuneration accordingly. It seemed there was no problem, but upon careful identification, one would discover that some of the hidden hints within it pointed to a certain new technology. The one who noticed the abnormality of this letter was a young man who had just joined the security team not long ago. He had served in the army, and tracing back further, he was a liberal arts student at a federal higher education institution. Out of a love and study of literature, he keenly noticed that some of the words and sentences in the letter used a technique of repeated emphasis. It looked like it was strengthening the rhetoric, but these things had a high degree of correlation with flight, and one could guess some technical indicators through the meaning behind them. For example, soaring like a thunderbird above the clouds at 33,000 feet, chasing lightning, ignoring the resistance of the wind. This sentence was emphasized twice, and the wording used in each instance was slightly changed. Together, it could be understood as a type of aircraft having a very high flight altitude and speed. Furthermore, from some of the subsequent emphasized statements in the article, specific numbers could be pieced together, and upon verifying with the cooperative factory, it indeed matched the calculated data for the heavy aircraft. After discussing with Nicola, Weiss decided to launch the first phase of the phishing operation. To ensure the information did not leak to the greatest extent possible, he did not alert the Federal Security Inspection Department and the local Lorraine Police Department, but instead divided the labor and collaborated with Nicola. She would organize the factory's security force to catch the mole, while he would personally lead the members of the Joint Emergency Squad to raid the newspaper office. After more than a year of training and integration, the Joint Emergency Squad, composed of the Reconnaissance Battalion directly under the 17th National Defense Division, armed inspectors dispatched to Lorraine by the Security Inspection Department, and the Lorraine Police, had become a quasi-special task force with rich experience in anti-infiltration and counter-espionage. Regarding the emergency response mechanism, the state government led by Weiss had also reached a consensus with the garrison, the Security Inspection Department, and the local police departments that, in necessary circumstances, they could act first, report later, maximizing the mobility and confidentiality of this special force. This time, Weiss selected 24 members of the Joint Emergency Squad and personally took the field to ensure a one-hit victory. After breakfast, the team gathered and departed, arriving at the block where the newspaper office was located by truck. The operational personnel broke into smaller groups and approached the front and back doors of the newspaper office, respectively. At this time, the dozen or so staff members of the newspaper office had already arrived at the workplace one after another, just starting their day's work. Before this, Weiss had asked the tax official to help look up the situation of the newspaper office, learning about the number of employees and the scale of operations, and also obtained the structural plan of the building where the newspaper office was located from the construction department, having a relatively detailed understanding of the target's situation. Once the agreed time arrived, they decisively launched the operation, entering the newspaper office from the front and back doors, respectively. Seeing a group of murderous-looking men in trench coats rush in, the people in the newspaper office were stunned. Weiss didn't argue with them. While squinting to observe, he walked through the office area toward the management compartment. In his special vision, a red dashed frame suddenly appeared in one of the compartments, which meant that the people inside held strong hostility toward the sudden intruders outside. Before they could take out their weapons, Weiss broke down the door, unreasonably slamming them to the ground. Without needing to be told, the accompanying members of the Joint Emergency Squad stepped forward and tied them up tightly, so as to prevent them from using the weapons or poison they carried to end their own lives. By the time the Joint Emergency Squad had completely controlled the newspaper office and searched the inner rooms and the outer public office area, the Lorraine police had arrived late. After a surprise interrogation, other relevant personnel at the newspaper office were unaware of the identity and intentions of these two enemy agents. After capturing the two hostile personnel, Weiss took the emergency squad and escorted them directly to the interrogation room of the Federal Security Inspection Department in Mason, launching an examination and interrogation using professional interrogation methods. Both of them had attempted suicide during the interrogation, but because the federal side was well prepared, they did not succeed. After 2 days and 2 nights of high-pressure interrogation, the two men gradually confessed some situations. They were just a lower-level information relay station here. After extracting useful intelligence, it was transferred to another enterprise located in Mason by dedicated personnel, and this enterprise had the qualifications to conduct international trade. Although it could not yet be determined how they transmitted the information, their goods were regularly associated with the Basel Kingdom through Bellicaser Spaceport, so it could be inferred that they probably used this line to realize the transmission of intelligence. After the fall of this lower-level stronghold of the newspaper office, another 2 days passed. When Weiss and his team followed this clue to raid that foreign trade enterprise, they found that it was already empty, and the relevant personnel were nowhere to be found. Although they immediately imposed controls on the Bellicaser side, they still did not find any trace of these people. They had likely dispersed on the spot and changed their identities to hide, rather than attempting to cross the border to leave. On the other side, the operation to clean out the mole led by Nicola was also successful. They captured that engineer. Although this person also tried to end his own life, the method was not professional, and under the vigilance of the security personnel, he did not succeed. After examination, this engineer spilled the beans and confessed everything from beginning to end. The reason he became a lower-level intelligence agent for the Normans was based on the fact that during the war, the Normans abducted his family. In the Federal Official Management Archives, his family had unfortunately died in the war, and there were related proofs such as burial locations and death times, which looked like there was nothing suspicious, but little did they know they were still alive, just taken away by the Normans. For the safety of his family, this engineer had to cooperate with the Normans to collect intelligence on the federal side. Over these years, he had also received some funds from the Normans and used these funds to rebuild a family. His contact with the Norman side was a single-line contact, and the only intelligence node was that newspaper office which had been raided and uprooted. Now the line was broken, and he had basically lost his usefulness. Although very worried about the safety of his family, knowing that his crimes were heavy, he honestly stated that he was willing to cooperate with the federal authorities unconditionally and accept corresponding punishment, only hoping that his newly formed family would not be implicated because of this. This round of contest uprooted 1 nail and 2 contact points buried by the Normans. The results could not be considered abundant, it could only be said to be a pretty good start. Next, taking the opportunity of the Lorraine Council passing the local retirement pension bill, Weiss launched a screening operation of population registration and work experience in Lorraine. This was roughly similar in nature to a census registration. Nominally, it was to provide a basis for the calculation of the personal base for retirement pensions, but in reality, it required everyone working in Lorraine to register relevant information clearly and ensure it was traceable. In fact, through this census-like population registration, it was difficult to find the Normans lurkers, because a large amount of information had gone through the war. Those who were slightly older had experienced 2 wars, and many experiences no longer had witnesses, but this was a strategy of psychological warfare. Weiss deliberately let people spread the news that several suspicious individuals had been screened out during the registration process and handed over to the Federal Security Inspection Department. After determining the local permanent population through this registration, he then had the police department register and control the floating population so as to grasp the movements of these mobile personnel. Given that Belakazar spaceport had become an important window for information exchange, where both overt and covert information gathered, and with personnel already dispatched by the Federal Security Department, Weiss mobilized Lorraine's police and educational resources to form a semi-official information technology team. This team's expenses were partially covered by the Lorraine local government through security funds, mainly targeting screening and monitoring of radio communications, cargo manifests, and other channels. The team's personnel were relatively fixed, rotating regularly at Belakazar spaceport. Usually, they monitored communication information and also followed management personnel to inspect goods. Although at the very beginning, they did not have any achievements for a long time, scientific thinking and the power of technology gradually appeared over time. Mathematics experts, through regular statistical analysis, pointed out the communication frequencies and cargo batches that needed to be focused on. Literature and history experts helped the Federal Security Inspection Department to reason and decode commercial ciphers, and after constantly trying and failure, they finally found the first, then the second, and the third clue. Then, the Lorraine Police Department or the Joint Emergency Squad would launch operations following these clues, rooting out various moles lurking in Lorraine, making it increasingly difficult for those with ill intentions in Lorraine. Chapter 81, Song ends, People Gather. In this winter, because the star source stone resources in the north began to be distributed to various countries, the mechanical orders within the Federation experienced significant downward pressure as expected. The cooperative factory located in Lorraine did not expand its scale or recruit personnel, but focused on stabilizing its current structure and pushing forward with research and development. Therefore, throughout the winter, apart from a small number of technical personnel coming and going from the Starry Sky Group and the Grumman Group, the cooperative factory was almost closed off. Under the leadership of Weiss and Nicola, they made rapid progress in the research and development of heavy attack aircraft and, under existing technical conditions, initially achieved modular production. A general production line could manufacture several heavy attack aircraft with different configurations of mounted artillery, which could even be quickly modified during wartime. Of course, this so-called quick did not mean a few short hours, but rather days or even 1 or 2 weeks, but the key was that it did not require major overhauls and could still be modified through technical means. During this winter, the leaders of various countries were not idle either. Based on the official mining of star source stone resources in the north, matters related to military cooperation and joint defense also entered deep discussions under the encouragement of all parties. Under the strong demands of the Wessex government and the want to refuse but welcome attitude of the Norman Empire, including the federal government, all countries finally agreed to establish a filing mechanism for the mining and use of star source stone resources, to share information on the mining and use of star source stone, and to gradually share airship technology under fair and equal conditions, and to hold regular joint military exercises, all of which further consolidated military cooperation relations based on the original Chief of Staff liaison meeting mechanism. Under these circumstances, star source stone resources and airship forces became almost public, and the manufacturing of aircraft and heavy aerial vehicles based on artificial star source stone and engine power machinery became strategic mobile forces in the true sense, and thus received the attention of the Federation Army High Command. At the beginning of spring, members of the Supreme Technical Committee secretly came to Lorraine to visit the research and production of the cooperative factory and watched the prototype demonstration of the heavy attack aircraft on site. Although from the perspective of comparing combat effectiveness, 100 heavy attack aircraft could barely contend with one airship squadron, the actual cost of 100 heavy aerial vehicles was more than double that of an airship squadron, and the daily maintenance and flight training were also a separate system, requiring additional burdens. After repeated weighing and discussion, the Military High Command finally decided to order 600 new heavy attack aircraft from the Starry Sky Group, which would be delivered over 2 years, and the flight units would be re-equipped according to the delivery schedule. Flight regiments re-equipped with this new type of heavy attack aircraft would be successively moved to Lorraine from other regions. Before this, the Federation Army had 2 large military bases and 1 large military spaceport in Lorraine, which was the Slin spaceport. Opening new bases and airports meant massive projects and a more severe security and intelligence situation. On the surface, the international situation, dominated by the 3 major powers of the Federation, Wessex, and the Norman Empire, turned from competition and confrontation to cooperation and sharing, but the news of the Normans establishing a military base on the Sea of Fury made the situation tense again. Between the western part of the Norman Empire and the eastern part of the Federation, there was a sea area with particularly harsh climate conditions, with an east-west width exceeding 4,000 li. Not only were ships difficult to pass through safely, but airships were also greatly affected. Violent air currents, high-frequency lightning, and uncontrollable raging waves had made the sea area a forbidden zone for human activity for thousands of years. Precisely because of this, the 2 major wars between the Norman Empire and the Federation were fought on land. Although both sides had surface ships and airships, so far, there had been no fierce confrontation in the Sea of Fury. Now, the Normans were building military bases on several islands in the Sea of Fury, and the Norman Intelligence Department was also causing trouble in the eastern part of the Federation, all of which made the Federation military feel an unprecedented threat. The Norman Empire stated that their establishment of a military base on the Sea of Fury was out of the need for the security and defense of the entire Oran's planet. If this area remained a military vacuum, it could easily be utilized by outside invaders. Furthermore, they believed that the reason why the Sea of Fury was so abnormal was not just due to natural causes, but likely, like the spaceship ruins in the north, had some hidden existence. Even if no one was controlling them, they had always been exerting an influence on the outside world. Regarding this point, the Normans indicated that after their military base was completed, they could invite top experts from various countries to jointly study the hidden world beneath the Sea of Fury. In the past, people would scoff at such an explanation, thinking it was nonsense and an unreliable excuse, but after the northern incident, this seemed to be the most reliable reason. Whenever the international situation became turbulent, especially when it was directly related to the Norman Empire, Weiss would subconsciously look for clues from the meeting of those two magical figures in Bellicacer. Unknowingly, this situation had continued for nearly 2 years. Did these two drama queens intend to continue acting like this and stage a magical journey without an end? The answer was obviously negative. Shortly after the Norman Empire military base incident in the Sea of Fury, news came from Octavie that was somewhat caught off guard. Prince Barris had proposed to Guinevere, and Guinevere was prepared to accept this proposal. If both sides could reach an agreement, a formal engagement ceremony would be held, and then a wedding date would be set. Was this making a fake play real, or acting out a wonderful dramatic life into real life? Weiss was a bit confused, but Octavie had already returned to AO City before him and talked to Guinevere face to face about these things. Octavie naturally would not reveal the content of the conversation between sisters to Weiss in detail, but she revealed the core essence of this conversation. Guinevere had decided to enter that fairy tale story world and let herself integrate into the role of a princess of a vast empire. Of course, she stated that her heart would always be the Federation's, always free, and she would influence and help the two countries alleviate their relationship as much as possible from her position. If the situation that no one wanted to see, such as conflict and war, ultimately occurred, she would pray for the Federation and wish for her husband's safe return. This contradictory choice was not something an ordinary person would have the courage to take. For Guinevere, Weiss was just an old friend, and their friendship was not deep. If he went to persuade her at this time, it probably wouldn't have any effect. Soon, the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent an official letter to the federal state government, requesting them to coordinate and cooperate with an upcoming foreign affairs activity in Bellicacer. Although it was not specified what the content or theme of this foreign affairs activity was, the marked level was very high, making Weiss involuntarily associate the two things together. Could it be that Prince Barris would marry Guinevere in Bellicacer? Why Bellicacer specifically? Weiss scratched his head a bit, but regardless, since the matter had fallen here, it was impossible to hide from it, so he had to seriously prepare to deal with it. A week later, officials from the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs arrived in Mason to coordinate and arrange specific matters. At this time, Weiss finally received definite news that an engagement ceremony requested by the Norman Empire was about to be held at the Bellicacer spaceport. For the Federation, an engagement was a personal matter and could not be elevated to a national level, but because the person involved in the engagement was a member of the Norman Empire's royal family, they still gave it the corresponding level of treatment. Engagement ceremonies usually had other royal family members attending, and perhaps the crown prince who held the power of the Norman Empire would also descend. That would be the highest level of national treatment, which was not something a single Ministry of Foreign Affairs could coordinate, and leaders should also be present. However, at least so far, judging from the willingness expressed by both sides, they did not intend to hype it up to the point where the whole country knew about it. After all, it was just an engagement. Correspondingly, members of Guinevere's family, one of the parties involved, especially her parents, were all invited to attend, and the Bellicacer spaceport was originally only for commercial use, combined with some military designs, and now it had to be set up as an engagement scene that would not be too shabby, so many things had to be consolidated and perfected. For the people of Lorraine, who could be called infrastructure maniacs in recent years, this was not too big of a problem. The day before this somewhat mind-boggling engagement ceremony, Weiss, Nicola, and Octavie gathered in Bellicacer. Thinking back to those years, at the Baston Military Academy, Octavie was a respectable and admirable ice-cold beauty instructor, while Weiss and Nicola were among the most outstanding students of that year, and could be considered the three famous figures of the Baston Military Academy at that time. They had each experienced the baptism of war and the cleansing of their life paths after the war, and now they had achieved some success in their respective fields. When they gathered together again because of Guinevere's affairs, there was much to reflect on. Weiss came here because he was the host and the local person in charge of coordinating matters for all parties. Octavie came here as a senior commander of the Federal Special Operations Unit, responsible for coordinating with the Federal Security Inspection Department and the military's security work. Nicola was here because the Norman Empire side invited the former Federal President Leopold to attend. Out of various considerations, Mr. Leopold did not come but entrusted his youngest daughter to attend on his behalf. The identities and purposes of the three were not the same, but when they gathered together again, there was a common purpose extended from this event, to guard against the Normans' conspiracy. What they were guarding against here was not what the Normans would do on the scene since it was Prince Barris's big event. Even if the Normans had ideas, they wouldn't play any tricks on the scene, but because a series of events in the last 2 years made them always wary of the Normans' conspiracy. Do you still have no clue about that matter? Octavie asked. She was referring to something Weiss had mentioned when they met before and had asked her to help confirm. Barris said CE was still alive and was in Lorraine, but Weiss had spent some effort and still had no clues. Octavie was now a senior commander of the Special Operations Unit, and in peacetime, a considerable part of the personnel and responsibilities of the original Military Intelligence Department were transferred to the Special Operations Unit, and the rest were transferred to the Federal Security Inspection Department. Therefore, it was possible to obtain some intelligence through her line. No discoveries, no clues. I think it's possible he deliberately deceived us. It may not be true. At least under the current circumstances, let's put this matter aside. Weiss answered frankly. Don't lower your guard. Octavie reminded. Given the Norman style of doing things, they might bring this up at any time to do something. At least on your side, you must be mentally prepared to deal with it. Chapter 82, The Counter-Attacking King. Get the fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. The three of them chatted for a while, and Weiss said half-jokingly that since Guinevere was marrying into the Norman Empire's royal family, she could be considered a high-level intelligence agent for the Federation in the future. Whenever there was any movement in the Norman Empire, the royal family would surely be the first to receive the news. Although she wouldn't be able to participate directly in government affairs, she would have some contact with them, more or less. In this light, this marriage had its positive side. Weiss spoke without thinking, and as soon as he finished, Nicola rolled her eyes at him, while Octavie didn't look pleased either. It seemed that a woman's perspective was vastly different from a man's way of thinking. Octavie said, I don't want my sister to become some high-level intelligence agent and sacrifice her whole life. When it comes to defending the home and country, I would rather fight the enemy face-to-face on the battlefield than see my own family used as a bargaining chip in marriage. These words sounded incredibly mature, as if she were a mother about to send her daughter off to a wealthy family, even though she was actually only 3 or 4 years older than Weiss. Nicola followed up, saying, although marrying into the Norman Empire means becoming a noble imperial consort, she comes from a nation like the Federation that stands in opposition to the Norman Empire, so she will inevitably face some discrimination and exclusion. In the first few years, she will certainly be under tight surveillance, and it will be almost impossible for her to access the enemy's political or military affairs unless they intentionally let her. Weiss spread his hands, indicating that he held no prejudice against women, nor did he have any intention of infringing upon women's rights. He explained that because Guinevere had previously mentioned that one of her dreams was to become an outstanding intelligence agent, he had wondered if she might have that secondary goal in mind when marrying into the Norman Empire. I have already talked to her. If she really has such thoughts, even if only partially, I would advise her to give up the idea early. Marriage is not a game, and you only live once, Octavie continued in the tone of an old mother. I remember when Barris first came to Bellecaser to meet with Guinevere, I had a conversation with him. At the time, he seemed very reluctant to make the news public, but now he is willing to officially get engaged to Guinevere, and this news cannot be sealed off. So, since he is willing to make it public, there must have been some psychological change. What exactly made him make such a decision? Does it mean that the power structure of the Norman Empire has undergone some subtle changes? Weiss's question was not clearly directed at either Nicola or Octavie. He was unsure if one of them, or both, had the answer he was looking for. Octavie mused. In the Norman Empire, the two young princes, Albert and Barris, were once not highly regarded. They were the underdogs in the struggle for power. For a long time, we always believed that Albert suffered from a serious hereditary disease and would likely pass away at a young age, but the history of the Norman Empire's royal family is not without such misdiagnosis, or scams carried out in the name of misdiagnosis. As for Prince Barris, he has been different since childhood. He is a genius in the military field, but also a rebel, so it is said that he was not valued by their Hohenstaufen IV. The late crown prince was the darling of the heavens, favored by all parties. Come to think of it, this unfortunate late crown prince was born to Hohenstaufen IV's first empress, who passed away from illness over a decade ago, while Albert and Barris were both born to the second empress. Although the first empress has been dead for many years, her family had close ties with the old crown prince, and after the old crown prince died, a conflict and shift in power naturally occurred between the new crown prince and the interest groups he represented. In fact, Prince Albert and Prince Barris belong to different power factions. Such support is often consolidated and maintained through means such as marriage. The imperial consort married by Prince Albert is a representative of the traditional Western nobles who support him. Therefore, people originally thought that Prince Barris would marry a woman of pure blood and distinguished background from the northern Seydlitz family, but he actually chose Guinevere as his first wife. Not to mention the future, at least in this step, he was quite bold and quite unusual. Up to now, we still cannot guess his true intention. If it is as you speculated before, to better occupy and rule the Federation in the future, then how will he solve the current problems? Is he relying solely on the support of a few talented youths from the Seydlitz family, or has he already firmly grasped the military power? Octavie's series of rhetorical questions unearthed quite a few illogical speculations, making the mystery of Barris's life even more confusing. Regrettably, as her sister, she didn't even have a clear concept of what kind of person she was marrying. Was he gentle or furious, sincere or cunning, honorable or despicable? The conclusions drawn from various materials were often contradictory, or perhaps he was simply a very contradictory person to begin with. Weiss looked at Nicola, then said, based on my contact with him, although I cannot be absolutely certain, I think he is a very intelligent and very poised person. At the very least, during extremely dangerous times, he did not show signs of irritability or loss of control, which shows that he knows how to control his emotions and has enough shrewdness. Think about it, to be able to sit in the position of Chief of General Staff of the Norman Empire's army at his age, relying solely on his background is probably not enough. At the very least, he must have passable ability and reputation. If he weren't so outstanding, how could he have captured Guinevere's heart so quickly? You know, Our big star is sought after by thousands of people in the Federation, her suitors could line up from Liberty City to AO City. Among them, what kind of men haven't there been? Nicola chuckled, yes. Judging from his appearance, demeanor, and conduct, he certainly fits the image of the Prince Charming in the hearts of thousands of young girls, not to mention his bright prospects in the Norman Empire. For the vast majority of young unmarried women on this planet, he is indeed a very ideal marriage partner. If only he didn't have some strong political intention, that would be perfect. The last sentence was clearly the key point of Nicola's entire statement. She felt that this marriage was still a political activity, and as for what purpose it aimed to achieve, from the current situation, it could only be said that opinions differed from person to person. The sun was setting, and the evening glow in the sky was like a fiery red curtain. Was this curtain slowly rising or gradually falling? Was it opening an era, or ending one? Standing by the window, Weiss watched this ordinary yet spectacular scene, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. According to the trade agreement of the Bellicaser spaceport, flight vessels traveling here only land and take off during the day and cease operations at night. This is both for safety considerations and a need for national defense. However, this time, for this grand and unique engagement ceremony, the Federation agreed to allow their vessel to arrive at night under the active negotiation of the Norman Empire. In the night sky, a flight vessel that didn't look overly large flew in from the west. Those escort vessels all stopped far behind the border line, and only it flew alone into the Monomolan Mountains, finally arriving at the Bellicaser spaceport. In Weiss's special field of vision, it didn't look special at all. It had neither powerful protection, nor fierce firepower, nor special mobility. It seemed to be just an ordinary transport vessel. After it approached, when the searchlights of the Bellicaser spaceport swept over its metallic hull, Weiss suddenly realized that the luxury he had witnessed when visiting the Norman Empire was fully embodied on this flight vessel, perhaps even surpassed. It was like a flying palace, with layers upon layers of superstructure on the hull, a structure that was unprecedented and unseen before. From a military perspective, such a towering superstructure was simply terrible. It was neither conducive to reducing the cross-section, nor helpful for the balance of the hull during high-speed maneuvers, and it was even too easy to expose its unique silhouette during flight. However, from the perspective of comfort and aesthetics, being able to overlook the entire ship from that high bridge and gaze down at the Earth gave one the feeling of ruling over the world. In the registry of the Bellicaser spaceport, this incoming vessel had a very resonant name, Crown. If it were in the Federation, this might be a commonplace name, but in a highly centralized monarchy like the Norman Empire, Crown was by no means a name that ordinary people or common objects could use. It signified power and status. If he didn't know that Hohenstaufen IV had been bedridden with illness for the past few years, Weiss would have speculated that the War Emperor had arrived in person without prior announcement. Given Barris's current status, he would definitely not use such a flight vessel so blatantly. That would be too ostentatious and not in line with his character. It appeared here entirely because his mother, the current Empress of the Norman Empire, was to attend the engagement ceremony. For Barris, the arrival of this Empress was a huge affirmation and support for his choice of spouse. Perhaps, this was also a peak in his life. A big figure from the Norman Empire arrived at the Bellicaser spaceport by flight vessel, and as the host, Weiss did not need to go up and fawn over them respectfully this night. In fact, the night arrival was the Normans' request, and there was no such convention of receiving guests at night in diplomatic occasions. According to the schedule provided by the Norman Empire, that big figure would stay here for a day and a night plus a few more hours. The next day, they would have traditional activities like a tea party with the bride-to-be and her family, and the official engagement ceremony would take place in the evening. The arrangements basically respected the customs of the Normans, with the entire ceremony lasting more than 2 hours and containing as many as 24 items on the list. Although he hadn't experienced it, just looking at the list made him shudder. Royal etiquette was truly long and tedious. If it were within the territory of the Norman Empire, the pageantry would surely be even more extravagant. Weiss had always been curious about what made the high and mighty Norman Empire royal family decide to come to this remote spaceport and condescend to hold such an engagement ceremony. If it weren't for the special relationship between the Norman Empire and the Federation, perhaps both sides should be in a place more suitable for holding an engagement ceremony, such as the capital of the Norman Empire or AO City, where the woman's family was located. This looked like a compromise result in every way. Perhaps Barris had done a lot of work for this day. Early the next morning, Guinevere did not walk with Barris in the morning light as before. On the lawn, only Barris could be seen walking in circles with an attendant. The weather had warmed up, and he was wearing a military-style cloak, his gait light. He didn't look hesitant in the slightest, but rather full of anticipation for the upcoming engagement ceremony. Before Weiss could go over to chat with him, Guinevere appeared on the lawn. She was not proficient in the Norman language, but she had learned a little, and basic communication was still possible. She waited on Barris's path, waiting for him to walk up to her. It seemed she wanted to talk to, or rather admonish, this royal member from a foreign country as a sister before the engagement ceremony. Weiss didn't know what they talked about. The two only spoke for about 10 minutes. It seemed that Barris had never met Octavie before, or at least had no direct contact. Although this was not an era where looks were everything, everyone appreciated beauty. One wondered if, upon seeing such a stunning beauty who was even more handsome than Guinevere and possessed a soldier's temperament, he would feel a bit surprised, a bit regretful, or a bit itchy in his heart. But it was almost certain that the cliché drama of calling off the wedding on the spot would never happen with him. As for looks, Octavie was indeed nearly flawless, but definitely not perfect. In the vast Norman Empire, how could one not find a woman of marriageable age comparable to Octavie in appearance and temperament? Why travel thousands of miles to the Federation to choose a consort? Chapter 83, Dangerous attempt. Iron Soul of Steel latest chapter updated fastest. The melodramatic plot of calling off a wedding clearly would not happen in the Norman Empire's royal family, which values reputation and face above all else, but that did not mean everything would proceed calmly. Shortly after that conversation between Octavie and Prince Barris, two officers in charge of intelligence work found Weiss. They said with worried expressions that information obtained through secret channels indicated that opposition forces within the Norman Empire were carrying out a terrifying assassination operation, attempting to eliminate the Empress and Prince Barris. If this happened in Bellicacer, within the territory of the federal government, it would undoubtedly trigger a terrifying international incident. The intensity of the conflict could very well escalate into war, which placed immense, unbearable pressure on the two of them. Come to think of it, these two officers were by no means ordinary. One of them had a surname very familiar to Weiss, Punk. He was the eldest son of the old General Punk, and people were accustomed to calling him Little Punk. Little Punk was now a lieutenant colonel, serving in the low-profile military intelligence department. The other officer was the war hero Scappa, who was as famous as Weiss. He was extremely brave on the battlefield, having led assault teams to break through enemy lines and successfully raided enemy corps headquarters. After the war, he transferred to the Federal Security Inspection Department, known for being strict and uncompromising. Little Punk's nickname was Ghost, while Scappa's nickname was Judge. One worked in the shadows, the other in the light, one used softness to overcome hardness, while the other was incredibly rigid. The two of them forming a temporary partnership seemed to be a complementary match. After Weiss argued his case, the officers agreed to let Octavie join this significant discussion. Although she had been sent by the Special Operations Unit to assist with security, she belonged to a different department, and secondly, she was a member of the Grumman family. Some matters were usually kept away from the people involved and those close to them. Is the information confirmed? Octavie asked as her first question. Little Punk and Scappa looked at each other. Information from secret channels, no matter how certain, was still just information without direct evidence. Her subtext in asking this was, if there is direct evidence, we should immediately warn the Normans to move the engagement ceremony venue or find an alternative. If there is no strong evidence, we must carefully consider the appropriate way to warn the Normans. From the two officers' reactions, Weiss knew this matter could not be brought out into the open. Even if they had to warn the Normans, they could only do so indirectly. As for how they would handle it or if they would ignore it entirely, that was beyond the control of the federal government. Since Bellicacer was on Lorraine soil, preventing malicious incidents was also the duty of the Lorraine state government. He racked his brains and then said to the officers, I have a few ideas. The first is called beating the grass to startle the snake, deliberately launch searches and investigations, spread rumors and let those attempting sabotage think we have already targeted them, forcing them to hesitate and stop their actions, and withdraw voluntarily. The second is using stillness to control movement, closely monitor the surrounding situation, conduct investigations without alerting others, and identify suspicious personnel for focused surveillance. The third is setting up a false formation, deliberately make the Normans feel that someone is planning sabotage so they will retreat in the face of difficulty. Since the sabotage action is created by us and hasn't been launched, we can minimize the impact. What do you think? Upon hearing Weiss's suggestions, the two officers widened their eyes in surprise. According to conventional thinking, they should not act, nor should they take unauthorized actions, especially with such unconventional, risky tactics, which seemed simply inconceivable. However, upon closer thought, it was like certain bold strategies on the battlefield. It seemed like a 9-to-1 chance of death, but in reality, it was not as dangerous as imagined. Octavie nodded and spoke first. If there is no other way, I think the third one is a measure worth risking. Then let's do it. Let the Normans retreat in the face of difficulty, so as not to cause us trouble. That was originally their internal conflict, which they should solve themselves. The brave Scappa followed by clearly stating his stance. The reason those opponents of the Norman royal family chose Bellicacer is that they want to create a fierce conflict to cover their actions and seize profits in the chaos. We cannot let them succeed. Little Punk expressed his agreement, but his words left no room for criticism, making one have to admire his sophistication beyond his years. Because of the arrival of the Norman royal family, Bellicacer was already under tight security, and this security was jointly undertaken by both sides through mutual agreement. In this, the Normans sent their mysterious and elite internal security forces, while the federal government dispatched the Special Operations Unit and armed inspectors from the Federal Security Inspection Department. Apart from these elite forces, the original security personnel were withdrawn from the front line and transferred to perimeter defense. On the afternoon of the second day after the Norman royal family arrived, a few hours before the ceremony officially began, at the scheduled ceremony site, when security personnel from both sides were conducting routine safety inspections of all tables, chairs, and facilities, the federal side discovered a bomb hidden under a chair. This discovery was like a bolt from the blue, causing great panic among the personnel responsible for on-site security. You must know that this bomb was only a step away from the viewing platform where the engagement ceremony was to be held. Although the bomb's power was not great, if it exploded at the ceremony site, not only would the Empress of the Norman Empire and numerous guests be potentially attacked, but the resulting chaos would also give those with ulterior motives an opportunity. With the appearance of this bomb, the entire Bellicacer, though bathed in sunlight, seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. Just half an hour later, Weiss, Octavie, Little Punk, and Scappa all appeared in a conference room in the Norman-controlled area. The Normans' overall person in charge on-site court chamberlain Count Morica convened this meeting. This court chamberlain informed everyone of the discovery of the bomb in an extremely angry tone and accused it of being a contempt and challenge to the Norman Empire's royal family. Regardless of where it came from, whether the Norman side, the federal side, or instigated by other countries behind the scenes, the Norman Empire would investigate to the end and make the saboteurs pay a heavy price. The bomb discovered at the engagement ceremony preparation site in the afternoon was now quietly placed on the table in front of everyone. From its construction, it belonged to the simplest and most reliable type, consisting of explosives, wires, and a timing device. In terms of explosive quantity, it was roughly equivalent to the charge of a Pomi bomb, and iron filings were mixed in to increase lethality. Now, its detonation device had been removed, and it no longer posed its original threat, but if ignited with an open flame, it could still cause significant trouble for everyone present. Following the previously discussed results, Weiss said calmly that the reason they were able to discover this bomb was that the federal side had received some warnings through secret channels, but these warnings lacked strong evidence and clear direction, and were currently just a lead. Now, it seemed the bomb confirmed the authenticity of the warnings. In view of this, the Lorraine federal state government solemnly proposed that the Normans delay or cancel this evening's engagement ceremony, requested the Norman Empire's royal family members and important guests to leave first, and for both sides to jointly conduct a careful investigation and clearance of all of Bellicacer. The Norman's aloof court chamberlain snorted and said in an indisputable tone, "In the history of the Norman Empire, there has never been a situation where an important ceremony was cancelled or postponed due to threats. This is unacceptable to us. Even if the assassin is hiding in the crowd, we will not retreat in the slightest. This is determined by our will and character." Immediately after, he added, "We will do everything possible to ensure the safety of the site in the time remaining, and we are always prepared to use our chests to block bullets for the royal family we serve, even if it means blood flows like a river." Weiss was speechless, and the attending Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs official stated that if the Norman side insisted on holding this engagement ceremony at the scheduled time and venue, the federal government found it necessary to declare, "We have made every effort within our power to prevent malicious incidents and protect the safety of the guests. If an uncontrollable accident occurs, we can only express regret. This is not a subjective fault or intentional act by the federal side, because from the current situation, the attackers are highly likely to come from within the Norman Empire. Thank you for your kindness," the court attendant said in a calm, almost emotionless tone. "If today's incident is verified to have no direct connection with the federal side, we will never shift responsibility to you, but conversely, this cannot be an excuse for you to clear yourselves of suspicion or responsibility." The temporary meeting ended in such a mediocre atmosphere. The Normans strengthened their security, and the federal side dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Under almost carpet-like repeated inspections, and with tight security where there was a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10, the engagement ceremony finally kicked off as night fell. With extreme vigilance and tension, Weiss stood in the brightly lit temporary auditorium, feeling that everyone could potentially be an attacker, yet unable to do anything. At this moment, in his special vision, most Normans were white outlines, and some were red, but that did not mean those red ones were attackers, because from his perspective, hostile personnel meant ill will towards the federal government, not the Norman royal family. Since arriving in this era, this seemed to be the first time he could not use his special vision to identify the attackers. In this situation, he could only examine the scene from the perspective of a normal soldier, observing everyone's expressions and actions, trying to find some clues. The suspicious targets were obviously not limited to the guests present, all support staff and anyone who could come into contact with this engagement ceremony had the potential to commit the crime. As for the motive, it was intricate, and the root of the matter was difficult to investigate clearly, so he could only list everyone as a suspect. At the request of the Norman side, the Norman sent team was responsible for food and beverages for this engagement ceremony, and all necessary supplies were transported from the Norman Empire. Before the ceremony proceeded, all meals were in place, with a total of 184 logistics personnel including 60 waiters entering the ceremony site providing service to over 200 guests. If even one waiter had ill intentions, it was possible to bring dangerous explosives or even poison to the ceremony site. If it were a lethal chemical poison, even a trace amount could cause the death of important figures, and such a trace amount was very difficult to prevent through routine inspections. Poison is different from drugs, even if scent-sensitive hounds were brought, it might not be effective. The Norman side seemed to have warned important guests and royal family members, as they had almost no food or drink throughout the event, but according to custom, they had to raise a glass for the newlyweds. Weiss watched the wine glasses in everyone's hands vigilantly, fearing that someone among them would have an accident after drinking, but fortunately, this situation never happened. Chapter 84, The Ultimate Conspiracy. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. As time passed, the engagement ceremony, held in accordance with royal etiquette, proceeded step by step. At the ceremony, the mother of the nation of the Norman Empire, Her Highness Empress Sophie, was undoubtedly the brightest star among the crowd. She was naturally beautiful, with fair skin and a lovely face. Although she was nearing 50, she still possessed a breathtaking beauty and a graceful, luxurious temperament, making one wonder why the Creator would favor one person so much. By contrast, one of the true protagonists of this engagement ceremony, Guinevere Grumman, seemed like an unfinished Cinderella. As the goddess of admiration beloved by the public of the Free Federation, she radiated a soft, youthful elegance and displayed an exquisite, sensible beauty. However, neither her background as a young lady of a prominent family nor her aura as an entertainment star could compare to the moon-like brilliance of the Norman Empress. Fortunately, few of the guests in attendance would deliberately make comparisons. They were more focused on the deeper meaning behind this engagement ceremony, Prince Barris and Guinevere came from the two poles with the strongest national power today. Was their union a signal that the Norman Empire and the Free Federation were truly moving from competition and confrontation towards understanding and cooperation? Amidst Norman-style music, this young man and woman, who were originally thousands of miles apart, came together under the guidance of an invisible red thread of fate. A courtier of the Norman Empire royal family read the engagement decree in the unique manner of the royal family. It was a document even longer than an inauguration speech, meticulously describing the family backgrounds and experiences of the two newcomers, and announcing to the guests present that their union was destined by fate, a work of heaven, and that their union would surely bring supreme glory and long-lasting happiness to the royal family and their respective families. If no one raised any objections, then the engaged couple would complete their grand wedding in the Norman Empire a year later. After the courtier finished reading the engagement decree, the accompanying cardinal blessed the couple in a religious manner. Following this, Empress Sophie expressed the royal family's approval of this engagement in a brief and powerful manner. It was evident that only after Empress Sophie calmly finished her speech did Barris and Guinevere breathe a sigh of relief, showing that for them to be together, they had indeed overcome many constraints of traditional thinking. This was the first time Weiss had seen the Empress of the Norman Empire, and it was the first time for many people present, including members of the Grumman family. Usually, these figures from powerful families were high and mighty, appearing superior in every way. Yet, in front of such hereditary royal members, they became a group of humble commoners. Even Guinevere's parents were not granted permission to speak at the ceremony. This was the temptation of status and power. It was no wonder that some of them had defected to the Normans during the war, attempting to obtain this hereditary, class-transcending status and power. During the ceremony, the Norman courtier, religious representatives, the Empress, and the official representatives of the Federation took the stage one after another. The banquet time after the ceremony was the time for the two prospective newlyweds to shine. At this time, Empress Sophie took the other royal members and important figures present and left the scene, most likely returning directly to the royal ship, the Crown. There, they could dine and rest with relative peace of mind, unlike at the ceremony site where they had to be constantly tense, guarding against attacks that could happen in any way. After watching these big figures leave, Weiss felt that the burden on his shoulders had lightened by more than half. Prince Barris and his prospective princess remained at the scene. Many officials and guests from the Norman Empire and the Free Federation were already hungry, with delicious meals and tempting drinks right before their eyes. The vast majority of them did not know that there was a hidden danger here that could not be completely ruled out. Under the close attention of all security personnel, time flowed slowly and steadily. No abnormalities occurred at the banquet site, people began to dance, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Near 10 o'clock, a huge roar came, and the sensory world trembled violently. All the window glass shattered in an instant, and a corner of the roof was blown off. Those soldiers and veterans who had been on the battlefield were all deeply familiar with such a situation. They knew very well that this was the terrible scene of a violent explosion. What exactly happened? Almost from the moment the explosion occurred, Weiss's mind was racing. Before this, he and his partners had considered various possibilities of an attack. Although an explosion was the easiest to imagine, it was actually the least likely to happen. In peacetime, the sources of explosives were very broad, such as military enterprises, mining sites, black markets, and legal or illegal chemical laboratories, etc. However, their transportation was strictly controlled. Especially recently, Bellicasa and its surrounding areas were under close attention by the military and local police departments, and the intelligence network of the Normans was also playing a role in the shadows. How the attackers managed to obtain a large amount of explosives and deliver them to Bellicasa at the right time and in the right way was a question well worth exploring. One must know that the area within 100 miles of Bellicasa was under the aerial surveillance of the Norman Empire and the Federation Army. The Normans had even dispatched a formidable air force. Could it be that this force had developed ulterior motives and thus participated in this attack? However, if it were really them, even with just 1 or 2 cruisers, it would be enough to create a much bigger commotion than this, and even destroy most of the facilities in Bellicasa with a single round of artillery fire. The airport in Bellicasa was built according to the needs of commercial trade. It was different from the previous fortress that could withstand the bombardment of heavy artillery, but the old fortress had not been demolished and continued to serve military purposes, as well as acting as a shelter in special situations. As the aftermath of the explosion just dissipated, Weiss and the Federation officers present shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Follow our instructions and move to a safe shelter through the hidden tunnels." More than half of the men present were soldiers or veterans. Under their efforts, the scene was quickly evacuated. Before evacuating, Weiss took a quick glance through the window, and the sight outside almost made his heart stop, because he saw the Norman crown lying on the ground at an abnormal angle like a beast shot by a hunter, with the ship's body burning with raging fire. If Empress Sophie and the royal members and important court officials were on the ship, if the extremely violent explosion just now had occurred inside the ship, they might have all perished, and the situation would likely head towards an irreversible point. The war that had finally ended might restart, which was clearly what some people with ulterior motives hoped to see. The explosion just now should have been a one-time event. After a while, no second explosion occurred. But just as Weiss was investigating the situation outside through the window, a bright fireball rose from the crown, and a dull roar followed. This was likely caused by the secondary explosion of fuel and ammunition on board. It was equipped with small-caliber self-defense weapons, and where there were weapons, there was naturally ammunition, and the fuel must have been replenished. If the previous explosion had destroyed its self-control system, the secondary explosion was only a matter of time, so the survival rate of the personnel on the ship would be very pessimistic. Uncertain whether worse situations would occur next, Weiss followed the crowd into the dark and deep underground passage, and they soon arrived at a sturdy and reliable shelter. At this time, Barris, like an injured beast, fiercely rebuked his entourage. Seeing Weiss's figure, he walked over furiously and asked in a low, resentful voice, "Where did the attackers come from? What on earth have you done?" Weiss was not sure if he knew about the condition of the crown. For the purpose of appeasement, he said in an official tone, "Sorry, Your Highness, although we have tried our best to take precautions before, this method of the attackers still caught us off guard. We will soon investigate what exactly happened. At this moment, I hope you can be more patient and not make any decisions lightly." Prince Barris stared at him for a few moments, then turned his head to look at the shaken Guinevere. There were also quite a few members of the Grumman family around. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and replied, "Fine. I will give you time. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, and not." For the last few words, he made almost no sound, but through his lip movements and eyes, Weiss guessed the content a pretext for war. If it was just the slip of the tongue of an angry person, Weiss could pretend it didn't happen, but who was Barris? Nominally, his authority was behind the Emperor and the Crown Prince, ranking third in the core circle. But he was the Chief of General Staff, and in peacetime, he was the planner and executor of the development strategy of the Norman army, able to exert important influence on the direction of war and peace. When the head of the military spares no effort to forge and sharpen the sword, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the tendency of the sword wielder to use force. Before long, personnel from both sides brought news one after another, and the facts became clearer. The attackers likely took the opportunity when the crown arrived in Belakacor and was replenishing fuel to tamper with it, causing it to explode violently. The only good news at the moment was that Empress Sophie and her party had not yet boarded the ship at that time. Although the explosion was threatening, at least their lives were safe. Learning that Empress Sophie was only slightly frightened, Barris looked relieved. However, when his eyes met Weiss's, the latter clearly saw a look of regret in the other's eyes. To kill one's brother with the help of an enemy for the sake of status and power, how cold-blooded and ruthless is such a person? Although Empress Sophie was his birth mother, if she was the biggest obstacle to the throne, what would it matter to be cold-blooded again? Such plots have happened more than once in the long history. Weiss had no intention of getting involved in the dirty killings of the Norman royal family, nor did he want to make any comments. Even if it involved Guinevere's lifelong happiness, it was not something he could change. But the incident happened in Lorraine, and as the governor of Lorraine, he could not bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. He had to face the conspiracy head-on and make any conspiracy to frame Lorraine or even the Federation fail completely. Chapter 85, The Era of Change. Within a month of the Crown incident, external speculation and anxiety regarding the resumption of war between the Norman Empire and the Free Federation were amplified infinitely. Although people were unclear about the true state of public opinion in the Norman Empire, they could sense the Normans' fury from the emotions of Norman diplomats regardless of what role the federal government and the Federation army played in this incident. It was a great blasphemy against the Norman royal family. If the Normans wanted a pretext for war, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity delivered to their doorstep. It should be known that in the past few decades, they had gone to great lengths to brew and ferment 2 wars. Now, with an excellent opportunity right before them, launching a war against the Free Federation seemed like just a final step, but for various reasons, the Normans did not use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the Free Federation, and did not even make any threats of war. Soon, news from the Norman Empire indicated that those who created the crown explosion were their internal enemies, a group said to be loyal to the late former Crown Prince Joseph and identifying themselves as defenders of orthodox imperial power. They believed that Empress Sophie and her 2 sons had murdered the former Crown Prince Joseph, intending to usurp power. As Avengers, they had planned multiple attacks before this, only none had come so close to success. The concerns about a possible war between the Norman Empire and the Free Federation were subsequently dispelled by the stormy and bloody events within the Norman Empire. In fact, the threat of war had always been just speculation. The armies of the 2 countries had not been at loggerheads or on the verge of conflict throughout this incident, and this was largely due to timely communication at the Joint Staff Department. Based on the information exchange mechanism of the military high command, it was an important catalyst for both sides to avoid a rapid deterioration of the situation. Conversely, the high-level officials on both sides also realized that in-depth cooperation in the military field could play a huge role, whether dealing with the distant and ethereal threats from outer space or the realistic international conflicts that could descend at any time. Thus, the concept of the Orange Planet Joint Defense Force, which had been shelved indefinitely, returned to people's sight. A few months later, the situation in the Norman Empire, which had once stirred up rough seas, returned to calm, and the major powers quickly reached a principled agreement on a joint military staff agency, namely the establishment of the Joint Staff Department. Compared to the previous Joint Chiefs of Staff, this took a substantial step forward, meaning that the armies of various countries had truly achieved collaboration and interoperability in organizational construction and training. Its form was equivalent to a tight military alliance, but in the long history, there had never been a military joint agency and joint mechanism covering the entire Orange planet, and this was undoubtedly a milestone event. As the aftershocks of the Crown incident gradually dissipated, Weiss, having returned to Mason, continued to devote himself to the various constructions of Lorraine. This incident was a unique and huge challenge for him. During the period when war could descend at any time, he was fiercely criticized by public opinion, which was an unprecedented situation. However, after the crisis was resolved, especially after the Norman royal family mentioned the efforts of the local government of Lorraine in their announcement, public opinion underwent a dramatic change, and he became one of the pillars of strength who turned the tide again. Weiss was usually indifferent to these personal comments, Even if they might affect his re-election, he would never deliberately explain them. Standing from the perspective of the Free Federation, the settlement of this incident resolved a potential crisis, but in the eyes of Weiss and his like-minded partners, the reconciliation and the subsequent establishment of the Joint Staff Department brought huge pressure on their efforts in mechanical power, especially aerodynamics. It was foreseeable that after the establishment of the Joint Staff Department, the military would be more inclined towards airships in terms of equipment and tactics, and the support for military aircraft would be correspondingly reduced. The development of the Free Federation in machinery shifted completely from defense strategies led by the government and military to spontaneous research by civilians. The supporting role of the economy gradually gave way to the passion for competition, and flight competitions and racing events became the last refuge. When people focused their attention on the attack on the Norman Empire royal family and its subsequent developments, the excavation work of the northern spacecraft ruins stalled for several months, but this had nothing to do with the crown. The Joint Exploration and Mining Team's explanation to the outside world was that they encountered new difficulties in technology after collecting a certain amount of surface resources. The drill could not dig into the interior of the wreckage, as if a special layer of extra hard armor was blocking their exploration and mining. This explanation sounded very reasonable, but leaving aside these speculations and analyses, from a macro perspective, the supply of star source stone in the north dropped sharply after several months of supply to various countries, which to some extent coincided with the speculation of skeptics. However, just as the skeptical views were emerging, new news came from the north that people had managed to restore the supply of star source stone by establishing more drilling rigs, allowing the countries that joined the agreement to continue using high-quality natural star source stone resources to advance their national defense strategies and economic development directions into an advanced era. In the second year after the Crown incident, the Federation Army issued an official directive for post-war military reform, carrying out the third major adjustment of the Army's structure in nearly half a century. Although ground forces were still the largest component of the Federation Army, their strategic status was undoubtedly in a downward channel, and their strategic tasks were adjusted from the original equal emphasis on offense and defense to defense-oriented. The defensive operations referred to in this reform were mainly three-dimensional active defense to deal with threats from the sky. In addition to traditional ground-based anti-aircraft equipment, it emphasized fortress position defense operations and mobile defense operations in the field, among which, defense relying on cities was a new content that had not been emphasized in the original tactical strategies. In this military reform, naval forces still played a secondary, auxiliary role, while the core of the strategy was solidified in the blue sky. In the latter part of the previous war, combat aircraft were clearly elevated to the core position of the Air Force, while airships retreated to the secondary position. This time, the two swapped positions again, with airships reoccupying the core position of the Air Force, and combat aircraft becoming auxiliary. With the change in technical concepts, large airships were no longer valued as they were in the early years. Instead, emphasis was placed on multi-purpose combat ships with balanced performance and strong mobility, as well as aerial aircraft carriers that could carry a large number of combat aircraft. Judging from this military reform directive, the Federation Army seemed to have returned to the mode of airships as the absolute core before the previous war, but the difference was that the imaginary enemy had changed from the Norman Empire to the threat from the vast starry sky. This directive mentioned the Joint Staff Department and cross-national military exercises for the first time, requiring officers and soldiers to adapt to this new organizational training form. Weiss, although he had retired from the military for many years, not to mention that he still had many classmates and friends in the army, the garrison troops in Lorraine had always been important partners of the Lorraine local government, and a considerable part of the industries in the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was oriented towards the military or military auxiliary categories. The military's reform was closely related to their industrial development adjustments, so he and his partners closely followed the progress of this reform. From many details, the starting point of the military high command was still based on the lessons learned from the previous war. A major goal of the reform was to make the army more organized and disciplined, and the organization of the troops became more flexible and practical, especially with the establishment of formal combat squadrons and squads below the original company level, and the importance of sergeants in the army was further recognized and guaranteed. However, based on the fundamental changes in the imaginary enemy of operations, there was a trend of polarization in the focus. One pole was resolute defense, especially relying on cities to resist potential unprecedentedly powerful enemies. The other pole was flexible mobility and the use of natural environments to disperse and preserve combat power, maneuvering and circling with the enemy through mobile guerrilla tactics. To this end, the Alliance Army needed to build more underground defense systems in major cities, as well as secret armories in remote mountains and wilderness, all of which required a large amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. On the other hand, the design and construction of airships would also be adjusted under the scheduling of the Joint Staff Department, making the airships produced by various countries tend to be unified. It was said that future airships would be positioned into 4 or 5 categories. The first was the main fighter, with a tonnage only about half that of the original capital ship, but the degree of electrification and firepower output were improved due to technological development. The second was the flexible light ship, which could be competent for both aerial combat and fast and flexible low-altitude activities under harsh conditions. The third was the aerial aircraft carrier, carrying a certain number of combat aircraft. The fourth was the ground assault ship. If various transport ships were included, then there were 5 categories. Military reform, whether it was learning from pain or reaching for the stars, usually showed a thriving atmosphere at the beginning of the reform. For the Federation's industrial sector, the adjustment of the national defense focus had long been public information, and few vested interests were affected. Take the Starry Sky Group, for example. Before the outbreak of the previous war, they were the leaders in the airship manufacturing industry, and during the war, they quickly adjusted production and became the largest producer of combat aircraft. When the strategic direction returned to airships again, they quickly adjusted their internal production layout, shifting most of their productivity and research power to airships. From the perspective of business operators, there was not much difference between the two, and the production profit of airships was even higher. The Federation Army was also full of optimism about such a reform. The reason for this was that the overall size of the army had neither expanded nor shrunk, the number of officers remained unchanged, a considerable number of soldiers could be promoted to the ranks of sergeants, and from the perspective of the reform's prospects, the army's combat effectiveness should be improving. Taking the 17th National Defense Division stationed in Lorraine as an example, this unit neither adjusted its designation nor had major changes in personnel, but they quickly obtained the unit level determined by the Joint Staff Department, 1st Class Army Infantry Division. This should be the first time in history that countries on Oran's planet had used the same standard to define unit levels. Undoubtedly, the 1st Class Infantry Division was the highest level among conventional infantry units, but this did not mean they could run rampant on the ground, because infantry was still the most basic combat unit. Ground forces also included artillery divisions, armored divisions, and marine divisions, among which armored divisions and marine divisions were ground units. With higher training intensity and equipment levels, especially the marine division, which was an elite existence. The Transnational Joint Staff Department replaced the original Joint Chiefs of Staff system, uncovering the fog of war hanging over the heads of various countries. The military deployments and national defense forces of various countries were presented to this international military agency in an unprecedented way. The Federation Army was still the largest and best equipped army on the planet, its scale almost equivalent to the sum of the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Wessex. What surprised people was that in peacetime, the Norman Empire only maintained a not-so-large combat force, with its ground forces having only 65 division-level combat units and less than 200 independent regiment-level combat units, with a standing force of less than 1 million, while the Federation Army was 1.6 times theirs. This brought about an unprecedented change in people's traditional awareness that the Norman Empire was the #1 threat to peace, and triggered a fierce debate about whether the Federation Army needed to reduce its size. Of course, the national conditions and military systems of different countries were different, which meant that there were differences in their conversion flexibility during peacetime and preparation periods. The Norman Empire's reserve soldier system allowed them to mobilize 3 times the size of their peacetime standing army in just 1 month without any effort, while the Federation Army could mobilize more than twice, but the scale of elite troops was much smaller, which was also a big reason why the second-line troops composed of various reserve divisions and garrison divisions were swept away by the Norman army in the north at the beginning of the previous war. Since this reform did not make major adjustments to the size of the army, the debate remained only at the level of debate and did not affect reality. After lifting the fog of war, the Federation military was pleasantly surprised to find that, having known little about the military power of other countries, they suddenly became the biggest beneficiaries of this joint movement. They clearly saw the military power of the 2 major monarchies, the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Wessex, for the first time, and the increase in frontal and lateral exchanges made it easier and more convenient for them to obtain intelligence, and many previously unsolvable puzzles found answers one after another. For example, the Starry Sky Group learned the secret of the Normans' trans-atmospheric flight through the military, and Nicola brought this news to Weiss. The Normans did indeed use airship technology to break through the atmosphere on that airship that flew out of the atmosphere. The operators wore sealed equipment like divers, used stored oxygen, stayed in the outer space without air for a period of time, and then returned to the atmosphere. Theoretically, airships could complete such a task, and what was needed from theory to practice was how to maintain sufficient current output in thin air or even completely airless states to ensure the continuous operation of the star source stone, which could be solved by storage batteries and oxidants. The Normans did not even use the rocket technology they had previously speculated. In fact, rocket technology, an ancient yet modern technology, still lacked sufficient controllability so far. Nevertheless, Weiss, Nicola, and that small group of particularly active engineers at the Starry Sky Group were still unswervingly conducting research on rocket weapons. Although their heavy bombers could carry twin-mounted artillery, the caliber of such artillery could hardly pose a substantial threat to large airships, and rocket weapons represented the future. Weiss, Nicola, and their friends were making efforts on a rational track, while for the emotional, the Normans' feat of flying out of the atmosphere meant that the civilization of Oran's planet had started a space age that seemed to have arrived early. For a long time to come, they would make positive efforts for that goal, whose symbolic significance was far greater than its practical value, and invest a large amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources in this field. Chapter 86 Peaceful Times. Updated for Iron Soul of Steel at the fastest speed. In early spring, as the ice and snow melted and all things revived, Baston Military Academy, located in the northern suburbs of AO City, welcomed its 280th anniversary celebration. Its birth can be traced back to the Ulst dynasty before the establishment of the Free Federation. Although it was the feudal-era king who plowed with a sword to establish such a remarkable military academy, its true glory is mostly written in the history of the Free Federation. Whether in the War of Resistance where people pursued freedom and democracy, or in the successive battles defending the sovereignty of the Federation, the officers trained by Baston Military Academy have always been the mainstay, producing countless heroic national figures whose deeds move one to song and tears. As an outstanding graduate of Baston Military Academy, a fortunate and top performer of the graduating class on the front line, Weiss put on his treasured at the bottom of the trunk Military Academy dress uniform and once again walked through the main gate into the long unseen campus. At this moment, he buried the distant memories deep in his heart and regarded this great military academy as his alma mater. A great man said, "No matter how far one goes, one should not forget the path that brought them here." Indeed, without the tempering and forging of Baston Military Academy, he could not have transformed overnight from a civilian into a soldier, much less survived the perilous journey from the northern border to Lorraine. At this moment, he was filled with gratitude and deep respect for Baston Military Academy. For such a grand celebration, surviving Bastonites came from all over the Federation. Among them were old generals with snow-white temples and frosty hair, ambitious young and middle-aged men, former classmates and friends, as well as current superiors and subordinates. Coming here, they disregarded military rank, avoided discussing official positions, and ignored status, recognizing only one common role, that of a Bastonite. Old Principal Fan Luo returned. During the war, he shouldered the banner of the Federation's military reform, significantly improving the combat effectiveness of the Federation Army's ground forces through the reorganization and training of the National Defense Division, laying a solid foundation for the major turning point in the mid-war period. Those who sacrificed their lives for the country returned. The name and deeds of every fallen individual were engraved in the newly built Memorial Hall for posterity to pay their respects. After a series of celebratory and commemorative events, the clamor gradually faded. Under the night sky, Weiss sat on the steps in front of the Memorial Hall, savoring the familiar atmosphere here, reflecting on the bits and pieces of the past, and brooding over an uncertain future. Philosophers believe that time is the unique panacea in this world. Long years can wear away the most heart-wrenching pain and sorrow, even a sea of blood and deep hatred piled with bones will gradually fade through the inheritance of generation after generation until it vanishes without a trace. Within just half a century, the nations of Oran's planet experienced 2 total wars with casualties in the millions and incalculable economic losses. Those who survived the wars carried indescribable pain, sorrow, and hatred. Yet, from the day the armistice was signed, anti-war public opinion firmly held the dominant position. After the discovery of the spaceship ruins in the north and the commencement of international joint research and excavation, voices calling for deepened military and political cooperation among nations even drowned out all others. In the face of such tides of the times, those inherent or newly emerged contradictions could no longer stir significant waves. Even the Bellicaser attack incident, which endangered the lives of key members of the Norman Empire's royal family, was unusually handled with calm by both sides, not escalating into a diplomatic or even military conflict driven by public opinion. On one hand, the dark clouds of international war dissipated without a trace, and transnational military cooperation continuously escalated, driving the overall self-defense capability of Oran's planet towards a qualitative transformation. On the other hand, post-war reflection inevitably evolved into reforms of certain forms and degrees, such as the military reform of the Free Federation and the political reform of the Wessex Kingdom. In the Norman Empire, as Emperor Hohenstaufen IV was critically ill, the constitutionalist faction began openly promoting the constitutional revolution. The aim of this movement was to limit the monarch's power through a constitution and parliament, pushing the country from absolute monarchy towards constitutional monarchy. State affairs would no longer be decided by the monarch alone but shared between the monarch and a parliament representing the national will within the framework of the constitution. Viewed from the historical trend, replacing absolute monarchy with constitutional monarchy represents progress, but it is not absolute. Cases of direct transition from absolute monarchy to democratic republic abound. As for constitutional monarchy and democratic republic, at specific stages of social development, there is no pure progressive relationship between the two, each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Which survives and which perishes largely depends on a country's historical evolution and the opportunities of the era. Unconsciously, Weiss had served as the governor of the Lorraine local government for 4 full years and was unsurprisingly re-elected. Over these 4 years, Lorraine transformed from a poor frontier province relying mainly on resource extraction and agricultural production into a vibrant emerging industrial region. Metallurgy and machinery manufacturing leaped to 2nd place in the West and 5th nationwide. Medical and educational conditions also greatly improved, with unemployment rates consistently near zero, high social stability, and high public satisfaction, becoming the post-war Lorraine phenomenon of the Free Federation. Leveraging its leadership position within the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and its substantial investments in machinery manufacturing and the education industry, the Klemper-Hessen family rapidly evolved from a regionally well-known family into an industrial family with significant local influence and driving force. Behind this infinite splendor, the long-term efforts need not be elaborated. Weiss was not as content with everything as outsiders believed, nor did he complacently sit back and enjoy the harvest. Instead, he harbored hidden worries, prepared for potential troubles, and did everything possible to race against time. All along, he and his companions, along with a few insightful individuals in the military and political circles, consistently viewed the Norman Empire more accurately, the ambitious individuals who had already or intended to control the Norman Empire as the #1 threat to the Free Federation. They believed these individuals were putting on a hypocritical face, having changed their previous strategy to lay plans in a more circuitous and concealed manner. However, until they had sufficient evidence to expose the Normans' schemes, they could only prepare cautiously and rationally. The engine-powered vehicle racing craze sweeping the Free Federation was a successful example. Through the benign operation of competitive economics, the development of the Free Federation's internal combustion engine technology was fully secured even as flying ships regained their core position in military strategy. Based on this, the technological research and development process for aircraft was also maintained to the greatest extent possible. Nikolai Leopold, the special dropout of the wartime graduating class, walked to Weiss's side carrying 2 bottles of liquor. Due to her special identity and sensitive nature, she intentionally avoided the public eye, attending the Baston Military Academy celebration in the most low-key manner possible. The class of Baston Military Academy students she and Weiss belonged to went to the battlefield before graduation. Almost every one of them shed their youthful blood for the fertile soil of the Federation, with over two-thirds sacrificing their precious lives before the war ended. Those vibrant faces were permanently engraved beneath the reliefs in the memorial hall. Weiss originally did not drink. His first time in this era was during his time at Baston Military Academy when he accompanied Nikolai to relieve fatigue. Drinking then risked punishment. Now, sitting before the memorial hall, they drank partly to honor departed classmates and partly to encourage themselves to continue forward. As she drank, Nikolai whispered, "Next month, the first large-scale military exercise since the establishment of the Joint Staff Department will be held within the territory of the Frisian Kingdom. Apart from the Frisians, other countries place great expectations on this exercise. It will feature the largest flying fleet in history. It is regarded as the strongest force for defending Oran's planet. Let's hope so." At this moment, there was no one around. Even if fallen comrades could hear, they wouldn't divulge secrets. Therefore, Weiss had nothing to fear and replied in an equally low voice, "For the first joint exercise, they should maintain high vigilance. The Normans most likely won't make any major moves at this time. What's worrisome is after such joint exercises become routine, the Normans might suddenly strike when they are relaxed one day. That would be a real disaster. Under the solid ice, undercurrents are surging, but no one knows when the ice will melt." The undercurrents Nikolai referred to were mainly not in the Free Federation but in the Norman Empire beyond the Monomolan Mountains. On every festive occasion, all Normans inevitably raised their glasses to the health of our Emperor Hohenstaufen IV. This Norman leader, cursed repeatedly by countless people in enemy countries during the war, unexpectedly became the greatest guarantee of this period of peaceful times. If he could live for another 10 years or even longer, such peaceful times would likely continue. However, how long he could live was fundamentally unpredictable to the outside world. Since the late stages of the war, he had rarely appeared in public. It was said only the innermost royal family members and military generals could occasionally glimpse his condition, and the outside world also determined the emperor was still alive through their statements. As time passed, Crown Prince Albert and his brother Prince Boris gained increasingly firm control over the empire's situation. The value of the old emperor's survival quietly diminished, even becoming a kind of obstacle. Perhaps after reaching a certain critical point, his health would become insignificant. Weiss leaned back on the steps, gazing up at the vast starry sky. If a space fleet really arrived suddenly, causing an unprecedented threat to Oran's planet's security and prompting nations to abandon their existing calculations of interest to unite in the true sense, would that ultimately be a good thing or a bad thing? A bad thing. Nikolai replied almost without hesitation. Those with ulterior motives, when faced with the threat of a powerful external enemy, if they see no hope of victory, will betray their own kind to survive, helping the enemy against their own people. In my view, regardless of whether a threat from space exists or not, we must fight against that kind of people. What you say makes a lot of sense. Weiss agreed. War is an inevitability of human greed and a function of historical inertia. As long as such people exist, as long as they continue to wield the autocratic power of autocratic states, we must guard against them, oppose them, and defeat them, not expect them to abandon their ambitions for conquest. Nikolai took a gulp of strong liquor and sighed deeply. Poor people of the world, cherish this period of peaceful times well. Who knows how long it can last? Weiss sipped his drink, smiling bitterly. The ignorant people of the world can cherish this period of peaceful times well, but how can we, who painfully see the truth, rest easy? Nikolai turned her head to look at him, speaking with an inscrutable demeanor. There is a state called feigned sleep. The highest state of feigned sleep is like being drunk, the body is intoxicated, but the mind remains sober. Chapter 87, The Giant Whirlpools of the Sea of Fury. Latest update for Iron Soul of Steel. Lorraine, Samsonas. In the sky, a green-painted Federation fast mail plane flew in from the northwest. Using the blue flag fluttering atop Krumbeheisen Castle as a reference, it aligned its nose with the straight runway and completed a smooth landing in a standard posture. Beside the runway, Weiss, dressed in formal attire, waited for the arrival of another guest. Time flew by. This was already the 11th meeting held by the Federation Mechanical Technology Protectors Alliance under the name Mechanical Industrial Capital Seminar, and the second one in Lorraine. Organized secretly by the Federation Ministry of Industry, this meeting was held 3 to 4 times a year. The locations were sometimes chosen in cities with developed mechanical industries, and sometimes in scenic resort areas. Internal seminar materials occasionally leaked out, giving the impression that this group was struggling to adapt to the changes of the era, trying to steer mechanical technology development back to the mainstream track based on airships. As the host, Weiss should have been greeting his old friend, Governor Evans from the Needwell Federation State, with a pleasant expression. However, when the two met, they both wore grave expressions. Just the day before, mechanical expert Dr. Selball had unfortunately passed away in a car accident, and one more familiar face had disappeared from the attendees. In the past 2 years, among the members of this secret alliance, 9 people had been injured or killed due to various accidents, far exceeding the social accident casualty rate of the Free Federation during peacetime. One must know that they were either governors or top-tier experts in the industrial world. Even if they were negligent themselves, their staff would not collectively let their guard down, especially since there were 2 quite bizarre accidents among them. Even if one were thick-skinned, one could vaguely smell the scent of a conspiracy. During the same period, a series of unexplainable deaths also occurred in the distant north. The first to bear the brunt were the researchers who had traveled to the Kingdom of Wessex to carry out joint research work. Over the past 2 years, 17 people had died in succession. Among these people, Dr. Kaysen, a top historian of the Kingdom of Faline, Dr. Umazet, a top chemical expert of the Free Federation, and Dr. Mason, a first-class physicist of Wessex, were the most famous. Their sudden deaths also sparked high concern from various governments and external public opinion. However, even though the Wessex Security Department, in conjunction with security personnel sent by various countries, strengthened precautions, they were still unable to prevent such incidents from happening. A few months ago, the Joint Staff Department sent a special operations unit to formally take over the security work of the Joint Research Team. However, not long after, 5 staff members died at the exploration site due to an equipment explosion. A strict investigation followed, but only half a month later, the joint investigator from the Free Federation drowned while drunk in a swimming pool, making the incident even more baffling. The more crazy the enemy is, the more calm and persistent we must be. Whether it is the mockery of fate or the enemy's trickery, we must face it bravely, even if there are stormy waves, we will be fearless. Weiss and Governor Evans clasped their hands tightly, encouraging and cheering each other on. On the runway behind them, that grass-green painted Federation fast mail plane revealed a heavy metallic texture in the sunlight. It was a fuselage made of corrugated aluminum alloy material. Although its sturdiness could not compare to the armored steel plates of airships, it had already taken a big step forward compared to those old-fashioned planes that used textile skins in the past. In terms of construction, it abandoned the traditional double-wing structure, adopted a low-wing structure, dual-engine configuration, metal 3-blade propellers, and a modern square fuselage equipped with neat round portholes. It could carry 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of cargo and 12 passengers, and fly 2,000 miles at an economical speed of 400 to 450 miles. In terms of flexibility and speed, it had advantages that airships could not match. With the rise of the fast mail flight network, just like the competition between cars and trains, airplanes won a place for themselves in this era where airships ruled the skies. The efforts of the Federation Mechanical Technology Protectors Alliance were not the decisive factor, but objectively speaking, their efforts did indeed play a crucial role in protection and promotion. The Krumbeheisen Castle, renovated after the war, certainly could not be compared to high-end hotels in terms of living conditions, but it possessed a cordiality and warmth that no hotel could match. The heads of the Ministry of Industry, top industrial experts, and governors were all satisfied with the site selection for this meeting. In fact, under the circumstances of repeated bad luck for their colleagues, such a fortress-style building, relatively independent and far from the city, had much less pressure in terms of security. Just in case, the Special Operations Unit sent a whole detachment to build a temporary alert system together with Lorraine's local security forces. Not only that, Weiss and his partners also brought out anti-enemy raid measures from the guerrilla war period. Even if they were suddenly attacked by a strong enemy, they still had countermeasures. Of course, to any person with a normal brain, this kind of thing would never happen here and now. When Weiss and Governor Evans walked into the castle hall, the guests who had arrived earlier, including 3 governors, 4 industrial experts, 2 senior officials from the Federation Security Department, and 2 officials from the Ministry of Industry, were some standing, some sitting, some drinking tea, some tasting wine. The radio in the corner was on, broadcasting news from the Federation First radio station. In recent days, the hot topic people were paying attention to was the reassembly of the joint airship fleet. Dozens of warships would go to the Sea of Fury this time to hold military exercises. It is worth mentioning that after the establishment of the Joint Staff Department, the Norman Empire kept its promise and opened the island bases they had established in the Sea of Fury, giving airships a key fulcrum for activities in this area. In the eyes of most people, the complex and changeable air currents and sudden storms in that sea area were like a nightmare. Since ancient times, no one knew how many ships had been buried here. Although airships could soar in the sky, they were still fragile in the face of the power of nature. However, the Normans did not seem to think so. Their overly confident commanders or arrogant and ignorant staff officers believed that the Sea of Fury was a uniquely endowed training ground that could sharpen the courage of soldiers and forge the skills of officers and soldiers. The military spokesperson of the Norman Empire stated that the fundamental purpose of their spare-no-cost establishment of island bases in the hinterland of the Sea of Fury was to overcome bad weather in terms of equipment, technology, and spirit, and to create an invincible fleet capable of all-weather combat missions. Facing the showing off of their Norman counterparts, the soldiers of small countries either sighed or swallowed their anger. The historically tough Wessex people became powerless due to the sharp decline in national and military strength. Only the Free Federation had the conditions to compete with them. However, out of necessary caution, the commanders of the Federation fleet had previously rejected the invitations of the Normans several times. This was not a bad thing, but the military high command was always worried about the military deployment of the Normans in the Sea of Fury, feeling that these guys never do anything without a profit, and such painstaking efforts at any cost must have a plot, perhaps wanting to stab the Federation in the back. Therefore, taking advantage of the role of the Joint Staff Department, they sent personnel to visit the Norman base several times, trying to make a more accurate judgment on the Normans' long-term layout intentions here. After a period of observation and speculation, they realized that the Normans' move seemed to have hidden secrets. On the one hand, apart from specific routes, Norman airships did not move freely in the Sea of Fury, which was inconsistent with the so-called special training. On the other hand, the Norman island bases looked like they were primarily military, but they had built a large number of research facilities, configured a large amount of research equipment, and stationed a large number of research personnel. The Sea of Fury with changing wind and clouds in the east, the spaceship wreckage under the solid ice in the north, how could people not make associations? Driven by the General Staff Headquarters, the Federation Army airship fleet decided to march into the Sea of Fury. They adopted a progressive approach, first sending a task force, and then a fleet, to explore the air routes of the Sea of Fury through joint exercises. The Normans not only accepted everything but also shared the safe routes they had explored in the Sea of Fury with their Federation counterparts. However, these safe routes were neither continuous nor absolutely safe, requiring airships to enter and exit quickly, otherwise they would easily attract trouble. It is said that after many joint exercises, the Federation Army airship fleet submitted a hypothetical combat analysis to the General Staff Headquarters, inferring that the Norman Army had the ability to cross the Sea of Fury to launch a sneak attack on the east coast of the Free Federation during wartime, but could not establish a stable transport and supply line in the Sea of Fury, and their use of the Sea of Fury was only limited to the level of tactical attacks. Does this mean the east coast of the Free Federation is safe? No, things are obviously not that simple. In the joint exercises in the Sea of Fury, Federation officers and soldiers saw huge double whirlpools appearing on the sea surface more than once. For such a strange scene, they immediately found an apt nickname, Gates of Hell. Hell is a mythological thing, but these horrifying whirlpools are real. Reasoning with sci-fi thinking, this is very likely a special channel connecting to an unknown world. Perhaps it is an interstellar gate built by space visitors thousands of years ago? Where will you go if you enter these whirlpools? Knowing or not knowing is just satisfying curiosity, but whether something will crawl out of these whirlpools is perhaps a life and death issue, or even a matter of racial survival. Once huge whirlpools appear on the sea surface, the air currents in the sky change drastically, and then there is a high probability of heavy rain and lightning. Every time this happens, the Norman airships always take the lead in moving away quickly. It seems that they already have some understanding of such strange situations. This may be an important reason why they built a base in the Sea of Fury. In order to find out the truth, the Free Federation sent an inquiry to the Normans through the Joint Staff Department, but the Normans said they were also working hard to investigate, but so far there has been no substantial gain. For ordinary people, once their audio-visual senses are attracted by the spaceship wreckage found in the north and the strange scenes of the Sea of Fury in the east, they will naturally ignore those bizarre death events that are worth investigating. Chapter 88, The Prophet. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as soon as they are updated. After greeting the colleagues who had arrived earlier, Evans said to a senior official from the Federal Security Department, "I hear the Emperor doesn't have much time left, and officials are already quietly preparing for the new Emperor's coronation ceremony." The mustachioed security official maintained his usual calm expression and snorted, "For us, is there anything worth celebrating about that?" He was the instigator of the last war, although the government has vehemently denied it. The casualties of over 20 million were all caused by his war orders. The curse he bears should have sent him to purgatory to suffer long ago. Evans, having a military background, spoke bluntly, rattling off like a machine gun. Furthermore, he has been on the throne for over 30 years. Even if there are various irreconcilable internal conflicts, at least most people formally submit to his rule. Once the dynasty changes, a period of turmoil is inevitable. Isn't that a good thing for us? The mustachioed security official said slowly, "On the surface, this should be an inevitable phenomenon of royal succession, but we easily overlook one point: the legitimate crown prince has long since perished. In these past few years, they have likely completed a power restructuring, and their military has also recovered from the exhaustion of the late war." The sentence stopped halfway, leaving the other half for people to speculate and imagine. People's attention returned to the sound of the radio. The special correspondent gave a descriptive report of what he observed at the scene. Although he didn't deliberately try to stir up emotions, one could still feel that he was deeply shocked. The joint exercises held in the Sea of Fury had gathered over 50 airships from various countries. Although both sides had conducted many large-scale battles involving nearly or over 100 ships during the war, as well as fierce battles involving dozens of ships and hundreds of fighter planes, for ordinary people, having such a close and risk-free opportunity to watch an exercise of this scale might not happen a second time in a lifetime. Taking advantage of the topic of the joint air exercises, another senior official from the Federal Security Department revealed, "Through some secret news channels, we have learned of some surprising situations in the last 2 years. The Norman Empire has secretly upgraded their air fleet." Whether looking at the paper data or the situation at the joint exercise site, the Norman fleet has always operated within the framework of the agreement, neither building more ships nor replacing them, but the funds they have invested in the air fleet have reached unimaginable figures. The sentence still stopped halfway. This time, Hal Scott, the governor of the Armas Federation, who had the reputation of being both a light industry reformer and a textile worker killer, followed up, "We shouldn't be surprised at all that the Normans are using such cunning smoke screens. They are calculating at every moment, so every time we have fought them, we have always been defeated in the beginning. Fortunately, victory always belongs to the side of justice. War doesn't care about justice," Evans muttered with disdain. "Evil, tyrannical, kind, upright, there is no difference in front of guns and cannons. When the flames of war strike, life is as humble as grass in late autumn." After saying this, he turned his head to Maesar, who was from the Amelia Federal State, and said, "Great strategist, great prophet, how should the next story unfold? Would you like to share your insights?" Maesar was not only a master of card games. When he was still serving in the military, he held the position of Chief of Staff of the 7th Army. Although that army was not a top-tier ace unit, it was truly rare for someone in their early 40s to be promoted to Chief of Staff in peacetime. At that time, he must have been high-spirited and ambitious, but unfortunately, a major accident occurred in the unit during joint exercises, and someone had to take the blame. In a fit of rage, this man retired and entered politics. After entering the political arena, he won repeatedly with his outstanding strategic vision, becoming a standout among many governors. The twists and turns or wonderful episodes are not worth detailing here. Encouraged by Evans, Maesar coughed twice. At the end of winter, when the heavy snow was falling, that old emperor who had been bedridden for a long time finally breathed his last and passed away at the age of 63. Under the attention of everyone, the young crown prince put on the heavy crown. After ascending to the throne, the new emperor was no longer restrained. He granted amnesty to the world, abolished those extremely unreasonable decrees, and actively engaged in dialogue with the constitutionalists. Coupled with a series of decrees promoting economic development issued during his regency, the country, which was sharp but lacked softness, quickly presented a prosperous scene. If things continued like this, the empire's fortune might flourish and create glory for generations. However, only 101 days after putting on the crown, this new emperor passed away due to illness. Even before he died, this sorrowful king still longed for the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations to bring about a leap in medical technology, longing for the congenital diseases that were originally incurable to become minor problems solved in minutes, longing for himself to be able to shake off the shackles of illness and gallop across the vast world dominated by him. Maysar's words, like his performance at the card table, left everyone speechless, especially the mention of constitutionalism, which was bold yet logical, and full of rationality behind the arrogance. In this era, on Oren's planet, there were democratic federal countries, as well as constitutional monarchies and absolute monarchies. In terms of the concentration of power, democratic federations and absolute monarchies undoubtedly stood at two extremes, and both had their own pros and cons. The trend of civilization development seemed to be pushing democratic consciousness to destroy centralized autocracy, but this process was often long and tortuous. To elaborate, the treatises written would be enough to fill a bookcase. After hearing Maysar's prophecy, Wise sighed sincerely. So, Prince Barris became the final winner, the constitutional process came to an abrupt end, and the clouds of war once again shrouded this world. Everyone responded to this continuation with silence, except for Maysar, who, wearing the halo of a strategist and prophet, said, working backward from such a final result, many mysteries can find logical answers. For example, the death of the crown prince, the collapse of the battle line, and the spaceship ruins that have troubled us for so long. These things that seem like accidents might all be carefully designed by others, and the reason we are sitting here today is to deal with the conspiracy hidden in the dark. The mustachioed security official still spoke slowly. Nowadays, our air fleet is slightly stronger than the Norman fleet in scale and strength. Without considering the positioning of the Wessex fleet, as long as we avoid the main force of the fleet from being attacked, we can maintain sufficient strategic initiative. In terms of air units, we have a large number of excellent pilots with combat experience and a large reserve of fighter planes. Once a war breaks out, it will only take 2 or 3 months to reorganize a huge fighter force. While the Normans can secretly train pilots, they cannot let their pilots gain real combat experience in peacetime. Maysar said, I agree with your logic. If the Normans are conspiring to start a war, a surprise attack on our fleet will inevitably be the highlight of the beginning of the war. Fortunately, General Signori and his fleet commanders have remained highly vigilant. Especially when some fleets are participating in joint exercises, the other fleets have made corresponding combat deployments, and the aircraft carriers are always in a protected state. The industrial experts present did not speak from beginning to end, but this did not mean they did not care about the international situation. Dr. Endrel, who was authoritative in the field of aircraft manufacturing, said, speaking of aircraft carriers, we unanimously believe that the newly developed destroyer dive bomber can double the efficiency of the air unit's short to medium range attacks. Combined with the mobility of the aircraft carriers, it has the ability to influence the air war situation. If the winter of the Emperor's fall is not the one coming up, our air units will have enough time to equip these new fighter planes and form effective combat power. Furthermore, the new long-range attack aircraft developed in cooperation between the Starry Sky Group and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance has passed the technical committee's verification and will also become a powerful supplement to the mobile fleet. The longer the time, the more favorable it is for our side. I'm afraid he won't make it through this winter, Maysar said. Wise pondered and said, yes, perhaps it's destiny, perhaps it's man-made. After this winter, if the star source stone resources in the north still maintain the current mining supply, international questioning will grow louder and louder, and the current delicate balance will change accordingly. Assuming a major event happens before this winter, we must be prepared to deal with it when we go back, Evans sighed. As everyone was chatting, after a piece of light and melodious music, the broadcast returned to the live scene of the Sea of Fury Fleet joint exercises. The special correspondent's voice was not very clear, it felt like there was a lot of noise in the channel, and it was unclear whether it was because the scene was too noisy or because the signal was affected during transmission. The person closest to the radio was Governor Halscott, who adjusted the volume knob to make the sound louder so the broadcast could barely be heard. The weather here truly lives up to the resounding name of the Sea of Fury. We can see large dark clouds appearing in the west, mixed with lightning, and they are moving very fast. It looks like the fleet won't be able to land in time. They are flying higher, they should be climbing above the clouds, which isn't difficult for them, just a bit cold, not a big problem. Huge waves have appeared on the sea, we must move to a shelter on high ground. They say that when the storm comes, the waves can submerge most of the island, and this kind of storm comes as soon as it's mentioned. There's no way to deploy air defense forces on a large scale on the island, nor can we build fortresses in the true sense. The existing facility conditions are only enough for the fleet to stay briefly and conduct military training and technical research. Oh, the lightning is getting closer, the thunder is very loud, resounding across the sky. I hope the fleet has climbed to a safe enough position, otherwise, this kind of lightning will cause them a lot of trouble. Chapter 89, Peaceful Deterrence. The latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are here. The 11th meeting of the 3-day Mechanical Industry Capital Seminar concluded successfully in the quiet and peaceful western town of Samsonas. There were no bizarre casualties during the conference, but that did not mean the outside world was calm. First, the constitutionalists of the Norman Empire spoke out again via international radio, demanding that the authorities face the deep-seated problems within the country, and stating that political reform was the best choice for solving current issues, while suppression by force was the worst possible strategy. The Norman Empire government subsequently issued a statement, reiterating that the so-called constitutionalists were an illegal political organization, and sternly condemning their attempt to use external forces to influence and change the political landscape of the Norman Empire, disturb the public, and achieve ulterior motives. Because of the disparity in status and influence between the two sides, and the overall stability of the international situation, this war of words did not cause much of a stir. Instead, the subsequent events were more attention-grabbing. The joint aerial exercises held in the Sea of Fury were hit by a storm, causing damage to many participating airships. Both the federal government and the Norman Empire had one airship go missing. The military exercise thus turned into a search and rescue operation, but the large-scale search yielded nothing. Consequently, speculations about a mysterious force field in the Sea of Fury or the quiet emergence of extraterrestrial visitors quickly became a new hot topic, and science fiction novels based on this background flourished under the pens of various writers. The confusing Sea of Fury incident drew the attention of the general public to the east, but the focus of the federal government's high-level officials was clearly more realistic and rational. As time passed, the survey and research of the spacecraft ruins in the north, which had consumed considerable manpower and material resources, entered the full-scale mining phase. However, the extraction volume of star source stone was less than one-third of what was expected. Although there were various seemingly reasonable excuses, the federal government's high-level officials were gradually losing patience while becoming increasingly vigilant and reflective about the motives behind this series of events. The accidental loss of airships by the Federation Army fleet in the Sea of Fury had no direct connection to the subsequent process of integrating the Federation Army's flight fleets and flight units into the Federal Air Force, but it played, more or less, the role of a catalyst in helping some high-level officials make up their minds. Before the integration of branches, the flight fleets were the legal guardians of the sky. Some flight units belonged to the flight fleets, some to the Army Department, and others were under the command of the bomber headquarters. Although they could be uniformly dispatched by the Aviation Operations Department of the General Staff Headquarters during wartime, multi-headed management and decentralized organization were clearly detrimental to the long-term development of the flight units and hindered the cultivation and exchange of talent. The competition for resources between the flight fleets and flight units during peacetime was also quite fierce. After the integration, the Federal Air Force took control of all flying combat units, unifying their organization, dispatch, and planning. Although this large-scale integration meant adjustments to the positioning of units and personnel and required a considerable period of adjustment, in the long run, as long as the management was appropriate and the command was correct, this integration would inevitably do more good than harm. In late autumn, the Federal Air Force launched a military exercise in the central region nicknamed Iron Brothers. As the first large-scale military exercise after the integration of the branches, the elite fleets and air squadrons were all deployed, creating an impressive and inspiring spectacle. On the technical and tactical level, many subjects that had been difficult to practice for various reasons in the past achieved breakthroughs, such as combat drills between airships and aircraft that were close to real combat. Warbirds whistled in the sky, and the spectacular formation maneuvers were dazzling. The massive airships, like floating castles, shone with the charm of metal in the sunlight. Externally, this was an exercise with no winners or losers, only camaraderie, but internally, the high-level think tank led by the General Staff Headquarters conducted a prudent assessment of the combat effectiveness of the airships and combat aircraft. The evaluation results were confidential, but in the subsequent thinking season, the military high command formulated a comprehensive schedule for the coming year's military development. From the composition of the schedule, it was not difficult to see that the pace of equipping new fighter jets had greatly accelerated, and the quantity of equipment was quite impressive, while the construction and renewal plans for airships had slowed down slightly. Maysar of the Amelia Federal State was an excellent soldier and a first-class politician, but not a true professional prophet. In this still cold winter, the crown of the Norman Empire was still worn by the bedridden Hohenstaufen IV, but the old emperor was unable to govern, and the country was basically in a state of Crown Prince Regency, meaning Crown Prince Albert was acting on state affairs, while Prince Barras and the princes of the Norman royal family were in charge of military affairs. Everything seemed very calm, and nothing unusual happened. However, in the north, the surging winds and clouds in Wessex were not restricted by the severe cold. Instead, they churned and erupted during this season when there was more time to think because they were extremely dissatisfied with the military reforms supported by the royal family. The capital garrison troops, led by a group of senior officers, launched a bloody coup, overthrowing the Laurel dynasty that had held power in Wessex for 1,000 years, and declared that Wessex had entered a republican era with no monarch. Surprisingly, the sudden disappearance of the monarchy did not plunge Wessex into division and civil war. Instead, it gave birth to a new federal republican state. Of course, before the situation was brought under control, Wessex still experienced weeks of unrest. Important transportation facilities around the capital were sabotaged by people, and foreigners left the country or took refuge in the embassy district. Fortunately, the confrontations between the troops were eventually resolved peacefully. Except for the members of the Laurel dynasty and a small number of royal guards who died, there were almost no casualties among other groups during the coup, and the nobles accepted the end of the monarchical era in Wessex with an unexpectedly calm attitude. Under these circumstances, the Free Federation and the Norman Empire reached a rare tacit understanding, spending this relatively short and special period in a state of close observation. Affected by the coup, the excavation and mining of the spacecraft ruins came to a standstill. The impact of this force measure seemed completely understandable and acceptable. However, after the establishment of the Wessex Federation, the government authorities were slow to restart the excavation and mining, and they always made excuses to evade inquiries from other countries. By the time spring arrived, the federal government and the Norman Empire simultaneously made representations to the Wessex people through diplomatic channels, accusing their groundless delays of violating the spirit of the joint agreement and infringing upon the legitimate interests of the signatory countries. Facing the joint pressure of the powerful nations, the Wessex federal government explained tirelessly and kept giving timetables for restarting the excavation, but these were just their stalling tactics, and the experts from various countries who returned to Wessex were unable to resume their research for a long time. Even when the countries threatened with economic sanctions, the Wessex federal government still went its own way. There was even intelligence indicating that they had secretly resumed the excavation and mining work at sea, which meant that the star source stone resources mined there were being exclusively obtained by the Wessex people. According to earlier estimates, if they spared no cost, the Wessex Federation could potentially stage a comeback in a limited time and become a pivotal player on the international stage again. However, given the premise of a possible invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization, the concepts of nations and cultural differences on Orin's planet would become insignificant, and the survival and continuation of civilization would be the only goal. Consequently, the selfish actions of the Wessex federal government were unanimously criticized by external public opinion. After excluding the Wessex military representatives, the Joint Staff Department discussed and weighed the options repeatedly, and finally made the decision to hold a large-scale exercise in the southern border of Wessex. Inspired by the concept of Orin's planet civilization uniting against external threats, people were clearly tired of resolving disputes through force, and targeted military exercises were the extreme expression that was psychologically acceptable. However, considering that the Wessex federal government was a new regime with immature national thinking, it was inevitable that they might make irrational choices in extreme situations. The Joint Staff Department notified all participating countries that this exercise would mainly use blank ammunition, but would also need to carry a certain proportion of live ammunition. According to past practice, when holding joint military exercises, the participating airships of each country designated a flagship, and each side sent military inspectors to observe and liaise on the flagships of other countries throughout the process, or rather, to supervise whether the participating airships carried the corresponding equipment and ammunition according to the exercise requirements, and whether they followed the exercise agreements during the process. These were all the duties of the military inspectors. During the process of the various countries' airships assembling in the predetermined area, the military inspectors would board the flagships of other countries in advance and report the preparation status via radio. The reports often contained code words to facilitate conveying the actual status of the exercise preparations to their own personnel. This time, in order to achieve the goal of peaceful deterrence, the Norman Empire dispatched 3 sub-fleets. Although the number of participating airships was less than 40% of their active airships, the tonnage accounted for more than 60%, and the latest and strongest main airships basically appeared in the exercise ranks. Correspondingly, the federal side dispatched 1/3 of its total airships, and the tonnage was close to half. Moreover, in addition to the main combat airships, the Federal Air Force dispatched 24 bomber squadrons to the Northern Air Base this time, including 6 newly formed heavy attack aircraft squadrons. It can be said that, apart from the aircraft carrier detachments regarded as the trump card, the Federation Army had sent all its elites. Although the Joint Staff Department had temporarily kicked the Wessex military representatives out of the loop, now that they were going to hold large-scale military exercises in Frisia and the northern part of the Free Federation, they still notified the Wessex military in advance, stating that during the exercise, airships and aircraft might accidentally enter Wessex territory, but there was absolutely no intention to infringe upon Wessex's national sovereignty. The massive flight fleet was making a huge commotion outside the door, and even if they did not take a single step across the line, the implication of a show of force was obvious. In response, the Wessex people increased their aerial and ground air defense forces on the southern border. Although their military strength had recovered to a great extent after the war, the strength of this Wessex fleet was still not enough to look at, and the technical and tactical level of their ground air defense forces was still at the pre-war level. If an armed conflict were to really break out, the Wessex people would probably not be able to last even one round against the joint forces. Chapter 90, Day of the Sneak Attack. April 27, 1842, Orin's Planet Era. The site of the joint military exercise code-named Peace Deterrence, located in the border area between the Camasin province in northeastern Frisia and the Clevo federal state in the northwest of the Federation. Under the azure sky, airships painted with various aviation insignias formed a massive attack formation. Large airships occupied the center both horizontally and vertically, with destroyers in the lead, acting like the brim of a hat to clear the way for the fleet. Assault ships were positioned beneath the large airships, like assassins hidden within the formation, while light escort ships were stationed on both sides, fulfilling their roles as protectors. In the direction pointed by the spear of war, no enemy formation was visible in the field of view, only a few faint black dots on the distant horizon. Within this joint airship fleet, although the officers and soldiers were ready for battle, judging by their expressions and postures, the atmosphere at this moment was dull but not oppressive, serious but not tense. Behind the formation composed of nearly 100 airships, a low mechanical roar surged like waves. Looking out, groups of 12 plain large formations and 6 plain small formations of war eagles formed distinct attack echelons. Everything was as calm and orderly as a military parade. On the bridge observation deck of the Federal Air Force airship combat flagship Freedom, the exercise commander-in-chief, Federation Fleet Admiral Bratt, and a group of staff officers stood watching. They had once been full of anticipation for airships to become the protagonists of war again and had devoted a great deal of effort to this. However, after the Federal Air Force was integrated, they had seriously sparred with their own fighter units. Although they did not believe that fighters had an inherent ability to restrain warships, they also clearly realized that high-performance fighters piloted by first-class pilots posed a great threat to airships on the battlefield even if they were at a disadvantage in strength. It was entirely possible for them to achieve victory. Since the end of the war, the great discovery of spacecraft relics and the resulting theory of space threats had prompted the civilizations on Oran's planet to unite and jointly confront external threats. With the signing of the Oran's Planet Military Alliance Agreement as a milestone, the concepts of the Agreement Transition Period and the Agreement Period were born. Against this special historical background, the design philosophy for airships underwent a major transformation. The new generation Freedom belonged to the Agreement Transition Period product, retaining wartime design characteristics, heavy armor and heavy firepower. At that time, rocket propulsion was still laboratory technology. After all the countries on Oran's planet signed the Joint Defense Agreement, the strategic positioning and hypothetical enemies of the Federation fleet changed. The construction period of Freedom was delayed by more than a year, and the design plan underwent significant adjustments. In terms of firepower, the attack capability of the upper hemisphere was enhanced, while the firepower intensity of the lower hemisphere was correspondingly weakened. Because the threat came from beyond the sky, at least initially, it was unlikely that the enemy would have large-scale movements on the ground. In terms of armor, the original armor was improved, and the focus was correspondingly placed on survivability. In terms of maneuverability, by using rocket propulsion technology, tactical maneuverability could be increased exponentially in a short period of time. In addition, due to the development of communication technology, this flagship was heavily equipped with communication equipment, including new cryptographic communication devices. After its official completion, Freedom had a brand new look and became the main warship with the most modern elements. During the agreement period, the hypothetical enemy came from space, and their technological level might be 1 or 2 grades higher, or even more. Conventional confrontation thinking lost its meaning, and it was necessary to consider the strategic thinking of aerial guerrilla warfare, adopting more flexible methods of striking and retreating. Therefore, there was no need to design and build the kind of massive main warships of the past. It was better to focus on building fast and maneuverable medium and light airships. Of course, in the face of technological generation gaps, no clever thinking could compensate for the gap in hard power. Therefore, countries attached great importance to the research and development of aircraft carriers and combat aircraft. In extreme cases, aircraft had a numerical advantage and were relatively easier to replenish. Using military deterrence was obviously contrary to this ideological orientation of civilization-wide unity. Therefore, whether it was the military coup in Wessex or the new Wessex regime's refusal to fulfill the Northern Treaty, other countries adopted cautious measures. Against this broad background, neither the Federation, the Norman Empire, nor other countries participating in this joint exercise publicized the demonstration and punishment against Wessex. The public was only told that there would be a large-scale joint military exercise and did not know its true goal. However, this was only for the general public. In the eyes of those who were truly insightful and closely followed military and political current events, this was a situation they were quite reluctant to see. Given the special purpose of this joint military operation, Admiral Bratt did not bring the aircraft carrier formation, but instead let them stand by for vigilance in the depth. As the theme of the exercise, he commanded his own airships from Freedom to conduct tactical maneuvering and comprehensive supply training, focusing on cross-national ship coordination. On the Norman Empire side, the fleet commander was the renowned Admiral Boromir. During the war, he held the command of the Norman Empire's northern fleet and was the key man in the Norman army's rapid defeat of Wessex, for which he received the Norman Empire's highest military medal. The Norman airships participating in this exercise were similar in number to those of the Federal Air Force, but in terms of tonnage and firepower output, they were slightly superior. This precisely reflected the attitudes of the two major powers on the northern issue. The Norman Empire intervened the earliest, invested the most, was the first to propose sanctions against Wessex, and was also the initiator of this peace deterrence. By comparison, the Federation's attitude was much more laid back. On the northern issue, they had always been in a wait-and-see attitude and did not pin their hopes desperately on the so-called space heritage under the ice. In subsequent mining and research, they also followed the rhythm of other countries step by step. After the ships of various countries assembled in the north, the joint military exercise kicked off, and at this time, the Wessex fleet finally made a move. In terms of scale and strength, their fleet could barely compete with the Federation army, was somewhat inferior to the Normans, and was at a crushing disadvantage when facing the entire joint exercise force. Obviously, the role they played was observation and vigilance. Once the joint exercise violated Wessex's sovereignty, they could use actual actions to protest and warn, but the possibility of causing a firefight or even triggering a war was minimal. During the exercise, the weather in the border area was fine, and the Wessex people always maintained a distant, wait-and-see stance. Before the military coup occurred, they were originally a part of this joint organization. After years of gradual integration, a relatively friendly relationship had been established. At this moment, with both sides in relatively opposing positions, the mood was indescribable. As the exercise was nearing completion, the Wessex people still did not yield on key issues. The Normans were furious and proposed extending the exercise time, adding segments of ship-aircraft confrontation, and hinting that they could send aircraft across the border to let the Wessex people feel real pressure. Regarding this, the Federation and other countries did not actively support it. The Normans stated that they could do it themselves, and the participating ships of other countries only needed to stay in place to cheer them on. Returning to the exercise site, the flying altitude of the joint airship fleet was around 5,000 feet, while the Norman bombers were soaring at an altitude of over 20,000 feet, circling and adjusting, looking for a suitable diving angle. As part of the exercise plan, the ships raised their muzzles, and the ship crew members skillfully operated various anti-aircraft weapons. Large-caliber naval guns began to roar, firing blanks, which posed no threat to the Norman warplanes that were about to dive down. On the bridge observation deck of the Freedom, Admiral Bratt's brows twitched, and he said to the officer beside him, "If the Normans are playing a huge conspiracy on us, this is the best opportunity for them to launch a sneak attack." "How is that possible?" The officer responded with an expression of disbelief. He pondered for a few seconds, then whispered, "If that were really the case, it would indeed be a terrible disaster for us." After speaking, the two raised their heads simultaneously, and teams of Norman warplanes began to dive down from high altitude. Compared to the experienced pilots of the Federal Air Force, the Normans were undoubtedly much clumsier. On a real battlefield, the enemy would never give you such ample time to make adjustments with such ease. To survive on an intense battlefield and achieve results, one must assess the situation, seize every opportunity, and overcome huge difficulties with courage and skill. Watching those Norman warplanes flying faster and lower, Admiral Bratt suddenly closed his eyes and made a prayer gesture on his chest. A few seconds later, a huge explosion struck, followed by people's panicked shouts. "Are they crazy?" Admiral Bratt heard the officer beside him shout out in shock. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw the flames of explosions rising everywhere. "No, they are not crazy. How could a madman have the patience to set up such a big trap?" According to the exercise settings, the bombs that the Norman warplanes were supposed to drop at this time were non-explosive hollow exercise bombs, which would not cause any damage other than sprinkling white powder on the warships. However, the violent explosions clearly came from powerful bombs, and the Norman pilots mercilessly smashed them onto their allies who were moving at a constant speed. Of course, from the moment the attack began, both sides had returned to a life-or-death hostile state. Combat experience shows that to deal with large-scale group bombing, airships should make full use of airspace depth for rapid maneuvering and pay attention to the scheduling and coordination of ship firepower during the maneuvering process. In this sudden attack that was currently taking place, the Norman warplanes not only pointed the spearhead of their attack at the Federal ships but also dropped bombs on the ships of other countries. The Norman ships located on the left side of the aerial formation, after a short period of silence, also turned their muzzles and opened fire on their allies. Observing this subtle situation, Admiral Bratt decisively ordered all ships to retreat toward the hinterland of the Federation in an anti-aircraft posture, with the main naval guns continuing to fire shrapnel at the air, rather than engaging in tit-for-tat bombardment of the Norman warships. In this chaotic scene, thanks to the well-performing radio facilities with strong anti-interference capabilities, the Federal ships followed the flagship's instructions and retreated quickly. The ships of other countries suffered double blows from the Normans, some had already lost control and were slowly falling while burning, some were fleeing in panic, and others simply stopped resisting and raised white flags. Chapter 91, The Dagger Revealed. The latest update of Iron Soul of Steel. Peace deterrence became the start of war. The Normans once again showed the world their sinister intentions, stopping at nothing to achieve them. They had painstakingly prepared for this day, with countless days and nights spent in secret. To hide their true intentions, they went so far as to manufacture a spacecraft wreckage incident in the north that nearly fooled the entire planet. With this deception successful, the Federation fleet became the fat meat in their mouths. Would they let it go easily? As Admiral Bratt led the Federal army in a fighting retreat, the Normans launched a seemingly crazy yet exquisite assault with great decisiveness. Those light and swift airships were like well-trained hunting dogs, biting hard at the heels of the Federation fleet. When they closed to a certain distance, they used the same trick that had completely defeated the Wessex forces in the previous war, firing cigar-shaped flying torpedoes one after another. After years of post-war improvements, the power and efficiency of these flying torpedoes were clearly superior. The Federation was not unprepared for this move by the Normans. Learning from the lessons of the previous war, they had worked hard during peacetime to collect intelligence on their hypothetical enemies from all aspects, even after the various countries established the Joint Staff Department. They did not disarm, but instead conducted intelligence work in a more hidden and flexible manner. Thanks to these efforts, the commander of the Federation fleet and his officers knew that the enemy's flying torpedoes had evolved to the point of using radio for remote control, capable of tactical maneuvers within a certain range, and that the remote control equipment and operators were on the very airships that launched them. To reduce the threat of these flying torpedoes, one must either interfere with the airships launching them or use radio technology to jam them, ideally, both. Under the Federation Army's all-out defensive fire and invisible radio jamming, none of the Normans' flying torpedoes hit their targets, but this attack method was clearly not the only ace up the Norman sleeves. When the Federation fleet focused its attention behind them, team after team of Norman warplanes dove down from high altitude. Bombs without their own propulsion fell like raindrops. After this sudden shower, 4 or 5 Federation airships were hit. Although these bombs were much less powerful than the flying torpedoes, they were still painful for any airship. 2 medium-sized airships saw their speed plummet after being damaged. If they were left behind, they would undoubtedly face a devastating blow. But if they were assisted, the Federation fleet commanded by Admiral Bratt would very likely be forced into a desperate battle under extremely unfavorable conditions, which was also something the Federation did not want to see. When it came to the trade-off between big and small, the calm commander found it easy to make the right judgment. The Federation fleet continued to retreat toward its own hinterland. The damaged airships gradually fell out of formation, but they did not raise the white flag. Instead, they did their best to fire upon the enemy airships. While the two fleets were engaged in fierce combat in the northwest of the Federation, a ghost-like fleet emerged from the layers of dark clouds near the Federation's eastern coastline, which had been safe and sound during the previous 2 wars. Their scale was not that large, but when shells and bombs whistled in, from the middle GA federal state to the Nidwar federal state, the residents of the coastal towns were plunged into unprecedented shock. Over the years, to guard against potential attacks from the Normans from the east, the Federal Army had upgraded the defenses of its eastern coastline, building many modern fortresses and airports, and deploying mobile fleets and patrol units. However, these efforts were as fragile as paper in the face of the carefully planned Norman attack. Those quiet coastal towns, which had not been touched by the flames of war for over 100 years, were now filled with thick smoke and raging fires under the enemy's ravages, a tragic sight to behold. Combat aircraft deployed at various airports and hidden bases across the Federation's east took off one after another. The strong winds could not stop their brave hearts, and the heavy rain could not extinguish their burning fighting spirit. They charged toward the Norman fleet as if they were fearless, just as they had used their indomitable will to frustrate the powerful enemy in the previous war. Thanks to the efforts and sacrifices of these pilots, the Norman fleet withdrew from Federation airspace a few hours later, but this attack channel in the rear had already been opened, and the Federation was now caught in a pincer attack from the front and back. In the north, the Federation fleet retreated into the protection circle of its own fighter units at the cost of losing nearly half of its airships. The Normans temporarily stopped their pursuit, but when night fell, they attacked the Federation's deep-lying airports and air bases again. The Wessex people also launched a surprise attack, with the fleet slaughtering its way into Federation airspace. By this time, the conspiracy led by the Normans was clear to see. The military coup launched by the Wessex people was clearly also orchestrated by the Normans. Now, the Norman Empire in the west of the northern Wessex, two of the three former powers were jointly attacking the Federation. Those small countries that were either neutral or watching from the sidelines, regardless of which camp they stood in, could not help change the pattern of the war. Hearing the bad news that the war had restarted, almost everyone was stunned. Although they had always been vigilant about the Normans' conspiracy and had made extensive preparations for it, they had long been unwilling to face the cruel reality. In Weiss's cognition, this was undoubtedly a Pearl Harbor-style surprise attack, but he had underestimated the Normans' appetite. Within just a few hours, various fortresses in the western territory of the Free Federation were subjected to unprecedented bombing. The Norman army seemed to have mastered celestial technology, using huge, cigar-shaped flying torpedoes to create earth-shattering attack effects. These terrifying bombs could destroy a sturdy large artillery fort with a single hit, and 20 or 30 of them were enough to raze an entire fortress to the ground. After the war began, the Normans adopted a brand new leapfrog attack tactic, catching the Federal Army off guard at both strategic and tactical levels. They used fleets as the vanguard and combat aircraft as support, with each leapfrog segment being about 200 to 300 miles. They focused on attacking the Federal Army's air bases, occupying them with airborne troops, setting up defensive lines around them, and then supporting their own airships and aircraft to operate from there. Beyond these leapfrog points, the Normans did not commit heavy troops, but mainly relied on aerial harassment and bombing, while continuously sending ground troops and anti-aircraft fire to the leapfrog points. In this way, although their speed of advance was similar to, or even slightly slower than, the previous war, their forces were more concentrated. Several leapfrog points could form one or several front lines, dividing the areas controlled by the Federation Army. Because of the lessons learned from the previous war, the Federation Army commanders did not fight the Normans for every city and every inch of land, but instead preserved their effective strength and organized their troops to retreat into the hinterland with large strides. As a result, in just 1 week, the Normans had cut into the Federation's hinterland for thousands of miles from the north and west. The experience of rising after falling in the previous two wars made the Federation residents not feel deeply desperate about the current situation. However, when the spearhead of the Norman army crossed the Sea of Fury and appeared on the Federation's eastern coastline, panic began to spread. People did not know how much projection capability the Normans actually had, or how many troops they could deploy to the newly opened eastern front. The appearance of Norman airships, aircraft, and landing troops was like a terrible virus invading a human body, quickly causing a strong reaction. The Federal Army quickly rushed to reinforce the eastern front and drove the landed Norman army back into the sea in just a day and a half, but this was only the enemy's probing attack. After that, the Normans not only did not stop their activities on the eastern front, but instead intensified various harassments. As the chief administrator of Lorraine, Weiss played an important role in the Federation's wartime mobilization system. Under his leadership, the Lorraine government carried out wartime mobilization at the fastest speed, shifted all production that could be incorporated into military equipment onto the track of war, and organized registered reserve personnel for wartime training. Of course, the most important thing was to do everything possible to cooperate with the army to maintain local order. After the garrison troops were transferred to the front line, the newly formed reserve units became the cornerstone of maintaining stability in the rear. For Lorraine and Weiss, countless pieces of bad news arrived almost every day. Although the reform and preparation of the Federal Army gave them stronger combat capabilities than the previous war, and their preparations in terms of manpower and materials were quite sufficient, the unprecedentedly terrible situation once again plunged them into a state of being overwhelmed. In this war that few people predicted, Lorraine's positioning was not only a local fortress against the Norman army's aggression, but also an important springboard for supporting air units to attack the hinterland of the Norman Empire. In unofficial military planning, this outpost could support hundreds of long-range bombers and fast airships to cross the Monomolan Mountains and attack important industrial areas in the eastern part of the Norman Empire, or even penetrate deep into the enemy's hinterland to bomb those factories. Even before the front line was fully stabilized, the senior level of the Federal Army had already noticed this counterattack method as an alternative plan. On the 7th day of the war, a Federal Army bomber unit had already tentatively launched a probing attack on the border towns in the eastern part of the Norman Empire. Although they were strongly intercepted by the Normans, just 4 days later, a larger-scale counterattack began on this front. Devil's Spear, the Federation military and civilians described the Normans' new weapon this way. In the previous war, the Normans used this aerial flying torpedo based on artificial star source stone technology to defeat the Wessex fleet. Now, although this upgraded weapon did not play much of a role in fleet battles, in ground attacks, they were more terrifying than large-caliber naval guns, simply the great killing weapon thrown into the human world by the legendary Devil. Such a big guy could hold tens of thousands of pounds of high explosives, its power equivalent to several times that of the largest caliber naval gun, and its use was not limited by the ship's tonnage or the caliber of the naval gun. Even a lightweight cruiser could carry several or even dozens of weapons of this specification, projecting them from 20 or 30 miles away, exceeding the effective range of the Federation Army's ground anti-aircraft fire, thus possessing a unilateral violent striking power. In peacetime, although the Federal Army paid attention to this type of weapon, it ignored the air-to-ground strike capability it possessed after its technical upgrade. However, sufficient intelligence collection demonstrated incalculable value in wartime. For example, the Federation could basically determine the distribution of factories required to produce this weapon. Except for 2 in the deep rear that could not be attacked, the ones with the highest output were basically located in the central and eastern regions of the Norman Empire, and it was still possible to use long-range bombers to attack them. In order to eliminate this threat from the enemy to the maximum extent, the Federal Army planned an unprecedented raid led by long-range bombers and attack aircraft, naming it Thunder of the Night Sky. Chapter 92, Soaring War Eagles. As the sun set, a biplane liaison aircraft belonging to the Federation Army Reserve Forces flew leisurely over the forests and mountains in the northeast of Lorraine. As it was about to land at the airfield in the valley between the forests, Weiss, sitting in the passenger seat, saw a large group of black crows on the horizon. He narrowed his eyes and discovered that they were a bomber formation of the Federal Air Force, numbering over 200, and they were mostly large aircraft like long-range bombers and heavy attack aircraft. If viewed up close, one would surely be shocked by their overwhelming momentum. As the local administrative officer and commander-in-chief of the reserve forces, Weiss had no authority to intervene in military operations unless the military required his cooperation. In fact, given the current situation and the strategic deployment of the Federal Air Force, it was not difficult to guess that these bombers were flying west to cross the Monomolan Mountains and attack military targets within the Norman Empire. They were dispatched at this time because night flight could maximize avoidance of enemy interception, and the issue of night bombing accuracy was compensated for by large-scale, indiscriminate attacks. In peacetime, the 17th National Defense Division was the main force stationed in Lorraine. Nominally, General Friss was still the highest military officer in Lorraine, but a few days ago, he had led most of the 17th National Defense Division to leave Lorraine and head to the front line. Nowadays, his deputy, Colonel PART7, was temporarily in charge of military command in Lorraine. The officers and soldiers remaining with the colonel totaled less than 300, but this did not mean that Lorraine's defense was empty. According to the reformed federal military mobilization system, after the mobilization order was issued, local reserve forces would assemble in battalions and regiments, be assigned officers, issued weapons, start training, and head to their stations. Usually, the first batch of reserve forces would complete assembly within a week, with the second and third batches following closely behind. According to normal configuration, when the main force of the 17th National Defense Division left Lorraine, at least twice as many reserve forces would come to take over the defense. For a place as large as Lorraine, relying solely on one National Defense Division to bear the burden of defense was far from enough. In peacetime, several battalion and regiment-level ground air defense units, fortress units, and a division-scale Air Force unit were configured. After the reserve forces completed assembly, part of the troops would be allocated to corresponding ground defense units, thereby enriching Lorraine's defense system in the shortest possible time. Upon arriving at the 17th National Defense Division's remaining command post, Weiss saw Nicola at a glance. This heroine, who had originally left the army to join the Starry Sky Group, was now dressed in a dashing Federal Air Force flight suit, with the badge of a reserve officer on her collar. "Why are you here?" Weiss stepped forward and said, "I thought you would stay in the East, that's where you are needed more." He deliberately spoke the second half of the sentence vaguely. The East not only had the main production base of the Starry Sky Group but was also her hometown, the old president and other family members still lived there. According to the old president's wishes, he did not want her to return to the battlefield, risking the danger of dying at any time. Nicola smiled slightly. "My current status is neither a fighter pilot nor a bomber pilot. I am just a flight instructor and staff officer specially hired by the military, serving in an auxiliary role to guide the young lads in fighting the enemy. Judging by that, you won't be flying a fighter jet into battle when we're not looking, will you?" Weiss said, meaning the opposite. "Under normal circumstances, such a problem won't arise," Nicola said quietly. "But you also know that in wartime, many situations exceed our expectations, so we must assess the situation and respond flexibly. With the war at hand, defending the country is the obligation and responsibility of every citizen, especially those of us who are former professional soldiers with ability and experience. When it really comes to a point where there's no other way, everyone has to pick up their weapons and fight the enemy." "All right. I saw them leave just now," Weiss changed the subject. "I hope everything goes smoothly." "Yes, everything will go smoothly," Nicola said. She turned to Colonel PART7 and said, "If there are no accidents, a new bomber wing will transfer here tomorrow. Our strength will increase significantly, which also means the logistics burden will increase significantly. I hope you can continue to give us your support as always. Coordinating with the Air Force units is our duty, and we will naturally do our best, Colonel PART7 replied. Then, he said half-jokingly, "Here, your role is not just an advisor or staff officer, but also an excellent liaison officer and dispatcher. I've added quite a lot of trouble for you as soon as I arrived here." "I'm really sorry," Nicola said politely. "Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. We apologize for the inconvenience." Colonel PART7 shrugged, "That's not the problem. What I'm worried about is that the Normans will soon discover that our long-range bombers are taking off from here to attack their homeland. That means they will soon launch a crazy retaliation. We do need to make preparations in advance, but I'm worried that our preparations won't be enough to handle their attacks. What should we do then?" Speaking of this, Colonel PART7 cast his gaze on Weiss, the former guerrilla hero of Lorraine and now the administrative officer of Lorraine. From the perspective of war strategy, there are two choices. One is to stubbornly resist and intercept the enemy, not letting them destroy our aviation base. The other is to wait for the enemy to come to our door and treat this as a bait to strike them hard. I think with the planning ability of the Federation Army General Staff Headquarters, they should choose the latter. Weiss cast his gaze toward Nicola again. Nicola gave a hum. "If you were a spy for the Normans, that would be troublesome, because once the enemy understands our operational intent, it won't be difficult to find countermeasures, and our layout will be wasted." This statement could be considered a positive affirmation. Weiss said, "Here, everyone is reliable. It's hard to say when we go out, so let's stop the topic here." The three sat together drinking tea, talking about defense cooperation. After dinner, they waited for news in the room next to the communication room. The straight-line distance from the aviation base in northern Lorraine to the industrial area in the eastern part of the Norman Empire was over 4,000 li. In the past, this had far exceeded the operating range of aircraft. If it were not for the mature artificial star source stone technology, the Federation Army would not have been able to develop such long-range bombers with such long range and high payload in this era. From the source, this was thanks to the technological inventions of the Normans. Just like the surprise attacks by airship fleets and ground troops, the bomber unit's expedition also placed confidentiality first, delaying as much as possible the time for the enemy to discover the bomber group approaching the airspace, thereby reducing the enemy's reaction time. In the few hours after the operation began, the units engaged in the bombing were silent. As midnight approached, the silence of the radio was broken. Calculating by time, the bomber units engaged in the battle were already approaching the target area, which meant they had entered the industrial area in the eastern part of the Norman Empire. Information revealed by radio communications indicated that this bomber unit was being fiercely intercepted by the enemy. Participating in the battle were the enemy's fighters, ground-air defense fire, and airships. They tried their best to prevent the Federation Army's bomber unit from advancing into the depths, but the Federation Army had persisted in practicing and improving their aerial tactics during peacetime. These bombers flew at an altitude on the edge of the ground large-caliber anti-aircraft guns range, and their powerful self-defense firepower made it difficult for the enemy's conventional fighters to take advantage. As for the enemy's airships, the heavy attack aircraft mixed with the long-range bombers had enough activity to counter light airships, and when the enemy dispatched medium and large airships, they could use flexible and dispersed tactical maneuvering capabilities to evade, leaving their opponents helpless. At the end of the last war, in the eyes of outsiders, the Norman army was like a spent force, with poor morale and equipment support, coupled with domestic political turmoil, it felt like it could collapse at any time. However, from the analysis of intelligence collected after the war, more and more bombers were injured and crashed, and people in the rear could not intuitively judge the war situation. Through the telegrams sent back by the bombers at the front, the fear and contempt for death were revealed between the lines. This was an extremely complex emotion. After several hours, the bomber units engaged in the battle finally embarked on the return journey, and also began to count the number of surviving bombers. Because the battle disrupted the flight formation, it was difficult for them to calculate accurate data during the flight, but the rough situation was enough to make people gasp. Of the more than 280 heavy bombers and attack aircraft dispatched this time, only about 100 were in the returning formation. It was unknown how many of the bombers that broke away from the formation returned safely, and the casualty rate was expected to exceed half. Judging by the 16 to 18 crew members per heavy bomber, in this short night, the elite flight unit lost thousands of pilots. Whether they were killed in action or bailed out, it was an irreparable loss for the Federal Air Force during wartime. In this round of bombing, the Federal fleet carried tens of thousands of high-explosive bombs and incendiary bombs. Even if only half fell on the target, it was enough to severely damage that huge modern industrial area, or even turn most of its factories into ruins. After the bombing operation ended, it was learned from the surviving pilots that the fleet had been intercepted by the enemy repeatedly from the time it approached the Norman Empire's airspace. Nevertheless, most of the bombers stubbornly flew over the target and used bombs to fiercely counterattack the Normans who had painstakingly created the scam. Judging from the pilots' memories and descriptions, the effectiveness of the bombing had basically been achieved. Putting aside the heavy losses, both the tactical and strategic values were immeasurable. As people feared, it was not difficult for the Normans to trace the bases of these bombers by following their flight paths. Not a day later, Norman warships appeared in the Monomolan Mountains. Although the Federal Air Force had deployed alert defense units, several high-altitude and high-speed Norman aircraft still successfully reached the Lorraine region and conducted tactical reconnaissance. Having learned the lessons from the last war, and under the impetus of military reform, the command and staff efficiency of the Federation Army had been significantly improved. This time, the military high command quickly made an assessment of the bomber unit's surprise attack effectiveness and realized the great significance of Lorraine as an aviation outpost. Just as Nicola introduced, the Federal Air Force's fighter units and attack aircraft units arrived in Lorraine one after another. Tactically, the Normans were known for being cunning and changeable. After their homeland targets were bombed, although they quickly identified the assembly and departure area of the Federal Air Force's bomber group, they did not rush into the trap of the Federation Army. In the following many days, the Normans continuously launched aerial reconnaissance on targets in the western part of the Federation, especially within Lorraine, and used nights and rainy days to conduct several small-scale raids as firepower tests. Shortly thereafter, the Federal Air Force organized a second night air raid on the Norman Empire. Like the previous one, although the bomber unit suffered heavy losses, it basically achieved its strategic goal, bombing another industrial area in the eastern part of the Norman Empire to pieces. Immediately after, a mixed fleet and aircraft unit departing from the Nash-Adder Federal State Aviation Base launched a night attack on important military facilities of the Norman Empire, also achieving considerable results. Successive night air raids could weaken the war potential of the Norman Empire from the source, which was also what the Norman Empire feared most. 2 days later, the Normans finally launched a retaliatory attack on the Federation Army's aviation facilities in the west. This came like a landslide, with nearly 1,000 combat aircraft swarming into the Nash-Adder Federal State and the Lorraine Federal State. Dozens of airships and the Federal Air Force fighter units deployed on the flanks of these two regions fought back with all their might. In such an extremely fierce air battle, how could a top-tier ace pilot like Nicola stand by? After the first round of engagement, she took advantage of the chaos to enter the battle, flying a new type of fighter into the sky to meet the enemy. Although she had been away from the Federal Army fighter units for several years, this former ace was not rusty. Instead, relying on the accumulation and improvement gained from daily training and thinking, she continued her glorious career in aerial combat. On this day alone, she shot down 4 Norman aircraft and finally returned to the airport beautifully. Faced with the accomplished fact, neither Weiss nor the commanders at the base could say much more. This achievement was reported by the Federal Air Force to the military high command, and regardless of whether the old President Leopold held a strong opposition attitude, the Federal Air Force quickly invited this flight ace back to the combat unit, restored her military rank in the Army, and then, based on her experience and characteristics, appointed her as a wartime Air Force colonel to assist General Blair in charge of Air Force operations in the Lorraine region. Chapter 93, Taking Up Arms. From a strategic perspective, bombing the Norman Empire's domestic targets was undoubtedly a correct move, akin to pulling the firewood from under a cauldron. If this pattern continued, within a few months to a year, the Norman Empire's strength across all fronts would inevitably weaken until it collapsed. However, one must remember that the Normans built their nation on martial prowess and possessed the most renowned military tradition on Oran's planet. They never lacked brave, decisive, and quick-witted soldiers, so how could they just sit there and take a beating? From the moment Lorraine was designated as the springboard for strategic bombing, the military high command and Lorraine's leaders were well aware that once the strategic bombing campaign began, the military and civilians of Lorraine would inevitably face terrifying pressure from the enemy. For this immoral war, the Norman Empire had made full military preparations, launching offensives against the Federal Army from the northern, western, and eastern fronts simultaneously as soon as hostilities began. Multi-front warfare, where forces could not be concentrated in one place, was a constraint on both the Normans and the Federal Army. However, as the side holding the initiative, the Norman army had more options at both the strategic and tactical levels. On the northern front, the Wessex people, having just experienced a regime change, were unstable and unlikely to amount to much. The greatest threat they posed to the Federation was their alliance with the Norman Empire, ceding the long borders stretching from the northern foothills of the Monomolan Mountains to the East Sea coast for the Normans to use. The Norman Empire's ferocious troops utilized an imaginative chessboard-style jumping tactic to quickly break through the Federal Army's northern defense line, repeating the script of driving straight in from the north as seen in the previous war. On the eastern front, based on prior exploration and summary, the Normans found ways and routes to safely traverse the Sea of Fury. Their fleet turned this volatile weather into an advantage, appearing and disappearing like ghosts to attack the Federation's ports, towns, and various strategic targets, either unleashing firestorms or launching amphibious raids. If the Federation Army launched a heavy counterattack, they would strike and retreat, vanishing into the rain clouds. If the Federation Army's response was slow, they would show no mercy, washing the land in blood. On the western front, the Normans abandoned the three-dimensional frontal advance mode of the previous war, ignoring the various military fortresses within the Monomolan Mountains. They conducted an unconventional, campaign-level long-range troop deployment, bypassing them to land tens of thousands of ground troops directly in the border area between New Chattel Federal State and Lorraine Federal State. On a sand table, this approach was undoubtedly foolish, equivalent to sending sheep into a tiger's mouth, and in reality, no one had ever attempted such a bold maneuver. Time quickly proved that the Normans' talent for the art of war was unparalleled. The Norman troops that had jumped into Federation territory quickly attacked and occupied the few towns on the vast barren land, and mobilized massive air forces, taking advantage of the Federal Air Force's reduced night air defense interception efficiency to deliver large quantities of ammunition, supplies, and equipment to the landing zone. The Norman troops committed to this leapfrog landing operation were fierce in combat and tenacious in will, working almost day and night to build fortifications and deploy defensive lines. In the time that followed, no matter what intensity of airstrikes the Federal Army launched against them, or even if they dispatched ground troops to attack, they remained as immovable as a rock. When the Federation Army focused its attention in the Western Theater on these uninvited guests, the Norman Empire's air forces launched a storm-like air raid with lightning speed against the various large and small Federation Army aviation facilities within the Nash-Adder Federal State. In 1 week, at the cost of over 1,000 combat aircraft and more than 20 warships, they wiped out the Federation Army's aviation facilities within the Nash-Adar federal state. Immediately after, disregarding casualties and fatigue, they turned the spearhead of their attack toward Lorraine. Once the Normans destroyed Lorraine, an important outpost for aerial operations, it would be difficult for Federation Army bombers departing from other federal states to conduct attacks on deep targets within the Norman Empire's interior. In this way, Lorraine's position in this war was elevated to the highest level anticipated before the war. The battlefield situation changed abruptly, and General Friss and his 17th National Defense Division were quickly recalled to Lorraine. However, having experienced successive fierce battles on the northern front, they were no longer the well-equipped, high-morale elite force they had been at the start of the war, but a weary army withdrawn to the rear for rest. Returning to Lorraine, their greatest advantage was that they were familiar with the land and the environment, which allowed them to gain an initial edge in battles against the enemy, and that was all. After establishing a foothold in the sparsely populated border region, the Norman army simultaneously consolidated their landing zone and deployed another new tactic, offensive hunting operations, which meant conducting guerrilla warfare on enemy territory. Their ground troops, operating in battalion-sized units, moved rapidly through the jungles, sometimes attacking the Federation Army's defense lines under the cover of night, and sometimes raiding the Federation's villages and towns. With the limited forces committed by the Federation Army, the Normans could operate as far as hundreds of miles from the landing zone, destroying bridges, blowing up railways, and blocking canals, using various means to cause the Federation more and more trouble. Facing the Norman army's brand new tactics, General Friss had originally been full of confidence, thinking he could use the advantages of favorable timing, terrain, and morale to eliminate the enemy's hunting units one by one. Unexpectedly, in the time that followed, he suffered defeat in almost every battle. Regardless of whether they had air support, the 17th National Defense Division and the Lorraine Local Reserve Forces were repeatedly ambushed and caught in pincer attacks, as if it were the Normans who held the home field advantage. Troop casualties continued to rise, morale grew increasingly low, and the situation in Lorraine became precarious. Consequently, the Federation military urgently dispatched the 10th and 39th National Defense Divisions to reinforce Lorraine. General Friss's pre-war credentials and prestige were more than sufficient for the role of Joint Commander, but the recent series of failures caused the military high command to question his capabilities. Meanwhile, those renowned and capable corps-level commanders of the Federation Army were all tied up on other fronts, most of them overwhelmed. At this most critical moment, the Federation Army high command thought of those retired veteran generals, not Weiss, the former hero of the Lorraine guerrillas. Or rather, the military was unwilling to select a commander from the political sphere. They were unwilling to admit that military generals were inferior to an official who had abandoned the military for politics. On the other hand, the military deeply realized that if anything went wrong in Lorraine, the Federation's entire strategic situation would become increasingly passive. Conversely, if Lorraine could hold firm, a large portion of the Normans' energy would be tied down on the western front, preventing them from focusing too much energy on the northern and eastern fronts. In terms of distance, stability on the western front was of extraordinary significance for the protection of the capital, Liberty City, and the eastern industrial zone. Moreover, Lorraine's terrain, resources, and local customs were all very suitable for pinning down the enemy. Against this backdrop, the military sent a white-haired, renowned general to Lorraine, General Idias, who was coming out of retirement for the second time. In the previous war, this veteran, who had been retired for 4 years, was tasked with a critical mission for the first time, organizing the world-famous Battle of Aoking with various remnants of troops. Through an unprecedentedly brutal defensive battle, he curbed the irresistible momentum of the Norman army, becoming an important turning point in the early stages of the war. During the later stages of the war, General Idias retired again. Given his rich experience and high prestige, the High Command retained him as a counselor to the Supreme Military Council until the end of the war. As for General Idias, Weiss could not say he was familiar with him, but he was certainly not a stranger either. The Battle of Aoking was the first urban battle he had experienced, and those bitter memories were the driving force behind the true transformation of his military thinking. At that time, he was a low-ranking officer in the Federation Army, while Idias was the campaign commander. The two had chanced to meet, but no one could have expected that 11 years later, they would meet again in war, becoming a military-political partnership with a vast age difference. In the previous war, when the old general came out of retirement, Idias was 69, still spirited and somewhat ambitious. Now, he was 80 years old. His complexion was still good, but time spares no one, and his words and actions showed visible signs of old age. At the first military meeting he convened after arriving in Lorraine, Weiss attended in his capacity as a reserve force commander. Along with the vigorous division commanders, everyone was respectful to this old general. However, for most of the meeting, he was struggling to understand the current battle situation and raised a series of questions. The Norman army came from afar without ground supplies, they were clearly like a lone army, so why were they so unstoppable? Lorraine was the Federal Air Force's strategic base on the western front, with over 2,000 fighter planes and dozens of airships deployed. Why could they not wipe this enemy force off the map with a carpet bombing campaign? The Norman army was attacking in scattered directions, the Federation army should have been cooperating with the civilians, tracking the enemy's movements, and concentrating forces to annihilate them. Why were they, instead, falling into a passive position? Some questions were patiently answered by General Friss, who was originally in charge of ground defense, and General Blair, who was in charge of the Air Force units. Their perspectives on analyzing the problems and the depth of their understanding were objective and profound. As for other questions, the officers present were themselves bewildered and could only look at each other in silence. I remember that in the previous war, intelligence work was the enemy's strength and our weakness. Recognizing this shortcoming, the military invested huge sums of money every year to develop and consolidate the intelligence system, and it was said to have achieved remarkable results. Now that war has resumed, we are still passive everywhere on all fronts, which truly makes me feel regretful. General Adius expressed his disappointment with the Federation's intelligence system tactfully, but everyone knew that this was a complex systems engineering project. Even with the power of the entire nation, it could not be achieved overnight, not to mention the many deep-seated problems of the past. Every field required manpower, material resources, and time to reform and enhance. The general raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Since our duty is to defend Lorraine and ensure that the Air Force can depart from Lorraine to attack the enemy's heartland, complaining is meaningless. We must rely on our own strength and stimulate our own potential. In previous wars against the Normans, we were always able to turn defeat into victory. Isn't that precisely what we relied on? Chapter 94, Destiny is Justice. Before I came, I heard that the reserve troops of Lorraine were the best in the Federation. I think there are many reasons for this, and one of the key factors is that the Lorraine government is very capable in mobilization and organizational propaganda. The people of Lorraine support our reserve troop system from the bottom of their hearts, actively participate in training, and have the best equipment among all reserve troops. General Adius's words were undoubtedly an affirmation of Weiss's daily work. Comparing horizontally, the training support for Lorraine's reserve troops was indeed the best among all federal states, not necessarily first, but certainly among the top. Moreover, Lorraine had always had a tough folk custom. People were naturally strong, hardworking, and enduring. They were keen on hunting in both summer and winter, which provided a certain military foundation. It was precisely because of these factors that the guerrilla warfare in Lorraine had been the most effective among all guerrilla fronts in the previous war. At this moment, Weiss did not smile but reminded, no matter how good the quality of the reserve troops is, they are still just reserve troops after all. Compared to regular troops, they still lag significantly behind, especially in formal combat methods and experience. These all need to be gradually honed and cultivated through actual combat, and this honing and cultivation are often accompanied by unavoidable casualties. We have thought of many ways to address this, but it feels like we haven't met our initial expectations, so. I understand what you mean. No matter what, we will never put reserve troops in the most dangerous sectors. The most arduous tasks must be completed by regular troops. However, given time, reserve troops will certainly grow rapidly through continuous combat operations until they reach the standard of regular troops. I have no doubt about this, and I believe the growth of Lorraine's reserve troops will be faster and better than those in other regions. After finishing, General Adius changed the subject. Based on your experience leading guerrilla warfare in the previous war, could we mix our regular army with the reserve troops to organize several guerrilla units, using guerrilla tactics to counter the enemy's guerrilla warfare? This was a question Weiss had also seriously considered. Looking at the enemy's deployed forces, even if these frontline national defense divisions of the Federation Army were pulled out, they might not be able to contend with the Norman ground forces. If they fully utilized the advantages of home field and numbers, supplemented by flexible and correct tactical countermaneuvers, it seemed the current situation could be improved. This came from intuitive logical reasoning. The true essence of guerrilla warfare is to make the opponent unable to defend against it, leaving them with strength they cannot use, and the Normans have grasped and applied this very well in this regard. If we simply use the form of guerrilla warfare to counter guerrilla warfare, the result is likely that we will be exhausted without achieving the expected results. We might as well think in reverse. What is the ultimate goal the enemy wants to achieve with their guerrilla operations? And where should we effectively respond? This was simple to say, but it made the officers present reflect deeply. General Adius closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, appearing to be in meditation. After a while, he nodded and said, "Indeed, only those who are proficient in guerrilla warfare can come up with ways to counter it. You are absolutely right. We cannot counter form with form, we should pinpoint the enemy's intentions. Their ultimate goal is to occupy Lorraine. Before that, they need to destroy our defense system as much as possible, focusing on our aviation facilities. So, no matter how they conduct guerrilla warfare, their real goal is our air bases. If we grasp this point, then the method of movement, or rather the initiative, is in our hands. We can either use a purely defensive approach to reinforce our air bases or use them as bait to wait for the enemy to come to us. And we have reason to believe that the enemy is even more eager than us to break the deadlock. As the saying goes, an old general is worth two." The officers present were very convinced by General Adius's concise judgment, and Weiss was no exception. If they could use this enemy psychology to fight an ambush, reverse the decline of these past few days, and disrupt the enemy's rhythm, that would naturally be for the best. General Adius swept his gaze over everyone. Regarding the specific arrangements, I would like to hear everyone's opinions first. Next, the three division commanders and their respective division chiefs of staff shared their thoughts based on their own understanding. It could be said that their judgments were accurate and their proposals were reliable, but there always seemed to be a lack of a finishing touch. General Blair, the Joint Commander of the Federal Air Force in Lorraine, bluntly pointed out the crux of the matter. We have a total of 4 large air bases and over 20 field bases in Lorraine. Currently, most of these aviation facilities are already operational, and the number of combat aircraft deployed in Lorraine will soon exceed 3,000. These are all the enemy's targets. However, so far, they have not launched a direct assault on any of them. I think the reason they have been slow to act is that they are plotting a larger operation. Imagine, if they attacked 1 or 2 or 3 of these airports, it would immediately alert us. They haven't done so, making us think they want to conduct sabotage warfare like in the previous war, destroying our transportation infrastructure in Lorraine. In reality, they are just distracting us and delaying the operational efficiency of our troops. Their real appetite is to take out all our aviation facilities. Perhaps, their first attack on our air bases will be a large-scale assault. Following General Blair's line of thought, Weiss quickly recalled the scope of the Normans' activities and their sabotage targets since landing in Lorraine. It seemed they were using the northwest corner of Lorraine as a base, launching attacks everywhere and causing destruction, but it was not without patterns. They destroyed the transportation routes from other parts of Lorraine to the northwest one by one, aiming to gradually reduce the mobilization efficiency of the Federal Army in Lorraine. Although airships and transport planes could quickly mobilize combat troops and supply a considerable amount of combat materials, if a campaign-level operation needed to be maintained primarily by air transport, it would require drawing a large number of airships and combat aircraft from other fronts, which was obviously under great pressure in the current situation. Under General Idias's gaze, Weiss further put forward his own ideas. If I were the enemy commander, I would not choose the air base closest or largest to attack, but the one with the weakest defense, the easiest to succeed, and yet possessing sufficient value. If I were laying out the plan, I would start with the distant Castle Air Base and the Glassette Air Base located in the north, attacking both together. Seeing that everyone agreed, Weiss quickly reminded them, this is just a speculation. A Norman-style commander should have many alternative plans and then choose one based on actual changes in the situation. It is entirely possible they could attack 3 air bases at the same time, or even more. This is quite possible. If we reverse our thinking by using hunting logic, perhaps we can consider the strategy of appearing weak to the enemy, deliberately weakening the defensive strength of 2 or 3 air bases, but not too obviously. The Normans are very sensitive and good at spotting our flaws, we must arrange it as naturally and reasonably as possible. For example, we could invest more troops in one direction to pursue and intercept the enemy's guerrilla units, thus mobilizing part of the air base's guard force, or after the enemy launches an air raid on our base, conduct large-scale expansion of the damaged base's defensive facilities. In that case, although there are many troops deployed around the air base, the actual defensive strength will appear to decrease for a certain period, which might be the timing the enemy is willing to seize. By the time the meeting reached this point, the general direction was basically determined. In particular, the elderly General Idias, having traveled long distances and returned from a relaxed retirement state to the tense wartime rhythm, looked very tired, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Therefore, everyone unanimously agreed that the 3 National Defense Division staff departments and General Blair's Air Force Joint Headquarters would jointly develop a detailed operational plan to lure the Normans into attacking the air bases, while the Federal Army units would rest and wait for the enemy, leveraging the advantage of concentrated forces to deal with them. Although Weiss was an important proposer of this strategy, for various reasons, everyone did not let him join the process of formulating the plan, and General Idias had no objection to this. Weiss was not surprised by this situation, and he certainly would not feel frustrated or hold negative emotions because of it. After the military meeting ended, General Idias invited Weiss to his office for a private meeting. Some say the atmosphere of a meeting depends on what is placed in front of people. If it is tea, the meeting is serious and solemn; if there is wine, the atmosphere of the meeting is relaxed and casual. The private meeting between General Idias and Weiss belonged to the latter case. After half a glass of wine, General Idias's face became flushed, the fatigue faded a lot, and his energy for speaking was much better than before. Governor Klemper-Heeson, please allow me to address you by your former military rank in private, guerrilla colonel. The Battle of Aokang was the biggest surprise I discovered. After the battle ended, we spent a long time organizing the course of the battle because the subsequent war was tense, and it wasn't until the end of the war that we compiled them into a volume. After retiring, I served as a distinguished professor at the Delafig Senior Staff College for 2 years. The Battle of Aokang was commanded by me, and this battle was also the subject of my lectures. Through in-depth research, I realized that the resilience shown by your guerrilla warfare in the city sewers was far beyond ordinary imagination, and that battle where you raided the enemy from the sewers and seized the enemy's warships was an inimitable classic. Your tenacity and wisdom are incredibly admirable. I think if you were not the governor of Lorraine now, but an officer in our army, you might have already been promoted to a division-level officer. I would have assigned you to command troops to achieve a great counterattack in a way the enemy would never expect. But, I don't have such a candidate now, and you have more responsibilities to bear. Weiss toasted his former superior with wine and then said, Nikolai Leopold is my best friend. I believe you are also aware of his situation. The war broke out suddenly. He was originally the technical director of the Starry Sky Group. It can be said that he is an indispensable core figure of this important industrial enterprise. Whether from the perspective of technology, family, or value, he should be well protected, not leading the young lads to fight the enemy on the front lines. Now, he has not only come to Lorraine, come to the most dangerous place, but also personally piloted a fighter plane into combat, and as of yesterday, he has already shot down 7 enemy planes. I tried to stop him from doing such seemingly crazy things, but he still insisted on his own way. I think that when the country is in danger, if everyone, regardless of rank or status, fearlessly throws themselves into this struggle, no matter how great the difficulties we face, we will surely turn defeat into victory. The general looked at Weiss silently, listening to every word he said, then sipped his wine and said, I am very gratified that you can think this way. However, war is ultimately the responsibility of soldiers. Civilians have neither the obligation nor the responsibility to directly participate in combat, unless the military authorizes them to participate in the form of a guerrilla force. Before coming here, I asked my superiors, and the reply I received was that it is not necessary yet, but we can make appropriate preparations. Weiss had long heard of the military's concerns. Among his partners who were also governors, many were people who had jumped from the military to the political sphere. From the long history of the Federation, this cross-boundary move was one way and irreversible because the Federal Army would never accept political figures returning to the military, which could also be said to be a federal style. Back when he embarked on this path, it was both a start of fate and a choice to realize his own value. He had never regretted it, nor would he regret it. Now, with the predicament at hand, he did not mind these things but actively comforted, "General, I fully understand what you said. This is reality. Standing from the perspective of the country, we must do our best to win the Battle of Lorraine. If you trust me and feel that I can be of use, just give the order. I can put aside my name, put aside my status, and guide this battle in a way that is nameless and does not appear in public. Or, you can just treat me as an unknown new staff officer by your side, who suddenly discovers that this new staff officer has planned a good operational plan, and then hand this plan over to more experienced and capable officers to execute. Of course, the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, just like in AO City, there has never been a set plan that can be carried through to the end. One must assess the situation and act accordingly." General Idias nodded repeatedly, "I know you are capable of the role of an excellent staff officer. If you had stayed in the army, your future would be limitless. I admire your spirit of dedication from the bottom of my heart, but with my character and principles, I would absolutely not let someone with merit be buried by time. In Lorraine, you are the commander of the reserve troops, and you have legitimate and reasonable command authority over the reserve troops. If we only commit the reserve troops to an operation while using the regular army as support, and with sufficient communication, I believe everyone can understand the ingenuity of this arrangement. I believe we can overcome this obstacle, achieve some difficult goals in an unconventional way, and finally let the higher UPS accept the established facts." "Thank you for your understanding and support," Weiss said. "I feel the weight of the responsibility and know that the task is extremely arduous. May the light of fate shine upon us." The general raised his glass, "Justice is destiny." Chapter 95, Siege Strategy, fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. Do you see that? On the sunny side of the northwest ridge line, there is a squad of people wearing camouflage, coming down the mountain. There are about 20 of them, with 4 on the flanks, and the rest in single file. Through his special vision, Weiss had discovered the tracks of this small group of enemies early on. After switching back to normal vision, he guided his companions to use binoculars to observe and lock onto the enemy's position. "That's amazing, your eyesight is truly incredible," the young reserve soldier exclaimed sincerely. The reserve officer beside him interjected, "Dealing with these 20 people shouldn't be difficult. I'll take a company up there and guarantee their total annihilation." "No, don't alert them yet. If they are eliminated by us, the enemy forces behind them will notice and change their plans accordingly. We will just observe here and see what they want to do and where they are going. If they are heading towards the airbase, they must be scouting the airbase's defenses and planning something. With their current strength, it's impossible for them to randomly dispatch a mobile reconnaissance squad. Usually, mobile alert forces conduct regular activities in specific areas, not like this, deploying in a search formation." Finally, Weiss added, "This is based on experience. When it comes to guerrilla warfare, our experience is much older than theirs." The alert squad led by Weiss consisted of 3 officers, 5 sergeants, and 16 soldiers. They were not on a combat mission this time, instead, they were conducting routine alert reconnaissance under Weiss's leadership, or more accurately, they were following this old guerrilla commander to learn how to conduct alert reconnaissance. Their current position was one of 24 alert points around the castle airbase, and the castle defensive operation was the first combat operation led by the Lorraine Reserve soldiers since the outbreak of this war. Without the support of General Idias, they would not have had such an opportunity to step onto these grounds. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. After all, 8 or 9 out of 10 of the officers and soldiers beside Weiss were on the battlefield for the first time. Their overall combat effectiveness and average level were inferior to frontline troops, but they were not without merit. The elite veterans of the Lorraine guerrilla warfare who had participated in the previous war, led by Weiss, were the factor that made them superior to their opponents. Some of the former guerrilla heroes were too old for frontline combat, so they offered advice and coordinated the rear to make use of their remaining energy. Others were in their prime, with excellent physique, spirit, and experience, such as Grenson Totenberg and Alex Naughty who were Weiss's right-hand men in the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. When war broke out again, they followed Weiss to the Lorraine Reserve Forces. With General Idias's support, Weiss set about establishing the A-Combat headquarters for the Lorraine Reserve Forces with personnel and equipment configured to the specifications of a division-level staff, and highlighting combat command functions. The operation around Castle Airbase was codenamed A. The reserve units joining Operation A included 5 reserve battalions, the 1901st, 1904th, 1909th, 1910th, and 1912th, with a combat force of nearly 6,000 people. Reserve battalions did not have strict staffing limits, as anything from 1 or 200 to 3 or 4,000 could form a battalion. In the past, reserve battalions mainly provided replacement personnel for frontline troops, but post-war military reforms gave them more roles and responsibilities. Nowadays, the Federation Army frontline combat troops were still equipped with old-fashioned bolt-action rifles, but the proportion had dropped to 30%, while the proportion of Klemper Grumman assault rifles had risen to 45%. In other words, out of 10 soldiers, 3 still used bolt-action rifles, 4.5 used assault rifles, and the rest used pistols, machine guns, and semi-automatic rifles. With the equipment rate of light and heavy machine guns stable at 5 to 6%, the massive deployment of assault rifles undoubtedly increased the unit's firepower density and tactical flexibility. Therefore, in the Federal Army, the Klemper Grumman assault rifle was regarded by most as the best invention after the war, and everyone who used it praised it. The situation of firearm equipment in the reserve battalions was generally the opposite. 70% of soldiers still used old-fashioned bolt-action rifles. The equipment proportion of Klemper Grumman assault rifles was usually less than 10%, and the equipment rate of light and heavy machine guns was about 2 to 3%. In terms of equipment level and training, the combat effectiveness of reserve units was roughly calculated at 30 to 40% of frontline troops. Of course, there were certain differences between different units. Lorraine's reserve units were superior to most Federation state reserve units in terms of equipment and training, and their combat value was correspondingly stronger. Everyone, pay attention to concealment. They are only about 10,000 feet away from us. At this distance, we must be careful and cautious to avoid them discovering our tracks. Such a Norman army squad has at least 2 snipers. Their specialized sniper rifles have long range and high accuracy. It's hard for us to gain an advantage in long-distance firefights. Of course, don't be too restrained, after all, we are the ones taking the initiative. Weiss patiently and meticulously imparted his experience to the young men accompanying him based on the enemy situation before them. Not far behind them on the hilltop stood a conspicuous observation post. This observation post was built with trees and was not deliberately camouflaged, rather, it was intentionally meant to make the enemy hesitant and afraid to act recklessly. There were many such observation posts in Lorraine. Not all of them were garrisoned with troops, instead, they were set up according to the needs of the situation, a mix of real and fake, making it difficult for the enemy to fathom. Here, with such an observation post, the enemy's attention was more easily attracted to it rather than the nearby jungle and bushes. This was also a technique for choosing observation points in guerrilla warfare, which Weiss and his team had explored through long-term combat, and such experience was usually paid for with painful costs of blood and life. 30 li southeast of this observation post was the Castle Air Base. It was about 150 li from Soms-Onez and was a strategic fulcrum for the Federal Air Force in central Lorraine. It could fully garrison a division-scale aviation unit, with several field airports nearby as support. In addition to Weiss's reserve units, 3 anti-aircraft battalions, 3 infantry battalions, and 1 armored squadron were deployed here earlier, with an alert radius of 30 li. According to the strategy of luring the enemy deep into the trap discussed by Weiss and General Idias, after the Norman army launched an air raid with limited destructive power on Castle Air Base, the Federation Army decided to upgrade Castle's defense system. General Idias ordered the addition of 3 anti-aircraft battalions and 6 reserve battalions to build a series of defensive positions and expand the ground alert circle to 40 li. Even if the Normans approached the defensive circle, they could not use conventional short-range artillery to threaten the base. It would take about 2 to 3 weeks to complete this defensive adjustment. During this period, the movement of troops and the establishment of new positions would provide the Normans with a relatively ideal opportunity for a night raid. There was another point: once the defensive deployment was completed, the difficulty for the Normans to launch air raids or ground assaults would increase significantly. To increase the Normans' sense of urgency, the Federal Air Force units stationed in Lorraine, after the Normans' air raid, quickly organized 2 large-scale long-range bombing raids, launching large-scale night bombings on the industrial and military areas in the Norman hinterland regardless of the cost. The operational plan designed by Weiss borrowed the plot of the U.S. military's ambush at Midway during World War II. They didn't need to deliberately leak the news. The omnipresent Normans quickly reacted, increasing their aerial reconnaissance of Castle Air Base, and ground squads also began to appear near the base. Here, the enemy that Weiss and the reserve units would ultimately face might only be a Norman unit of 1 or 2,000 people. However, the experience of the last war and the previous lessons of the Federation Army clearly reminded them that this was a group of quite fierce enemies. They must not take it lightly, but treat this battle as a high-difficulty task. At dusk, another large wave of aircraft set off for a night bombing trip to the industrial areas in the eastern part of the Norman Empire. Regarding this new type of raid by the Federal Air Force, although the Normans organized various interceptions, the aircraft formation had greater flexibility compared to a fleet. Once they discovered large-scale enemy interceptions, they could quickly disperse, just as people could not use a machine gun to stop an invasion of a flock of birds. Since interception in the air was quite difficult and the results were not obvious, the Normans naturally thought of a way to strike at the root. On one hand, they attacked the Federal Air Force's aviation facilities in the west; on the other hand, their attacks from the north and the eastern front also focused on the Federal Air Force's aircraft production areas, which were the several major manufacturing factories such as the Starry Sky Group. After nightfall, Weiss came to the reserve airport near the airbase. There, the reserve troops had 2 old-fashioned biplanes. In peacetime, they were seating and firefighting aircraft for the forestry aviation team, and in wartime, they were an effective tool for tactical reconnaissance and liaison, which could be assigned to the reserve units without the need to recruit additional pilots. Riding in this old but stable biplane, Weiss conducted large-scale low-altitude reconnaissance near the airbase. This kind of reconnaissance was completely different from the activities of regular troops. It was more about observing the enemy's activities on the ground through his own experience and special skills. Judging from the observations that night, the enemy was clearly consciously mobilizing deployable ground troops near the Castle Air Base. Having seen the enemy's movements clearly, Weiss flew overnight to General Idias's headquarters to discuss the next operational arrangements. The general principle was to besiege a point to strike reinforcements, let the enemy attack the airbase, and then surround the attacking enemy, luring the enemy to come to the rescue, thereby hitting and eliminating the enemy's vital strength as much as possible. A dedicated communication line had been set up between Weiss's reserve unit headquarters and General Idias's regular army headquarters. Considering that wired communication without encryption technology was not absolutely secure, and with the enemy having infiltrated Lorraine, all military systems could be tapped by the enemy. Therefore, Weiss and General Idias agreed on some simple code words. Unless absolutely necessary, they would only use code words for contact to determine the direction and time of the attack. General Idias deeply agreed with the proposed siege strategy, but he had many worries at the execution level. For example, the Normans were adept at designing various traps, which hindered the Federation army when maneuvering. On the other hand, the Normans were good at assaults. If the alliance deployed a large number of troops in the preset area in advance, it might arouse the enemy's vigilance and make them change their plans. If the force was insufficient, it would be difficult to resist the enemy's counterattack, which created a contradiction between strategy and execution. Chapter 96, The Beast Trapped in a Cage. The night was deep. Through the magnified view of the binoculars, the Federal Air Force's Russell Air Base in central Lorraine was brightly lit, with figures moving about, a scene of bustling activity. On the other side lay a vast sea of forest, where mountain winds brushed over the treetops, and only nocturnal animals moved quietly. Near the hilltop, a field command post of the Federation Army was hidden. It was the location of the battalion headquarters for the 1901st Reserve Battalion. This battalion was the first reserve battalion of Lorraine, and in recent years, it had consistently ranked in the top 10 in Federation Reserve Unit assessments, earning its reputation as a model battalion for reserve units. Benefiting from private donations organized by the Lorraine government, the battalion's firearms and equipment had essentially reached the standard of frontline units. The fire support/anti-aircraft companies and the armored squadron were all equipped with the latest combat equipment, and the quality and training of the officers and soldiers were also top tier among reserve units. However, as the war progressed and frontline units suffered continuous attrition, the battalion had already dispatched over 1,600 reserve soldiers as reinforcements to the Federation Army's 1901st Regiment and, at the latter's request, had provided some of its equipment. Nowadays, although the battalion had nearly 2,000 reserve soldiers, it suffered from a shortage of officers and sergeants. Its overall combat effectiveness had dropped significantly compared to when it first mobilized at the start of the war. As a combat unit, its effectiveness might not even equal that of a 600-strong frontline combat battalion, let alone compare to those elite units. With a major battle imminent, the officers at the battalion headquarters were cautious in their words and actions, causing the atmosphere in the command post to be quite oppressive. At this moment, Weiss arrived with a staff team composed of retired officers and military academy students. Like a crack in the dark, heavy clouds, the rays of sunlight that shone through though unable to change the impending storm gave people the confidence to weather the storm and welcome the clear skies ahead. As the chief administrator of Lorraine and commander of the reserve forces, Weiss was already very familiar with the officers here. After a few pleasantries, he went straight into work mode. Under the dim kerosene lamp, they combined their observations from the journey to review the 1901st Reserve Battalion's deployment. Satisfied with the current positions of each company, Weiss emphasized to the officers of this reserve unit that both porcelain cups and steel cups could hold water. A porcelain cup would break with a single knock, while a steel cup, even if deformed by a great external impact, would not easily break. The unit was the same whether it was a porcelain cup or a steel cup depended mainly on the will and determination of the combatants, especially the will and determination of the officers at all levels. Therefore, they had to be brave, tenacious, calm, and composed, setting a good example for the soldiers. At the 1901st Reserve Battalion's combat command post, Weiss and his party assessed the unit's combat deployment and encouraged the officers, who were of varying ages. Afterward, they relied on the unit's various hidden outposts to scout for traces of the enemy. Facing the highly skilled ground combat units of the Norman Empire, defensive night reconnaissance usually only played a role at the last minute. Out of a desire to lure the enemy in, the Federation Army and its reserve units had not laid large-scale minefields around Russell Air Base, thereby abandoning the conventional measure of using preset mines to detect the enemy's movement direction. To make the best possible predictions, Weiss tirelessly ventured deep into the defense zones of various units, personally conducted reconnaissance at the front lines, and utilized old-fashioned reconnaissance aircraft for low-altitude, low-speed night scouting. These energy-consuming actions yielded considerable returns. He had a clear understanding of the Normans quietly approaching Russell Air Base, and his subordinate reserve units were about to enter battle with the most reasonable deployment in a relatively ideal posture. During the reconnaissance process, Weiss not only closely monitored the enemy's movements but also paid special attention to the combat effectiveness of the enemy forces he faced. In terms of combat ratings, those Norman soldiers were a notch above their regular units and were no less capable than the Federation Army's Special Operations Unit. With the combat power of the Lorraine Reserve Forces, even with a 10-to-1 numerical advantage in a head-on confrontation, they might not win. They had to formulate the correct tactical strategy and implement it decisively. Of course, even the best tactical strategy required assessing the situation. Weiss spent a long time operating on the front lines precisely to obtain as much intelligence on the enemy as possible, to adjust combat deployments in a timely manner, and thereby finalize the ultimate tactical strategy. To align with the Lure the Enemy Deep operation, General Idias coordinated with the Federal Air Force to launch intensive daytime bombing raids on the areas controlled by the Norman Army in northwestern Lorraine, and frequently mobilized ground forces, deliberately creating the illusion that the Federal Army intended to annihilate the enemy's landing forces. Meanwhile, the Federal Air Force continued to bomb strategic targets within Norman territory. After Russell Air Base was bombed by the Normans, the damaged aviation facilities were repaired as quickly as possible, and the aviation units stationed there were also promptly replenished. This battle had begun the moment the Normans decided to take action against Russell Air Base. 7 days after the Norman warship night raid on Russell Air Base, the reinforcing Federal Army units had all arrived, and the damaged aviation facilities were basically repaired, except for the outer anti-aircraft positions and security facilities, which were being constructed in full swing. At this juncture, the Normans finally bared their fangs in the darkness. Their hunting assault units, which had infiltrated the mountain forests, launched a surprise attack on Russell Air Base from both the north and south directions. Their attacks remained as sharp as the fangs of a beast, and their vision was as keen as a night hawk. Even though the Federal Army put up a determined resistance relying on defensive positions, they still used storm-like assault tactics to infiltrate and even pierce through the defenders' lines. In just over 3 hours, the Normans had punched through the 2 layers of the Federation Army's defenses at Russell. Their vanguard units reached the hangar area in the north of the base and the takeoff/landing area in the south, respectively, while the rest of the troops, like a virus invading a body, spread in all directions, yet were difficult to track. The Normans seemed to handle this unconventional combat style with ease, and victory seemed to be within their grasp. However, whether in the hangar area in the north or the takeoff/landing area in the south, the advancing Norman units were like waves crashing against a dam or sandstorms hitting the foot of a mountain. No matter how great their momentum, they could not advance a single step, and were even quickly met with backlash, dissipating on the spot. An attack is like running, the forward momentum does not disappear because of an obstacle. With the vanguard units stalled, the main assault force quickly shifted its center of gravity forward. The Norman soldiers, in groups of 3 or 5 or 7 or 8, covered each other with tacit coordination, using high-output light weapons such as submachine guns, flamethrowers, grenades, and explosives for close-quarters combat, their offensive fierce. In several previous battles, the Norman army operating in Lorraine had repeatedly used such determined and highly skilled rapid thrusts to tear open their opponent's defenses. However, at Russell Air Base, they finally hit a steel wall in the inner defensive perimeter of the base. The Federal Army had organized an effective crossfire network relying on preset firing points, and used assault rifles, machine guns, and autocannons to suppress enemy fire. Seeing that the stalemate was not breaking, the Normans quickly changed tactics and began to destroy whatever facilities, equipment, and materials they could in the air base. Wherever the eye could see, thick smoke billowed and fires erupted. The beast had entered the cage. Weiss assessed the situation and chose the appropriate moment to order the net to be closed. The main combat strength under his command consisted of 5 reserve battalions with 6,000 reserve soldiers, and there were several garrison and security units around the air base available for deployment. The total number of Norman troops attacking Russell Air Base was about 2,000, divided into 2 routes attacking from the north and south. The northern route had slightly more, and the southern route had slightly fewer. At first glance, Weiss was pitting 6,000 weaker reserve soldiers against 2,000 fierce Norman soldiers. Under normal circumstances, let alone winning, it would be good enough just to avoid a rout. But in this battle unfolding around Russell Air Base, there were also thousands of regular Federal Army troops. They were embedded in the entire defense system of the air base in units of regiments and battalions. Some were stationed at security defense positions, some were part of ground anti-aircraft units, and some were responsible for the base's security patrols. Their combat effectiveness was unquestionable, the only issue was that they were not good at or not in a position to maneuver. According to the preset lure the enemy deep strategy, Weiss and his reserve units only needed to block the passages in the regular army's defense lines in the initial phase, trapping the Norman army that had broken into Russell Air Base and preventing them from retreating under the cover of night. When dawn came, the Federal Air Force stationed at Russell and other air bases in Lorraine would dispatch fighter jets and attack aircraft, and airlift heavy equipment to annihilate this Norman army force through combined air-ground strikes. As long as the Normans were tough enough, this annihilation battle would be dragged out as long as possible to lure the Normans into sending more troops to lift the siege. Regardless of the final outcome, as long as Weiss and his reserve units could complete the first phase of the task of obstructing the enemy, the Battle of Russell would be able to deal a heavy blow to the arrogance of the Normans and boost the morale of the Federation military and civilians. Based on an intuitive prediction, when the battle began, Weiss was in command in the northern part of Russell Air Base. When the Norman units that had broken into the air base realized they could not achieve their expected combat objectives to destroy a large number of the Federation Army's combat aircraft, ammunition, and fuel deployed there, the reserve soldiers, who had been waiting with weapons ready, had already left their hidden positions under his coordination and wedged themselves between the enemy's assault units and their supporting units. During this process, they engaged in firefights with small groups of Normans. Following Weiss's death order, the reserve units that made contact with the enemy captured various tactical objectives regardless of the cost, completing the encirclement of the enemy's northern and southern forces in the shortest possible time. During this time, the participating units did not have time to count the casualties, but from Weiss's perspective alone, he observed the staggering casualties of his reserve soldiers in the small-scale offensive operations. This was a true reflection of the combat quality, experience, and skills of both sides. Facing the counterattacks of the trapped enemy, the battle would only become more intense. The only consolation was that the roles of offense and defense had swapped. Most of the reserve soldiers only needed to hold their positions firmly, and resolute defense obviously had lower requirements for the officers and soldiers' technical and tactical levels. An army is like a human body, soldiers are the muscle cells, while the officers and sergeants at all levels are like the spine. Whether the muscles are strong is certainly important, but the toughness of the spine is even more critical. Discovering their retreat route was cut off, the Normans did not fall into panic, nor did they blindly attempt to break out. Instead, they probed the firepower at multiple points while searching for the opponent's weak spots. As an old adversary, Weiss naturally would not ignore this characteristic of the enemy. He intentionally made a show weakness to the enemy deployment, inducing the enemy to concentrate their forces to attack the defense line that the 1912th Reserve Battalion had rushed to set up in a valley. Although the Normans took the position in a single attack, they were immediately suppressed by the opponent's autocannons deployed in the woods on both sides, and then fell into a minefield behind the position, turning the path of breakout into a road of death. Chapter 97, Steel Nail. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. Everyone, pay attention, stay calm. Don't fire until you see the enemy. You must stay calm. In the valley, inside a makeshift defensive position, the young sergeant called out to his comrades in the Ulster language with a heavy Lorraine accent. Soldiers lacking combat experience easily fall into the trap of firing their weapons to relieve tension, which not only fails to effectively inflict casualties on the opponent but also wastes ammunition and reveals their own position, a move with nothing but disadvantages. Before the battle began, the Lorraine Reserve Command issued several directives to the participating units, requiring them to be conveyed to every basic combat unit. One of them was this purely technical and tactical instruction. From the training ground to the battlefield, the reservists had crossed the greatest chasm of their lives, as they were bathed in a hail of bullets and faced the direct gaze of death. All doctrines and admonitions could easily be forgotten in an instant, making it crucial for officers, sergeants, or veterans to guide the rookies on how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Against this temporary defensive line that blocked their retreat, the Normans unusually deployed in formation and launched successive waves of assaults. These battle-hardened and well-trained professional soldiers, in the absence of heavy weaponry, utilized the characteristics of their existing equipment to the fullest. In the darkness, their magazine-fed autocannons acted like large-caliber sniper rifles, suppressing and inflicting casualties on the defenders with precision fire. Their short-barreled howitzers were simply the bane of mortars, perfectly suppressing the mortars and autocannons in the hands of the defenders with similar ballistic characteristics and better range and power. Furthermore, the Norman squad assault tactics had evolved to a very mature state through continuous training and combat. When the defenders concentrated their firepower on one point, the other squads would advance at the fastest speed according to the battlefield situation, then either press the attack to the end in one go, or conversely share the suppressive fire for their allies, causing the attack line to constantly approach the defenders' positions, and if the opponent did not retreat, they would forcibly break through. Attention, the enemy is coming up from the left. Keep your heads down when firing, don't raise them. Fire in bursts, change positions. The young sergeant, who had received formal training at the NCO school and had taken an assault training course before the battle began, once again gave the correct reminder to the surrounding reservists at a critical moment. The 1909th Reserve Battalion was stuck on the path the enemy had to take to break out, their position blocking the valley floor. Both sides were slopes with sparse vegetation, and a forced passage would inevitably be met with crossfire from the defenders on the hillsides and in the valley, but if the firepower could not cover the area in time, small Norman assault squads could still potentially pass through quickly and threaten the 1909th Reserve Battalion's position from the flank and rear. Flares lit up, and the reservists could see with their own eyes the figures of the enemy appearing on the slope to the left of their position. Bolt-action rifles, assault rifles, and light machine guns all opened fire, pouring dense firepower onto them. Those Normans all fell, and whether they were dead or not, they stopped moving. This burst of output was fierce as a tiger and felt very satisfying, but encountering a formidable opponent was not as comfortable as imagined. No sooner said than done. Bullets suddenly erupted from the Norman troops located directly in front of the position, and the defenders' position was instantly filled with flying dust. The reservists who had failed to effectively conceal themselves while firing paid a heavy price. A moment later, several of the defenders' firing points were called out by the enemy's autocannons and short-barreled howitzers. As the flames and smoke of the explosions dissipated, the area was left in a mess. At a temporary observation post located on the hillside, Weiss overlooked the battle in the valley. Benefiting from full preparation and reasonable organization, the Lorraine reservists had everything going for them in terms of timing, favorable terrain, and unity, but the battle was being fought very arduously. Under the heavy curtain of night, searchlights and flares not only failed to fully illuminate the battlefield but often dazzled the eyes instead. Such an environment and atmosphere clearly had a much greater impact on the rookies than on the enemy elite. A large part of their firepower output was inefficient or even ineffective. If they were just holding their ground, there would be fewer troubles, but when they needed to advance, retreat, or support friendly forces, the rugged mountain roads could be even more detestable than the enemy's guns. Through the battlefield cheat of special vision, Weiss accurately grasped the enemy's movements and adjusted his deployment accordingly. He had done everything in his power, and now he could only hope that the reservists would be able to survive their first battle. As the intense and fierce battle continued, time flew by. On the north side of Russell Air Base, thousands of Lorraine reservists joined forces with the regular troops stationed there to surround the raiders. On this side, the Norman troops numbered less than 1,000, and they were attempting to break out from two different points. With strong support from the artillery units, two combat companies belonging to the 1901st Battalion wedged themselves between these two Norman forces, successfully separating them. However, relying on their technical, tactical, and psychological advantages, the Normans ignored their predicament of being split and surrounded, constantly assaulting the defenders' positions and depleting the defenders' combat strength. The 1912th Reserve Battalion, occupying the eye of the formation, bore the brunt of the attack. After fighting for more than an hour, the number of wounded soldiers pulled back from the front line exceeded 400, and with nearly 200 dead, the entire battalion had lost half of its combat strength, while the enemy facing them, despite also suffering personnel losses, showed no significant decline in attack power. To stabilize the eye of the formation, Weiss did not send reinforcements piecemeal, but instead pulled two combat companies from the 1904th Battalion, which served as the campaign reserve, to replace the heavily damaged 1912th Reserve Battalion, and assigned capable subordinates to temporarily reorganize the remnants of the battalion, utilizing it as a reinforced company. In the two previous major battles, the Norman ground forces had performed outstandingly in every important campaign. They possessed the best soldiers and the strongest equipment of the era, and officers at all levels were the elite of the elite, especially those middle-aged and young officers who had been in the army for over a decade and possessed both experience and vitality. They could be called the meridians of this force, integrating into it, deeply understanding the operational methods of this combat organization, possessing good battlefield insight, and maintaining relatively independent thinking. Realizing that the defenders had replaced them with fresher troops with stronger combat capabilities, they quickly adjusted their strategy, turning their frontal assault into a feint, and quietly concentrated their forces to push forward towards their split-friendly units. Weiss saw the Normans' intentions clearly and promptly used the battlefield communication lines to adjust his deployment, but the reservist units had limited reaction speed and response forces. The units belonging to the 1901st Reserve Battalion could not withstand the Normans' fierce attack. The wedge was pulled out, and the Norman forces on the north side of Russell Air Base combined their main combat strength and turned to launch an attack on the position held by the 1909th Reserve Battalion. Compared to the temporary position previously held by the 1912th Reserve Battalion, the 1909th Reserve Battalion occupied a slope with lush vegetation. The terrain here was more favorable for defense, and the defenders had already laid hundreds of landmines and simple trigger traps in front of the position, so theoretically, the Normans would surely break their heads if they ran into this. However, on Weiss's operational map, the defense sector of the 1909th Reserve Battalion was marked with a conspicuous red line because the defensive front here was too wide and the defensive depth was relatively thin. If the Normans spared no cost to break through the minefield and concentrated their forces to break through at one point, given the defensive coordination efficiency of the reserve units, this line was very likely to be breached. Weiss kept an eye on the time while closely monitoring the battlefield situation. Before long, news came from the Russell Air Base command post that the Normans attacking the base from the south had broken through the encirclement of the defenders and reserve units, fleeing into the vast mountains and forests to the west and south in two groups. Although he had racked his brains to set up the layout here, wild beasts are hard to trap, and Weiss had long been mentally prepared for this. Now, annihilating this group of enemies before him had clearly become the Federation Army's bottom line in the Battle of Russell. If they were allowed to break out and escape again, no matter how many Normans were killed or wounded during the battle, this campaign would be greatly diminished. Examining the battlefield situation, Weiss contacted various artillery fortresses and coordinated artillery fire to bombard the Norman troops concentrating their forces to attack the 1909th Reserve Battalion's defense sector. Back in the planning phase of the battle, the Federation Army had tactically numbered the areas around Russell Air Base to facilitate timely and effective fire delivery by the artillery during the battle. The Normans' location was exactly within the range of 3 artillery fortresses. After 10 minutes of continuous blanket shelling, their lethal offensive temporarily withered. Relying on the time gained by their own artillery, the Russell Air Base Combat Command Post quickly mobilized troops from the southern battlefield to reinforce the north. The mobile units were mainly reservists, and some combat detachments were also drawn from the regular army units garrisoning the various artillery fortresses and anti-aircraft positions to participate in the battle. While mobilizing troops to reinforce the northern battlefield of Russell Air Base, the Federation Army also had to guard against the Norman troops who had broken out returning for a counterattack. This was a plan they had discussed before the battle. When victory was within easy reach, no one wanted to capsize the boat in this battle. Perhaps having received news that their allies had broken out, or perhaps having caught a clue from the change in the rhythm of the battle, this Norman unit, which had been fiercely bombarded by the defenders' artillery, disregarded their casualties and soon launched a new attack. At the critical moment, they no longer concealed their purpose, directly piling up firepower from the front, using squad assaults to stack up thrust, aiming solely to break through the 1909th Reserve Battalion's defensive position. At the beginning of the battle, this Lorraine Reserve Battalion had nearly 1,200 officers and soldiers. Half of the soldiers used Grumman bolt-action rifles, and the entire battalion was equipped with 12 rotary autocannons, 24 water-cooled machine guns, 12 mortars, 180 assault rifles, and sufficient ammunition. The Norman ground forces they faced had fewer troops than them and slightly superior equipment, but there was no generational gap, and even less heavy weapon support. Before the moment of the duel arrived, both sides had suffered casualties, with the Normans' loss ratio clearly being higher, and the 1909th Reserve Battalion theoretically should not have been at a disadvantage. In fact, the human factor appeared crucial in a head-on battle. The Normans braved the hail of bullets to carry out an uphill attack, and on the way to approaching the defenders' position, people would fall every few steps, but the living continued to advance without hesitation, like a steel nail chiseling into a solid concrete surface. They were getting closer and closer to the defenders' position, 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. Both sides threw grenades at each other, smoke filled the air, vision was obscured, and suddenly a snake of fire burst out from the dust and smoke. That was perhaps the last surviving flamethrower soldier in the Norman ranks, using the remaining fuel for a final spray, but it was this bright snake of fire that became the symbol that stirred the Normans' morale, and the rest of them rushed forward, launching a frantic assault. Chapter 98, A Bigger Game. Carlisle. Pass the order. The direct detachment is moving out. I will lead the team personally. Yes, sir. Is it finally our turn to enter the fray? Weiss's young adjutant was eager and itching for action. He lacked his commander's ability to read the battlefield. From the flickering lights in the night and the gunfire coming from all directions, he only perceived a chaotic, noisy scene, unaware of the dangers and twists hidden within. Yes, The most critical moment has arrived, there is no room for failure, Weiss replied. By this point in the battlefield had only one center, the encirclement and annihilation of that group of the Norman army on the north side of Russell Air Base. After continuous combat attrition, their numbers had dropped to fewer than 400, many of whom were wounded, and they were currently struggling to attack the hillside position held by the 1909th Reserve Battalion. This reserve battalion was considered one of the better prepared units in the Lorraine Reserve Forces. When they were committed to battle, they had over 1,000 officers and men, most of whom were deployed in this defensive sector. However, under the enemy's repeated assaults, casualties were already severe. By Weiss's estimate, only 500 or 600 were still combat effective. Despite being on the defensive and holding advantages in manpower and firepower, the position was already tottering in the face of the enemy's desperate, suicidal charges, especially now that both sides had closed the distance and entered hand-to-hand combat. It felt like the collapse of the defense was only a matter of time. Before deploying the direct detachment, Weiss had already mobilized all nearby reserve units, but there were few fresh forces left. The chaotic melee between the two sides made it difficult for the surrounding regular army's artillery to have the direct impact it had before. If the situation could not be brought under control in time, this group of enemies might, like the Normans on the south side of Ezra Air Base, break through at the critical moment. The battle had been going on for about 2 hours since it started, and the 200 reserve soldiers of the direct detachment had been waiting in the staging area until now. They were the best selected from various units, and thanks to the support and donations from all sectors of Lorraine, especially the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, their equipment was the envy of all except for machine guns. They were entirely equipped with assault rifles. This level of equipment, superior to that of frontline units, highlighted their importance. Under Weiss's direct leadership, the direct detachment rushed from the hillside toward the area of intense fighting. The straight line distance was only about 2 miles. On flat ground, it would take only a few minutes, but marching through mountainous terrain, especially without roads, this distance would take 20 minutes even at full speed. During this time, the nearby reserve units had arrived one after another at the 1909th Battalion's defensive sector and joined the fight. With the rapid shift in the balance of power, it became increasingly difficult for the Normans to break through here. If time were not a factor, the Federation army could simply use a siege strategy to continuously wear down the combat effectiveness of this tenacious enemy. However, the battle for Russell Air Base had not yet officially come to an end, and the enemies who had broken through, along with units providing support from the periphery, could turn back at any moment to launch a surprise attack and help this trapped unit withdraw. Therefore, Weiss intended to end the battle in the shortest possible time, and the direct detachment he led was the key to unlocking the stalemate. When Weiss arrived at the destination with the young men of the direct detachment, the first and second lines of the 1909th Reserve Battalion had already been breached by the Normans. They had withdrawn to the final defensive line with the reinforcing units, holding firm to block the Normans from continuing their breakout. Now, the Normans would either have to cross over their corpses or climb up the hillside and over the summit to jump out of the encirclement. Weiss immediately examined the battlefield with his special vision. In the process of capturing the two defensive lines, the Normans had suffered at least 100 casualties. Currently, their combat effective strength was only about 300, the size of a reinforced company. Their ammunition consumption must have been enormous, and they were basically approaching the point of exhaustion. Therefore, they temporarily stopped attacking after occupying the two lines to regroup on the spot. On the Federation Army side, the 1909th Reserve Battalion was basically crippled. The remaining 300 or 400 men could only provide peripheral support. Holding the line still relied on the units that had rushed to support them and Weiss's direct detachment. Their available strength reached 15 or 1600, occupying an absolute advantage. However, when facing cornered beasts, the situation could never be judged solely by numbers. Once the enemy erupted with a strong desire to survive and suppress the morale of the Federation Army, it was not impossible to achieve a miracle of victory against superior numbers in a chaotic, close-quarters battle. After assessing the situation, Weiss gathered the officers of each unit and gave clear instructions for them to hold their ground, advancing only when the situation became clear. He then led the direct detachment into the counterattack to retake the two defensive lines. In terms of manpower, this was a battle of 200 against 300, with the Federation Army actually at a disadvantage, but the advantage of doing so was obvious. These 200 men were the elite of the reserve forces, having rested and built up their strength since the battle began. Led personally by Weiss, their morale was high, and they were a relatively independent combat unit with clear commands and a defined direction, making them less prone to confusion. As the remaining units used heavy firepower to suppress the Normans in front at close range, Weiss displayed a do-or-die spirit and charged ahead. The direct detachment followed closely behind. Moving in a wedge formation, they crossed the open ground between the second and third lines and quickly entered into close-quarters combat. In this trench, ravaged by artillery and hand-to-hand fighting, the remains of the fallen from both sides could be seen everywhere. Weiss, a seasoned veteran, did not let these sights distract him. Holding a pistol in each hand, he ran quickly through the trench, using his special vision to detect enemy positions in advance and killing enemy soldiers with a split-second lead. This demeanor, akin to a god descending to earth, greatly inspired the soldiers of the direct detachment following him. With such a breakthrough in a short trench, the outcome of the battle was basically decided. In less than 5 minutes, this fresh force thrown into the battlefield drove the Normans out of the second line, or more accurately, killed most of them there. Very few managed to escape. By this time, the Normans had recovered from their state of shock and were relying on the first trench to counter the Federation Army's tactical counterattack. The first and second trenches were separated by 100 feet, and both sides could threaten each other by throwing grenades. Weiss decisively ordered the soldiers to throw explosive and smoke grenades. In a short while, the battlefield was filled with white smoke, making it difficult for the sharpshooting Norman soldiers to utilize their dual advantages in marksmanship and psychological fortitude. During this brief gap, Weiss ran back and forth in the second trench, calling on the soldiers of the direct detachment to prepare for hand-to-hand combat with the enemy, reminding them not to accidentally shoot their own comrades in the panic. Since this unit used assault rifles as its main weapon, although they could be equipped with bayonets, shooting was obviously more effective than fighting in close quarters, especially when facing Norman ground combat units with very strong individual capabilities. Unconventional tactics were more likely to lead to victory. After a short wait, Weiss ordered the soldiers to launch an assault, taking the lead in climbing out of the trench and rushing forward with a low profile. The Normans' line of sight was interfered with by the smoke grenades, and they used wildfire to block the Federation Army's assault. But as logic dictated, they did not have much ammunition left, so the shooting was not continuous, and many were relying on Federation Army weapons they had scavenged. Without encountering too much resistance, Weiss led the direct detachment across the open ground between the trenches and charged into the first trench that had been lost. After jumping in, there were enemies on both sides. He did not hesitate at all, employing shotgun techniques that approached gun kata. Within a few seconds, he killed several Norman soldiers. Since there was no time to change magazines, he picked up a rifle directly from the trench, wielding it with great force, and repelled 2 Norman soldiers in face-to-face combat. The following soldiers of the direct detachment immediately joined the battle, helping their commander out of the pinch. The crisp sound of assault rifle bursts filled the trench. The Normans were already at the end of their tether and could not hold out. They decisively abandoned the position and retreated backward. After retaking the first trench, Weiss originally wanted to lead the direct detachment soldiers to continue the pursuit, but his intense battlefield intuition and familiarity with enemy tactics made him change his mind at the last moment. After the smoke from the smoke grenades dissipated, the front of the position was indeed strafed by the Normans' autocannons. If he had led the direct detachment soldiers to launch a pursuit just now, they would have inevitably encountered enemy obstruction and lost valuable combat strength. From a tactical point of view, driving the enemy out of the position and back to the foot of the slope was already a very valuable achievement. As the units belonging to the 1901st Reserve Battalion recaptured the lost defense zone, the Norman units on the north side of Russell Air Base were once again cut into 2 parts. The group left behind numbered only a little over 100, and this side, after intense fighting, had further dwindled to under 200. It was no longer difficult to eliminate these 2 remaining groups of Normans, especially since their positions were very unfavorable. After notifying the holding units to follow up, Weiss once again examined the battlefield. This formidable enemy was compressed into an area no more than 6 miles long and wide, mostly open ground with many exposed rocks, and about 1/3 of the area was woodland with dense vegetation. At the moment, they had retreated into the woodland, where there was terrain favorable for defense. If the Federation Army wanted to swallow them up before dawn, it would inevitably come at a corresponding price. If they waited until dawn to resolve the battle with superior artillery and air power, it would obviously be more cost-effective. Weiss was never the kind of commander to be indecisive. While adjusting his deployment to guard against the enemy becoming desperate, he mobilized demolitionists, flamethrower soldiers, and assault forces to compress the enemy's activity area step by step along favorable terrain, reducing the final combat zone to that patch of forest at the foot of the mountain. The final noose was ready. Following the original agreement, he sent a coded telegram to General Idias, asking what strategy to adopt at this moment, whether to annihilate the enemy on the spot, or to use them as bait to lure the Normans into sending units to rescue them. This was a multiple-choice question that tested the commander's determination and will, requiring careful decision-making. If they chose to annihilate this Norman army on the spot, it meant achieving a positive victory in the Lorraine region, which would have a positive significance for boosting the morale of Federation residents and striking a blow to the enemy's fighting spirit. If they chose the latter, it meant opening a new campaign, the significance of which lay not just in the safety of Russell Air Base, but also in a bigger game that required committing more troops and placing larger stakes. The battle surrounding Russell Air Base had been going on from the first half of the night until after midnight. For the rear commanders closely monitoring the war situation, this was quite a grueling time. 10 minutes after Weiss sent the telegram, General Idias sent a reply. The code he used pointed to the option of luring the enemy deeper. It was clear that this veteran general was not only dedicated but also had enough courage and initiative to fight a tough battle that could change the situation in Lorraine and even the Western Front. Since the commander had made the decision, Weiss executed it immediately. He ordered the reserve units to launch a massive attack on the remaining enemy, but only to attack without entering. Each time they besieged the edge of the forest, they slowed down, deliberately using demolitionists and flamethrower soldiers to create an oppressive atmosphere, making the Normans trapped in the forest feel that they could be annihilated at any time. This Norman unit must have carried radio equipment when they entered the battle, but it was uncertain whether they could still contact the outside world after experiencing repeated bitter battles. The best way was to engage in continuous exchanges of fire with them so that the battlefield was always filled with the sound of gunfire. At dawn, the Normans indeed launched an operation on the periphery, with hundreds of Norman soldiers launching a decisive raid on the Federation Army's cordon. By now, the sky was brightening, and the Federation Army defense units deployed around Russell Air Base easily repelled this group of Normans using powerful artillery. Afterward, the Federation Army dispatched air units to conduct low-altitude reconnaissance and bombing strafes on areas around Russell Air Base where there were signs of Norman activity. The Air Force also used airships and transport planes to drop ground combat units to important strongholds and traffic arteries, they either used preset positions and secret bunkers for deployment or built temporary positions, greatly restricting the Normans' movement paths in this area. After setting up the strongholds, the Federation army sent dozens of search teams to conduct a daytime hunt for the Norman units that had retreated the previous night. At the same time, they launched a powerful psychological offensive against the Norman remnants who had retreated to the forest on the north side of Russell Air Base, forcing them to give up resistance and surrender in the afternoon. The news of the victory in the defense of Russell Air Base was released by General Adius's Lorraine Theatre Command, and it was announced that the more than 1,000 remaining Norman soldiers who had escaped from the Battle of Russell would be annihilated within the next few days. As soon as the announcement was issued, before the sun had set, the Normans' airships and combat aircraft groups crossed the Monomolan Mountains in a mighty force and swooped into Lorraine. Before this, they had air-raided Lorraine many times, and the Federation army had organized strong resistance. Both sides went back and forth, neither giving an inch, and this time was no exception. The Federation army was not inferior in air power, but the characteristic of air warfare was that it was difficult for any side to stop the other without an absolute advantage. The Normans launched attacks on multiple Federation army airport and base facilities, including Russell Air Base, and attacked some important transportation hubs in Lorraine. Afterward, the Norman ground combat units operating from the northwest of Lorraine and the southwest corner of Nash Adder launched fierce attacks on targets within Lorraine from multiple directions. Chapter 99 Successfully Provoking Hatred. The latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. As the saying goes, a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. A group of hot-blooded professional soldiers, especially the Norman soldiers who viewed honor as life itself, how could they endure their comrades in arms being wiped out under the enemy's deliberate encirclement, and then used by the enemy for grand propaganda? Therefore, the Normans were infuriated, truly enraged. They seemingly cast aside their prideful think before you act and meticulous planning, and in a fit of uncontrollable rage, unleashed a frenzy of offensives. Within Lorraine, they were active everywhere, launching night raids on the Federation Army's air bases, important towns, transportation hubs, and various military facilities. Whenever the night faded and dawn rose, they disappeared back into the vast mountains and forests, just as the guerrilla force had done in the previous war. Having successfully lured the snake out of its hole, the Federation Army regular troops under General Adius gained the opportunity to face the enemy head-on, which made them both excited and feeling immense pressure. In Lorraine, the Federation Army had a huge aerial advantage and the home field advantage. The Lorraine populace did everything they could to provide support, and Lorraine's transportation infrastructure had greatly improved compared to the previous war, whether it was railways, highways, canals, or air transport, all provided convenience for the Federation Army fighting on home turf. With the support of these factors, the Federal Army was able to use modern combat methods to deal with a formidable enemy that was even harder to handle than in the last war. In the northwestern and northern regions of Lorraine, the Normans held the upper hand in the clashes, while in central, western, and southern Lorraine, the Lorraine people put the Normans in a difficult position. No war is won solely by reserve troops, nor is any war won without reserve troops. In the Battle of Russell Air Base, Weiss and his reserve units won respect and honor, but at the same time, they paid a very heavy price. 5 well-equipped and fully staffed reserve battalions suffered an average combat power loss of over 40%. Although replenishing troops in Lorraine was not a problem, the newly supplemented rookies needed more time to adapt to the war, and the reserve soldiers who had just transformed from rookies into qualified soldiers also needed some time to digest and integrate. Given that guerrilla warfare is an operation conducted in enemy-occupied territory, and Lorraine has not fallen, there is no such thing as guerrilla warfare for the Federation's armed forces. After careful consideration, the military decided to grant the Lorraine reserve units that performed outstandingly in the Battle of Russell Air Base the honorary title of Jaeger Battalion. Their designations remained unchanged: the 1901st Jaeger Battalion, 1904th Jaeger Battalion, 1909th Jaeger Battalion, 1910th Jaeger Battalion, and 1912th Jaeger Battalion. There was no upper limit on wartime staffing for each battalion, but based on equipment and supply conditions, it was advisable to maintain these battalion-level combat units between 1,200 and 1,500 personnel. With his strategic positioning corrected, Weiss continued to lead the Lorraine reserve units to actively support General Adius's regular troops in engaging the formidable Norman ground forces. The second strategically significant battle in Lorraine shifted north from Russell Air Base to Valence. As the industrial hub with the longest history in northern Lorraine, Valence had experienced multiple invasions of war over the past 20-plus years. Due to its unique geographical and resource advantages, it quickly restored its position as an energy supply center during peacetime. More than half of Lorraine's power supply and over 2/3 of its coal supply were exported through Valence, and it was also Lorraine's largest comprehensive hub base for inland shipping, aviation, and railways. The Federation Army aviation units, using the air base on the outskirts of Valence as an operational platform, were an important outpost for resisting Norman air raids. After the war broke out, the Federation Army's most famous fighter wing entered the North Valence Air Base. After the Normans invaded Lorraine, this quickly became a frontline position for fierce clashes between the two sides. The Battle of Valence was the second link in a series of combat operations planned jointly by General Adius and Weiss. This time, the Federation Army once again feigned weakness to lure the enemy into attacking them. However, unlike the operation at Russell Air Base, only a small portion of the Federation Army units used to encircle and annihilate the Norman army had been deployed around Valence in advance. The rest of the troops were delivered to the designated areas by airships and transport planes after the battle began. It could be said that this was a combat operation with considerable imagination, creativity, and execution. To achieve their operational intent, the Federation Army aviation units maximized air transport under limited nighttime conditions. In addition, just as the battle was about to begin, other Federation Army units deployed in central and northern Lorraine also moved in rhythm. For example, Federation Army units departing from Somme-Zonas drove overnight to Valence, guided and protected along the way by pre-positioned reserve soldiers and reconnaissance units, fully demonstrating the maneuverability of mechanized units. The scale of the Battle of Valence far exceeded that of Russell Air Base. The Normans deployed over 4,000 ground combat personnel, while the Federation Army mobilized nearly 100,000 troops in total. It looked like an encirclement battle of using a cannon to kill a fly, but in fact, this battle was not won easily. In the Battle of Russell Air Base, although Weiss and the Lorraine Reserve units were not the absolute protagonists, they played a key role and made significant contributions to the victory. In the Battle of Valence, General Edius's regular troops were the undisputed protagonists, especially in the first half of the battle, where they pinned down the Norman ground forces that had entered the Valence urban area in several important blocks. The regiments responsible for cutting off the enemy's retreat paid a heavy price and also demonstrated a tenacious fighting spirit. In the second half of the battle, Weiss led 10 reserve battalions into the operation to encircle and capture the breakout enemy forces, engaging the enemy in 2 days and 2 nights of fighting. In this battle, the Federation Army annihilated over 2,000 Normans, a more fruitful result than the Battle of Russell Air Base. The Federation Army's casualty ratio was similar to or even slightly lower than that of the Battle of Russell Air Base, but compared to the Battle of Russell Air Base, this was not a perfect annihilation battle. Most of the participating Norman troops successfully broke through during the battle, but in the process of breaking out and on the long road to retreating from the battlefield, they lost a large number of troops under the tireless pursuit of the Federation Army, much like a fierce thief who broke into a house only to be beaten black and blue. Clearly, the Normans' anger would not be extinguished by the defeat at the Battle of Valence. This battle was more like a pot of boiling hot oil, making the fire burn even more fiercely. Soon, the third strategically significant battle that would determine the situation in Lorraine took place in Slin, an important town in western Lorraine. This fortress city was worthy of its historical honor as a place of military contention in Lorraine. Even since entering the modern era, no war had left it out, and it even experienced multiple battles within a single war, changing hands several times. When the war broke out again, Slin, with its complete aviation facilities, became the Federation Army's largest airship base in Lorraine, which signaled that it would become a key focus for both warring sides. For this battle, everyone from General Edius to the most ordinary soldier was prepared both mentally and materially, but battlefield factors are always changing. They could not accurately determine where the third battle would take place or how many troops the enemy would commit. These things required responding to the situation as it unfolded. When the Normans launched sabotage operations near Slin, the Federal Army stationed in Slin relied on airships to move quickly, intending to lock onto the attackers at night and launch a large-scale encirclement after dawn. Even if the enemy only had a few hundred people, it was worth the Federal Army mobilizing thousands or even tens of thousands of troops. Just after the operation began, the Norman army that had sneaked near Slin suddenly launched an attack on it. To a certain extent, they drew lessons from the 2 raids launched by the guerrilla force on Slin in the previous war and refined the original combat techniques and strategies. A Norman force of about 3,000 people used a powerful offensive to break through the outer defense lines of Slin in a very short time and reach the hinterland, and used short-barreled curved fire guns to concentrate bombardment on Slin's aviation facilities, detonating some temporary ammunition and fuel storage points. In addition to the ground troop operations, the Normans also demonstrated their advantage in 3-dimensional warfare. A fast elite fleet suddenly crossed the Monomolan Mountains, inserted itself at high speed outside the range of Slin's air defense units, and launched short and precise firing. The Norman troops who broke into Slin used smoke signal flares to guide their own fleet's long-range artillery fire, causing larger-scale destruction to the Federation Army's facilities in Slin. To encircle and annihilate this elite Norman force in Slin, General Edius mobilized 7 combat regiments at the fastest speed. The 2 sides immediately engaged in fierce clashes northwest of Slin. The Normans' fickle tactics achieved unexpected results. Their assault troops did not force a breakout but instead lured the Federation Army into surrounding them. After nightfall, another Norman army suddenly appeared in the northwest corner of Slin. Although the combined strength of these 2 armies still did not exceed 6,000 men, they launched a pincer attack on the Federation Army. After a fierce battle, 2 Federation Army infantry combat regiments were severely damaged, and these 2 Norman units joined together and successfully jumped out of the first encirclement organized by the Federation Army. General Edius organized a second wave of delivered troops to arrive at the outskirts of Slin overnight. Although the 2 elite combat divisions were not fully staffed, they still blocked the Normans' retreat with an unstoppable momentum. Both sides fought a fierce battle, and the Normans had to flee into the mountains and forests. In the following day, the speed of the battlefield underwent a dramatic change. The mountain mist, which had greatly troubled the invaders in the previous war, became an accomplice to the Normans this time. Due to the thick fog, the combat efficiency of the Federation Army aviation units plummeted, while the Normans used the fog to repeatedly ambush and raid Federation Army units in the mountains and forests. In such chaotic fighting, the resilience of the troops and their tactical level were particularly critical. Although the Federation Army units had a several-fold numerical advantage, they couldn't exert their strength. Seeing the Normans gaining the upper hand and still trying to clear a path, General Edius decisively committed all reserve units. For the Federation Army aviation units stationed on the Western Front, this was a troop delivery operation that could almost go down in history. In 12 hours, they transported 12 regiments and 9 battalions of combat troops to the Slin front line with 23 transport ships and safely delivered the troops into the fog-filled mountains and forests. With Weiss and his reserve units joining the battlefield, especially with the help of his eyes that could penetrate the fog to track the enemy, the war situation changed again. Chapter 100, War Flags Flying. Check the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as soon as they are updated. For Weiss, Slin was undoubtedly a blessed place. In the previous war, when he led the soldiers and civilians of Lorraine in a vigorous guerrilla war, the battle in which he ambushed a convoy of Normans on the outskirts of Slin was the first beautiful victory they won after raising their banner. After the failure of the Lorraine guerrilla war, he did not sink into despair. Instead, after a period of dormancy, he once again led the guerrilla vanguard back to Lorraine and achieved another great surprise victory in Slin. By the later stages of the war, the earth-shattering battle that took place in Slin became a turning point that changed the course of the war. In that battle, Weiss and his guerrilla vanguard staged a last-ditch battle, severely wounding the crown prince of the Norman Empire. Not long after, that poor wretch kicked the bucket, and the Norman Empire accepted a truce due to fierce political infighting. Returning to Slin, Weiss did not have much time or energy to relieve past glories. The battle on the ground was raging, and after suffering repeated heavy losses, the Normans had come prepared this time. They were like a strong shark, engaged in a fight to the death with the hunter. This was a life-or-death battle. The hunter certainly did not want such a massive prey to slip through its fingers, while the prey was ambitious, looking forward to launching a spectacular counter-kill. When the Federal Air Force transport ship carrying Weiss and his reserve troops arrived in the airspace over Slin, it was a foggy morning. The two sides had been fighting for 2 days, and the smoke from artillery fire made the fog in the mountains even thicker. In this era, which had neither high-precision radar nor infrared detectors, it was difficult for people to penetrate the fog to accurately judge the situation on the battlefield. They could only infer their general position based on the mountain peaks that abruptly protruded from the fog. Both sides could use flare signals. The Federation Army used them to indicate directions for their own aviation units, while the Normans sometimes used them to receive their aviation units, but more often to interfere with the Federation Army's communications on the battlefield. The two sides' forces were intertwined, with each side having presence within the other's lines, making it hard to distinguish. The Normans could easily learn the signal methods used by the Federation Army from captured Federation soldier, and could also pick up many signal tools from the bodies of the fallen. Even if they couldn't make the Federation Army fight their own people, it was enough to make the aviation units afraid to rashly launch ground attacks. Amidst the urgent alarm bells, the transport ship began to descend. Although these behemoths possessed sturdy steel bodies capable of easily snapping trees, this did not mean they could ignore the terrain and weather. A slight carelessness could still result in damage or even loss of power in these fog-filled mountain forests. Standing at the open doorway, Weiss used his special vision to observe the transport ship's altitude and the situation below. There were many red-dashed frames in the nearby mountain forests. Those were enemy soldiers. The fog blocked the vision of the airships and also made it difficult for the Normans in the mountain forests to accurately judge the low-flying targets. Moreover, they were executing a rapid surprise attack and were not carrying heavy equipment, so they did not pose much of a threat even to low-flying targets. Observing that the transport ship was about to land, Weiss turned around and shouted to the officers and soldiers of the reserve troops in the cabin, "Attention! We are landing immediately. There are no enemies within range. Everyone, assemble according to the plan. Assemble in an orderly manner. Leading by example is always the best way to boost morale on the battlefield." After the transport ship landed in a somewhat rigid manner, Weiss took a deep breath. He didn't have time to savor the scent of moisture mixed with gunpowder on the battlefield, so he jumped out of the cabin immediately, calling for the reserve soldiers to disembark and assemble. The landing site was located in a valley, which was an open area. With visibility not exceeding 200 feet, thanks to good preparation, the soldiers of the reserve troops quickly left the ship and assembled on the north side of the valley, without any casualties during the rapid landing process. "Hello, officer. The 1904th and 1906th Reserve Battalions of the Lorraine Reserve Troops are here to report. Thank goodness, you are very punctual. Hey, it's you. I recognize you, Officer Klemper Heesen. I served under you for a few months in the guerrilla vanguard. Do you remember?" Yes, I remember you. Your name is Paster, and you were a detachment commander at the time. Look at you, you are now a qualified army major." Weiss met with the liaison officer of the ground support unit at the edge of the woods. This was not the first time he had run into old subordinates and colleagues on the battlefield. The round-faced officer in front of him was wearing a field uniform, and the collar insignia indicated his rank. If he hadn't retired from the regular army early, Weiss might have been a very young general by now, or at the very least, a colonel or brigadier general close to the rank of general. Leaving the military for politics was not a bad idea, at least for now. It allowed him to make more meaningful and positive contributions to his so-called hometown, Lorraine. He had never regretted this. "What is the situation ahead?" Weiss got straight to the point. "While flying over, I saw that there seemed to be a fierce battle in the mountain forest to the north. Judging from the momentum of the engagement, I think there might be a battalion of enemies there, maybe more, maybe less." When he followed Weiss to conduct guerrilla warfare back then, this officer must have witnessed his magic. Hearing what Weiss said, he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right, sir. Your judgment is very close to the actual situation. We think the enemy troops there might be of half a regiment's size, a little more or less is normal. They occupy the hillside position. When we rushed up to try to outflank them, we were ambushed in the valley again, so the situation is a bit tricky. As you know, our troops belong to the 39th Assault Division, or more accurately, the 391st and 392nd Combat Regiments belonging to the 39th Assault Division. These assault divisions were upgraded versions of the National Defense Division created during the military reforms of the previous war. Their unit composition and equipment configuration had been optimized to a certain extent, and most importantly, they were prepared for combat. In peacetime, corps officers and sergeants were retained and maintained training intensity close to actual combat, and once war broke out, a large number of reserve personnel entered the units. With officers, sergeants, and veterans as the absolute backbone, combined with reserve soldiers for rapid organization and integration, they were then deployed to the battlefield. In general, assault divisions were composed of 60% professional soldiers and 40% reserve soldiers, while national defense divisions were usually composed of 50% professional personnel and 50% reserve soldiers. Both types of formations had significant improvements, so in this sudden war, the response and performance of the Federation Army were better than at the beginning of the previous war. My 2 battalions are mainly reserve soldiers. In terms of organization, they cannot be compared to you, so on the battlefield, I must keep them as concentrated as possible, splitting into at most 2 routes. Hearing Weiss finish saying this, the major expressed his understanding. He led Weiss to a bunker nearby, where there was a field telephone. He picked up the phone and connected to the headquarters, reporting the situation of the reserve reinforcements to the officer on the other end, and then handed the phone to Weiss. It's General No Baker, our division commander. He wishes to speak with you. At the last moment before boarding the transport ship to head to the battlefield, Weiss received information about the friendly unit's designation and commander. He had met this General Baker a few times. Coincidentally, both of them had studied at the Della Fig Senior Staff College, but General Baker was 10 classes ahead of him, and he only counted as a non-graduate. Aside from this level, they did not have much interaction. On the phone, General Baker expressed his gratitude to the reserve troops in a deep, resonant voice. After all, after the beginning of the previous war, the Federation Army no longer independently organized reserve troops into combat units to be deployed to the battlefield. This time, the Lorraine campaign coordinated by General Idias was a positive and proactive combat operation launched under the circumstances where other fronts were very tight, fully mobilizing all of its frontline troops. In this situation, deploying reserve troops was a last resort. AI model, Gemini 3.0 Flash. Regardless of how much of a role General Baker believed these 2 reserve battalions could play once they reinforced the lines, Weiss was confident in his ability to lead them in a proper contest against the enemy before them. One of these 2 battalions had participated in the Battle of Russell Air Base and the defense of Valence, while the other had also taken part in the defense of Valence. Tempered by combat, the reservists were now much better adapted to the battlefield than before they had joined the war, and the successive victories in those 2 battles had added a great deal of confidence to the reservists as they faced the Normans. After a few pleasantries, General Baker got straight to the point. He ordered Weiss to lead the 2 reserve battalions forward to the north, taking over the jump-off positions of the 392nd Combat Regiment and preparing to withstand the enemy's tactical counterattacks once in position. This would allow the 392nd Combat Regiment to free up its forces for the encirclement of the enemy. This deployment was very well suited to the situation on the battlefield and the actual characteristics of each unit. Weiss accepted gladly, then bid farewell to Major Pastor and led the 2 reserve battalions that had arrived on the battlefield toward the north. To Weiss, a battlefield like this was as familiar as an ox to a master butcher. He handled it with ease. Leading the 2 reserve battalions, he arrived at the 392nd Combat Regiment's positions very quickly. After meeting with the unit's commander, although the other party had some hesitations and concerns, they resolutely executed the order since it came from General Baker. The 2 companies of officers and soldiers left behind to hold the position all pushed forward. In a place invisible to the naked eye but perceptible through his special vision, the officers and soldiers of the 391st Regiment and 392nd Combat Regiment were launching a pincer attack on those 1,000+ Norman troops. They were in a very favorable tactical position, although the enemy held the mountainside with their backs to the slope, appearing to have room to advance or retreat. They actually had very little room to maneuver. Meanwhile, the Federation Army each held a route, launching a pincer attack on the Norman positions. If the commanders of the 2 regiments had more boldness and insight, they could have launched successive heavy assaults while the thick fog prevented the Normans from utilizing their accuracy. This would have likely turned their numerical and tactical advantages into the fruits of victory after all. With over 4,000 Federation officers and soldiers in good spirits and physical condition, fighting on their home turf, it wasn't difficult to defeat the Normans in a pincer attack. After the 392nd Combat Regiment's holding force reinforced the front, this advantage became even more obvious. The Normans clearly felt the increasing pressure of the battle. If the attrition continued, they would be defeated sooner or later. Therefore, their commander decided to take advantage of the fact that the fog had not yet dissipated to carry out a maneuver. Realizing that the firepower on both flanks was strong while the frontal fire was relatively weak, they resolutely launched a frontal counterattack, just as General Baker had previously surmised. The situation changed abruptly, and the Federation Army units responsible for the frontal feint were caught somewhat off guard. They lost several positions during the enemy's first charge. When the enemy reorganized and launched a second round of attacks, they retreated toward the 2 flanks, leaving the center wide open. In less than 15 minutes, the Normans were right in front of Weiss. When fighting in thick fog, what the officers and soldiers feared most was not the sudden appearance of the enemy, but colliding with their own allies and causing friendly fire casualties. With Weiss presiding over them, the officers and soldiers of the reserve units certainly had no such worries. Even if they couldn't judge for themselves, the commander's orders were their guide. As the Norman counterattack force reached the front of the position, Weiss gave the order, and the 2 reserve battalions immediately poured their firepower directly ahead. At a distance of 300 to 400 feet, the Normans launching the counterattack were like they were walking right into the muzzles of the guns. Faced with the defenders' explosive firepower, they had no time to dodge at all, and in an instant, a large number of men and horses fell amidst the hail of bullets. Not only that, but Weiss's reserve units had also brought plenty of autocannons and mortars. Facing the enemy, they did not hesitate to use all of this firepower. Even if they faced the predicament of running out of ammunition in a few minutes, they would not hesitate under Weiss's explicit orders. This incredibly fierce defensive fire killed or wounded nearly half of the 600 or 700 Norman soldiers charging down the mountainside on the spot. Although the absolute results weren't massive, one had to consider that those 1,000+ Norman soldiers had been contending with a Federation regular force 4 or 5 times their size for a day and a night, with casualties on both sides. Such a brief clash resulting in the loss of nearly a company's worth of Norman troops was rare in a battle like this. After suppressing the momentum of the Norman counterattack, Weiss immediately contacted the 391st Regiment and 392nd Combat Regiment at this time. The field telephone lines on the battlefield were intermittent. Fortunately, the 391st Regiment and 392nd Combat Regiment, which had moved from the jump-off positions to outflank the Normans, still maintained communication. They received Weiss's intelligence and learned that the Norman frontal counterattack had been suppressed. The best course of action now was to change the direction of their attack, conducting feints against the enemy on the mountainside while launching a pincer attack on the enemy descending the mountain, annihilating the enemy's effective strength between the mountainside and the positions at the foot of the hill. After Weiss introduced himself and analyzed the battle situation in concise language, the two regiment commanders decided to adopt his suggestion and change their direction of attack. Before long, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and fierce fighting intertwined on the battlefield. Weiss and his reserve units held the jump-off position steadily, waiting for the two combat regiments to crush the Norman forces. About an hour later, the situation on the battlefield gradually became clear, except for a few Normans remaining on the mountainside who continued to resist stubbornly. The enemy's fresh reinforcements that had joined the counterattack were all but wiped out under the pincer attack of the 391st Regiment and 392nd Combat Regiment, with the survivors scattered. With things having reached this point, Weiss then selected a detachment from each of the two reserve battalions to join the fray and clear out those small groups of enemy troops who were still putting up a desperate resistance. Another hour or so passed, and the Federal Army captured the enemy positions on the mountainside with an iron determination. The battlefield finally fell silent, and all that remained was to clean up the area. While passing through a grassy field covered in corpses, Weiss saw several wounded Norman soldiers carrying a dying officer. Although his face was covered in blood and grime, Weiss could tell at a glance that this man was Lieutenant Noetz, the Norman officer who had made his teeth itch with hatred in the last war. He was the one who had originally followed General Seidlitz and had been responsible for guarding him and Nicola in Samsonas. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the prisoners escaped the flight research base in an extraordinary way. It seemed that this fellow had been reassigned to a frontline combat unit, and after all this time, his rank had only risen by one level. He was now a captain in the ground forces. Seeing Weiss, Lieutenant Noet's eyes widened, then his face turned ashen. Weiss did not mock him but looked at him quietly and said in the Norman language, "You have stepped onto Federation territory once again, and we have once again risked our lives for freedom. We have met on the battlefield after all. I hope this is the last time." Enduring the pain, Lieutenant Noet gave a cold laugh. "As soldiers, we have our own duties. When the commander orders us forward, we can only go forward." Weiss didn't find this attitude of blind obedience strange at all coming from a veteran Norman officer. He had no interest in arguing philosophy with the man, but instead asked curiously, "Why are you here instead of by the side of that promising noble general? Has he come to Lorraine as well?" Lieutenant Noet shook his head. "Why am I here? Come to think of it, isn't this all thanks to you?" Even though the other man didn't go into detail, Weiss understood that his own courageous leap had caused this Norman officer, who bore a special mission, to commit a major dereliction of duty, such that his originally bright future was cut short. This was destiny, and also the best response to the Normans. Weiss said no more, but before they parted, Lieutenant Noet said hatefully, "I think it won't be long before Marshal Seidlitz becomes the occupier of Ulst. At that time, if you're still alive, you should have a chance to see him again. Of course, when you meet again, you will still be a prisoner, and he will still be the high and mighty victor, and there will be no possibility of this reversal of status occurring again. You, Lorraine, and the entire Federation will be firmly trampled under his feet. That's impossible." Weiss shot back sharply. "Evil can never triumph over justice, and your ambition for aggression is the most evil force in this world." Chapter 1, Fierce North Wind. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated fastest. On a moonless night, the combat zone was shrouded in an inexplicable oppression. Southwest of Slin, in a lush valley, thousands of Federation officers and soldiers lay in ambush, more than half of whom came from the Lorraine Reserve Forces. Those once obscure reserve battalions had now been upgraded to the Jaeger battalions renowned throughout the army. Their tactics, discipline, organizational skills, and resilience had rapidly improved with the accumulation of combat experience. Even as excellent members were constantly transferred to frontline units and new recruits were added in batches, the unique attributes of these guerrilla-style local combat units were like steel forged by a hammer. Their form was set, and they grew stronger with every setback. The night was deep, and the sound of gunfire still drifted from the direction of Slin, highlighting the silence of this valley. Suddenly, a low roar came from the sky, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. In their line of sight, a few flickering lights sparked wild imagination, but having set an ambush here, every officer and soldier had received clear instructions: without a signal flare, no matter what happened, even if the enemy walked right in front of them, they were not to take any action. The mechanical roar moved from afar to near, turbulent air shook the branches and leaves, and beams of light wandered about. A massive, heavy aircraft was flying low through the valley, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down, and sometimes hovering. The beams projected onto the ground came from navigation lights rather than searchlights, so the brightness was very limited. Coupled with the lack of flares, the lurkers cloaked in grass and leaf camouflage remained undetected by the enemy. The detestable roar gradually faded away, but within half an hour, the sound appeared again, and it felt even closer to the ground. This repeated low-altitude reconnaissance was clearly a prelude to subsequent actions. In the middle of the valley, the noisy sound of heavy objects breaking trees was clearly audible, and immediately after, a directional firework signal appeared in that direction. The roaring sound from above the valley came one after another, from far to near, then from near to far, and finally disappeared into the vast night sky. The valley returned to silence, but the tranquility now was different from before. The lurking Federation officers and soldiers tensed their nerves, gripped their weapons, and waited for the order to fire. Their vision remained in darkness, and as time passed, trivial sounds faintly emerged in their ears, like wind blowing through grass and leaves, but heavier than the wind, and like sand flowing through a funnel, endless and ceaseless. Beside a huge fir tree, Weiss had been standing for a long time. He squinted as he observed the situation in the valley, his right hand slowly raising a signal gun. Over the previous 2 days, he had repeatedly studied the terrain, made bold judgments based on the shifting war situation, and had taken the initiative to request General Edius for permission to lead the remaining mobile forces on the Slin battlefield to set an ambush here. Their target was not the Norman army surrounded around Slin, but the Norman reinforcements that would arrive at an unknown time and place judgments based on experience might not work, and intuitive senses might not be accurate. Combining the two, the probability was still only 3 or 4 out of 10. The prey had entered the trap, and Weiss would not miss the opportunity under any circumstances. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, and the darkness was instantly shattered by brilliance. In this war, later known by posterity as the War of Destiny, the first battle of Slin lasted for 8 days and ended with the victory of the Federal Army. In this battle, the Normans lost nearly 10,000 troops. Although the casualties of the Federation army were higher than their opponents in absolute numbers, given the situation in Lorraine at the time, continuously exhausting the invading enemy was in line with the established strategy of the defender. Even if it meant paying double the price, the invaders would inevitably be the losing side. In this battle, those Lorraine reserve units that had earned the title of Jaeger battalions put on a convincing performance. Although a significant part of this was due to the special role of Weiss if any other commander had been in charge, the performance of these reserve battalions might have been greatly diminished. A victory was a real victory, and no one would question that. In the following weeks, the Lorraine military and civilians followed the combat action plan, causing the Norman army that had penetrated deep into various parts of Lorraine to be passive and defeated everywhere. Thanks to this series of victories, the previously low morale of the Federation army was greatly boosted. In camps, on the march, and even in the towns and villages the army passed through, songs of victory could be heard everywhere. However, it was clearly too early to praise victory at this time. Anyone who had dealt with the Normans many times would not underestimate their will and resilience. In Weiss's view, the victory at this stage largely benefited from the trajectory change in the tactical strategy of the Federation army and from the strong support for the front line by the Lorraine populace, represented by the reserve soldiers. Once the Normans adapted to this rhythm, they would surely make tit-for-tat deployments. After more than a month of fighting, both the regular forces and reserve units of the Federation army in Lorraine had suffered heavy casualties. The officers and soldiers were in high spirits, but their bodies and minds were already mired in the fatigue of continuous combat and needed appropriate adjustments. This adjustment period was a delicate time on the battlefield that was very easily targeted by the enemy. The counterattack of the Normans arrived as expected. The massive Norman army broke into Lorraine under the cover and support of a large number of combat aircraft. They sent supplementary troops and equipment to the ground forces that had established a bridgehead in Lorraine, and this reinforcement was not a one-time drop, but came in wave after wave. The Federation Army aviation units stationed on the Western Front responded quickly. In several effective assault operations, they destroyed and severely damaged many Norman vessels and took down a large number of Norman fighter planes in fierce air battles. This strong and effective air defense turned out to be like kicking an iron plate with a leather boot. The Normans seemed to treat Lorraine as a critical battlefield, committing their most elite aviation units to the fight and engaging in combat with a determination never to retreat. The Federation Army was driven into a helpless situation in this near-crazy combat. On the great chessboard of war, the Normans struck from all sides, but their comprehensive strength did not hold an absolute advantage. They appeared to be forming a siege against the Federation Army on multiple fronts, but in reality, it was impossible for them to be balanced on all lines. Instead, they deployed strategically, using the mobility of their forces to make the Federation Army unable to attend to everything at once. In this war, the Federation Army was always on the inner line, with shorter maneuvering distances, while the Normans and their allies were on the outer line, facing longer distances for troop mobilization, supply transport, and strategic coordination. The advantage of the Normans lay in their seizure of strategic initiative and their full utilization of the characteristics of the fog of war. They let the Wessex people dominate the northern front, and used powerful aviation units and a small number of elite ground forces to harass the eastern front, while all layouts would eventually converge on one main attack direction. Now, they had revealed their true intentions, crossing the Monomolan Mountains and choosing to launch their main attack on the western front. The Norman troops that had landed using Lorraine as a bridgehead increased rapidly within just a few days. The fierce offensive launched by the Normans was clearly not limited to Lorraine alone. On the western front, the vast grasslands of the Nash Adder federal state were more suitable for their ground forces to gallop across, but the two successive waves of landing troops were mainly infantry, mechanized equipment, limited by air transport efficiency and scale, did not become the protagonist from the beginning. In the week after the large-scale offensive began on the Western Front, the Normans completely occupied the northwest of Lorraine and the southwest of Neuchâtel. In the subsequent Battle of Valence, the nearly 100,000 regular troops deployed by the Federal Army could not hold out against the powerful attacks of the Normans, lasting only 2 days and 1 night before retreating. After capturing Valence, the Norman spearhead continued to advance into the hinterland of Lorraine. Soon, the reconnaissance units of the Normans arrived on the outskirts of Soms-Onnes. If Soms-Onnes were to be used as a tactical stronghold to resist the Norman offensive, not to mention whether it could achieve the desired goal, this ancient and quiet town would almost certainly be reduced to ruins in the fierce fighting. Under these circumstances, the Federation Army decided to evacuate the town residents and deploy a defensive line relying on the terrain here. The Federation Army aviation units also used Soms-Onnes as a reference coordinate to engage in a new round of fierce confrontation with the Norman air forces. For Weiss, Soms-Onnes was not only an emotional attachment but also the fruit of his hard work. Once the enemy approached this city, the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone located in the south of Soms-Onnes would also face the trampling of enemy iron hooves. Before the war broke out, this modern industrial zone was the representative and model of Lorraine's industrialization, its production capacity already accounting for nearly 1/10 of Lorraine's industrial scale, and it was also close to 5% of the entire production scale of Lorraine. It should be known that this industrial zone had been established and operating for only a few short years, having such results was already quite remarkable, and its future development potential was even more worth looking forward to. After the war broke out, a considerable part of the factories in Lorraine switched to wartime mode, with their production covering guns, vehicles, aircraft parts, and so on. If he had a choice, Weiss would never want the Normans to occupy this place, but war was just that cruel. Before the Norman ground forces arrived, it began to be subjected to Norman air raids, and people began to make the worst plans, turning tall factory buildings into sturdy fortresses and building lines of defense along the canal. The pace of the Norman offensive was not relentless. During the period between capturing Valence and closing in on Soms-Onnes, the High Command of the Federation Army was also actively deploying troops, transferring large numbers of elite units from the northern and eastern fronts to the western front. Although this was a quite long journey, in the Ulster Free Federation, which had a perfect railway system, as long as the harassment from the air was overcome, large-scale rapid mobilization was not a problem. Under effective logistics and organizational support, hundreds of thousands of troops arrived at the Western Front within half a month, some joining the Lorraine battlefield, and more being committed to the Neuchâtel region, setting off a wave of counterattacks on those boundless grasslands. With air power evenly matched, ground commanders on both sides once again had the opportunity to demonstrate their command talents. Both sides engaged in large-scale combat in the south and southwest of the Neuchâtel federal state. Although the Norman troops in Lorraine actively coordinated, the intensity and strength of their offensive undoubtedly weakened. Under these circumstances, the residents of Lorraine had more sufficient time to prepare for the upcoming defense of Soms-Onnes, complete wartime rest, and assemble the fresh troops transferred from the eastern and northern fronts. More than 30 battalions of reserve troops were placed under Weiss's command, deployed using the industrial zone and mountainous areas. A large number of air defense units subsequently headed to the Soms-Onnes region to provide a protective umbrella for the frontline and reserve units. The great decisive battle in the Neuchâtel federal state raged for nearly a week before a winner was decided. Regrettably, it was not some federal general who became famous in this battle, but the newly promoted Norman Empire Army Marshal, Alvis Hochstadlitz. Chapter 2, Return of the Wandering Soul. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel, updated fastest. Early in the morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Weiss got up early and sat at his desk to review various documents, books, and notes. This was Krumbeheisen Castle, located in Soms-Onnes. The original inhabitants had all been relocated to new settlements near Meissen, the capital of Lorraine, and now the place had once again become the field headquarters for the Federation Army. As the chairman of the Lorraine National Defense Mobilization Committee, commander of the Lorraine Reserve Forces, and one of the few governors who could maintain zero distance from the front lines, Weiss had conquered his military colleagues with undeniable performance. This time, the defense of Soms-Onnes was nominally commanded by General Idias himself, but in reality, the specific defense was the responsibility of the Triumvirate Committee, which included Weiss. The other two were Orthodox Federation Army generals, including the quite senior Army Lieutenant General Musenbaglet, and they all gave full respect to Weiss's role. In the familiar study, Weiss once again reviewed the war summary he had written in the post-war years. Years later, if the general environment permitted, he would be very happy to compile these manuscripts into a war memoir. Believing in his unique perspective, organization, and evocative power, it would surely become a bestseller. That is a story for another time. For now, his thoughts lingered for a long time on the memories and summaries of the Battle of Aokeng. It could be said that it was the most arduous and spectacular battle he had ever experienced or could even imagine. Although the battle ended with the retreat of the Federation Army, the post-war military history community generally regarded it as a key battle that influenced the course of the war. The Federation Army's desperate defense, counterattacks, and tug-of-war held back several of the Norman Army's most elite corps and their top Marine division, greatly weakening their offensive momentum and buying very precious time for the Federation Army to stabilize the front line. The Battle of Aokeng was a resolute urban defensive battle. Nowadays, the Federation Army is gathering in large numbers around Soms-Onnes to also resist the Norman Army's offensive in Lorraine. However, objectively analyzing it, the two lack comparability. Ao City was a large industrial city with a population of 1 million, composed of 27 blocks and tens of thousands of buildings, with hundreds of factories located around the urban area. Most of the buildings were built in the industrial era and possessed all the elements for urban defensive warfare. In contrast, the area and population of Sam's zonas are only 1/10 of AO City, with buildings mainly consisting of residential houses no more than 4 stories high, lacking the rigidity and depth for defensive operations. The Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone is hailed by the Lorraine people as our AO City, with nearly 100 factories and thousands of workshops. The contiguous factory area has both sturdy walls and factory buildings, as well as underground drainage and sewage systems, and is adjacent to the canal. Both in scale and form, it is similar to an industrial city, but compared to the real AO City, it is still far behind, so it is obviously unfeasible to copy the deployment mode of the Battle of Ao Keng for defensive operations. After repeated calculations and discussions, the Triumvirate Committee reached a consensus to deploy defensive forces using the elastic defense model proposed by Weiss, which means building complete defensive fortifications in the urban and industrial areas but stationing relatively few troops to reduce casualties for the defenders during the enemy's artillery preparation period. When the enemy's ground forces launch an attack, main force units are then mobilized from the deep defense lines to enter the front-line positions. Given the terrain conditions in central Lorraine and the strength and equipment characteristics of the forces the Normans have committed to the Western Front, elastic defense is perhaps the wisest defensive strategy at the moment, but it is by no means foolproof. If the Normans discern the defenders' deployment arrangements and unleash their specialty surprise attacks, frontal assaults, or even use airships to deliver landing troops during the initial stage of the attack to cut off the connection between the front line and the depth of the defenders, they could conversely force the defenders into a passive position and win with relatively low costs. In view of this, Weiss, on one hand, required his colleagues to strictly maintain secrecy, issuing only individual orders before the battle, never revealing specific operational plans to lower-level units, especially grassroots combat units, in advance, and maintaining strict vigilance in the defense area to guard against enemy infiltration and reconnaissance. On the other hand, he also set about developing various contingency plans so that the participating units could respond to various emergencies more calmly after the battle began. After these plans were studied and discussed by the Triumvirate Committee and key staff members, they were separately convened to brief officers at the regiment level and above of the participating units. After working with intense concentration all morning, the aroma wafting in from outside the window whetted Weiss's appetite. He walked out of the room and took a shortcut to the dining hall. The castle's original employees had been evacuated, and the military had taken over the service. The breakfast here was now sorted and placed in insulated basins for the officers to help themselves. Weiss got 2 sausages, a fried egg, a piece of flatbread, and a large glass of fresh milk. Just as he sat down, he saw the duty officer walking over in a hurry. Judging by the expression on his face, it didn't seem like anything major had happened, so he picked up his knife and fork. Officer Klemper-Heesen, sorry to bother you for a moment. This morning, soldiers in Defense Sector 4 captured a Norman soldier. This person was not carrying any weapons, can speak Ulster language, and he specifically asked to see you. The officer intentionally lowered his voice for the last sentence, but there was a flickering look in his eyes. Weiss had no intention of collaborating with the enemy, nor did he have any thoughts of treason, so his demeanor was calm and his expression composed. How old is that person, and what are his physical features? The officer replied, his face is covered in burn scars, so it's impossible to tell his appearance or age, and his voice is also not quite right. Based on my estimation, his age might be between 30 and 40. Upon hearing this, Weiss was stunned. He hurriedly told the officer to bring the captured Norman soldier to the castle, and instructed them to be strictly vigilant on the way and to ensure that no accidents occurred. After the duty officer left, Weiss had no heart to enjoy his breakfast. He hurriedly wolfed down the food in front of him, then stood up and walked out of the dining hall, pacing back and forth outside the main entrance, thinking through all the possibilities and potential impacts. Before long, the duty officer came over to report that Defense Sector 4 had already sent a vehicle to escort the strange prisoner of war, and he would arrive soon. Weiss then instructed the duty officer that when the person arrived, he should be taken to the duty room to wait. Afterward, he returned to his room and took out a photo album from the drawer. Inside were black and white photos of various sizes, becoming blurrier the further back they went. The first few photos were a family portrait taken 20 years ago of the Klemper-Heesen family, as well as a group photo of the 3 siblings. Unfortunately, on these yellowed photos, the faces were already difficult to recognize. Not long after, the military vehicle escorting the special prisoner of war arrived at the castle, and he was taken to the duty room. Upon receiving the report, Weiss suppressed the anxiety in his heart and walked to the duty room unhurriedly. What appeared before him was a man wearing a Norman Empire Army field uniform with private's collar insignia. His face had large area burn scars, making his appearance impossible to recognize, and he even looked somewhat hideous. However, from his tearful gaze, Weiss detected something unusual. He thought for a moment, let the soldiers wait in the outer room of the duty office, and then circled around the man. They told me you wanted to see me. There was no third person in the room. The man said in a low, hoarse voice, my younger brother, Long, you have changed so much. Weiss did not immediately acknowledge him as family, but instead calmly observed the other's words, actions, and demeanor, especially his tone and gaze. He had found many fragments of the past in the host's memory shards. The ZE in his impression was indeed of this build, the age roughly matched, and the hair color was also the same. The feeling of authenticity was over 90%. If it really was him, what had he experienced all these years? Why did he appear here at this time? Was what he was about to say credible? A series of questions diluted the joy that should have come with a reunion of brothers. Objectively speaking, although they shared the same blood in their bodies, the connection they originally had no longer existed in their minds. Seeing Weiss so hesitant and calm, the person who came did not seem surprised, nor did he show any obvious signs of frustration, but patiently waited for him to speak. Fragments of memory could not piece together a complete life. Weiss could not retrieve past habits, including mannerisms and tone, but this was obviously not important. As time passed, people would always undergo some changes in various aspects. Thinking back, the Lord and Lady were also curious about the various anomalies in their youngest son, but they slowly got used to them. Are you Ze? Yes, it's me. I'm still alive. The person said, spreading his arms, ready to receive a hug. Out of calm vigilance, Weiss did not step forward to hug him, but said unhurriedly, your son, Kemp, has been under our care since the end of the last war. He is witty, brave, and humble, and will grow up to be as excellent as you. The person slowly lowered his arms, and the joy of reunion was finally replaced by disappointment and confusion. Weiss looked at him neither humbly nor arrogantly, neither coldly nor warmly, and then said in a sincere but warm tone, no matter how the world changes, this is your home. Welcome home. Yes, this home is the place I dream of. Especially in recent years, I return here almost every night, but I can't find you in my dreams. The person's ugly face squeezed out a strange-looking smile, but his eyes revealed a gaze full of deep affection. The eyes follow the heart, and it was precisely this change in gaze that made Weiss determine that the person was indeed his own brother, Ze Klemperhesen. The last time the two communicated face-to-face was back in the last war, at Krumbehesen Castle in Samsonas. And the last time they met was during a battle between the Federation Army guerrilla vanguard and the Norman Empire's Lorraine occupation forces. At that time, each served their own master, pitting their wits against each other on the battlefield. Even if they only wanted to defeat the other, not kill them, guns and cannons have no eyes and the flames of war are merciless. Upon learning the news of Ze's death, Weiss was truly saddened for a while, until he brought Kemp back to Lorraine, and the cloud hanging over the Klemperhesen family dissipated. Weiss finally stepped forward and gave him a real hug. The temperature from his body indicated that he was not a ghost escaped from hell, but a truly living person. They know you didn't die. Weiss whispered, after the war, Barris fell in love with Guinevere of the Grumman family. Because of this relationship, I met him several times at the Bellicacer trading port. He told me himself that you were not dead. Ze's gaze did not flicker, instead, he sighed and said, I felt it. They have been tracking my trail, but the people they sent to investigate the clues were not smart enough, and for so many years, they never found the right path. I very carefully changed my identity, living in a remote town in place of a fallen comrade in the army, pretending to have some mental problems. It wasn't until the war broke out that I found the opportunity to return to Lorraine. Through his attire, Weiss could also guess a thing or two. As the war progressed, he joined the Norman Empire army as a reserve soldier in the subsequent echelons, waiting for the opportunity to head to the front lines and seize the chance to desert. This is easy to say, but extremely difficult to do, even more difficult than faking his death to leave the Free Federation back then. Ze continued, that day, I thought I was dead. I didn't expect heaven to let me continue living. The severe pain in my body made me determined to get rid of that involuntary mental suffering. Therefore, the past me has already died on the battlefield. The current me is the eldest son of the Klemperhesen family, your older brother. No matter whether you accept it or not, I will atone for my past mistakes. Having experienced all kinds of things in the past, Weiss dared not easily place his trust in others, but he would absolutely not give up eating for fear of choking, rejecting people from 1,000 miles away. He nodded and paraphrased the once familiar famous quote, after all the tribulations, we are still brothers, a smile upon meeting dissolves all grievances. Chapter 3, Wargaming. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated as quickly as possible. The Triumvirate Committee for the Samsonas defensive line consisted of Weiss, General Lier Pajo of the Air Force, and General Most of the Army. The Normans came with great momentum, their superb military proficiency and ingenious tactical strategies gave them the capital to look down upon any defensive line. No matter when the battle began, it would be an extremely dangerous test for the Federation side. To welcome the light in the darkness, the participating forces had to cooperate sincerely and without division. Therefore, as representatives of the Air Force, the regular army, and the local auxiliary forces, these three committee members had to trust each other and cooperate closely. Upon Ze's appearance, Weiss appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Had this man truly awakened, or was he performing a bitter scheme? If he intended to repent but was being utilized by the scheming Normans, what then? Was he an individual at this moment, or a pawn in a massive conspiracy? Weiss's military and political wisdom was clearly insufficient to find clues or determine the truth from such scarce information. Time could solve the puzzle, but time in war was precious. Therefore, almost immediately, Weiss informed General Pajo and General Most about the return of the dead of a direct member of the Klemperhesen family. General Most was staying at Krumbehesen Castle and joined the case analysis group without a moment's delay, and General Pajo arrived before lunch. Following Weiss's suggestion, they did not treat this special individual who had once served as the Norman Empire Lorraine military governor like a prisoner under interrogation. Instead, they asked him for information about the Norman Empire to learn from him, interspersing questions to probe his movements, experiences, and thoughts, then synthesized various types of information to analyze and judge. Since he had abandoned darkness for light, Ze did not hesitate to reveal military secrets such as the designation, troop strength, equipment configuration, and combat missions of his previous unit. According to his account, that Norman army unit had traveled south through Valence, arriving northwest of Samsonas a few days ago. He was assigned to a reconnaissance squad yesterday and took the opportunity while executing a night reconnaissance mission to break away from the unit, infiltrate the Federal Army lines, and then, as he had hoped, be captured by the Federation officers and soldiers at the guard post. As a ground force commander, the primary issue General Most was concerned about was the security of the defensive line. If ZE could traverse the death zone filled with minefields, trenches, and various obstacles alone without outside aid or inside support, couldn't the Normans also find loopholes? With the sharpness and cunning of the Normans, how could they let such an opportunity pass? ZE saw General Most's concerns and told him calmly that if it were anywhere else, he would never dare to take such a risk, but this was Samsonas, the place where he was born and raised. In his youth, as a sunny and handsome man who loved outdoor sports, his footprints covered every mountain and forest in the vicinity. During the last war, he had been stationed here for a long time, measuring this native land with his own feet once again. Of course, ZE admitted that even with such familiarity with this land, crossing the interception zone at the front of the defensive area at night still carried great risks. Being able to arrive safely was not just obtaining the forgiveness of the gods of Lorraine, but surely also receiving the favor of the goddess of fortune. Hearing ZE's explanation, General Most breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he was not completely at ease. During the conversation, he left for a short while, seemingly to give new tasks to the staff officers. ZE described the journey through the interception zone lightly, but Weiss could imagine the life or death hardship regardless of why ZE had come. The mines buried in the interception zone and the guns of the garrison at the guard post could turn him into fragments in a minute, with no room for negotiation. Was it because you have experienced trials beyond what ordinary people can imagine that you have such a profound spiritual foundation? Beneath this foundation, is what is buried a treasure or a weapon? Watching ZE's profile, Weiss asked himself inwardly. As it approached noon, General Pajot arrived, weary from his journey, his fatigue perhaps not much different from that of ZE, who had arrived at the Federal Army defensive line early in the morning. He was the commander of the 11th Mixed Aviation Regiment of the Federal Air Force, having to share the command pressure of the Samsonas defensive line, oversee air operations in central and southern Lorraine, and coordinate with friendly forces to launch strategic bombing against the Norman Empire. Playing multiple roles, it was inevitable that he would be stretched thin. Busy people envy those who can steal half a day of leisure from a busy life. During a simple lunch, although the four had their own thoughts, they all slowed down their pace, savoring the time. Over tea after the meal, ZE introduced, as if telling a story, that the military leadership of the Norman Empire had undergone a major blood transfusion after the war. Prince Louis, the Chief of General Staff of the Imperial Armed Forces, had retired, and Prince Barras held military power. Under him were 3 Grand Marshals, Flight Marshal Michael Allard, Army Marshal Andra Wisbech, and Army Marshal Alvis Hochsedlitz. Wisbech came from the great southeastern aristocratic Wisbech family, and Sedlitz came from the northern powerhouse Sedlitz family. Both were considered the top military geniuses of the younger generation in the Norman Empire and had displayed their prowess in the last war. To prepare for this war, the Norman leadership had racked their brains, laying out plans in unprecedented ways with unimaginable investment. The secrets behind this were beyond the level that ZE could access. He had spent the peaceful years between the 2 wars in the Norman Empire as a retired soldier. Through the perspective and insights of ordinary Normans, one would discover how painstaking the Norman Empire was in implementing strategic deception. The vast majority of Normans responded to the call and actively prepared for war because they feared that invaders from the vast starry sky would plunder their resources and occupy their homeland. The internal reason given by the Norman Empire for waging war against the Ulster Free Federation was that the so-called democratic and free country had already been secretly ruled by visitors from outer space. They were the reconnaissance forces of the invaders, intending to build powerful industry and military through advanced technology. Once the time was ripe, they would conquer other countries and lay the foundation for extraterrestrial aliens to occupy this planet. The so-called strong evidence originated from a research base the Normans established in the Sea of Fury, where they discovered another spaceship ruin of the visitors from outer space. By studying their communication equipment, they found that the Federation leadership was maintaining communication with the distant starry sky. Hearing this, Weiss and his 2 partners felt that the Norman leadership not only had boundless imagination but was also sufficiently despicable, shameless, and cunning. They unscrupulously fooled the people, squandered the public's trust, and incited them to rush to the battlefield and sacrifice their precious lives, all to satisfy their soaring ambition. What was hateful was that even if the Federation side knew about the Norman leadership's conspiracy, they could not produce evidence that would make people understand at a glance to refute it, because the existence of visitors from outer space was inherently elusive. No one could pat their chest and say that those so-called ruins were completely fabricated out of thin air, and that no other civilizations existed in the vast starry sky. Wasn't Weiss himself a stunning example? Wasn't what President Leopold had seen and heard in the past also thought-provoking? And how could one explain the star source stone and its natural veins, the principles of which remained unsolvable? It could be said that the Norman leadership fully utilized people's curiosity and imagination, thereby accumulating the momentum needed to launch this war. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the Federation military and civilians firmly believed they were standing on the high ground of morality, little knowing that on this side of the battlefield, the Norman army had also received support from all levels of society domestically. The topic shifted from the grand momentum of war to the immediate tactical situation. ZE stated that the Norman army also had regional differences. The northern forces revered Marshal Sedlitz, and the eastern and southern forces favored Marshal Wisbech. But in the eyes of most soldiers, they were only distinguished by being strong or stronger. Whichever one arrived on the battlefield, the morale of the troops would be boosted, and confidence in victory would rise accordingly. And for these 2 Norman generals, hailed as geniuses of the century, there was only a difference of being comfortable or more comfortable with the northern or southern forces, Any unit possessed high tactical proficiency and tenacity. Nowadays, Marshal Sedlitz had personally come to the Western Front, deploying elite northern troops into the New Chattel region and winning a round in the fierce confrontation with the Federal Army. The forces heading to the Somme-Onnes battlefield were primarily those from the east and south of the Norman Empire. Compared to the northern forces, their aggression was slightly less, but their tactical level was excellent. They favored artillery fire, were good at psychological warfare, and were suitable for fighting favorable battles. During the process of chatting about this, Weiss carefully noted every word used by Ze and also calmly observed his subtle expressions, never finding anything wrong. Exchanging glances with General Pajot and General Most, it seemed they had not detected any clues either. Recalling the battles Ze had planned and commanded as a Norman commander in the last war, especially the Battle of Aokeng, which was regarded by both armies as an epic battle, Weiss felt that his tactical and strategic ability was not inferior to those two noble-blooded Norman geniuses, and his battlefield imagination was rarely matched by anyone. If he was sincerely helping the Federal Army, it would be exactly like the saying, when brothers are of one mind, their sharpness can cut through metal. If he harbored ulterior motives, even if he didn't look for opportunities to plant bombs, he would not do his utmost to help. Therefore, Weiss had his adjutant bring the operational map and consulted Ze about the deployment of the Norman army using the map. Ze had arrived in this region with the troops for a very short time, and he was impersonating a colleague's identity with a low military rank, so he had no qualification to access the unit's defense situation. His appearance after the disfigurement was poor, and he could hardly even get opportunities to run errands. Even so, he relied on his experience to observe and collect some unit information, analyzing as he spoke, which actually coincided with some intelligence held by the Federal Army side. You have also had some contact with Sedlitz, and you must understand his tactical thinking better than we do. If possible, can we combine the existing situation and conduct a war game for the Battle of Somme-Onnes? Weiss suggested. I'd be happy to, and it can be done at any time. Ze agreed very readily. While the staff officers were preparing the equipment, he said weakly, I can only imitate him during the last war. I heard that in recent years, he has been delving into research with a group of young officers. I imagine there will be many new tactical strategies, and perhaps his battlefield thinking has become more open and three-dimensional. However, a person's thinking habits are hard to change. The more it is at the moment of making decisions in battle, the more obvious this thinking habit will manifest, but some people like to go the opposite way. Weiss touched his chin. A dignified army marshal, a genius of the century, would personally command such a battle. That's not certain. Ze responded without hesitation, he loves war more than money or beauty. Perhaps in his heart, even power cannot be compared with the stimulation of war. He likes to deploy battles, command battles, and takes pleasure in studying opponents and defeating them, especially for you, a person who once defeated him. As long as there is nothing more important, I don't think he will miss this opportunity. Alright. For this war game, let's position his role as the attacking commander, whose characteristic is that he can mobilize off-field forces for rapid reinforcements, with the scale limited to 1 time the participating forces. Weiss suggested. Ze also touched his chin, within 3 days, 1 time, within a week, 2 times. Weiss couldn't help but frown, with such settings, wanting to secure a draw or win would be very difficult. Chapter 4, A Glimmer of Opportunity. The war game between the brothers lasted over 3 hours in an atmosphere devoid of any gunpowder. Weiss lost, as expected, and there was no suspense in his defeat. The onlookers all wore serious expressions. Facing the aggressive onslaught of the Normans, they were already under immense pressure. With the enemy holding the advantage in strength, they were even prepared to fight to the bitter end. Even if the final result was the Federation army paying a heavy price without successfully holding the defensive line, they still hoped to replicate the Battle of Aokeng from the previous war, aiming to trade time for space and delay the enemy's offensive through sacrifice. After the war game concluded, Ze Klemperhesen told Weiss that if the commander of the attacking force were not Marshal Sedlitz, the defenders would still have a chance to win. How could it not be him? Weiss retorted. The scale of this battle isn't particularly large, but its strategic significance is paramount. Unless something special happens, he has no reason not to be here in command. As he spoke, he suddenly realized why Ze Klemperhesen had made that assumption, so he asked further, the relationships within the upper echelons of the Norman Empire are still not fully stabilized even now. The biggest variable lies in the health of the person in power. Ze Klemperhesen was referring to Barris's older brother, the person who actually held the reins of the Norman Empire, Crown Prince Albert. It is well known that his health has always been poor. It is said to be an incurable hereditary disease. Many members of the royal family in the history of the Norman Empire have suffered from this illness, and with current medical standards, no one has been able to escape its shackles. Due to the death of the previous crown prince and the emperor's grave illness, he moved from a corner where no one thought highly of him to the prominent position of regent. During this process, there was great controversy within the Norman Empire, so much so that he had to work with Barris to suppress opponents with authoritarian power and bloody purges, thereby achieving a smooth transition of power. Perhaps due to his health, Albert has no heirs to this day, and after him, the second in line to the imperial throne is effectively Barris. Once Albert is unable to perform his duties, Barris will replace him as regent. If he were to die suddenly, Barris would become the crown prince of the empire and eventually inherit the throne. Perhaps his wish is to achieve unprecedented feats within his limited lifespan to defeat all enemies and become the sole hegemon on this planet. As for who will inherit the royal family afterward, perhaps he and Barris have already made an agreement, Ze Klemperhesen speculated. In that case, the alliance between these two brothers is solid and reliable, unless some accident occurs. For example, if Albert's health improves, or if he suddenly has a legitimate heir, only then would new conflicts arise, Weiss analyzed. What you said is only one aspect, Ze Klemperhesen continued. On the way from the Norman Empire to the Free Federation, we heard rumors that Crown Prince Albert's condition has been poor recently, and he even fainted at a royal council meeting. Many people know about this, and the credibility is relatively high. If his health deteriorates rapidly, Barris will certainly go all out and will not tolerate any mishaps. And as Barris's right-hand man, Seydlitz might urgently return to the capital to assist Barris in seizing power. If Seydlitz returns to the rear, will the Norman army's offensive on the front line experience a temporary stagnation? Weiss asked. Ze Klemperhesen slowly shook his head. Based on my understanding of the Norman army, it is highly unlikely that this situation will occur. They are loyal to the empire and the imperial power, not to any specific individual. They don't actually care much about who holds the power. As long as the person in power has sufficient ambition and wisdom and makes decisions at the strategic level, the execution at the tactical level will be carried out by the army. Unless the power struggle in the rear requires the intervention of the army and orders are sent to the military, the army will continue to carry out operations according to the original plan and rhythm. This information certainly has high reference value, but as a commander, one must absolutely not pin hopes on uncertain things. Weiss returned to the war game table to contemplate countermeasures, while Ze Klemperhesen stood silently on the side. He had arrived in the morning, and it had been nearly a day. Apart from normal meals, he hadn't rested and looked a bit weary. Before the Triumvirate Committee made a final decision, Weiss did not send him to the Lord and Lady. On one hand, hidden concerns could not be completely ruled out, on the other hand, whether he could meet with young Kemp in this state required further consideration. After dinner, Weiss had his adjutant take Ze Klemperhesen back to his own room and repeatedly instructed him to give sufficient attention to his diet and daily life, the implication being that until there were new orders, his every move must be monitored, and there could not be any mishaps. Ze Klemperhesen could certainly understand the implication. In the current situation, with him arriving in such an unexpected manner, the caution on the part of the Federation army was understandable and acceptable. After Ze Klemperhesen left, his two partners came up to ask for Weiss's thoughts. Weiss frankly stated that he felt his older brother had gone through great hardships to come here, following his heart to abandon darkness for light. Given his personality, it was unlikely that he would use a bitter meat scheme to seek benefits. However, out of security considerations, he felt it necessary to observe him for a period of time, preferably until after the Battle of Samsonas before reaching a conclusion. As for the various intelligence and information he provided, especially the content regarding battlefield layout, it was necessary to think and ponder carefully, but one should not believe it entirely even if he returned sincerely. He had been away from the command level of the Norman army for several years, and his military thinking might already be outdated. Over the next few days, Weiss actively helped the Federation army strengthen and consolidate the Samsonas defensive line, but he didn't go out much, mainly analyzing based on data from the Triumvirate Committee's staff department. During this time, Ze Klemperhesen also stayed at Krumbehesen Castle. It was the first time in decades that the two brothers had spent a few days together, which was truly precious. The Battle of Neuchâtel had come to an end, and the Norman army was continuously being transferred from the north to reinforce the Samsonas battlefield. Even though Marshal Seydlitz's personal influence had not yet been exerted, the defending Federation army was already facing increasing pressure in terms of troop strength comparison and equipment advantages. Insightful of the enemy's intentions, the Federation army also actively transferred troops to the Samsonas region, but the battlefield mode had long entered the era of three-dimensional warfare. Simply piling up troops on the defensive line was often counterproductive. The Federation army reinforcements arriving at the front were deployed in the depth zones, constructing a defensive model with elastic defense in the front and stronghold support in the rear to cope with the leapfrog attacks the Normans might carry out. During this period, news from the intelligence department confirmed the intelligence provided by Ze Klemperhesen. The ruler of the Norman Empire had been in poor condition recently, and Prince Barris, who served as the chief of general staff of the Norman army, had also returned to the capital from the front line. The commander not being on the front line was not necessarily a bad thing. The Norman army continued to join forces with the armed forces of Wessex to pressure the Federation army from the western, northern, and eastern fronts. Especially on the western front, they had established a firm foothold and intended to advance into the depth zones, while on the northern and eastern fronts, although the Normans' offensive had not yet achieved a decisive victory, both these fronts had tied down a large number of Federation army forces. On the sixth day after Ze Klemperhesen returned to Lorraine, the Normans finally launched an offensive operation in the Samsonas region. After more than 4 hours of intense artillery coverage, they launched a tentative attack on the forward positions. This action was superficial and did not result in fierce, bloody battles. The Federation army's elastic defense also played a major role. During the enemy's artillery preparation phase, only a small number of guard troops were lost on the forward positions, and the fresh forces were preserved. While the Normans launched their ground attack, the fresh forces of the Federation army deployed on the second-line positions quickly transferred to the forward positions, and the reserve troops located in the rear also prepared to respond. Everything was orderly, but it obviously did not escape the eyes of the Normans while attacking. They sent reconnaissance planes for low-altitude reconnaissance, and although many were shot down by the Federation army, they still collected a lot of important information. After the battle began, the Normans' shells and bombs began to fall day and night around the Samsonas urban area. Although Krumbehesen Castle was a relatively isolated target, it was no longer safe here. As the battle progressed, the Triumvirate Committee and staff personnel quickly transferred to the rear position command post, continuing to command the Federation army to resist the Normans' attacks from there. During the transfer, Weiss kept an extra eye out, guarding against Ze Klemperhesen slipping away, but this guy didn't do that. He always followed by Weiss's side, and during the course of the battle, he provided many useful suggestions based on his familiarity with the Normans' advantages. During the first and second waves of the Normans' offensive, the elastic defense worked well, making it impossible for the Normans to cross the first defensive line under the current attack intensity, while the reserve troops commanded by Weiss held firmly on the third and fourth defensive lines. The third defensive line, like the previous two, had a complete defensive cross-section, while the fourth defensive line was a reserve battlefield that connected points into lines and used lines to drive changes. The Normans' offensive was like a rising tide, one wave after another. The third wave of the offensive had clearly analyzed the defenders' defensive deployment based on the previous two waves of probes and had made adjustments with a focus. In this round of attacks, the defenders began to lose positions. The battle was fought from early morning until evening, and the old city of Samsones was occupied by the Normans. During this process, the Normans never squeezed out their specialty air assault tactics, but this did not mean they didn't intend to use this move, rather, they were waiting for the defenders to reveal a larger weakness. The Norman army that occupied Samsones was jubilant. In their view, Samsones was one of the symbols of the resistance of the Lorraine military and civilians, the hometown of the Lorraine Reserve Force commander and the Lorraine administrative chief, and one of the important strongholds of the resistance in the previous war. Little did they know that the change of hands of Samsones was not a concession or incompetence of the Federation army, but an intentional act. On the second night of the Norman army's occupation of Samsones, the Federation army launched a tactical counterattack on the area. Relying on their familiarity with the geography and reserved means, they beat the Normans until they were dizzy in the night battle. After fierce fighting until the second half of the night, the Norman army was actually expelled from Samsones by the Federation army. For the competitive Normans, this was an unbearable defeat, so in the following time, they repeatedly fought for Samsones with the Federation army, basically occupied by the Norman army during the day and recaptured by the Federation army at night. This repeated seesaw battle made the Normans very annoyed, and it also attracted a considerable amount of their energy tactically. During this period, the Lorraine Free Canal industrial zone remained firmly in the hands of the Federation army. Chapter 5, Meat Grinder of the Civilized Era. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest. The tug-of-war in Samsones lasted for 4 days, with the warring parties swapping roles on average twice a day. Due to the extremely heavy casualties suffered by the frontline troops, the Lorraine Reserve Forces under Weiss finally received orders to reinforce the front line. Weiss was horrified by the casualty figures from the Samsones battlefield. Such a tug-of-war was not as simple as it looked, with one side taking the stage after the other, where the attacker drives the defenders out of their positions, and then the defenders recapture them at night. Whether it was an offensive or a counterattack, it was accompanied by terrifying artillery fire and bombing. For one side to take a position, they usually needed to eliminate more than half of the enemy forces stationed there, and the defeated side would suffer significant losses while retreating. In this battle, the Federal Army adopted an elastic defense strategy along the long defensive line. The defense of Samsones initially followed this approach, but because the urban area was not large and the depth of the defense was small, the effect of the elastic defense was not very prominent. As the competition between the two sides became increasingly intense, after every engagement, the positions were almost everywhere littered with the remains of the fallen. The frontline command of this battle was nominally in the hands of the Triumvirate Committee, but in reality, the Air Force was managed by the Air Force and the Army by the Army. Weiss was responsible for coordinating the reserve forces and ensuring supply logistics. This was a very heavy task. The Normans had grasped the essence of guerrilla warfare through the previous war and improved upon it, which caused the Federation Army to face great pressure from the very beginning of the war. On every front, they had to be extremely careful. At the slightest carelessness, supply and material stockpiles would be destroyed by enemy guerrilla forces. The Federation Army was fighting on its own territory, yet it often faced a passive situation. Obviously, with limited regular army strength, fully utilizing the power of reserve forces and the public was the only way to fundamentally solve this problem. Weiss knew this well, and he focused a large part of his energy on protecting his own supply lines and tactical strongholds. Following the resolution of the Triumvirate Committee, Weiss sent 6 battalions of reserve forces to the front line, while he remained stationed in the rear and did not accompany the troops. These reserve forces were the best reserve battalions of the Lorraine people, 5 of which had earned the honorary title of Jaeger Battalion. They had been fully trained in earlier combat operations. Although they were only reserve forces and their combat strength could not compare to frontline troops, let alone match the elite Norman army, the two armies had been fighting for a long time, and the participating units had already exhausted a considerable amount of strength and energy in the continuous tug-of-war and struggle. After being deployed to the battlefield, these reserve forces utilized their familiarity with the environment and preset secret paths to quickly break into the urban area of Samsones occupied by the Norman army. The urban area was not large, but deploying thousands of troops was not a problem. Due to the opponent's heavy weapons and the bombing by the Air Force, which caused huge casualties to densely packed troops, both sides intentionally limited the number of garrison troops. Over these past few days, the Federation Army had deployed up to a division at a time to the Samsones battlefield, which was later gradually reduced to half that strength, that is to say, about 2 to 3 regiments were deployed for each counterattack. As for the Normans they faced, except for the large number of troops deployed during the initial attack, they never deployed more than 2 regiments for either defense or counterattack thereafter. Only at the most critical moments of the battle would mobile reserves be mobilized to reinforce the front line, which might reach 4 regiments, but usually not more than 10,000 men. Even under such circumstances, the casualties on the battlefield were still quite staggering. In just one night, Weiss received news that the 6 reserve battalions involved in the battle had suffered casualties of over 60%, more than half of the troops had lost their combat effectiveness, and the remainder were struggling to hold on. After learning the details of that night's battle, he realized that such heavy casualties were not due to problems in command or combat, but a terrifying norm, which made a word pop into his mind: meat grinder. People often use meat grinder to describe fierce and continuous battles. In the last war, AO City was a notorious meat grinder. Both sides successively committed millions of troops and lost hundreds of thousands of personnel. On the Samsonas battlefield, if the fighting continued at this speed, not only would the frontline troops be unable to bear it, but the reserve forces would also soon be wiped out. However, the battlefield was in a state of killing 1,000 enemies while suffering 800 losses oneself. Every time the Federation army lost a batch of troops, the Normans likewise suffered losses on this battlefield. It was hard to say which side could hold out, but often the one that persisted could win the victory. The next morning, the Normans launched another attack on Samsonas. After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, they once again drove the Federation army out of the urban area. During this process, the Federation army mobilized heavy artillery to provide fire coverage over the urban area of Samsonas and dispatched bomber groups to launch 2 rounds of bombing on the urban area. The Normans did not show any weakness. They deployed airships to sweep the Federation army's defensive zone with powerful artillery fire, and then from dawn to dusk, they dispatched dozens of sorties of combat aircraft to bomb the Federation army withdrawing from Samsonas, and launched a round of fierce artillery strikes before night fell. Regarding the battle situation in Samsonas, Weiss and his 2 partners had a long talk. They all believed that this brutal meat grinder battle deviated from the trend of civilization's development and returned to the most primitive and bloody instincts. However, if they were to hand over Samsonas, it would not only lead to a tactical failure but might also trigger a chain reaction, leading to a strategic retreat. However, to hold Samsonas to the death, they had to constantly pour in troops and endure the enemy's artillery strikes. It should be known that the Normans had prepared some new weapons for this war, such as high-speed transport ships equipped with multiple large-caliber heavy guns. They installed large-caliber guns comparable to those on a battleship onto these highly mobile transport ships to use as mobile gun platforms, and provided cover with combat ships and combat aircraft. Just deploying 1 or 2 of these terrifying gunships could turn a town into ruins, and Samsonas had already suffered multiple rounds of such terrifying heavy artillery strikes in the previous few days of fighting, and many Federation officers and soldiers had perished under such artillery fire. The Federation army was not without countermeasures. In times of peace, thanks to the efforts of many people with vision, the Federation's flight technology continued to develop. After the outbreak of the war, relying on the mature aviation industry and the reserve forces cultivated by flying clubs and flying competitions, the Federal Air Force rapidly expanded its scale. The fighter units that could be summoned and were ready for battle became the key force for the Federation army to resist strong enemies on all fronts. On the Samsonas battlefield, the Federal Air Force's attack aircraft and bombers continuously dropped incendiary bombs, high-explosive bombs, and special bombs on the heads of the Normans. Several waves of bombing could likewise raze a town to the ground. If the Normans continued to occupy Samsonas, kept reinforcing their fortifications, and hid their troops in sturdy underground bunkers, the effectiveness of the Federal Air Force's bombing would become lower and lower. Only by repeatedly engaging them, so that the Normans could never build solid defensive fortifications there, could they maximize the advantage of the Federal Air Force and continuously consume the enemy's vital forces. At dusk, the Triumvirate Committee made a difficult decision, to send another 2,000 frontline troops and 2,000 reserve troops to participate in the night counterattack, and additionally use a newly transferred assault regiment and 4 reserve battalions as combat reserves. The 4,000 officers and soldiers incorporated into the counterattack force were temporarily drawn from previously battered units and organized into 8 combat columns. The vast majority of them had witnessed the purgatory-like scenes of the Samsonas battlefield, some had participated in the battle for 2 consecutive days, and some had even been to the front line 3 times. In the night counterattacks, the Federation army units were always full of momentum and destructive, but during the day, they were unable to hold out against the Normans' attacks, which disregarded casualties. In the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone southeast of Samsonas, this kind of brutal offensive and defensive battle was also repeatedly taking place. The Normans' offensive failed to achieve a one-wave victory, they were trying to push forward every day, but their daily gains were very limited. Sometimes, they could take over a dozen factories in a day, but at night, the Federation army would also use preset paths to recapture some of the factory areas. The sturdy factories gradually turned into ruins amidst the fierce artillery fire, but even ruins could become solid combat fortresses. Both sides committed tens of thousands of troops here, with thousands of losses every day. Although the battle situation here was not as close to a living hell as Samsonas, the situation was also quite tragic. The reason both sides kept pouring in troops was clearly because each had its own goals. The Federation army was blocking the opponent here to consume the enemy's troops and morale, and although the Normans had been unable to take it for a long time, they seemed to feel that they could attract and pin down the main forces of the Federation army through such battles. On the 10th day after the Battle of Samsonas began, the 2 sides had still not decided the outcome, and the Normans finally brought out their specialty, the aerial assault landing tactic. They used heavily armored transport ships to deploy tens of thousands of elite soldiers into the deep zone behind the Federation army's defensive line. They had made full preparations and carried out a large amount of reconnaissance and sabotage operations, but this airborne assault operation by a heavy force group did not achieve the expected results. In the next 2 days, the Federation army held on to various tactical strongholds, preventing the enemy landing forces from achieving tactical coordination with the attacking forces on the front of the defensive line, and also preventing them from posing a fatal threat to the Federation Army's vital parts in the deep zone. Before the enemy's second wave of landing began, Weiss committed a large portion of the reserve forces to the night counterattack operation. This time, he was not afraid of danger and personally went into battle, blocking the enemy's landing forces on the road leading to the important town in the rear. This difficult and resolute blocking battle left the elite Norman army battered and humiliated, and this seemed to have become a microcosm of the Battle of Somme, as the flexible tactics that the Normans were proud of and that had always worked were no longer as unstoppable as before in front of the United Federation Army. Chapter 6, Thank you, I'm not leaving. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Setting aside the horrifying casualty figures, the Battle of Somme has consistently developed in the established direction. From a strategic perspective, this was a war of attrition favorable for the Federation Army to exhaust and dismantle the strength of the Norman army. However, just as Z had stated during the wargame deduction, if this campaign were not commanded by Marshal Seydlitz, the Federation Army would have had a great chance of winning. Conversely, because Seydlitz held the position of Commander-in-Chief on the Western Front, he could mobilize resources from all sides to support this battle. He could completely step outside the campaign itself and mobilize other troops on the Western Front to launch forceful military actions in other regions, thereby changing the situation at Somme. By the 17th day of the campaign, the Normans pushed forward from the Northern Front, approaching Meissen, the capital of Lorraine. This was another strategic stronghold heavily garrisoned by the Federation Army, a traditional industrial zone and densely populated area of Lorraine, and an important hub connecting Lorraine with the rear. If something went wrong with Meissen, the Norman army could easily strike the edge of the Sea of Ice, cutting off the land connection between Lorraine and the rear. Although this situation had occurred in the previous war, and the Federation military and civilians had used air and sea transport to maintain the connection between the rear and Lorraine, from the overall perspective of the war, this would make the Federation army increasingly passive. For the people of Lorraine, they would once again enter an era of bloody and cruel guerrilla warfare. Meissen could not be lost. This was the unanimous judgment of the Federation Army generals. However, in order to prepare for and implement the Somme campaign, they had mobilized as much of the combat power within Lorraine as possible. Although Meissen nominally still had nearly 10 divisions of the Federation Army and dozens of reserve battalions, it must be understood that these regular troops had been withdrawn from the front line for rest and replenishment, with many units possessing only 20 to 30% of their combat effectiveness, while those reserve battalions were primarily composed of newly recruited conscripts. The only good news was that General Idias was personally stationed in Meissen. He was experienced and steady, and within his authority, he could mobilize all combat forces within Lorraine. Under the command of this veteran Federation general, the Allied forces engaged in fierce combat with the attacking Norman army north of Meissen. Due to the tenacious resistance of the Federation Army, the Normans were ultimately unable to break through the defenses from this route, but this was clearly not the only trick the Normans had. On the 22nd day of the Battle of Somme, the Normans brazenly attacked Slin, the most important military stronghold in southern Lorraine. Even more concerning was that it took the Normans only a day and a half to break through Slin's 3 outer lines of defense. Although they were temporarily blocked by the core defense line of the Federation Army, the gunboats that followed launched a fierce bombardment on Slin. The Norman ground troops secured excellent firing positions for the fast and mobile aerial gunboats. In just over 2 hours of fire, they reduced a large number of aviation facilities constructed by the Federation Army in Slin to fragments. By the time the Federal Air Force launched a counterattack with reckless determination, the Norman flying gunboats had already begun to withdraw. The Federal Army fighter aircraft that pursued them engaged in a fierce aerial battle west of Slin with the Norman fighters covering their own flying gunboats, and the Federal Air Force failed to gain any advantage. After nightfall, the Norman ground troops launched a ferocious offensive against Slin, which had lost its heavy equipment support, and broke into the core positions of the Federation Army that very night. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Federation reinforcements to repel the Norman army, Slin would have been declared fallen before Somme. The tense situation in Slin forced the Federation Army to shift its attention from Somme to southern Lorraine. In comparison, Slin's strategic significance was clearly superior. To hold Slin, General Idias had to redistribute forces from his limited troops. Consequently, the Federation Army deployed to the Somme battlefield not only failed to receive further reinforcements but also had some heavy equipment transferred away. The Normans seemed to have the movements of the Federation Army at their fingertips. Over the next few days, Norman combat aircraft and light vessels frequently penetrated deep into Lorraine, launching raids on Federation units and their baggage trains moving along railways and highways. This aerial hunting operation was even sharper than the ground guerrilla warfare they excelled at. The Federation Army, which had originally been holding its stronghold steadily, was not only exhausted by the enemy's maneuvers but also lost precious strength after leaving their positions. By the 32nd day of the Battle of Somme, the Federation Army's original momentum had weakened significantly, and the Normans, after resting and replenishing, launched a new offensive. The most violent firestorm since the start of the campaign appeared on the Somme battlefield. Norman ground troops followed the artillery fire to attack the Federation Army, while Norman vessels carrying elite Marines conducted airborne landings at various points behind the Federation lines. This compact, multidimensional attack had tested the Federation lines many times. Although the Federation Army had prepared various backup plans, under this overwhelming assault and the shifting tide of the situation, they finally failed to withstand this heavy blow from the enemy. Somme and the Lorraine Free Canal industrial zone fell into Norman hands one after another. Soon, several important strongholds in the depth were also occupied by the Normans. Under these circumstances, the Triumvirate Committee had to face the reality that the Battle of Somme had failed and sent an emergency telegram to General Idias. Although the Federation army in the Lorraine region at this time still had a clear numerical advantage over the Norman army coming from afar and enjoyed the full support of the populace, General Edius found himself in a position with no troops to deploy. He had to order the Federation army on the Somme-Onnes battlefield to retreat in an orderly fashion, withdraw from the fight, and assemble in the Meissen area. In Slin to the south, with the end of the Battle of Somme-Onnes, the Norman army seemed to be infused with great spiritual strength, piercing through the core defense zone of the Federation army with unstoppable momentum. In less than 2 days, General Edius helplessly issued withdrawal orders to 2 important campaign headquarters. Tens of thousands of Federation troops, along with massive reserve units and baggage trains, retreated toward the Lorraine capital, Meissen. In offensive operations, the Federation army was sometimes unremarkable, but in retreat operations, they were exceptionally experienced. The Normans had many ways to defeat a Federation army holding a defensive zone, but they were not necessarily adept at inflicting heavy damage or annihilating them during a retreat. With the joint efforts of various generals and their respective units, more than 100,000 Federation military and civilians who participated in the Battle of Somme-Onnes retreated relatively smoothly to the Meissen area. Meissen is located in the plains of southeastern Lorraine and is the terminal railway hub in the southwest of the Federation, making it suitable for economic development. After several years of rapid post-war expansion, its urban area has increased by more than half. Even so, Meissen is still not considered a suitable stronghold for defense in military terms. A city, if only its geographical location is less than ideal, can still be turned into a solid fortress as long as the defending officers and soldiers have the determination to die. In fact, today's Meissen is not much different from AO City in the previous war. The rivers, hills, and southern ravines here provide the defending troops with more tactical space. As a veteran with profound experience, General Edius did not make a choice among the conventional options. Instead, he ostensibly consolidated defenses in Meissen with great fanfare, putting on a posture of fighting a decisive battle to the death with the enemy. In reality, utilizing a short rest period of just a few days, he reorganized the various forces and then, with elite assault divisions as the main combat force, launched a thunderous counterattack toward Slin. This counterattack was tactical in nature, aimed at blocking the Norman army advancing from Slin toward Meissen at a greater distance, creating the most favorable battlefield situation possible for the upcoming Battle of Meissen. After the counterattack began, it exceeded the Normans' expectations. In the Halger forest between Slin and Meissen, the Federation army achieved a great victory on a rainy night, annihilating thousands of Norman troops while their own casualties were minimal. The Federation army took advantage of the momentum of the counterattack to once again approach the Slin area. Both sides were well aware that with Slin's original military facilities destroyed and new fortifications not yet established and consolidated, its military value was not high. Therefore, the Norman army gave up Slin without resistance. Considering the stretching of the front line and the danger of supply lines being cut off by the Normans, the Federation army committed to the counterattack only symbolically recovered Slin, while the elite combat forces quietly retreated to the outskirts of Meissen. 2 days later, the Normans realized their opponent had not taken the bait and subsequently retook Slin with a regiment. In the direction of Somme-Onnes, the Federation army sent a small number of reconnaissance units for combat reconnaissance and found that the Norman army was massing troops there, preparing to advance toward Meissen along the canal. Consequently, the Federation army chose to cut off the wrist to save the arm, blowing up a series of transport facilities along the line and blocking the canal. Listening to the rumbling thunder coming from the front, Weiss's heart was exceptionally heavy. Every roar felt like a drumstick striking his heart, causing an indescribable pain. Lorraine had entered its golden period of development after the war, with emerging industries represented by Somme-Onnes and the Lorraine Free Canal industrial zone springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, bringing a new dawn to this ancient and backward land. If not for this detestable war, Lorraine would surely have become the most vibrant region in the Western Federation and even the entire Federation in the foreseeable years, and the people's standard of living would have continued to rise. This could have entirely been the starting point for his personal journey toward a larger political stage. Unfortunately, all these beautiful visions were shattered in the rumbling of the cannons. The most painful thing at the moment was not just this. Hundreds of thousands of Lorraine residents were stationed around Meissen under the command of General Edius. They still had the strength to launch a new counterattack, but the Normans currently held the initiative on the entire battlefield. As they deployed more and more troops to the western front under the command of their genius commander, Marshal Seydlitz, if the rear became stable, they would surely carry the unfinished business of the previous war to the end. In facing a powerful enemy at Meissen, Weiss did not have much confidence in winning. In his conversations with General Edius, he had already clearly noticed that the veteran general had pragmatically prepared to lead the Lorraine army to the rear, which was a preparation a commander ought to make. As of now, the Federation General Staff Headquarters had not yet issued a fight-to-the-death order. In fact, it was unlikely they would be required to yield not an inch of ground and fight to the last man. In the war with the Normans, the Federation military and civilians had long since realized that preserving strength was the primary task. The gain or loss of a single city or piece of land was not important. For Weiss, he faced an extremely difficult choice, whether to follow the army and withdraw or stay in Lorraine with the people. The Klemper-Hessen family had already been transferred to the rear as a special group, and ZE could also be arranged to evacuate with them, so he would have no worries. However, his status was different from the past. As the administrative head of a frontier province in the southwest of the Federation and an important figure responsible for the mobilization and deployment of Lorraine's reserve forces during wartime, if he fell into enemy hands, the impact would surely be different from the previous war. Weiss considered this for a long time. In times of peace, the people of Lorraine trusted and supported him. In times of war and crisis, how could he abandon the people and only care for his own safety by retreating to the distant rear? If he stayed, it meant that the people of Lorraine could still find their backbone and stand tall in the face of the enemy's iron hooves and pressure, even if guerrilla warfare would require them to make great sacrifices. Indomitable, this was the unyielding spirit of the Lorraine people since ancient times. Thus, when General Adius consulted his opinion once again, he replied with his head held high, retreating is sometimes a strategic necessity and a rational move. I will not feel despair because the General Staff or the Lorraine Command decides to retreat. I will stay behind to do what I am good at and what I should do. Chapter 7, Soul of the Guerrilla. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. One night, half a year later, a violent explosion suddenly occurred at a Norman army camp located in the northern suburbs of Mason. Norman soldiers, disheveled from their sleep, rushed out of their barracks only to be met by a hail of fierce gunfire. In just half a minute, dozens of Norman soldiers lay in pools of blood. Nearby Norman forces rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, with wheeled armored Norman combat vehicles speeding down the roads. Suddenly, a haystack by the roadside exploded violently. Centered on this haystack, almost nothing within a 100-foot radius remained intact. Several wheeled vehicles passing by were blown into piles of spare parts, while those slightly further away were overturned by the powerful shockwave. The vehicles behind came to an emergency halt. Armed with live ammunition and relying on their excellent combat training, the Norman soldiers quickly stabilized their positions after the unexpected attack and deployed into a search formation. Before long, a light airship flew in at low altitude, its searchlights sweeping near the site of the haystack explosion. On the ground, Norman combat vehicles and Norman soldiers conducted a search following these searchlight beams. However, after a long period of commotion, they failed to find even a single shadow, discovering only some tattered electric cables near the haystack. In a single night, centered on the checkpoint that was first attacked, Norman forces within a radius of over a dozen miles were ambushed one after another while providing support or searching. They suffered casualties of over 100 officers and men, along with a significant amount of combat equipment. What infuriated the Normans was that, despite such a large-scale attack, they had failed to capture any trace of the enemy, as if they were ghosts from hell that vanished without a trace as the sun rose. Over the following period, the Normans conducted a large-scale manhunt in the northern region of Mason. With persistent effort, they discovered many facilities used for concealment and movement. Although they failed to arrest the attackers, they found some clues through extensive interrogations. From the information gathered through these interrogations, the Normans learned that the guerrilla force was planning an operation against a prison near Slin to rescue imprisoned guerrilla members and civilians who supported them. Consequently, they painstakingly set a trap. They waited and waited, but the guerrilla force never came. Instead, a military headquarters in northern Valence was completely wiped out by the guerrilla force. Not only did they lose a field officer and several junior officers, but the guerrilla force also made off with a large amount of important military data and ammunition supplies. During the pursuit of the attackers, a unit of the Norman army was ambushed in the mountain forests north of Valence. In this battle, the Normans lost all face, losing an entire company of infantry. What made them even more irritable was that a Norman combat airship that rushed to the rescue that night was attacked from the ground during flight and nearly crashed. Due to the delayed rescue, that infantry company remained isolated and without help throughout the nearly half-hour battle. Even so, the guerrilla force's ability to annihilate a well-trained combat company in just half an hour left them astonished. All of this happened after the Federal regular army withdrew from Lorraine. Just as he had told General Adius, Weiss did not leave. Instead, he led the Lorraine populace to resist the Norman invasion and occupation. With the experience of the previous two guerrilla wars and the lessons from this current war, their methods of fighting the Normans had become more flexible and efficient. They often refrained from acting, but whenever they did, they were sure to achieve results. Similar to the First Lorraine guerrilla war during the conflict, those who stayed behind to fight alongside Weiss this time were armed personnel primarily composed of volunteers from the Lorraine Reserve Forces. They had received sufficient military training and had honed their courage and skills during the most difficult years of the war. On the unique battlefield of guerrilla warfare, they were unafraid of the enemy's strength. Together with their spiritual leader, they used flexible, imaginative combat methods that caused the Normans to suffer greatly. The two wars were separated by a very short time, but the era was changing. In terms of weapon technology, the Normans had developed and equipped more agile and multi-purpose airships, along with a large number of various types of aircraft. This allowed them to provide more powerful air support to ground troops at any time, which accordingly increased the difficulty of survival for guerrilla forces in enemy-occupied areas. If the previous Lorraine guerrilla war's difficulty was hell level, then now it could be considered abyss level. What is an abyss? It is a terrifying existence where one cannot see the bottom even looking down from hell. For example, in the previous war, if a guerrilla squad attacked a relatively remote Norman camp, enemy air support would take nearly half an hour to arrive. Now, even in places far from towns, Norman air power would appear in less than 15 minutes, and a sufficient scale of air power would arrive after half an hour. This meant that the time left for the guerrilla force to resolve a battle and retreat into hiding had been cut in half. On the other hand, the Normans stationed more troops in Lorraine. Only a small portion of these troops were frontline combat forces, most were newly added reserve units and security forces composed of the old and weak. Although the combat effectiveness of these reserve and security units was far inferior to frontline troops, let alone elite marine units, they were still regular military forces. Even if their individual combat power was limited, their tactical proficiency and equipment advantages remained. In the previous war, the Normans had to use Lorraine local security forces. By comparison, these armed forces composed of Normans were clearly more reliable. Recalling the First Lorraine guerrilla war in the previous conflict, it had lasted for over a year from beginning to end. It had its glorious periods, followed by a long low point. Facts proved that relying solely on the strength of the Lorraine populace, combined with limited support from the rear, it was difficult to sustain resistance under the Norman iron heel for long. Every day of persistence required immense courage and willpower, and this time, Weiss and his companions were undergoing an unprecedented ordeal. Over the past half-year, the Normans had continuously invaded federal territory from the west and north, and had even established several bridgeheads on the eastern front. However, the Federation's foundation was a natural chasm that the Normans could not conquer. As time passed, the Federation army grew stronger with every setback, and the resources and industrial power within the Federation's borders played a key role. To destroy industrial production within the Federation, the Normans organized one large-scale air raid after another. However, the Federal Air Force seized rare opportunities to turn the tide, significantly weakening the Norman Empire's aviation strength in two major battles. In the early stages of the war, the Federation army had conducted strategic bombing of strategic targets within the Norman Empire for 2 months, which also drained much of the Normans' vitality. Over the past half-year, the Normans had not advanced into the Federation's heartland on the western front, they were strongly blocked by the Federation army near Ao City. On the northern front, the allied forces of the Normans and Wessex fell into a trap set by the Federation army, suffering an unprecedented defeat in the Battle of Vara. Their front line had remained stalled in an area about 400 miles south of the border. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. On the eastern front, although the Norman bridgeheads strategically placed the Federation in an unprecedented predicament, maintaining these bridgeheads also cost them immense manpower and resources. In this exceptionally fierce war of attrition, the Normans lost to their long supply lines. The Norman offensive gradually became a spent force, and the horn for the Federation army's counterattack was blown not from any city, but from the air. Using Ao City and other places as forward bases, the Federal Air Force sent thousands of ultra-long-range heavy bombers and attack aircraft, grandly crossing the western front and the Monomolan Mountains to launch strategic bombings against the Norman Empire and its allies. Undoubtedly, on Oren's planet, no country had ever opened such a long and hazardous non-stop attack line. The straight-line distance from Ao City to Tosa, an industrial stronghold in the eastern Norman Empire, reached 6,000 miles. Even in very good weather conditions, this was an ultra-long flight requiring nearly 20 hours for a round trip. The super heavy bombers used by the Federation army were upgraded versions of the heavy bombers deployed on the western front in the early stages of the war. They combined artificial new source stone technology with aerodynamic principles to create aerial vehicles weighing hundreds of tons. Because they were primarily made of conventional materials, including steel, aluminum alloys, and chemical raw materials, they were basically not limited by star source stone production, making them perfectly suited to leverage the Federation's resources and industrial characteristics. Thus, in the following period, the guerrilla personnel staying in Lorraine to resist the Normans could often see massive fleets of aircraft roaring overhead. They flew at altitudes exceeding 30,000 feet, unafraid of Norman interception, carrying powerful bombs into the Norman heartland. This method of crushing traditional military tactics and strategy with technology and industrial power left the militarily adept Normans helpless. With the opening of this ultra-long-range bombing route, the Lorraine resistance quietly took on another role, rescuing the pilots of Federation army bombers that were damaged and forced to crash land during the bombing process. Conducting such operations in enemy-occupied territory required not only courage but also wisdom and some luck. For a long period, Weiss and his partners shifted their primary focus from offensive operations to providing rescue for their own downed bomber pilots in Lorraine. The Lorraine populace was also exceptionally supportive of these actions, using their own circumstances to hide surviving Federation army pilots from Norman searches and then smuggling them back to Federation-controlled areas. The continuous large-scale strategic bombing gradually changed the war situation. The Norman Empire's war potential was steadily weakened, and the quantity and quality of equipment and ammunition for frontline troops began to decline. Wessex, which was also subjected to large-scale bombing by the Federal Army, was even more teetering on the brink. The ruling officer corps had already split, the faction insisting on independence had long been dissatisfied with the faction that had sided with the Normans. With the support of lower-level officers, soldiers, and the public, they gathered their strength and launched a military coup, quickly announcing their withdrawal from the war. The Normans, of course, would not sit idly by as their largest northern ally withdrew, nor could they tolerate the Federation army gaining a stable northern front. Consequently, the Norman army turned its blades against its former allies and subordinates. Within just 2 weeks, the new Wessex regime and its supporters were subjected to bloody attacks by the Normans, after which Wessex completely collapsed into a state of disunity. With Wessex in total chaos, the Federation Army High Command naturally would not miss such an opportunity. They immediately launched a fierce strategic counter-offensive on the northern front, taking only a week to drive the enemy forces that had invaded the Federation from the north back across the border. Then, proceeding steadily, they sent elite troops into Wessex territory and reached a cooperation agreement with Wessex resistance forces to help them drive out the Norman army. After the war, they would maintain Wessex's independence and not impose punitive measures for their involvement in the war. As a result, many people in Wessex joined the Federation's side, allowing the Federation Army's military operations within Wessex territory to proceed smoothly. Taking advantage of the fact that the northern conflict tied up Norman forces, the Federation Army followed up by launching a strategic counter-offensive codenamed Iron Torrent in the Nash Adder Federal State on the western front. They deployed tens of thousands of combat aircraft and over 300,000 ground troops, attacking the Norman army entrenched in the New Chattel Federal State with a frontal push. This frontal push was not a traditional linear array advancement, but one that made it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between the main point of attack and feints. In this operation, the open terrain of Neuchâtel became a stage for fierce clashes between the ground armored units of both sides. The number and quality of the Normans' armored combat vehicles were not inferior to those of the Federation army, but in the face of overwhelming air power, even the strongest ground forces struggled to exert their intended combat effectiveness. After half a month of bitter fighting, the Federation army successfully recovered Neuchâtel. By this time, Lorraine was the only federal state on the western front still occupied by the enemy. The Federation army's unstoppable momentum on the main battlefield made the Normans feel increasingly uneasy. The Norman army occupying Lorraine fell into a state of agitation, and the more agitated they became, the more tyrannical they were toward the resistance. Since the Alliance army began taking off from air bases in Neuchâtel to bomb targets in the Norman Empire's heartland and even threaten their capital, the number of Alliance army bombers crash landing in Lorraine dropped sharply. The guerrilla force returned to its old trade, harassing the Norman army everywhere and destroying their facilities. Under these circumstances, the Normans issued an unprecedented decree in Lorraine: in any area where the guerrilla force was active, all residents and livestock were to be slaughtered without exception. This was a warning to the guerrilla force and the Lorraine populace alike. To avoid innocent people being persecuted by the enemy, the guerrilla force had to choose to operate in relatively sparsely populated areas, or even areas with no residents nearby, but this was clearly not a long-term solution. Finally, one day, the guerrilla force's informants in Mason were hunted by the Normans. During the escape, the guerrilla members killed several Norman soldiers. Although they were subsequently killed by the Normans in the ensuing fight, the Normans used this as a pretext to launch a large-scale manhunt in Mason, arresting over 4,000 suspicious civilians and throwing them into prison. Subsequently, these Lorraine residents were subjected to inhumane torture for confessions. The Normans began hanging them in the central square of Mason at a rate of 10 people per day. Such brutal actions triggered a fierce reaction from the Lorraine populace. The Lorraine guerrilla force promptly captured 16 Norman soldiers during a combat operation north of Valence and warned the occupying army that if they continued to hang innocent local people, these Norman officers and soldiers would be hanged from trees by the roadside. However, the Normans remained indifferent. A few days later, the Normans found the bodies of their comrades hanging from trees in the mountain forests north of Valence. They were fly-blown with rage and carried out a cruel sweep of Valence and its surroundings, not only throwing thousands of innocent residents into prison but also continuing to publicly hang those they deemed supporters of the guerrilla force. Strategically, the Normans continuously reinforced their various strongholds in Lorraine. They assumed the Federation army would only advance further into the Norman Empire's homeland after recovering Lorraine. Within the Federation army, the call to recover Lorraine was also unprecedentedly high, especially under the provocation of such cruel acts, which filled people with righteous indignation. However, wise strategic decision-makers deployed a westward advance. They quickly invaded the kingdom of Frisia and then used Frisia as a forward base, bypassing the Monomolan Mountains to advance to the border of the Norman Empire. Chapter 8, The Genius's Wager. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. On gloomy days, thick cloud layers restricted visibility to within a few thousand feet of the ground. In northern Mason, around the military airbase flying the Norman flag, Norman soldiers in anti-aircraft gun positions hidden under camouflage nets looked up from time to time, fearing that the agile yet lethal Federal Army fighter aircraft would suddenly dive out of the clouds to attack the airbase. Near the gun positions, some metal devices shaped like morning glories were placed. Some Norman soldiers pressed their ears to the bottom of the devices, clearly trying to predict the movements of enemy aircraft by sound localization. Pure sound does not distinguish between friend and foe, but there were differences in performance and mechanical noise between the airships and combat aircraft used by both sides. Specially trained and experienced soldiers could still make judgments based on the sound. Over the past 6 months, the Normans had appointed 2 successive Lorraine military governors. The current one, named Victor, was a young general who had lost his left leg and left eye on the battlefield. On this morning of heavy cloud cover, he led a group of officers to wait patiently at the airbase's landing zone. Soon, a majestic-looking flying battleship descended from the sky, and the 2 handsome young men who stepped out of the hatch carried an aura that commanded the respect and admiration of those present. The arrival of 2 commanders in person has greatly boosted the morale and fighting spirit of the troops, Victor complimented awkwardly. One of the 2 commanders was Marshal Sidlitz, the commander of the Western Front. In recent months, the situation on the Western Front had deteriorated sharply, leaving him overwhelmed and exhausted. Had it not been for the veteran Marshal Dervisen completely bungling things on the Northern Front, his predicament might have been even more agonizing. Traveling with Sidlitz was Air Admiral Morg of the Norman Empire. This man was slightly older than Sidlitz and, like him, hailed from the northern nobility of the Norman Empire, also bearing the illustrious title of a genius commander. In the previous war, he followed his father, Old Morg, and rose to prominence through a series of combat operations. After the war, he showed many highlights in the reorganization and preparation of the aviation units, particularly gaining great fame for leading a task force to complete the exploration of the Sea of Fury and commanding Norman officers and soldiers to establish an island research base under harsh conditions. In this war, the Norman Empire's aviation units had struggled overall against the increasingly powerful Federal Air Force, despite alternating victories and defeats. Aside from the stunningly novel tactics in the early stages of the war, they failed to deliver sufficiently strong performances most of the time. This was also a significant factor in the Norman army's delay in achieving a decisive victory. However, the mediocre performance of the Norman Empire's aviation units was not the responsibility of just one person. At least Admiral Morg's series of operations had a high win rate, and combined with his prominent family background and outstanding appearance and temperament, he was a very suitable spokesperson for the military's image, perfect for encouraging young people to join the army and seek glory. This promising aviation general was only a newly promoted air lieutenant general when the war broke out. Through a series of military operations, he quickly accumulated merit and prestige. Now, he was already the most dazzling star of the Norman Empire's aviation units, only one decisive result away from breaking through the long-coveted threshold to become a rare marshal of the Norman Empire's aviation units. At the military airbase in Mason, the two young commanders did not linger in the public eye, nor did they boost the morale of the officers and soldiers as Victor had expected. Instead, they hurried into the Integrated Combat Command Center located within the airbase. Once they reached the command center, all irrelevant personnel were asked to leave, leaving only a few Norman generals, including Victor. As the military governor, Victor could only take the lowest seat in this room. The others were either powerful figures from the Norman Empire's army or aviation units in Lorraine, or senior staff members following the two young generals. They bore an indescribable pressure, though disappointed by the war situation, they had not fallen into pessimism. Frisia's army was fragile, which was not surprising. The Federal Army had basically occupied the entire country and was advancing toward the eastern border of the Norman Empire. The Normans' current overall strategy was to hold off the Federal Army's offensive at the eastern border, which most Normans believed would not be difficult. For centuries, no country's army had been able to flaunt its power on their territory even in the thrilling war 30 years ago, when the Federation and Wessex armies jointly marched into the Norman Empire's territory. During those months of fighting, they had superior numbers and a favorable situation, yet they still suffered heavy losses. Sedlitz began by leading everyone present to reminisce about that period of history. Judging by their ages, most people here had lived through that war, but their distant memories were from childhood. Nowadays, our national strength is at its peak in centuries. Although our current situation is not ideal, I have always believed in one saying, the more dangerous the predicament, the more opportunities there are to turn the tables. Everyone, the Federal Army has not exhausted its efforts to retake Lorraine, instead, they are attacking our territory via Frisia. In their eyes, this is a clever move, a shortcut to winning the war. But in my eyes, they are likely to pay a heavy price for their arrogance. If the Federal Army achieves victory in the eastern part of the empire and then moves south to attack the Kingdom of Basel, cutting off our retreat, we will be in unprecedented trouble. Similarly, if we use Lorraine as a springboard to launch an attack and cut off their retreat from Frisia, they too will be in a desperate situation. Now it depends on who has more efficiency and determination in their combat goals. Sedlitz analyzed the current war situation for everyone in a forceful tone. Although it carried his usual arrogance, it was generally objective. The Normans' current situation looked a bit bleak, and the Federation Army's unconventional strategic decision indeed held hidden dangers, but the Norman army keeping a significant portion of its forces in Lorraine was also a risky move. If they failed, they could lose everything and ultimately lose the war. The key lay in which side could more quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly seize the opponent's flaws. Admiral Morg and I have come to Lorraine to orchestrate the most brilliant and magnificent campaign of this war with all of you. Before coming here, we had an audience with His Highness the Regent and His Highness the Chief of General Staff, receiving their affirmation and support. In the next at least 3 months, we will receive the fullest support including troops, equipment, and supplies. Our aviation units will also be committed to this decisive battle to the maximum extent. Having brought the topic to this point, Sedlitz paused his speech, and Admiral Morg continued to communicate and make arrangements. This young Air Admiral did not have the wordy habits of middle-aged and elderly generals, instead, he got straight to the point in a clear voice. In modern warfare, speed is of the essence, the more efficient we are, the more we can achieve our goals. Now we are racing against time, only by being faster than the enemy will we have a chance. As everyone knows, before this, the Federation conducted long-term bombing of our industrial facilities with a sudden, massive force of bombers, which dealt a significant blow to our armaments. Similarly, we have also conducted long-term bombing of industrial and military targets in the Federation's heartland, putting them under great pressure as well. Overall, for this campaign, we will gather as many fast combat airships and fighter units as possible in Lorraine, launching night raids on targets in the Federation's heartland with fast airships and guarding the skies over Lorraine with fighter units to resist the Federal Air Force's counterattacks. The General Staff Headquarters has promised that during these 3 months, no matter how bad the situation at home is, no combat forces will be diverted from us. Everyone, this means that for the next 3 months, our home army and people will bear immense pressure and even casualties. Every day is bought for us by their blood and wool, so our combat operations must race against every second. Before the units finish assembling, everyone must remain calm and use the best possible camouflage measures to hide our true intentions, especially guarding against enemy guerrilla forces. As far as I know, they are very good at sudden raids and sabotage. We must not only protect the military secrets of the assembling units but also avoid unnecessary losses as much as possible before the campaign officially begins. Pausing for a moment, Morg continued, conservatively estimated, we need to deploy 150 to 180 combat airships this time. Within 3 months, except for severely damaged vessels, all other vessels will undergo field repairs and combat replenishment in Lorraine. You should know that such a massive flight formation requires a considerable amount of personnel and supplies for maintenance and replenishment, as well as a large number of combat units for security. According to our agreed combat strategy, during the 3-month aviation combat period, except for the first month, the ground forces will also launch operations into the enemy's heartland in the following 2 months. Therefore, we need to mobilize all available forces and make sufficiently precise plans. Our airship assembly and replenishment areas in Lorraine are divided into 3 locations. The first is the Barca Valley in northeastern Lorraine, where villages within 100 miles need round-the-clock monitoring. The second is the Bode River Valley in east-central Lorraine, where villages from Somsonis to Slin must be strictly monitored to prevent the enemy from spying on our intelligence. The third is the airbase where we are right now. This is our open card, and this area needs focused defense, with more than half of the fighter units deployed in the vicinity. These 3 assembly areas, especially the first 2 hidden ones, need to be in place within 10 days, after which the airships will move in one after another. If all goes well, starting from the last day of this month, we will launch a large-scale aerial offensive against the enemy. Regarding the upcoming massive offensive, the 2 young commanders had clear ideas and firm determination, and the senior staff accompanying them were also full of confidence. The unit commanders summoned here naturally could not show hesitation or doubt. However, most of their units had been withdrawn from the Neuchâtel and Clairvaux battlefields. The failure of those campaigns meant not only the loss of soldiers and generals but also the damage or abandonment of much technical equipment, and the morale and confidence of the troops had also been shaken to some extent. Among these unfavorable factors, some could be improved through timely guidance and adjustment, and some could be covered up through adrenaline shot-like measures, but clearly not all of them. Furthermore, times had changed. Facing thousands of Federal Army fighter aircraft, whether the 100-plus airships and the not too numerous combat aircraft mobilized by the Norman army could maintain relative air superiority for a long time was still a big question mark. All of this cast a layer of clouds that sunlight could hardly penetrate over the prospects of the campaign. Chapter 9, Chasing the Wind. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The battlefield is like the weather, sometimes clear for 10,000 miles and visible at a glance, sometimes a violent storm where it's hard to tell east from west, and sometimes thick with fog and utterly bewildering. Judging the enemy's movements often requires gathering intelligence from all sides and conducting a comprehensive analysis, but it's not an absolute science. Many times, as long as one grasps the practical significance of the great truth is simple and evaluates the enemy's starting point and destination, one can clear the clouds and see the truth. In a secret telegram to the Federation Army High Command, Weiss proposed his own insight. In the current situation, the Normans would either withdraw the fresh forces in Lorraine back to the Norman Empire proper, using them only to divert the Federation Army's attention, or use Lorraine as a springboard to launch a counterattack, cutting off the rear of the Federation Army operating outside the borders to achieve a reversal on the strategic grand chessboard. The former was a cautious move, while the latter was a radical strategy. Given the Normans' usual disposition, they would most likely adopt a radical strategy, intending to annihilate the main force of the Federation Army in Frisia and turn the tide of the war once and for all. According to this logic, no matter what clever camouflage measures the Normans took, they would certainly send additional combat units to Lorraine, and elite assault troops at that. In the previous war, the Normans had adopted a carrot-and-stick policy toward the Lorraine populace, using threats, inducements, and attempts to divide and conquer, but this policy clearly failed to achieve its intended effect. Since the people of Lorraine were such a tough nut to crack, the Norman army had directly resorted to cruel suppression since occupying Lorraine in this war. The more brutal the occupying army became, the stronger the resistance of the Lorraine people grew. Nowadays, in every part of Lorraine where people gathered, there were basically eyes and ears for the resistance organization, and their communication channels and efficiency had improved significantly compared to the previous war. It was almost impossible for the Normans to conduct large-scale military operations in Lorraine without being noticed. Before Weiss sent this important advisory telegram, informants near Mason had already provided crucial intelligence. The Normans were increasing personnel and supplies. Although the scale was not yet large, one could see the whole picture from a single detail, under the circumstances where their homeland was about to be attacked by the Federation Army, continuing to provide troops and supplies to Lorraine, far beyond the national borders, already revealed their thoughts on the overall strategy. Soon, a higher-level report from informants among the Normans indicated that 2 heavyweight commanders had arrived in Lorraine to personally mobilize and deploy troops, and one of these high-ranking officials was of marshal rank. Weiss guessed it was Seydlitz almost immediately, as this man came from the northern nobility of the Norman Empire, and it was the eastern regions of the Norman Empire that were currently threatened by the alliance forces. In times of peace, although Seydlitz was stationed in the east, it was not his true sphere of influence. Even if he saved the east, it would not change the map of the power classes. For the Norman Empire, current Lorraine was a strategic enclave. If a world-shaking counterattack could be launched here, it would be an unparalleled achievement for Seydlitz. If the region were lost, it would merely be the loss of the last occupied territory outside their homeland. With the overall war situation worsening, losing Lorraine would not bring too much trouble to his military career. Weighing the 2 options, the choice was not difficult to make. The Federation Army High Command quickly responded to the long secret telegram sent by Weiss, requesting that the Lorraine guerrilla force and resistance organizations everywhere closely monitor the enemy's movements and transmit intelligence back to the military in a timely manner. Currently, Lorraine was the last isolated island among the Federation state capitals. The surrounding federal states such as Neuchâtel, Clairvaux, Anjou, and Marbleton had been completely reclaimed. Although there were natural geographical differences between Lorraine and the surrounding federal states, the Normans had limited troops and could not deploy a complete alert and blockade line along the borders. The guerrilla forces in Lorraine had long since established contact with their own troops via land routes. Their personnel and equipment situations were rapidly improving, and they once again possessed the strength to contend with the occupying army. During this period, Weiss saw some old faces, but those he was most familiar with did not appear in Lorraine. For example, Octavie was said to have gone to the Norman Empire front with the first wave of troops and would once again step into Norman territory, using her research on the geography, terrain, culture, and history of the Norman Empire from the last war to facilitate the Federation Army's operational planning. Another example was Nicola. She had few opportunities to kill enemies on the front lines in this war, especially after the Air Force had expanded several times over. She mostly played the roles of flight instructor and operations staff officer, providing whatever help she could to Air Force commanders and encouraging young pilots to dedicate themselves to the battlefield and fight bravely. Under her influence and call, the Federation Air Force formed its first women's flight squadron. These heroines had now followed the main force to the Frisia front and had already entered Lorraine's airspace many times. They had all fulfilled their promise to make the Normans taste the bitter fruit of their treachery. Only in this temporarily forgotten land of Lorraine were Weiss and his companions still resisting in the purest way. In the night sky, bright moonlight shone upon the floating clouds, and the dark firmament was like clean velvet, setting off these clouds with their strange colors. Above the snow-covered Monomolan mountains, dark painted airships drifted quietly like cigar-shaped clouds. Unless one were close, the mechanical roar they emitted could not be heard at all. These airships were neither as massive as the capital ships of the previous war nor as stout as common transport ships. Instead, they pursued ultimate maneuverability with exceptionally slender lines. These multi-purpose light airships were mass-produced vessels manufactured by the Normans by forcibly increasing production capacity, utilizing the vast star source stone resources and industrial equipment obtained after Northern Wessex joined forces with the Norman Empire. Like the cruisers and frigates of the past, they possessed high maneuverability, but their armament was not as complex, usually consisting of only 3 specifications of cannons: medium-caliber main guns, small-caliber rapid-fire guns, and close-in defense cannons. More amazingly, they could typically carry 4 to 6 special fighters. These fighters were powered by artificial star source stones and internal combustion engines, covered in sturdy armor, and possessed immense impact force. Their straight-line speed was very fast, and their endurance was strong. They could linger on the battlefield for several hours and then calmly return to their mothership or airfield. However, their maneuverability was poor, making them suitable for hit-and-run attack operations. In the early stages of the war, especially during operations on the Eastern Front, these multi-purpose airships made a grand showing and caused the Federation Army to suffer quite a bit. However, as the fighting progressed, the Federation Army found an effective countermeasure, using attack planes carrying medium-sized aerial bombs to conduct short-range dive or horizontal bombing against them. Although the hit rate of such attacks was only a few %, this consumption was not an issue as the Federation Air Force grew increasingly powerful. As the war entered its later stages, the Norman aviation units found themselves increasingly overwhelmed by the overwhelming swarms of Federation Air Force planes. Often, they used their speed advantage during daytime battles to engage in guerrilla warfare with the Federation Air Force, but at night, they found it difficult to cope due to weakened early warning times and maneuverability. After crossing the Monomolan Mountains, these Norman vessels rapidly lowered their altitude, hiding their dark silhouettes among the vast mountains. Every night, the Federation Army's long-range reconnaissance planes would occasionally fly over Lorraine to survey this territory that would sooner or later return to the Federation's hands. But on this night, the pilot conducting night reconnaissance deep into the heart of Lorraine noticed nothing unusual. Instead, it was Weiss, at a secret camp in western Lorraine, who, sensing that the Normans would soon conduct a large-scale mobilization, checked the observation post every 2 or 3 hours. He happened to catch the movement of the enemy vessels and thus knew that the Normans' counterattack was being prepared in earnest. During the day, the Norman airships went into hiding, with only conventional anti-aircraft combat vessels and warplanes active, covering their transport ships as they moved back and forth between the Norman Empire proper and Lorraine. After the war situation reversed, the Federation Air Force's attack planes and bombers often broke into Lorraine's airspace during the day to attack those Norman vessels that were isolated or insufficiently protected. Learning that the Normans were massing troops in Lorraine, the Federation Army unhesitatingly mobilized its air force to launch bombings against various Norman military targets within Lorraine. Although this bombing was of a raid nature, closer to tactical than strategic. Looking down from high altitude at this time, thick smoke billowed from many places in Lorraine, and at first glance, it seemed the Norman assembly had been shattered, but this was not the case. According to feedback from various resistance organizations, very few Norman vessels were actually destroyed on the ground, and the aerial raids during this period had only destroyed or damaged about a dozen Norman vessels in flight. Combined, the two were far from reaching the point of causing the Normans vital damage. Calculating based on the scale of an important campaign, the Normans would need to assemble over 100 vessels and a vast number of warplanes to cope with the Federation Army's air power. Thus, Weiss instructed the resistance organizations everywhere to continue their surveillance and dispatched experienced scouts from the guerrilla force to various locations for investigation. Both were conventional methods with some effectiveness, but they were usually slow to yield results and might not provide the Federation Army with enough weighty intelligence before the Normans launched their action. In this situation, Weiss's special vision was undoubtedly the best human radar. Considering that low-altitude reconnaissance was easily shot down by enemy ground fire, high-altitude reconnaissance needed to be carried out by the Federation Army from the rear. Either Weiss would return to the rear to board a Federation plane or airship for reconnaissance in Lorraine, or the Federation's aviation forces would pick him up at an agreed location and then proceed directly with the reconnaissance. Weiss took the initiative to volunteer to the Federation Army. As he expected, the Federation Army soon sent back word that they would dispatch a special airship. Previously, while working with Nicola and the technicians from the Starry Sky Group, Weiss had learned that they were collaborating with the military to research an ultralight military vessel for special missions. The tonnage of this airship was comparable to a heavy bomber. It used high-pressure electric motors to provide energy for the star source stones and supercharged engines for propulsion, relying on its small, flexible frame and high-speed maneuverability to perform roles that conventional vessels and military aircraft could not. At the appointed time, Weiss and his guerrillas waited expectantly at the agreed location, but the designated airship did not arrive on time. It wasn't until the next day that they learned from a Federation secret telegram that the airship had been intercepted by the Normans shortly after departure. The Normans might have done so by chance, but if one considered the worst-case scenario, they might have deciphered the Federation Army's communication codes, which was not unusual during wartime. Fortunately, Weiss and his team had extensive guerrilla warfare experience. They had left a pre-prepared contact map with the military, which used numerical codes to mark different areas. Each time an action site was agreed upon, they only needed to provide the corresponding code to the Federation Army. Even if the Normans intercepted the telegram, they would not know the exact location corresponding to the code. One had to possess both the codebook and the special map to discern the truth. Chapter 10, Enemies are bound to meet. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the Federation, Lorraine ranks second in land area, surpassed only by the vast Neuchâtel federal state. On foot, crossing Lorraine would take 10 days to half a month. Even on horseback, it would take more than 5 or 6 days. After all, the terrain here is dominated by mountains and forests, making it unsuitable for travel by horse or carriage. Trying to find hidden enemy airships in such a region could be very simple or very difficult. With an ideal flight vehicle, one could cover most of Lorraine's reconnaissance area in a day or two. However, unless one possessed a special vision like Weiss's, aerial reconnaissance might not be effective. Without a suitable flight vehicle, even if Weiss personally took the field, it would take at least 2 weeks. With the military situation so urgent, Weiss did not have many choices. He first led a small group of the guerrilla force to conduct ground reconnaissance in areas where local resistance organizations had provided clues, using a combination of motorcycles and walking. It took 2 days and nights to screen one area, but they only found a gathering point for enemy ground troops and no sign of the airships. While this reconnaissance was underway, Weiss's companions followed his instructions and retrieved aircraft components that had been dismantled and stored during the war from a secret supply depot, assembling them into a biplane. In peacetime, this type of biplane was standard equipment for the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Aviation Team, possessing excellent low-altitude and low-speed performance. By the time Weiss returned to the secret camp without pause, the guerrillas had completed the assembly of the aircraft. This biplane could carry 2 members, and besides Weiss, several others possessed basic piloting skills. Thus, he chose a skilled and brave companion to be his partner. After nightfall, the guerrillas pushed the plane onto the grass outside the forest and watched as it smoothly ascended into the night sky. Wartime technical modifications had increased the range and improved the communications of this sturdy and durable agricultural plane. Although its range was still only enough to cover less than half of Lorraine, the field of vision and efficiency of aerial reconnaissance were dozens of times higher than ground operations. During their first night reconnaissance, Weiss and his team discovered the Norman Army's airship assembly area in northeastern Lorraine, and their low-altitude flight did not trigger an enemy counterattack. After returning safely to camp, they quickly reported the target's situation to the Federation Army headquarters. This time, the Federation Army swiftly launched a bombing raid on the Norman Army's airship assembly site. The Normans had put a lot of effort into concealing and guarding these strategic forces. Realizing the Federation Army had found their location, the Norman airships in the hidden assembly area quickly took off, engaging the Federal Air Force while retreating toward the rear. After more than half a day of fierce fighting, the Federation Army completely destroyed this assembly area, damaging more than 20 enemy airships and forcing dozens more to retreat west of the Monomolan Mountains. This strike was like poking a hornet's nest. The Normans launched retaliatory attacks on Federation Army airbases in the surrounding areas while simultaneously conducting a frantic search in the Lorraine region. Based on radio direction finding results, they sent out large numbers of troops to raid suspicious areas. These elite Norman soldiers boarded airships and aggressively entered the seemingly uninhabited mountain forests. In guerrilla operations, radio is essential for transmitting important information in a timely manner, yet the Normans could use radio direction finding technology to track the location of the guerrilla force. Weiss had suffered plenty of losses from this in the previous war. To solve this problem, the Federation had mastered radio relay technology during peacetime, which involved placing repeaters near the radio source. Usually, these relay devices were effective within a range of dozens of miles, significantly reducing the accuracy of the enemy's radio direction finding. Despite the thorough preparations made by the Lorraine guerrilla force and resistance organizations, some guerrillas and resistance armed forces still had their locations exposed in the face of such a large-scale enemy search. In this situation, once discovered by the enemy, the chances of a successful escape were low, even if tunnels and caves were used for concealment. In the face of this storm-like sweep, Weiss and his companions felt as if they were once again plunged into the most painful and bleak memories of the first guerrilla campaign of the previous war. However, changes in the overall environment prevented this nightmare from recurring. Upon learning that the guerrilla force and resistance organizations were in trouble, the Federation Army quickly launched an offensive against the Norman Army within Lorraine. Federal warplanes entered Lorraine's airspace day and night, attacking Norman troops far from fortified areas like towns and fortresses. This decentralized airstrike with no fixed targets had a cumulative effect, where many small bits added up to something significant. Over a few days, the Federal Air Force killed or wounded over 1,000 Norman soldiers and destroyed many vehicles and supplies. More importantly, these airstrikes greatly disrupted the Normans' plans. In many areas, small Norman units were forced to stop their operations due to the airstrikes. In addition, the Federation Army sent combat units to guerrilla active areas through nighttime airlifts and ground infiltration, quickly and effectively enhancing their combat capabilities. The situation quickly stabilized, but during those most dangerous days, Weiss and his companions had painfully dismantled the biplane that had served them so well. To continue reconnaissance in central and southern Lorraine, he once again applied to the Federation Army for technical equipment and received a positive response shortly after. The next morning, 2 new reconnaissance planes arrived at the guerrillas' secret camp, landing safely on a patch of grass less than 500 feet long and with an uneven surface. This type of reconnaissance aircraft used electrically driven star source stones as auxiliary power, thereby achieving a structure and efficiency that exceeded aerodynamic constraints. However, due to the weight of the levitation structure, it could not maneuver at high speeds like a fighter jet, possessing only the capability for high-speed linear flight which was sufficient for a reconnaissance plane. To meet the needs of aerial reconnaissance, this aircraft featured a tandem cockpit and could carry 4 crew members, one of whom was responsible for the radio direction finding equipment. During flight, they could search for the location of enemy radio transmitters based on the telegrams sent by the enemy and perform real-time detection. Both new reconnaissance planes arrived fully loaded. In addition to the pilots and radio operators, there were staff officers and intelligence personnel. Scanning the faces of these people, Weiss was stunned. Z.E. Klemper-Heesen was actually wearing a uniform and had returned to Lorraine with them. Before the Federation Army evacuated Lorraine, Weiss had submitted a special report to the High Command, specifically explaining Z.E.'s situation and allowing Z.E. to reunite with members of the Klemper-Heesen family who had retreated to the rear. Due to Z.E.'s special identity and background, the Federation military had restricted his activities and placed him under close surveillance. As for what happened afterward, Weiss, who was fighting as a guerrilla in Lorraine, did not know. Seeing Z.E.'s calm expression, Weiss asked him, "Have you decided to be yourself again, to reclaim the self you once lost?" "Yes," Z.E. replied firmly. "If I hadn't left the Federation, I might have been wearing this uniform anyway, though my rank certainly wouldn't be what it is now. As for the branch of service, it's hard to say, perhaps I'm a born intelligence officer." "You didn't have to do this," Weiss sighed. "The battlefield is full of uncertainties. You finally managed to return to the world of the living from hell, you should have enjoyed a peaceful life with little Kemp. Even if you didn't participate in this war, the dawn of victory is already in sight." Z.E. shrugged. "If it weren't for little Kemp, I truly would have stayed away from the battlefield as you said. But he spent too much time with you all and sees someone like you as an idol. A secretive and hesitant character like me simply couldn't establish a good father figure in front of him. I think it's better to bravely find myself than to live a failed life." After hearing Z.E.'s explanation, Weiss scratched his head and muttered to himself, "So, this is my fault then." AI Model, Gemini 3.1 Flashlight. After communicating with the intelligence officer who led the team this time, Weiss learned that they had sent Z.E. to Lorraine specifically to counter the Norman army's offensive. They believed that Z.E. had an extreme understanding of the Normans' way of thinking and military habits, and that having him here would allow them to locate the enemy's assembly points more timely and accurately than the guerrilla force could. Weiss didn't find any major flaws in this analysis, but there had always been a nagging feeling in his heart the Normans were just too good at deception, and Z.E. had spent over a decade in the Norman camp, with many of his thinking habits gradually becoming assimilated. What if the Normans coerced him into such a deception, for instance, by capturing his wife and daughter? Or perhaps he was merely concealing his true thoughts, hiding his intentions very, very deep in order to achieve a miraculous feat. Regardless, Weiss could not completely rule out these hidden dangers. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in a timely manner, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Perhaps this wasn't a hidden danger at all, but rather Weiss's own psychological hang-up. He worried that Z.E.'s arrival concealed a conspiracy, and he feared being dragged before Sedlitz once more, to be belittled and mocked by this Norman noble as a loser. Having experienced those great storms in the past, his will was firm enough, and his heart strong enough. He did not fear failure, nor did he fear humiliation, because he knew that the light would arrive sooner or later. He also did not fear brothers turning against each other or the loss of family affection, because his soul was still floating in that boundless sky. Since he had returned to Lorraine, Z.E. hoped to join Weiss in the upcoming aerial reconnaissance mission. After seeking the opinion of the intelligence officer, Weiss agreed to his request. This was the first time the two brothers were participating in a military operation on the same side. It should have been a moment of excitement, but Weiss's inner demons had not yet been exorcised, and he still felt a trace of unease and vigilance with Z.E. by his side. This reconnaissance plane took off at night, flying over Lorraine at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary fighter planes. Z.E. brought a map on board and kept using a special flashlight to verify their position against the map during the flight. Meanwhile, the accompanying radio operator, in addition to using equipment for reconnaissance, could also calculate their current approximate position by working backward from the Federation Army's outlying radio base stations, thereby guiding the flight at night. "I've calculated 10 possible target areas. One of them basically overlaps with what you discovered earlier. As for the other 9, let's take a tour today and see what the situation is," Z.E. said to Weiss. In the noisy cabin, they used the internal communication facilities, which were headsets and small communication microphones. Weiss responded, "What are you basing your calculations on?" "Suitable geographical terrain or tactical attack starting points." "A combination of both," Z.E. replied. "And also, the conventional thinking habits of us old acquaintances. Some habits are formed over long years, and even if one tries hard to get rid of them, it is very difficult." Weiss had already realized this at the end of the previous war. In this war, because he had left the military for politics during the peacetime years, his way of thinking had shifted significantly from that of a soldier to a politician. Therefore, in this war, his thinking habits were vastly different from the past, and these changes allowed him to handle the Normans with even greater ease. This was perhaps an important reason why he hadn't fallen into any extremely dangerous situations in the past 6 months. If this aerial reconnaissance could really discover the hidden location of the enemy airships, and then allow the Federal Air Force to wipe them all out in one go, completely dismantling their offensive preparations, then I should give my full trust to my old brother, instead of continuing to harbor prejudices against him. Weiss said to himself in his heart. After about 10 minutes, Ze said to him through the communicator, the area ahead is the one I calculated to have the highest probability. Let's observe it carefully. Upon hearing this, Weiss narrowed his eyes. As he looked, he indeed discovered the presence of a large number of enemy troops in the valley ahead. When they got a bit closer, he discovered dozens of Norman army airships there. With his unique way of observing, he could confirm it without needing to fly any closer. Therefore, he said loudly through the communicator, yes, the enemy's airships are gathering right there. Quickly note down the coordinates and send them back to headquarters. No need to risk moving forward, we can just circle around the vicinity. Just like a scene from a movie, the moment Weiss finished speaking, a string of bright spots suddenly rose from the ground. That was anti-aircraft fire with tracer rounds. It was unclear where the enemy's sentry posts were deployed, but they must have detected the approaching plane through acoustic location, thereby guiding the ground anti-aircraft fire to intercept. However, since it was a secret stronghold, without being under direct threat, they certainly wouldn't turn on all the surrounding searchlights and let all the artillery spit fire. Instead, they let a small number of perimeter artillery fire to mislead the pilot's judgment. With Weiss's clear instructions, the pilot quickly maneuvered the reconnaissance plane to climb, circled the vicinity for half a turn, and then turned around to leave this valley that looked unfathomably deep. The accompanying radio operator calculated the approximate position, and Ze cross-checked it with the map and the flight time and direction, confirming the approximate coordinates of this target. They decisively transmitted the coordinates back to headquarters and clearly noted, this is the assembly point for the enemy air force. Although Ze and the other crew members were puzzled by Weiss's assertion, how could he be so resolute without getting close to the target or glimpsing its true appearance? As usual, Weiss did not explain, but instead requested the radio operator to confirm with his superiors and stated that he would bear full responsibility for the consequences. Meanwhile, in the command bunker of the Norman Army Air Base far away in Mason, officers hurriedly reported the latest situation to General Mudge, who was stationed there. An enemy reconnaissance plane had been discovered near the second hidden assembly point, and radio monitoring had detected a rapidly moving signal source. The enemy had reconnoitered the second assembly area and transmitted radio signals. Judging by the radio codes, it was very likely that they were reporting coordinates. Mitch was furious. How could the enemy find our hidden assembly area? Did our anti-aircraft units open fire on the enemy without authorization? But he only received evasive answers, which made Mitch even more annoyed. He ordered someone to seek instructions from Marshal Sidlitz. After about half an hour, Sidlitz called from his temporary residence in Mason, and the two communicated the latest situation over the phone. I strongly suggest, Mitch said decisively, starting the operation early. It cannot be delayed any longer. Our troop preparation cannot keep up with the enemy's destruction. We must launch, otherwise our chances of winning will become lower and lower. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, then Marshal Sidlitz's voice came through, fine, I agree. We will act early. So, what is the exact time? Mitch was also silent for a moment. How about 5 a.m. tomorrow? Sidlitz was silent again, then said, wouldn't that be too hasty? I'm worried that in the coming day, the Federal Army will launch fierce attacks on our second assembly area, causing our second assembly area to suffer severe damage just like the first assembly area. Rather than that, it is better to launch the attack before they do. We will give our all, win or lose, and leave the result to fate. Sidlitz quickly replied, fine. I agree. The operation will start promptly at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 11, Gazing at the Firmament. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the early morning, Weiss climbed to the mountain peak and stood watching. To the southeast, on the distant horizon, a large cluster of black dots was faintly visible. Those were not migrating birds, nor were they screaming warhawks, but dozens of airships built of steel. With the advancement of technology, these behemoths increasingly utilized welding techniques. Compared to the earlier riveted structures, these new vessels lacked the ruggedness and ferocity of the industrial era, possessing instead the simplicity and elegance of the technological age. The combat value of these Norman vessels was far inferior to the capital ships of that time, and they were also lesser than armored ships and large cruisers. However, the optimization of their construction and improvements in technology made them more suitable for mass production. In the last war, no single model of airships had reached such a scale as today. Even low-tonnage, low-cost frigates would pale in comparison to their construction scale. Ze followed him up the mountain and stood beside Weiss. Looking at them from behind, the silhouettes and postures of the two brothers shared a natural, unspoken understanding, even though they had not been together for many years. The Normans are going all out, which has something to do with us stepping on their tails yesterday, Weiss said modestly. Ze gazed at the horizon for a long time and said, these are all airships. They have truly come out in full force, wanting to achieve everything in one stroke. To achieve everything in one stroke should be our strategic intent. For them, even if they win this battle, it will be difficult to turn the tide of the war. This is because their war potential has already been weakened by us, while we are just getting on the right track. That is what you think, Ze said in a neutral, matter-of-fact tone. In fact, the war potential of the Norman Empire is far greater than you imagine. It's just that out of a Norman-style arrogance, they disdain to mobilize all their strength and put everything onto a wartime track. You can also understand it this way, those upper-class nobles and officials need a luxurious life to maintain their status, even during wartime. This luxurious life relies on various industries. If the entire country shifted to a wartime track, many expensive consumer goods would gradually disappear from shop windows, and for them, that would be the greatest panic. Weiss was slightly surprised, finding this situation somewhat familiar, and couldn't help but ask curiously, based on your understanding, how high is the mobilization level of the Norman Empire in this war? 50 or 60%, or? Ze thought for a moment. Based on my understanding, in the last war, the military mobilization level of the Norman Empire never exceeded 70%. Well, it probably didn't even reach that. As for this war, perhaps because two young members of the royal family are in power, the military mobilization level has consistently stayed around 50%. They want to win the war, yet lack the courage to break conventions. They want to change the power structure, yet rely on the support of major families and powerful clans, so they have fallen into a strange cycle. Imagine, if the Norman Empire's military mobilization level could reach 80% or even nearly 100% like the Federation, how much would the pressure on the Federal Army increase on the battlefield? Perhaps it would be a full double. Discussing this issue for the first time with someone who truly understood the situation, Weiss was filled with emotion. He turned his gaze to the west, toward the Monomolan Mountains, and toward the Norman Empire. Ze's gaze also moved from the southeast to the west. From the perspective of tactical surprise, they either rushed here from the deep rear or were hidden in combat preparation areas. Weiss suddenly felt a jolt. That's right. He was so preoccupied with the grand scene that he forgot this. The enemy was coming in force, clearly wanting to achieve victory through a one-wave style attack, but their combat couldn't be a one-time affair. These airships would definitely return to an assembly area, and most likely to the one they started from. If they could lock onto their locations and provide the coordinates to the Federal Army in time, allowing them to divert part of their strength to attack the enemy's assembly areas, even if they couldn't cut off enemy supplies, they could compress the Normans' tactical space in this campaign. Thus, he quickly pulled Ze along. Let's go, we should also make some contributions to this campaign, in our own way. Ze understood perfectly and followed him all the way to the woods where the two high-speed reconnaissance planes were hidden. Last night, they had conducted their first flight and found one of the enemy's hidden airship assembly points. Afterward, they circled around and didn't return here until nearly dawn. The long flight had consumed a lot of energy, but the extended reconnaissance had also ruled out many potential assembly points. Running all the way to the hidden area, Weiss shouted to the guerrilla force member on sentry duty, "Quick, get everyone. We're launching the planes to trace the enemy's base location in reverse." The sentry hurried to notify his companions, including the pilots and radio operators. Weiss and Ze themselves began removing the camouflage nets and branches covering the two reconnaissance planes. In guerrilla warfare, whether deploying or recovering technical equipment, speed is of the essence. Sometimes an interval of just a few seconds can determine success or failure, life or death. In less than 10 minutes, the two reconnaissance planes were back in the blue sky. Under the bright sunlight, Weiss and Ze still rode in the same reconnaissance plane, giving no thought to the family inheritance or the continuation of their bloodline as they calmly and fearlessly embarked on a new journey. They guided the pilot to follow the previous flight trajectories of the enemy airships, scouting in reverse with the intent of locking onto the location of the enemy's hidden assembly point. The enemy airships had already left, and the faint traces in the sky soon vanished, but by following the general direction and combining it with the terrain, it wasn't difficult to spot clues. Before long, the pilot warned that traces of enemy activity were found on the ground ahead. Weiss immediately used his special skill, while Ze calculated the position using the map. They quickly discovered that those Norman airships had indeed departed from the hidden assembly point they found last night. After reporting this situation to their superiors, they decided to continue searching for enemy traces in the air. After flying south for nearly an hour, they finally spotted the silhouettes of enemy airships on the horizon again. They clearly belonged to a different battle group than the previous wave of airships and were headed toward two different attack targets. Friendly reminder, the website will be redesigned soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. The reverse deduction method is a great tool for logical thinking. Weiss and his team searched as they flew along the enemy's trajectory. After more than an hour of searching, they finally found traces of enemy activity in another valley. Because some time had passed, the Normans had mostly cleaned up the traces of the airship assembly, but this was no problem at all for Weiss. In his special vision, the enemy had deployed no fewer than 30 anti-aircraft positions and a large number of anti-aircraft weapons in this valley, with thousands of soldiers stationed there. From a geographic perspective, this place was about 400 li from the eastern border of Lorraine. Stationing ground troops here was clearly unfavorable for combat maneuvers. Combining observation with deduction, Weiss quickly made a judgment and had the radio operator send the new coordinates to the Federal Army. Finding two of the enemy's hidden points in a single flight seemed like an incredible harvest, but Weiss and the others still looked forward to more discoveries. The pilot stated that this costly new model of reconnaissance plane not only had impressive speed but also excellent endurance. Theoretically, it would have no problem circling Lorraine 2 or 3 times. In the time that followed, they conducted high-altitude reconnaissance in southern Lorraine. However, there were too many suspicious targets, and identifying each one carefully was too difficult. With the campaign already underway, it was easy to encounter enemy airships and combat aircraft over Lorraine in broad daylight. Most of the time, the Norman aviation units ignored the flies and mosquitoes in their sight to strictly execute their combat plans, but some fighters and warships responsible for airfield security and defense still targeted their reconnaissance plane. Flying from northern Lorraine to the south and then back to the north, just as Weiss and his team were passing near the second hidden enemy airship assembly point they had discovered earlier, they witnessed the Federal Air Force launching a fierce airstrike there. This speed and efficiency were truly beyond words. Looking down from the air, the Federation Army had deployed 200 to 300 combat aircraft, attacking the enemy ground targets like a swarm of bees. Bombs fell like raindrops, and thick smoke and fire rose into the sky in the valley. It was clear that the enemy had stored a lot of fuel and ammunition here, and now they had all become ornaments in the Federation Army's record of achievements. Looking around, dozens of Norman fighters tried to stop the Federation Army from continuing their devastation, but it didn't seem to have much effect. In the higher sky, Weiss faintly saw a small flight formation. It was likely a special combat formation of Federation Army airships, serving both to support their own combat aircraft groups striking the enemy assembly point at any time and intending to ambush Norman airships returning from the front lines. From a tactical standpoint, this was a clever strategy. Weiss saw things beyond normal sight, but the pilot did not have such vision. He avoided the airspace where the two sides' fighters were in fierce engagement and continued to fly back. Gradually, they approached those Federation Army vessels. Suddenly, two silver-gray fighters dove down from high altitude. Seeing this, the pilot quickly pulled up the nose to climb, but Weiss identified from a distance that they were friendly fighters. He told the pilot through the communicator and asked if there was a way to contact the friendly forces via radio. There were no prior arrangements, so we don't know their communication frequency, and they don't know ours either. We belong to different units. Contacting them through headquarters would take some time, which is certainly too late. However, there's no need to worry too much. If they really are our planes, as long as we maintain our course and don't make any sudden moves, they won't do anything to us. Just as the pilot finished speaking, Weiss's eye twitched as he felt points of light sweep nearby. The sound of bullets whistling through the air followed, and a chill couldn't help but rise up his back. Fortunately, these bullets flew past from a distance and seemed to be just a warning. Just as the pilot said, as long as they maintained their course and didn't act abnormally, one of the two silver-gray fighters approached. The markings on each other's wings and fuselages allowed them to confirm their friendly status. Then, that fighter wagged its wings in the air, seemingly giving some kind of signal. The reconnaissance plane pilot immediately said through the communicator, "They mean for us to leave this airspace, this is their patrol zone." "Listen to them," Weiss ordered. "They're waiting for big fish here." The pilot quickly flew the reconnaissance plane toward low to medium altitude. After patrolling for one more circuit, those two silver-gray fighters also raised their noses and left. Weiss squinted from a distance. That small Federation fleet waiting in concealment at high altitude had 11 vessels. The combat data of 3 of them made them look like air carriers, likely belonging to the medium air carrier class, and they were moving very fast. Each one could carry 40 to 60 light attack aircraft. Such a flight formation's combat power could be roughly compared to a capital ship squadron. The firepower output of 3 air carriers was no less than that of 3 battleships. If used properly, their power would be even greater than that of battleships. As soon as the reconnaissance plane landed on the ground, Weiss hurried the guerrilla force members to drag it into the woods and cover it again with camouflage nets and branches. In this grand battlefield, a mere reconnaissance plane was a tiny existence. Just one shell, one bomb, or even a burst of bullets could scrap it. But for the guerrilla force fighting in Lorraine, a high-performance reconnaissance plane was a precious, strategic-level piece of equipment. Under special conditions, its role far exceeded its own performance and value. Afterward, Weiss and the guerrilla force members retreated into the woods, watching this heart-pounding battle from pre-prepared hidden positions. They monitored external information through the radio, obtaining some intel from the Federation Army's communication channels and occasionally receiving some Norman radio codes. Though the guerrilla force had communication codebooks captured from enemy camps months ago, they were now little more than waste paper. The outbreak of the Lorraine campaign was a direct confrontation between the regular forces of both sides, an arena for the clash of strategy and courage. Before the campaign began, the Lorraine guerrillas played a very important role. The intelligence they gathered could very well become a key opportunity affecting the course of the campaign. As the curtain of the campaign slowly rose, their influence on the battle situation rapidly dwindled to a very faint level. After a period of watching and waiting, the guerrilla force members became busy again. In the sky, the two sides' fighters came and went in fierce engagement. Those agile warhawks sometimes tangled at high altitudes, sometimes circled at low altitudes, sometimes were on the distant horizon, and sometimes were above the mountains and forests. When Federation Army planes were shot down and the pilots bailed out, the Lorraine guerrillas and the local people took on the role of rescue workers without hesitation, and these secret bases of the Lorraine guerrillas were ideal temporary shelters and transit stations. Gazing at the firmament, it was difficult for people to accurately judge from the color and style of the parachutes whether they were friendly or enemy pilots. Sometimes several types of parachutes would fall in the same area, but every time, Weiss was able to make surprising judgments. Time and again, he reminded the guerrilla force members which direction an enemy pilot was falling and which direction a friendly pilot was falling. In modern warfare, the battlefield space is 100 times larger than before, and the range visible to the naked eye is limited. Weiss's role was similarly limited. As the battle continued, the Federation Army sent new instructions, requiring the guerrilla force to handle 3 tasks during the campaign. First was rescuing pilots, second was conducting harassing attacks on enemy aviation assembly areas, and third was sabotaging transportation facilities being used by the enemy. Comparatively, the second task would be the most difficult, requiring the deployment of elite combat forces. As for the third order, after the Norman occupation, Federation Army bombing, and repeated sabotage by the guerrilla force, there were actually not many transportation facilities left in Lorraine, especially in areas outside of Mason, that could operate smoothly. Chapter 12, Rescue Strategy. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. From the rise of dawn to the fall of night, only about 13 hours passed. Yet the clamor of these 13 hours felt longer than a protracted winter. During this day of fierce confrontation, both sides gave their all, and judging from the battle scenes, the day's fighting was not yet enough to determine a winner. It was like a professional boxing match. After the first round, both sides had their gains and losses. Perhaps one side held a slight advantage on the surface, and perhaps an experienced observer could already see the trend of the match, but during the break between rounds, whether they held the advantage or not, both sides would promptly analyze the situation and think of counter-strategies, waiting for the next round to take more points and weaken the opponent to the maximum extent. During the following night, when Weiss and his companions ventured into the night sky, they discovered many airships and combat aircraft coming and going along the way. Many belonged to the Norman camp, and many were from the Federal Army. In night combat, without friend or foe identification equipment, it was almost impossible for either side to distinguish between each other. Many times, fighters from different camps even crossed paths at very close range. In the chaotic night sky, the reconnaissance plane used by Weiss and his team appeared free and at ease, moving with proficiency. With the enhancement of Weiss's special vision, they could intuitively observe and judge the battlefield situation at a technical level that might only be achieved decades later. The Federal Army was fighting on its home turf and continued its offensive after nightfall. Multiple Norman aviation facilities, including the 2 secret airship assembly points discovered during the day, were subjected to air raids. Under the cover of night, those scenes of surging flames meant that the fruits of countless Normans' labor were turning into nothing. Weiss couldn't help but think of what Ze had said about the Norman Empire's level of military mobilization, which had consistently remained at a low level of around 50% during this war. This meant that the Norman nobles, who held power and wealth, still lived extravagant lives of luxury and dissipation, while the living conditions of the common people, on the surface, might not have seemed affected by the war, but in reality, they were being exploited even more thoroughly. This was an economic law that even the most clever methods could only mask, not change. During this night reconnaissance, Weiss discovered new hidden assembly points for the enemy and also found many of his own pilots scattered in the mountain forests. It was now autumn, and by the latter half of the night, the temperature in the mountains would drop much lower than during the day. While the pilots could endure a few nights by relying on the emergency equipment and supplies they carried, it certainly wouldn't work for a long period. He recorded their approximate locations, intending to have the members of the guerrilla force head out to rescue them in different directions after returning to camp. However, relying on horses, walking, or a small number of motor vehicles made the rescue efficiency very limited. At night, if old-fashioned biplanes were used, they could avoid the enemy's aerial and ground fire, but the problem was that the safety of temporary landings and takeoffs could not be guaranteed. Therefore, during the reconnaissance flight, Weiss spent a lot of time and thought considering how to improve their field rescue efficiency. After completing this large circuit, he roughly estimated that there were at least 50 or 60 Federation Army pilots scattered in various places, perhaps even more. This reflected from one perspective how intense the day's fighting had been. On the other hand, the number of Norman pilots scattered about was only greater. Currently, Lorraine was still a Norman-occupied area. Their light vessels were coming and going, rushing toward the locations where signal flares rose, landing in the mountain forests to pick up pilots. If they weren't injured, or only slightly injured, these pilots could return to the battlefield the very next day. Presumably, the ultralight aircraft developed by the Federal Army were also intended for various battlefield uses. Unfortunately, they had not yet reached the conditions for large-scale production, and receiving pilots in enemy-occupied areas still required upgrades and improvements to communication equipment. In short, this was a long process. Perhaps mature battlefield rescue would not appear until the next war, or perhaps in the next war, both sides would no longer need to send large numbers of personnel to the front lines, instead using automated mechanical equipment. Stephen Joe was a veteran pilot in the Federal Air Force's 335th Attack Squadron. In the first 3 days after the Battle of Lorraine broke out, he flew 7 sorties to bomb Norman warships and ground targets, achieving some good results. On the 4th day, he set out facing the morning sun, with a 1,000-pound heavy aerial bomb hanging under the belly of his fighter and 3 50-pound light armor-piercing bombs hanging on each wing. This was the 1+6 package commonly used by the Federal Air Force in this war, which had proven very effective. That heavy bomb was specifically for dealing with enemy airships and could also be used to destroy enemy fortifications. As long as one hit, there was a high probability of severely damaging a light enemy vessel, or even destroying it directly, or leveling a large building or solid fortress on the ground. Those light armor-piercing bombs were not much more powerful than ordinary artillery shells. They were usually used to deal with personnel targets or transport vehicles on the ground, and of course, they could also be used against enemy airships capable of damaging technical equipment on board and killing personnel in non-armored protected areas. In the attacks of the previous 3 days, Stephen Joe had carried this package 4 times. In this significant campaign, the Federal Air Force deployed nearly 200 flight squadrons, accounting for more than 40% of the total Air Force size. With the Federal Army pushing forward in force, about to break through the Norman border defense lines and invade the enemy's homeland, the deployment of so many flight units to the Lorraine battlefield showed the importance the Federation Army attached to this strategic direction. On this magnificent battlefield, Stephen Joe and his attack plane were clearly not alone. Within visual range, groups of combat aircraft followed one after another, forming a spectacular scene that covered the sky. A rough estimate suggested that more than 1,000 fighters were deployed in the same wave. Friendly reminder, the website will be redesigned soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Combat aircraft taking off from various frontline airfields converged at the northeast corner of Lorraine, surging majestically toward the heart of the region. In the first 3 days of fighting, the Normans fought with extreme tenacity, and the Federal Army spared no effort. Many young pilots had never seen such intense and tragic combat, but for an old bird like Stephen Joe, this level was probably second only to the Northern Border Campaign at the beginning of the previous war. The difference was that back then, the main flying capital ships were still the dazzling protagonists of the battlefield, although combat aircraft played an important role, they were not yet the core characters in terms of either strategy or tactics. Nowadays, the status of airships and combat aircraft has swapped places. After the intense 3-day tug-of-war, the advantage of the Federal Army fighting on its home turf was fully apparent. Although the Normans had high tactical proficiency and had made careful arrangements, striving to seize the initiative, their overall situation was declining, and their investment in the Lorraine battlefield felt somewhat like a spent arrow. 3 days of high-intensity combat seemed to be the limit of what they could endure, especially after the afternoon of the third day, they were clearly unable to keep up with the rhythm of the battle. In the early morning, when the Federal Army's 1,000-plane formation entered Lorraine's airspace, Norman combat aircraft intercepted them from 3 different directions, but the forces deployed in each direction were only a bit over 100 planes. After the battle began, some airships carrying combat aircraft also entered the battlefield from high altitudes. In such an air battle with a stark disparity in strength, the outcome held no suspense, but even so, the Normans still demonstrated the resilience they took pride in on the battlefield. Almost every fighter was fighting to the death, using group coordination as much as possible to create local advantages with excellent tactical proficiency. However, this struggle could not break free from the constraints of overall strength. Fewer and fewer Norman fighters were visible within sight, and although the Federal Army's formations were scattered, they overall maintained an unstoppable momentum. After the fighters opened the aerial corridor, the Federal Army's attack planes and bombers swarmed through, pouncing toward the Norman aviation facilities and assembly areas. Their offensive was as smooth as flowing mercury, with a degree of fluidity that clearly exceeded the previous 3 days. But it would be a huge mistake to think that the Normans had committed all their mobilizable combat forces to the first wave of interception and had no cards left. Even under extremely difficult circumstances, the Normans would find ways to organize rational tactics to maximize the power of their combat units. As the large Federal formations dispersed and the attack planes and bombers split up to attack various targets, groups of Norman fighters dove down from high altitudes. These Norman fighters, in formations of 10 to 20, launched hunts with clear objectives against those Federal formations that were attacking or finishing their attacks. On the battlefield, Federal fighters were everywhere on guard and escort duty. The Normans cunningly looked for gaps in their opponent's defenses. They did not get bogged down in dogfights but instead adopted a flexible, hit-and-run strategy. A dozen fighters would swoop in for a burst of fire, shoot down 3 to 5 Federal planes, and then quickly shift positions, leaving the Federal fighters who came upon hearing the news far behind. This beasting tactic certainly couldn't stop the Federal Air Force's offensive, but it was a strategy that suited their current situation. It was under these circumstances that the experienced Stephen Joe was shot down by enemy fighters. If it had been a straightforward confrontation, he would have quickly dropped his bombs to lighten the load and then used the attack plane's maneuverability to contend with the enemy. Even if he couldn't hold out until his own fighters arrived, he would have made it difficult for the enemy to succeed quickly. Now, the enemy came and went with a roar, catching him off guard, and unfortunately, his engine was hit. Seeing hot oil spraying and splashing in the air, he knew the situation was bad and hurriedly told the rear gunner to bail out. At the same time, he struggled with the control stick, trying to keep the plane balanced and avoid falling into a death spiral. After the rear gunner jumped, he quickly opened the canopy and, ignoring the scalding oil still splashing out, scrambled out of the cockpit and jumped, successfully opening his parachute in mid-air. The descent lasted only a little over a minute. During this time, the old bird had no mind to observe the battlefield's grandeur from his special perspective, but instead cautiously scanned the mountain forests below, calculating his position. Just last night, all pilots had been summoned to the squadron headquarters for an impromptu field survival class. Besides some cliched tips, the pilots were told that the Lorraine guerrilla force and resistance forces were very active. If they landed in an uninhabited area, what they needed to do was quickly gather their parachute, hide it, and then move toward a nearby valley to look for a type of fir tree quite common in the Lorraine region and wait nearby. The Lorraine guerrillas would use these fir trees as a reference for their search. If they saw someone, regardless of what clothing they wore, they should imitate the cry of a mumblebird as a contact signal. As an old bird who had participated in 55 combat missions, Stephen Joe knew very well what would await him if he fell into enemy hands on the battlefield. In the previous war, even if they lasted until the end of the war, many pilots captured by the enemy never saw their families again. This was one of the points of contention between the Federation and the Norman Empire after the war ended. Relatively speaking, the Norman pilots captured by the Federal Army were powerful bargaining chips for prisoner exchanges, but even under such circumstances, the Federation had only released a very small portion of Norman pilots before the war ended. Before landing, Stephen Joe worked hard to search for fir trees in the nearby forest. In this season, the leaves of the fir trees turned a beautiful golden yellow. When the surrounding evergreens were still green and the deciduous trees were nearly bare, the golden firs were actually quite easy to identify. He saw a small patch of fir forest on the north side of the valley and several scattered fir trees on the south side. Before hitting the ground, he already had a plan in mind. This day was not the most decisive day of the Battle of Lorraine, but the fighting on this day seemed even more intense than the previous 3. Weiss led a small guerrilla detachment, traveling through the vast mountain forests of northern Lorraine. Because they had received orders from the Federal Army, they did not continue to wait for an opportunity at the secret camp but instead launched decisive actions after the full deployment was laid out. Although this team's route of march had no direct connection to the Federal Army's air combat deployment, in just one morning, relying on Weiss's insight, they rescued 3 Federal Army pilots and had them join the team, heading toward the Moulin River north of Valence. There was a hydroelectric dam there, not particularly large in scale, and the electricity it supplied was merely a supplement. Lorraine's primary energy came from thermal power, with coal mines found everywhere serving as fuel for power generation. However, compared to thermal power, the dam had the characteristics of low cost and good sustainability, especially during the wet season, where the electricity provided was enough to support the operation of 2 factories without issue. To protect this dam, the Normans had dispatched a detachment there, deploying several anti-aircraft guns and some autocannons. With the strength of the Federal Air Force, destroying this dam would actually be as easy as turning over a hand, but considering the dam also served irrigation and flood control functions directly related to the lives of residents around Valence, the Federal Air Force had consistently refrained from attacking the dam during the war. Weiss's trip was not to blow up the dam but to eliminate these isolated Norman detachments and control that river valley area suitable for airborne operations, adding optional tactical space for the Federal Army's further actions. Chapter 13, Don't Envy Me. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. From a distance, Weiss spotted Stephen Joe hiding near a fir tree. Approaching, he saw the pilot was cleverly concealed. He was hiding in a pit covered with a lid woven from branches, smeared with mud and stuck with dry leaves. Even from a very close distance, it was not easy to recognize it as a man-made object. You are a master of camouflage, Weiss praised sincerely. This is an excellent method. You wouldn't miss us as we passed by, making it the safest and most reliable way. If I had to find a flaw, it would be a rainy day. The rain could easily wash the camouflage away. This was just an emergency measure, Stephen Joe said with a bitter smile. I'll have to find another way once night falls. This thing doesn't keep you warm. There's an old saying in my hometown, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. For a soldier, senseless sacrifice should be avoided. It's not easy to train a qualified warrior, and training a pilot costs dozens or even hundreds of times more in resources and time. Preserving your useful self to return to the battlefield as soon as possible is the wise move, Weiss said. So, you came specifically to search for and rescue bailed-out pilots. Stephen Joe looked at the 2 colleagues following the team. They didn't know each other, but their identities were clear from their attire. All 3 were pilots from the attack aircraft wing, and attack aircraft were the most common model in the Federal Air Force's arsenal. No, we're just passing through, Weiss replied. Our primary mission is to capture a river dam guarded by some Norman soldiers. Of course, we won't involve you directly in the combat. Once we successfully take the site, you'll be moved out quickly. Stephen Joe nodded upon hearing this but said nothing more. The group continued toward their destination. After walking for a short while, they encountered a squad of mounted Norman soldiers. Although they could use airships in Lorraine to rescue bailed-out pilots, the current fighting was intense and they were at a disadvantage. Most vessels were deployed to the battlefield, leaving few available for rescue missions. In more remote areas, it was still necessary for ground troops to provide assistance. Stephen Joe hid in the woods with the guerrilla force. In his mind, this guerrilla unit should try to avoid direct confrontation with enemy forces. However, as the Norman cavalry drew closer, he saw the lead guerrilla commander signal his companions. The guerrillas raised their weapons, which included 2 sets of light mortars and 3 light machine guns fed by magazines. Such firepower seemed to exceed his preconceptions of a guerrilla force, and the ensuing battle scene left him dumbfounded. The guerrillas were like sharpshooters. As soon as the commander ordered fire, they mowed down many Normans with a dense hail of bullets. After 2 minutes of suppressive fire, fewer than 10 Norman soldiers were left resisting. In this situation, the guerrillas charged like tigers descending a mountain, striking with irresistible force and routing the enemy. The last few Norman soldiers attempting to flee were also picked off with precision. The battle lasted only 5 or 6 minutes from start to finish. The Norman cavalry was wiped out, while only 2 people on the guerrilla side were wounded. Regrettably, bullets have no eyes, and the enemy's war horses were also mostly killed or injured. If they could have captured a few horses, the rest of the journey would have been much easier. Stephen Joe followed the guerrillas to scavenge the battlefield. He picked up a rifle and some ammunition from a fallen Norman soldier, while the other 2 pilots, carrying sidearms, did not scavenge for Norman weapons like he did. Seeing the tall pilot shoulder the Norman rifle, Weiss said to him, "Do you intend to use it for self-defense, or do you want to join the fight like us? If it's just for self-defense, you could change clothes with our men. You know, the Normans have always been very harsh toward our pilots. If only one of us can make it back to the rear safely, we'll leave that precious chance for you, not ourselves." Stephen Joe stared at him for a few seconds and said, "If necessary, I don't mind joining the fight. Moreover, I'd rather die gloriously like a common soldier than become a prisoner of the Normans." Weiss highly approved of this fellow's temperament. He patted the man's shoulder and said, "Rest assured. Although our primary mission is to capture the enemy's dam position, I won't let you take unnecessary risks. Relatively speaking, your lives are much more precious than those Normans. Perhaps before we reach the dam, I'll find a way to have you transferred to our controlled area first." Stephen Joe didn't say thank you. He quietly watched the guerrillas strip jackets and pants from several relatively intact Norman corpses, gathering them along with their belts, canteens, entrenching tools, and other gear. He then asked, "Do you plan to disguise yourselves to infiltrate and seize the enemy position? This is the most common strategy for our guerrilla force, allowing us to win with minimum losses through surprise, Weiss answered. However, it doesn't work every time. We prepare for it, if it's useful, we use it, if not, then so be it. Stephen Zhou asked more questions about the dam. Weiss did not hide anything and explained to him why the Federal Air Force had not bombed the dam. You are Lorraine people who love this land deeply, guarding it with your courage and wisdom. Even if the enemy is incredibly powerful, you won't give up easily. This is truly admirable, Stephen Zhou sighed. As early as the last war, I read about your deeds in the newspapers. I didn't expect that when the flames of war returned, you would still be as heroic and tenacious as your predecessors. Hearing this, several guerrillas nearby laughed, and Weiss laughed as well. In the last war, we did the same thing. As for the predecessors you mentioned. Another guerrilla chimed in, the one standing before you is the famous Lorraine guerrilla hero from the last war, as well as the head of government for our Lorraine federal state and the commander of the reserve forces, Officer Klemper Heeson. Stephen Zhou was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He could hardly believe his eyes. At first glance, the young man before him seemed to be just a commander with rich experience and combat skills. If there was anything different about him, it was his composure and calm demeanor, which made him stand out slightly, but only to that extent. He never imagined that such a small guerrilla unit would be personally led by the governor of the Lorraine federal state, and that just moments ago, he had engaged a squad of Norman soldiers without hesitation. In Lorraine, everyone is a warrior yearning for freedom. Therefore, the enemy can occupy this place, but they can never conquer it, Weiss said proudly. After quickly clearing the battlefield, the group continued forward. Before they had gone far, Weiss led them into a thicket to rest for a while. Stephen Zhou was surprised by this arrangement. One must know that the battlefield where they had just clashed with the Normans was less than 10 miles away. Wasn't he afraid that Norman reinforcements would quickly swarm over? He turned his gaze toward Weiss. This legendary figure was sitting on the ground, disassembling a captured rifle to study it before skillfully reassembling it. Noticing Stephen Zhou's confusion, he smiled and said, according to normal thinking, a guerrilla force will definitely retreat quickly after ambushing regular enemy troops. So even if the Normans send people over, they won't be on high alert in this vicinity. We're resting here to adjust our state and prepare for the longer road ahead, and secondly, if enemy reinforcements do arrive, we can give them a heavy blow. What if the enemy comes with a large force? Stephen Zhou voiced his concern. Given the current situation, it's unlikely they can spare a large force. If that were the case, we could simply call in the Air Force to deal with them. Weiss gestured with his chin toward a signalman accompanying the team. This signalman carried a radio set and could contact the Federal Air Force if necessary. If the enemy deployed hundreds or thousands of men here, they would be exactly the kind of target the Federal Air Force was looking for. Friendly reminder, the website will be updated soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records, screenshots recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. A commander must be bold yet meticulous, prudent yet flexible. Stephen Zhou's admiration for this guerrilla commander grew. He sat down at ease to enjoy the food provided by the guerrillas, except for the lack of heat, everything was delicious. Judging by the markings on the cans, this was standard field rations recently sent from the rear, meaning the guerrilla force was not an isolated entity. AI model, Gemini 3.1 flashlight. However, wouldn't repeatedly engaging the enemy here affect their mission against the dam? Stephen Zhou was very curious. He sized up the young guerrilla force commander, speculating about what he was thinking at that moment. The war had dragged on for so long, and the air units had been locked in fierce exchanges with the enemy. Their tactics were equally flexible and ever-changing, rather than straight and predictable. Even in one-on-one combat, a sharp mind was crucial, especially for an attack aircraft pilot like him. When facing enemy fighter planes, an attack aircraft lacked absolute advantages in speed and firepower, so it required mature application of flight skills and tactics to shake off enemy pursuit or even achieve a counter-kill. In his combat experience, Stephen Zhou had 6 confirmed shoot-downs, 2 enemy fighter planes, 3 bombers, and 1 airship. It was no surprise for an attack aircraft to shoot down a bomber, and taking out an enemy airship was also within reason, but shooting down enemy fighter planes was exceptionally difficult. Those 2 battles were still vivid in his mind to this day. Because of this way of thinking, Stephen Zhou was curious about the combat route and operational style of this guerrilla force. By the time they replenished their energy with food, the Normans' reinforcements still hadn't appeared. It seemed that with all of Lorraine turned into a battlefield, the enemy might not necessarily notice the situation of such a small reconnaissance detachment. Even if they did discover them, it would likely be a long time later. Weiss continued to lead the team forward, walking until nightfall. Stephen Zhou assumed they would spend the night in a hidden spot, but after only 2 hours of rest, the guerrilla force continued moving. Night marches were less likely to be discovered by the enemy, but at the same time, they were prone to falling into enemy traps. Stephen Zhou couldn't help but ask the guerrilla force members how they ensured safety while marching at night. The guerrilla force members told him that, firstly, they were familiar with every inch of Lorraine and knew the terrain everywhere like the back of their hands. Secondly, they were led by a miraculous commander, and this amazing commander was best at nighttime raids. The guerrilla force member also enthusiastically told him about classic battles that had occurred in Lorraine, including the raid on Slin, and various attacks and ambushes against the Norman army, which Stephen Zhou listened to with great interest. Although they didn't have to worry about being on guard everywhere as they did during the day, marching at night meant battling the environment. Walking through the pitch-black woods, they would stumble over tree roots and uneven terrain from time to time, making the journey quite awkward. By the second half of the night, fatigue deepened, and when they took a short break in a patch of woods, several people actually fell asleep right where they sat. Sir, we are about 20 li from our destination. Sales detachment should be waiting for us in the mountains ahead, barring any accidents, they should have arrived there around midnight. Should we send a team ahead to scout and confirm if they are in position? What about the pilots? Should they continue with us, or should we leave them behind to act according to the situation? Stephen Zhou vaguely heard a guerrilla force member asking their commander for instructions. There are fir trees on the northern hillside, I believe our pilots are there. Also, past that mountain pass to the east, there seems to be a fire. There was one just a moment ago, though maybe it's not visible now, it's very likely to be enemy pilots. The guerrilla force commander said to his subordinates, more, take 2 people and head north. Remember the fir trees on the hillside, I won't remember wrong. Meet our pilots and bring them here as soon as possible. Parker, come with me to the front and see if there are really enemy pilots there. Everyone else rest here. Booker, you are responsible for setting up sentries. We will be back in about an hour. Although Stephen Zhou was very tired, he found this matter quite curious. Thinking that he might not necessarily need to participate in the battle against the dam, he volunteered and stepped forward, saying, I want to join your operation too. Actually, I slept very well last night, and I've been in good condition recently, so I should be able to hold up. The young guerrilla force commander looked at him and responded readily, no problem. Come with us to gain some experience and get a feel for guerrilla warfare. Of course, you must listen to me during the operation. If a firefight breaks out, you must protect yourself first, we will try our best to handle any trouble. Don't worry about me. I'm a veteran with 10 years of military service, so I have at least that much discipline, Stephen Zhou replied. With the tasks assigned, everyone went into action. Stephen Zhou carried a Norman rifle and a cartridge box, following closely behind the guerrilla force commander and the guerrilla force member he had handpicked. The 3 of them moved much faster than the main group. With a clear objective, it took them less than half an hour to approach the suspicious area mentioned by the commander. Stephen Zhou was full of questions, but in this situation, he had to maintain absolute silence. They crept forward softly. As they walked, the commander suddenly raised his right hand, signaling everyone to slow down, and then said something in the Norman language. Although Stephen Zhou was not fluent in the Norman language, for operational needs, he had learned some from his companions. He knew this was likely a form of greeting, and he felt very nervous, even quietly aiming his gun at this legendary guerrilla force commander. Although he wasn't sure what kind of situation awaited him, his special status as a pilot made him extra vigilant. A moment later, a response came from the darkness ahead, also spoken in the Norman language. The guerrilla force commander replied with a few more sentences, and before long, someone slowly walked out from the front. Stephen Zhou heard the commander shout in the Ulster language, catch him. The accompanying guerrilla force member, as if expecting it, followed their commander, rushing up from left and right to pin the man to the ground. By the time Stephen Zhou walked over, the 2 of them had already tied the man up tightly with rope and confiscated his pistol. The man was very angry and said something in the Norman language, but the guerrilla force commander remained unmoved. That's amazing. How did you know he was hiding here? How did you know he was a Norman? How did you know he would fall for it? What did you say to him just now? Stephen Zhou couldn't help but fire off this string of questions. As the governor of Lorraine and the commander-in-chief of the resistance organization, as well as the commander of this guerrilla force, Weiss didn't need to explain so much to a pilot. He brushed him off, saying, I've said it before, this is powerful observation and miraculous intuition. This intuition is usually very accurate, but in important moments, one cannot necessarily rely on it, so that's that. Are we taking him back and keeping him with us during the operation? Stephen Zhou asked. Yes. I told him that he is our prisoner now and that he will only survive if he follows us. Otherwise, we will bury him in a pit, and in that case, he will never see his family again, Weiss said. Stephen Zhou certainly knew that Norman pilots were high-priority targets for the Federation Army. Usually, captured Norman pilots would be held until the very last moment. For example, the Norman pilots captured in the last war were among the last batch to return to the Norman Empire during the prisoner exchange. Does he believe it? He has no choice but to believe it, Weiss responded. We are determined to win this war. It won't be long before our army enters their homeland. This time, we will most likely fight all the way to their capital before we stop. After 3 consecutive wars, isn't that enough to make us determined to completely dismantle their war capabilities? When it came to strategic issues involving high-level decision-making, Stephen Zhou never liked to discuss them with others, but that didn't mean he didn't have his own views. The group returned to the temporary rest point. Indeed, it had been just over an hour. The rest time wasn't long enough, but it was at least enough to slightly alleviate everyone's fatigue. To arrive at the target location by the expected time, Weiss encouraged everyone to push forward regardless of their fatigue. As dawn was about to break, they arrived at the upper reaches of the Moor River in northern Lorraine. The horizon gradually brightened, and a dam appeared in their line of sight. It was built across the river, about 60 or 70 feet wide and about 40 feet high, considered a medium-sized dam. Upstream were rolling mountains, while downstream of the dam was a relatively open river valley, though both banks of the valley were still mountainous forests. Relying on the guerrilla force commander's super observation and intuition, they successfully met up with the other guerrilla force detachment. On the way here, this guerrilla force had also rescued 2 Federation Army pilots. According to them, they had engaged with Norman pilots along the way. Because a firefight broke out, it drew the attention of the Normans, forcing them to rush all the way, resulting in them arriving 2 hours earlier than expected. Chapter 14, Whirlwind Strike. It was a gloomy morning, with a light drizzle falling from the sky. In Lorraine, a land where battles never cease and life never stops, the fierce fighting and brutal slaughter between the two sides over the past few days made this weather feel especially gloomy and oppressive. At the edge of the forest, Stephen Joe hid and waited with the members of the guerrilla force, observing the deployment and movements of the Normans around the dam for a long time. As a veteran pilot, he possessed a very strong ability to identify targets. Based on his estimation, the Norman army near the dam consisted of about a company, equipped with medium-caliber anti-aircraft guns, small-caliber autocannons, and some machine guns that could be used for anti-aircraft combat. For an attack aircraft unit operating in formation, such anti-aircraft strength was insignificant. As long as they launched a dive bombing or rapid level bombing run, they could easily crush these ants. For the Federal Air Force, this group of enemies was unremarkable, but for the guerrilla force, it was an entirely different matter. The two gathered guerrilla forces only added up to a little over 200 people, which was equivalent to the number of enemy troops holding the dam. Not to mention that the enemy was in a defensive posture, possessing artillery, autocannons, and machine guns. In terms of the combat quality of the soldiers, the guerrilla force could not be compared to the enemy's regular army. They had rushed to arrive here before dawn, which left Stephen Joe feeling puzzled. Why not arrive a little earlier, or simply later, so they could have used the cover of night to quickly launch an operation instead of waiting around doing nothing? What he found even stranger was that the legendary guerrilla warfare commander, after observing the enemy situation, had no intention of deploying for an attack, but instead sat in the bushes, took out a soft-covered notebook from his backpack, and began writing and drawing. After a long while, unable to curb his curiosity, he slowly moved over. Was this commander writing a biography? Seeing the attack aircraft pilot lean his head over, Weiss did not intend to avoid him, but instead said calmly, "These are my war notes. After the war ends, I want to publish a professional military book, the kind that ordinary people can understand, titled Modern Guerrilla Warfare. These are all my experiences and thoughts during the war. Actually, after the last war ended, I had this intention, but I was delayed by many things." Stephen Joe was not the scholarly type and had no thoughts about writing books or biographies. In his view, those moving and tragic deeds certainly needed a vehicle for inheritance and praise, and books were undoubtedly the most suitable, but their essence was recording. They could be polished, but they would not bring about a qualitative change. Therefore, he skipped this topic and asked directly, "Are we going to stay here for a day and wait until night to launch the attack?" "That is the worst-case scenario," Weiss replied. "And the best-case scenario?" Stephen Joe asked, following up on his answer. "The best-case scenario is to wait for our air force to defeat them, then we go over to take over the positions, guard the prisoners, and meet the airborne troops," Weiss said with a smirk. Stephen Joe looked puzzled. He remembered this legendary guerrilla commander telling him that although the hydroelectric power station at the dam was being used by the Normans, the Federal Air Force had never bombed the dam for fear that destroying it would trigger a flood and threaten the safety of the villages downstream. The guerrilla force had considered using precision demolition to destroy the power generation facilities, but after weighing the pros and cons, it was never put on the agenda. Weiss noticed the pilot's confusion and said while writing, "Times have changed. Now our field airfields have been deployed around Lorraine, and we can use attack aircraft instead of bombers to deal with the enemy. You should be very clear about the advantages of attack aircraft in terms of bombing precision." As a veteran with both skill and experience, Stephen Joe certainly knew what kind of precision tactical bombing could achieve. It was just that after traveling all the way here and witnessing the stunning performance of this guerrilla force, he thought this trip would be able to eliminate the Norman army around the dam with the strength of the guerrilla force alone and win a beautiful victory. His head was full of tactical speculations. He hadn't expected the guerrilla force to actually place the Federal Air Force's bombing as the optimal tactical choice. With the calmness of someone who understood the truth, Weiss continued, "The greatest characteristics of the guerrilla force are its flexibility and concealment in enemy-occupied areas. Its greatest weaknesses are its combat power and level of equipment. To win, one must play to one's strengths and avoid weaknesses. This is common sense, and it is also rational. Although during wartime, out of strategic considerations, we often abandon this rationality to accomplish some difficult tasks in a more heroic way." As the two were talking, a low, wailing sound suddenly came from the dam. It was the Normans' mechanical anti-aircraft siren. Shortly after the anti-aircraft siren sounded, a squadron of aircraft suddenly appeared between the distant mountains, flying almost at treetop level. On the anti-aircraft positions around the dam, some Norman soldiers were still running, while others had already entered their combat stations, hurriedly turning the dials of the anti-aircraft guns, while those Federal Air Force combat aircraft struck like lightning. They swept over the dam, some dropped bombs on their first pass, while others flew over the dam, quickly circled, turned around, and launched attacks with a fluid and coherent posture. Those that dropped bombs on the first pass caught the enemy off guard, but the precision of the attacks was slightly inferior. Those that observed first and then dropped bombs, although they encountered enemy fire interception during the return pass, were more precise and more destructive. Judging from the scene of the bomb explosions, these Federal Army fighter aircraft were carrying light aerial bombs, whose power was slightly greater than mortar shells, so even if they accidentally fell on the dam, they would not cause a fatal blow to the structure of the dam. Around this dam, the Normans had constructed some semi-enclosed and enclosed bunkers. Although they used concrete, they were far from reaching fortress-level defensive strength, being only stronger than field fortification standards, which light aerial bombs were sufficient to destroy. After 2 back-and-forth bombing runs, some Federal Air Force aircraft adjusted their posture to conduct a third round of attacks, either dropping all remaining bombs or strafing with machine guns. Such back-and-forth shuttle attacks left the Normans around the dam in complete chaos. As a member of the Federal Air Force, Stephen Joe was satisfied with the effect of this air raid. He turned his head and saw the guerrilla commander beside him silently watching the front, with no excitement or other expressions visible on his face. The bombing ended, and smoke was diffusing everywhere around the dam. He quickly called over the guerrilla member carrying the radio equipment and had him send a telegram to the headquarters. Stephen Joe listened in. This telegram was a request for the Air Force to conduct another air raid, and it confirmed that the previous round of air raids had achieved the effect of surprise, with the casualty rate of the Norman army guarding the dam approaching 40%, and their morale had been greatly shaken. As long as there was another round of bombing, they could basically be routed, and, after the previous bombing, their anti-aircraft capability had been weakened by almost half. After the radio operator sent the telegram, Stephen Joe stepped forward. You made a quantitative estimation of the battle situation. Is this kind of quantification usually accurate? I don't mean anything else, but I want to know how to convert such estimations into accurate data. And how do the Air Force's reconnaissance pilots confirm the situation of ground combat? Weiss did not answer directly, but asked in return. Stephen Joe pondered and said, I served as a reconnaissance pilot for about half a year. I have to say, reconnaissance requires a lot of skill. Many times we are unable to provide quantitative descriptions, but rather general statements, which is something that has always troubled us. If we could make quantitative statements like you just did, I believe it could provide more accurate and powerful references for commanders' decisions. Weiss nodded. In fact, based on past experience, our judgments are very close to the actual situation. As for the skills you mentioned, I think they rely more on experience and logic. Yes, logic is very important. Take the bombing just now. Many Norman soldiers were still outside their bunkers when the bombing was taking place, and the bombing destroyed many of the enemy's bunkers. Combining these two situations, based on our understanding of this enemy position, a round of bombing can inflict 30–40% casualties on the enemy forces. This Norman army has not been subjected to fierce attacks for a long time, and the guerrilla force has rarely harassed them, so they are used to being safe. Suddenly being subjected to such an attack, their morale will certainly be greatly hit. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that the experienced veterans who were originally stationed here have been transferred to the front line, and many new recruits have replaced them. Stephen Joe had to admit that these observations and analyses were well founded. As for the accuracy, he was not entirely sure, but if done more often and combined with past experience for refinement, there would likely be some reliable battlefield parameters, just like some wonderful mathematical laws in industrial production and economic operation. In the peaceful times before the war, in university classrooms, he had heard wise professors talk about it. If the war could end a day earlier, he hoped to return to the classroom and learn more from those knowledgeable and talented professors. About 40 minutes later, the anti-aircraft siren sounded again on the enemy positions around the dam. This time, the anti-aircraft siren sounded 2 or 3 minutes before the Federal Army fighter aircraft arrived, giving them more time to prepare. However, as Weiss had judged, their level of organization had been greatly weakened by the previous round of bombing, so the resistance organized this time was not much better than the previous hasty response. This time, the Federal Air Force dispatched 16 attack aircraft, 4 more than the first wave, while a full-strength attack squadron usually consisted of 18 to 21 aircraft. They still adopted the low-altitude flight strategy, sweeping over the mountains and forests in a compact flight formation. When they were about to arrive over the dam, various shells and bullets rose from the Normans' ground positions, but the weak firepower could not form a complete firing net. The War Eagles of the Federation Army deftly adjusted their formation, splitting into left and right paths to bypass the Normans' frontal interception. One path detoured to the upstream of the dam and then launched an attack along the river, while the other flew to the downstream of the dam, circled half a large circle in the air, and carried out bombing on the Norman Army positions around the dam from west to east. The two-pronged Federal Army fighter aircraft, one after the other, arrived over the dam right on time. During the detour, the pilots already had an intuitive understanding of the attack targets, without the need for further reconnaissance and decision-making, and launched a wave-like attack directly. Because there was no need to consider the range issue, each attack aircraft carried 6 light aerial bombs, and nearly 100 aerial bombs fell densely and orderly onto the Normans' positions, forming a tactical carpet bombing. Wherever the flames swept, the Normans' guns instantly went silent. Just as the air raid was about to end with a successful result, a Federal Army fighter aircraft was suddenly hit by ground fire, and the engine trailed thick black smoke. Because it was conducting low-altitude bombing, the attack aircraft pilot had no time to parachute and could only try his best to maintain the balance of the aircraft, sliding toward the water downstream of the dam with a wailing sound, and finally made a forced landing about 5 miles from the dam. At this time, the Federal Air Force had already extensively used lightweight aluminum alloy as the main material for aircraft, which had a much lower density than steel, but it was not enough to float completely on the water. After the aircraft made a forced landing, the air raid ended quickly, and the remaining Federal Army combat aircraft lingered nearby for a while. Although reluctant, they could only helplessly return first. At first, Stephen Joe saw a Norman autocannon turn toward the downstream of the dam, firing a burst of shells, stirring up a series of water columns on the water surface. Seeing those water columns extending toward the forced landing position of the attack aircraft, he was immediately terrified. Fortunately, a Norman officer ordered the soldiers to stop shooting, presumably intending to capture the Federal Army pilot alive in this situation where there was no suspense, rather than killing him on the spot. Immediately after, Two Norman soldiers rowed a small boat from the side of the dam, rowing toward the location where the aircraft made a forced landing. Within his line of sight, the grey aircraft slowly sank under the water. The surviving pilot was floating on the water holding the floatboard behind the seat. He seemed unfamiliar with water, struggled for a while, but only moved a short distance. Stephen Joe was worried about his comrade's safety and suddenly realized that the surrounding guerrilla members had already taken action under the leadership of their legendary commander. They left the forest and advanced toward the dam under the cover of the terrain, and the guerrilla force's actions quickly attracted the attention of the Normans on the position, and their artillery fire turned toward this side. Stephen Joe had to crawl into a shallow gully to avoid the attack. He heard a thumping sound like war drums from the forest behind him, which was the sound of mortars firing. The mortar shells fired by the guerrilla force were not conventional explosive shells. They landed around the dam, producing large clouds of grey smoke, making it impossible for the Normans to fire accurately. Taking this opportunity, the guerrilla members quickly advanced toward the dam. The enemy had been subjected to 2 consecutive rounds of air raids, suffering heavy losses in troops and equipment, and their morale had been hit hard, making it difficult to organize a tenacious resistance. Stephen Joe raised his head, watching the guerrilla members launch an attack on the Normans' positions. They were more clever than he had imagined. They skillfully used the terrain to advance, and the tacit understanding of alternating cover was no less than that of those well-trained and experienced field troops, and the few mortars and machine guns provided very favorable fire suppression. With the momentum of regarding death as returning home, the guerrilla members rushed into the enemy positions and fought with the enemy. On the water downstream of the dam, the 2 rowing Norman soldiers had already approached the downed Federal Army pilot. Although the latter was in a difficult situation, he was still trying to resist under the enemy's gunpoint. Seeing the dam position under attack and the situation looking very bad, the 2 Norman soldiers hesitated for a moment, and after picking up the downed pilot, they actually rowed downstream. Chapter 15, Using Their Own Methods. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. Don't worry, they won't escape. It's over 130 li from here to Valence, and it will take until dark to arrive by boat. You'll pass through 7 villages and 5 river ports along the way, but there are no Norman army troops stationed there now. Karen, go notify our people, our pilot is on that small boat. Have them intercept it and make sure to protect our pilot. Seeing Stephen Joe's worried face, Weiss gave him a reassurance. The guerrilla force member who received the order was a tall, thin young man. He set off alone, running downstream along the river. He had no horse or motorized vehicle, but that wasn't a problem. Under normal circumstances, the speed of rowing a boat is slower than walking, unless someone opens the sluice gates to give them a boost, but that was impossible in the current situation. After more than a quarter of an hour of fighting, the guerrilla force had completely captured the dam, and the remaining Norman soldier gave up resistance. Send a telegram to headquarters. We have secured the dam, tell them to make arrangements as soon as possible, Weiss instructed the signalman. Will our troops be airdropped here? Stephen Joe asked. I don't know, Weiss answered frankly, but what is certain is that they will send someone to pick you up very soon. I actually hope to fight alongside you and witness more of your amazing feats, Stephen Joe responded. After you return to your unit, you will definitely participate in air operations over Lorraine again. Perhaps in a few hours, you will be flying over this area once more. At that time, if possible, say hello to us by wagging your wings, we'll be able to see that signal, Weiss said with a smile. Not long after the telegram was sent, a non-combat seaplane flew in from the northeast and landed on the water upstream of the dam. It quickly approached the dam, and after mutual confirmation, the guerrilla force members notified the pilots, including Stephen Joe, to board and depart. While the seaplane was docked, 4 fighter planes circled in the sky, apparently providing escort for them. With mixed feelings, Stephen Joe and his companions embarked on their return journey. On the way back to their base, they only encountered Federation Army combat aircraft in the air, while the Normans' various military facilities on the ground were being subjected to airstrikes by the Federal Army. Under such immense pressure, it was an impossible task for the Norman army to win the battle. Upon returning to their airbase, Stephen Joe saw bombers and transport planes everywhere on the airfield, and in the distance, there were steel ships. Squads of army officers and soldiers were marching through the base, carrying somewhat bulky combat packs, wearing steel helmets, and armed with weapons, appearing to wait for planes or ships to take them to the battlefield. Judging from this exceptionally busy scene, the Federal Army was pushing forward a large-scale airborne operation, which would surely accelerate the progress of the battle significantly and completely drive out the Norman army that had set foot in the Federation. Stephen Joe and his companions regretfully missed seeing a Federation Army fast transport ship arrive at the dam just recaptured from the Normans, under the cover of a squadron of fighter planes. It landed directly on the riverbank upstream, and hundreds of ground troops carrying combat equipment took over the area. The Normans had operated here for a long time, and although many defensive facilities had been smashed to pieces by airstrikes, with a little modification, they could be reused for defense and surveillance. The Battle of the Dam was a small microcosm of the turning point of the Lorraine campaign. In other parts of Lorraine, with the support of the guerrilla force and the resistance organization, the Federal Army used transport planes and transport ships to deploy 6 assault divisions, totaling over 100,000 troops, to various battlefields in Lorraine. They did not directly raid the towns but instead cut into positions where the Normans were deployed relatively weakly, severing the connections between the Normans in various towns and strategic locations, causing the Norman army to become isolated and dispersed entities. Afterwards, the Federal Army employed various combat methods: assaults, sieges, intimidation, or persuasion, forcing the Norman army's combat units assembled in the east and northeast into an awkward position where they could not defend both ends. In Lorraine, the Normans' strength on paper was still very strong, and they were even able to launch counterattacks on a significant portion of the battlefields. However, after losing air superiority, these offensives could often only be launched at night and in poor weather conditions. Once the weather cleared, their ground operations were forcefully countered by the Federal Army. At this point, even if the Normans had divine help, it was difficult to turn the tide. Consequently, just 2 weeks after the battle began, the Normans changed their style and quickly withdrew their main forces in Lorraine from combat. In the following period, the Federation Army's fast combat ships and long-range fighter planes spared no effort to fly to the Monomolan Mountains to intercept and attack the Normans' airships. They were currently withdrawing combat troops from Lorraine to the rear, day and night. The Normans' military strength in Lorraine rapidly weakened, and the Federal Army began to recover large swathes of territory with a crushing force. Flags of the Federation were raised again in town after town, and stronghold after stronghold gave up resistance under the powerful deterrence of the Federal Army. The song of victory drifted over Lorraine, the guerrilla force and the resistance organization were able to operate in broad daylight, and the populace was impassioned, rooting out all the facilities left behind by the Normans. These days of gratification and tension soon ended, as the Norman army isolated in Valence and Slin became the last occupiers to withdraw. The Lorraine campaign drew to a close, and the Federal Army stationed in Lorraine began to plan and prepare for operations west of the Monomolan Mountains, quickly utilizing those aviation facilities that were still useful. After a period of transition and connection, the Lorraine guerrilla force and the resistance organization shed their wartime responsibilities. The brave comrades returned to their roles in local security forces and reserve units. Weiss, as the most legendary resistance fighter on this land, naturally returned to the role of governor of Lorraine. Just like after the previous war, the task before them was reconstruction and recovery, and in these two areas, he had a fairly complete experience. During the most difficult years of the war, he had looked forward to this day arriving and had long had a plan in his heart, so he carried out the work with ease and familiarity. This efficient approach made the populace feel reassured and also garnered much praise from the outside world. Just when Weiss thought his war years had ended, the military sent an old acquaintance, his principal at Baston Military Academy, Fan Luo. Now, with grey hair, he was the third Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council. His arrival was not to assist in the post-war reconstruction of Lorraine, but rather commissioned by the Supreme Military Council to organize research on guerrilla and anti-guerrilla warfare. The reason for this dramatic change was that after the Federal Army invaded the Norman homeland and quickly occupied the eastern region of the Norman Empire, the Normans did not intend to give up resistance. In the occupied territories of the Federation Army, Norman soldiers and civilians also organized guerrilla warfare, and their efficiency and techniques greatly surprised the Federal Army. In a face-to-face conversation with Fan Luo, Weiss received a clear signal: due to years of tradition, the military was very resistant to a military political union. Unless he was willing to give up his political status and rejoin the army, the military would not appoint him to an official position. Fan Luo explained that retiring to enter politics was not a betrayal of the army. The military generals were not resisting any specific individual, but rather feared that the mindset and ways of acting of the political sphere would cause the army to form an atmosphere they detested. In his view, the status of governor of Lorraine was both the trust of the Lorraine populace and the recognition of his ability and reputation by the outside world. It was hard-won and should not be easily abandoned. The Federal Army feared being polluted by the atmosphere of the political sphere, yet their own mechanisms and systems were not as clear and bright as they claimed to be. Weiss naturally would not be swayed by their conditions, so he specifically thanked Fan Luo for his understanding and also indicated that he would assist him in researching and analyzing the Normans' guerrilla tactics and exploring ways to break them in any way he could. Before understanding the specifics of the Norman-style guerrilla warfare, Weiss asked Fan Luo what the Federal Army planned to do after defeating the Normans, whether it would be long-term occupation or post-war withdrawal. I cannot give you an accurate and definitive answer because many things have not been finalized. From my perspective, it is possible that the Federal Army will maintain a military occupation in the Norman Empire, but not a comprehensive occupation, rather a symbolic one. The spirit of freedom of the Federation dictates that we will not seize other countries' territories like the Normans, but 3 wars in succession have made us suffer enough, and we do not want the Normans to stage a comeback in 10, 20, or 30 years. We must ensure they accept the peace agreement and implement it for a long time, so we feel it is necessary to maintain an occupation force to supervise them. According to the preliminary plan, these occupation forces will choose several garrison areas not necessarily in their capital, but certainly in their industrial regions to directly observe and supervise their industrial production and prevent them from rearming. If that is the case, my personal suggestion is to adopt a relatively gentle occupation stance, that is, defeat the Norman army as quickly as possible on the front lines, while maintaining a loose policy in the occupied areas to avoid intensifying relations with the Norman populace. Based on our understanding of the Norman Empire, many people only care about their own lives and do not have a clear attitude toward national strategy or the outcome of the war. If the occupation forces do not have a great impact on their ability to maintain a normal life, they should not have strong feelings of resistance. Of course, this is just my relatively one-sided understanding. Perhaps Normans in different regions have different personalities and emotions. After all, in the previous war, we only went to one region in the western part of the Norman Empire. In peacetime, we have been to their capital and have also visited the northern and eastern regions. If nothing else, I feel that the Normans, especially the ordinary people, are not as tyrannical and cruel as we imagine. Fan Luo thought for a while. You are right, but now, facing the occupation forces, they have a special emotion, which may be related to their experience before modern times. They believe their territory is inviolable. They can give up external expansion and give up fighting and killing, but they are not willing to endure being occupied by the enemy. So after the Norman army retreated, the resistance emotion of the populace was very strong, and there were even cases of them using rudimentary weapons to launch attacks on us, and these were not isolated cases. For these attackers, we can guard against them by increasing vigilance. What is truly headache-inducing are those guerrilla forces that have a certain degree of organization and are supported by the Norman army. They are flexible and elusive. In some areas, we tried to change our strategy, letting the army shrink to military strongholds to control the entire region, but this way, the Norman army has more tactical maneuvering space. They can coordinate with the front lines and drop a small number of elite airborne troops into the rear. Weiss summarized, organized, and analyzed the information passed on by Fan Luo and reached a conclusion. It seems that the Normans have learned from our experience in conducting guerrilla warfare and are using similar strategies to deal with a similar opponent. Come to think of it, it really is quite a headache. Chapter 16, Winning Hearts is Paramount. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel, updated as quickly as possible. Standing on the soil of the Norman Empire once again, Weiss felt infinite emotion. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of coming here as a victor, looking down with contempt upon these warmongers who worshipped force. This thought had once faded with the cessation of hostilities. In times of peace, he had briefly visited the Norman Empire as an official guest, gaining a deeper understanding of it. If not for this unexpected war, given the progression of international relations, coming here as an ordinary Federation citizen to appreciate the local culture would not have been too distant a prospect. Now, the Federation people had marched into the Norman Empire as an occupying force, which could not help but make one sigh at the unpredictability of the world. As the chief administrator of Lorraine, visiting the Norman Empire on public funds during peacetime would have been both reasonable and logical, but in wartime, with Lorraine having been liberated only recently, Weiss seemed to have no reason to be here. In fact, his current status was as a special military consultant, or more accurately, an external member of Fan Luo's military advisory group, invited to conduct field investigations and offer suggestions for the next steps of the Federal Army's deployment. At this stage, the situation in the Federation's rear had stabilized. Although Lorraine had just shaken off the ravages of war, its existing administrative structure was back in operation and supported by garrison troops, so the chief administrator's absence for a period would not cause any problems. This was a significant reason why Weiss could set foot into the Norman Empire with peace of mind. In the eastern region of the Norman Empire that he had visited before, as far as the eye could see, many towns had turned into ruins, and the fields were covered with the scars of war. During the time when the Norman army was at its peak, the Federal Army had recklessly launched strategic bombing campaigns against the Normans' eastern industrial zone. Despite the heavy price paid, this strategy was undoubtedly correct. It continuously weakened the Normans' war potential, preventing them from rapidly mass-producing troops as they had in the previous war. Although there were also reasons related to the decision-making of the Norman Empire's high command, there was no doubt that without the continuous strategic bombing, there would be no current strategic turning point. Come to think of it, during those arduous years, the tenacity of the soldiers and civilians of Lorraine provided a solid bridgehead for the Federal Air Force's strategic bombing. During the half-year that Lorraine was occupied, the Federal Air Force's heavy bombers had to take off from much further in the rear, crossing much longer distances to bomb the Normans' homeland. If not for the successful development and mass production of super heavy bombers, such long-distance expeditionary operations would likely have been difficult to sustain. The administrative regions of the Norman Empire were divided into provinces and royal territories. The former made up the main administrative structure of the Norman Empire, while the latter were distributed throughout the various regions of the Norman Empire, a special existence formed by history. In the vast and fertile eastern region, there were mainly 5 provinces and 4 royal territories, with heavy industry concentrated in the 2 provinces of Suofu and Leyte, as well as the Kasai Royal Territory. After the military advisory group led by Fan Luo arrived in the Norman Empire, they chose to settle in a small town named Pali in the Kasai region. It was an ordinary and quiet little place, and the nearby Kasai city had once been the most prosperous industrial city in the eastern part of the Norman Empire. Of course, about a year ago, this city had been razed to the ground during half a month of focused bombing by the Federal Army. Standing on the hills of Pali and looking north, one could see the industrial city that had lost all vitality. Although 99% of the factories were no longer functional, the broken walls and the spiderweb of underground pipes had become a natural battlefield for the Normans to wage guerrilla warfare against the occupiers, all of which seemed like a replay of the Battle of Aokeng from the last war. Given that the Federal Army's ultimate goal was not to rule the Norman Empire, but to dismantle its war potential and aggressive consciousness, the Federal Army did not get deeply entangled with the Normans. They avoided cities like Kasai and only stationed troops in the nearby relatively normal towns, which created a strange scene. The Normans' resistance forces operated in the large cities filled with ruins, while the Federal Army occupied those small towns. Under normal circumstances, the two sides seemed to coexist peacefully, but whenever the Federation Army launched an offensive on the front lines, or the Norman Army made a move, these guerrilla forces would crawl out like rats from the sewers to operate everywhere, making life miserable for the Federation Army, which was the primary problem Fan Luo and Weiss had come here to solve. In fact, long after the end of the last war, Fan Luo had already retired honorably. However, this did not mean he was indifferent to or completely out of touch with the development of military affairs. In fact, he had been hired as a guest professor and special consultant by several higher military academies, basically teaching at these schools every month, and also writing column reviews for several military journals. In his spare time, he compiled and published some of his experiences and insights from his military career, and his retirement life was very fulfilling. This sharp-minded old gentleman was recalled to the army shortly after the war broke out, but his physical condition was no longer suitable for the front lines. Initially, he served on the National Defense Mobilization Committee, and due to his outstanding work achievements, he assumed the position of Secretary General and joined the Supreme Military Council. The strategic bombing of the Norman Empire was a decision strongly supported by him and other people of insight, which also brought him high prestige. As the saying goes, the best military strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy. After arriving in the Norman Empire and spending over a week observing and researching, Weiss proposed his clear suggestion to Fan Luo, to wage psychological warfare. Because, analyzing from a tactical level, the guerrilla tactics adopted by the Normans were adapted to local conditions and practical. If the Federation army wanted to solve the problem head-on, it would have to send more troops, spend a huge amount of time and manpower on repeated sweeps, and establish a series of strongholds, which went against their original intention. Stepping out of the inherent mindset and analyzing the problem from a psychological perspective, it was not difficult to discover that the Normans' guerrilla force was supported indirectly or indirectly commanded by the army. The reason the public actively participated was because of their natural hostility toward the invaders. If this emotion could be dissolved, he believed many people would re-examine their own positioning. Why commit to this war with no visible hope? During this time, Weiss only slept a few hours a day, using the squeezed-out time to study captured books and newspapers, and to talk with some Normans whose resistance was not so intense, in order to further understand the social structure and public mentality of the Norman Empire. Compared to the Federation's free system, the autocracy of the Norman Empire caused severe class stratification. The public's standard of living could only guarantee basic food and clothing. No matter how much effort they put in, it was difficult for them to change their own destiny, and only by joining the army could they see a glimmer of hope. As for politics, that was almost the patent of the nobility and the wealthy class. Where there are classes, there will be conflicts, and where there are conflicts, they can be exploited. Weiss tentatively tried to instill these principles into the youth group in the small town of Pali. This missionary-style propaganda did not achieve ideal results at first. The deeply rooted mindset of the Normans was even more serious than he had imagined. In the process of communication, he constantly improved the method of propaganda, using more accessible reasoning to awaken the Normans they could love their country, but there was no need to sacrifice their precious lives for the lofty imperial dynasty. Slowly, some young people began to accept this ideology, and they spontaneously passed this realization on to those around them. In the small town of Pali, debates and even quarrels began to emerge. Middle-aged and elderly people were obviously very resistant to these new trends of thought, and until the end, many people still refused to accept them, but that was no longer important. Weiss compiled the prepared leaflets into two versions, simple and detailed. The simple version was only 1 page, suitable for people with lower literacy, while the detailed version was like a complete thesis, a full 6 pages long, expounding the development laws of history and society, summarizing the manifestations of fairness, democracy, and human rights in modern society, contrasting the incompetent hereditary Norman nobles with the diligent common Norman people, and criticizing the tyranny and exploitation of human nature by the autocratic regime. Both types of propaganda materials were reviewed and perfected by Fan Luo, finally forming the final draft, and began to be distributed in the eastern region of the Norman Empire. For the initial period, the Normans' guerrilla force remained as active as usual. The federal army deployed in the eastern part of the Norman Empire still maintained a high state of alert, but inevitably suffered continuous casualties. As time passed, some of the Normans' guerrilla force began to give up resistance, some returned home on their own, and some surrendered their weapons to the federal army, receiving the preferential treatment promised on the leaflets. Of course, for a considerable period, the proportion of this phenomenon was not high. Most of the combatants who had joined the Norman guerrilla force were still resisting the Federation army. It was just that their fighting spirit began to weaken, and their confidence was shaken. Since it was a propaganda war and a war of hearts and minds, how could it be without vivid real-life examples? The subsequent leaflets used by the Federation army provided an artistic description of the Norman soldiers and guerrilla-armed personnel who gave up resistance and returned home. They had escaped the danger of being killed by guns and artillery at any time, returned to their families, worked hard with their hands, and fought for their rights with their brains. With the support of the Federal army, some towns in the eastern region of the Norman Empire revised laws and administrative rules through democratic elections, electing administrative bodies that represented the voice of the public. This was common in the Federation, but a novelty in the Norman Empire. Some knowledgeable, visionary, and responsible commoners, who usually did inconspicuous work, became local rulers trusted by the people through elections, and some returned soldiers from poor backgrounds who had served for many years but were slow to be promoted assumed the positions of heads of security departments. New rules and new faces brought fresh air, and these were all summarized in the propaganda examples. Relying on his long-term experience and skills in administrative work, Weiss well compensated for the shortcomings of the staff under Fan Luo, making them fully realize the alternative model in counter-guerrilla operations. In just over a month, the Federal army on the front lines was still struggling to crush the Normans' central defensive line, with swarms of bombers continuously dropping dark clouds of bombs on the Normans' towns and defensive lines, destroying everything with fierce firestorms, while in the eastern region of the Norman Empire, the situation had quietly undergone a magical change. Chapter 17, Winner Takes All. The conclusion of this war came sooner than Weiss had imagined. Just over 3 months after he returned to Lorraine from the Norman Empire, news came from the front that the Normans were requesting a ceasefire. In the previous phase, the Federal army had been advancing triumphantly along the Norman front, seemingly unstoppable, but resistance increased sharply as they pushed into the central and northern regions of the Norman Empire. Although many of the Normans' industrial facilities had been destroyed, the production capacity of the capital circle and the western region remained relatively intact. The Norman army had not suffered a catastrophic blow in any single battle, their strength remained, and their spiritual pillar had not completely collapsed. Coupled with the guerrilla warfare of the Normans, the Federation army still had a long way to go to end the war by force. Against this background, the Normans' proactive request for a ceasefire naturally led people to suspect that it might be another Norman conspiracy. However, it was not long before both sides sat down to negotiate in the small town of Poli within the Norman Empire. Moreover, the person who came to discuss the ceasefire with the Federation on behalf of the Norman Empire was One-Eyed Louis, a man who had retired from active service in the Norman army before the war broke out. He was the younger brother of Emperor Hohenstaufen IV, had served as the chief of general staff of the Imperial Armed Forces, and was a figure with considerable prestige among the Empire's upper echelons and the military. During the negotiations, various messages were transmitted back to the Federation. As the location of an important rear base on the Western Front, the news that reached Lorraine was usually timely and accurate. Through military personnel, Weiss learned that the reason the Normans abandoned their long-prepared counterattack strategy and sought peace with the Federation ahead of schedule was because of another major upheaval within the Empire's high command. However, most people, including Weiss, had guessed the direction wrong. Prince Barras, who held military power, did not use the opportunity of the war to leap into becoming the master of the Empire. Instead, Prince Albert, who had always presented himself as sickly, declared war on his close allies from his position as regent. Overnight, the general staff headquarters of the Norman army was uprooted, and many high-ranking military officers, led by Barras, were secretly imprisoned on charges of waging war against the will of the Empire and its people. As the plenipotentiary negotiator for the Norman Empire, One-Eyed Louis faced the deep skepticism of the Federation with convincing sincerity, even accepting the harsh demands put forward by the Federation to extradite war criminals and try them through an international joint tribunal. Of course, with someone stepping up to take the blame for starting the war, the image left for Crown Prince Albert was naturally that of a man who loved peace at heart and had reluctantly agreed to the war plan under the coercion of the military. The message conveyed through One-Eyed Louis was that during the years when the old Emperor Hohenstaufen IV was unable to perform his duties, this young Crown Prince had to carefully navigate around the warmongering military. This explanation seemed reasonable enough. The Federation had never intended to implement a permanent occupation of the Norman Empire's territory, and since the Normans agreed to change their military system, which had been in place for centuries, it was more thorough than any form of occupation or war punishment, so how could they not be satisfied? Thus, after agreeing on a series of ceasefire terms, both sides quickly signed a ceasefire agreement in the small town of Poli. Just one day later, millions of the Norman army stopped their hostile actions against the Federal army along a front line spanning thousands of miles. Because of the profound lessons learned, the Federal army set strict conditions for the ceasefire this time and strictly enforced them after the ceasefire took effect. The Norman army retreated to designated standby areas as promised, and the main combat units of the Federal army stopped advancing, sending only a number of supervision groups and supervisors to be stationed in the command organizations of the Norman army to closely monitor every one of their units, and even medium and large combat vessels. Next came the transfer of war criminals, which was of great concern to the outside world. The Normans escorted more than 200 high-ranking officers and staff members, led by Barras, to the small town of Poli. The Federal army received these special war criminal suspects there and then transported them to Frisia, located between the Norman Empire, the Kingdom of Wessex, and the Federation. In this nominal neutral zone, they chose the ancient Myra fortress as the place of detention for war criminals and jointly established a war tribunal to investigate and judge the war crimes of these Norman soldiers. This was destined to be an extremely long process. During this process, the Norman army, in accordance with the ceasefire agreement, disbanded its massive army in batches and transported weapons to designated locations for storage. While the Norman army was significantly reducing its scale, the Federal army that had entered the Norman Empire also gradually withdrew to the Federation's homeland and was demobilized. With the end of the war, rebuilding and revitalizing the socio-economic order destroyed during the war once again became the heavy responsibility of Weiss and the people of Lorraine. Recalling the early days of their venture, Lorraine still had some assets, but after this war, in which hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides fought multiple rounds in Lorraine, coupled with the fierce bombing by the Federal Air Force in the later stages of the war, Lorraine was almost destitute after the war ended. Fortunately, unlike the last time the war ended when they relied entirely on their own strength to organize reconstruction, this time, the Federation demanded war reparations from the Norman Empire. Although the final compensation amount agreed upon by both sides was much lower than the figure proposed by the Federation, it was, after all, real money. The fiscal revenue of the Lorraine state government was almost starting from zero, so as soon as the first batch of war reparations arrived, the administrative agency led by Weiss formulated a detailed plan for its use. First was to rebuild medical and educational institutions, restore energy and transportation facilities, and ensure that the people returning to their homes had the most basic living guarantees. Second was to restore industrial production, including mining, metal smelting, and mechanical manufacturing. The last time Lorraine's industry took off, it benefited from the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, led by Weiss, using various economic means to help and boost industrial construction, and financial leverage played a magical role. This time, he did not put the old methods in the most important position, but relied on the appeal of the local governor and the enthusiasm of the people to rebuild their homes after the war, taking the route of a planned economy. This looked like a step backward, but with limited startup funds and no shortage of labor and technical personnel, this planned economy approach played a more prominent role at a specific time and brought more considerable social benefits. According to the plan, it would only take a short year for more than 80% of the transportation facilities interrupted by the war to be restored, and the entire industrial system of Lorraine could be relaid out based on existing experience. Against the special historical background where the entire Federation was in the post-war reconstruction period, the people of Lorraine restored transportation at the fastest speed, prioritized the establishment of labor-intensive mines and basic smelting enterprises with relatively low technical content. And they used the opportunity of reconstruction to introduce more efficient mechanical equipment, selling various metal products to other regions in a steady stream. Under the active organization and leadership of the Lorraine State Government and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, the people of Lorraine exchanged the metal and chemical materials urgently needed for reconstruction elsewhere for ready-made mechanical equipment. They concentrated them in the central and eastern regions with convenient water transport and established a brand new Lorraine industrial zone north of Mason. After comprehensive and careful consideration, the people of Lorraine once again chose the internal combustion engine power they favored as the core technology for large-scale industry. They then extended it to related automotive industries, aviation industries, and agricultural, forestry, and mining equipment manufacturing, forming a planned and layered layout. In addition to metal smelting and mechanical manufacturing, they also strove to enter the radio communication industry. Although this was a technical blank for them, taking advantage of the post-war reconstruction, they were able to introduce production equipment representing the most advanced technology at the time. They established a number of technical research institutions based on the initial achievements of Lorraine's higher education, and with the unremitting support of the state government, they developed and grew rapidly. The social, economic, and industrial reconstruction of Lorraine was in full swing. News came from Frisia that the investigation and evidence collection before the trial had been basically completed, and the war crimes of the Norman Empire's officer team were about to enter the public trial stage. Previously, the Lorraine state government had organized various evidence at the request of the war tribunal and cooperated with investigators to substantiate the evidence of various war crimes committed by the Normans during their occupation of Lorraine. At this time, Weiss received an invitation letter from the war tribunal. This special tribunal composed of judges from multiple countries hoped he could come forward to testify about the crimes committed by these Norman soldiers during the war. What reason did he have to refuse such an invitation? Arriving in Frisia, Weiss learned that the various preparations before the public trial were already very sufficient. In the face of ironclad evidence, no matter how those Normans argued, it was impossible for them to wash away the war crimes they had committed, and the only suspense lay in the final sentencing. Before the public trial began, Weiss had an opportunity to inspect Myra Fortress. In general, the imprisonment life here could not be compared with the luxurious and decadent aristocratic life of the past, but it was still better than that of ordinary civilians who had been ravaged by war. Of course, civilians were free, while they could only move around in this small fortress, and there were only a few opportunities to see their relatives and friends all year round. When Weiss saw Prince Barris again, he was not as decadent as he had imagined, nor had he lost his mind. On the contrary, his bright eyes were unexpectedly calm and clear. Weiss did not salute him, but greeted him like an old acquaintance and teased, "This is not the beautiful world you envisioned. I have thought of all kinds of possibilities, this is just the worst one, so it is still acceptable," Barris answered calmly. "Years of scheming came to nothing in a day, knowing this would happen, why did you do it? If I had just done my own thing, I should be living very comfortably now, but that kind of ant-like life is not what I want. I, Barris, either stand high above, with infinite scenery, or be mocked like today. In any case, I will not regret it, I gave everything for my dream and made enough effort. I am who I am, no one can copy me. I failed only because someone was more cunning than me, showing all his weaknesses to others, while hiding his strongest points, so he won. It's just like our military strategy, always accustomed to catching others off guard, but in the end, being caught off guard by others. He is the winner, and I am the scapegoat, that is reality," Barris argued eloquently. "Standing from our position, we don't care who among you is the winner and who is the loser, what we care about is that you can never wage war against us again. Judging from the current results, your brother holding power is obviously more conducive to world peace than a dangerous person like you," Weiss said mercilessly. Barris didn't look angry at all, instead, he laughed. After laughing, he said with a look of disdain, "Yes, that's right. In order to secure his throne, he actually destroyed the wealth that the Norman Empire was proud of, that was the incomparable wealth accumulated and consolidated by generation after generation. He actually tried to destroy it with a coup, it's ridiculous. There is something called inertia, everything has inertia, countries are no exception, and history is no exception." Hearing the so-called theory of historical inertia from Prince Barris, Weiss was a little surprised. In the 21st century, some scholars attributed a series of historical events to national will and historical inertia, and Weiss felt this was a very philosophical and realistic theory. For those feudal dynasties, it was very persuasive, especially in terms of politics, finance, and the military. As you wish, the ceasefire treaty castrated the Norman Empire, and the military system was dismantled. If this is implemented, within 100 years, the Norman Empire will no longer have the ability to wage war, and even defense will be difficult. You realistic and stupid people, have you not seriously considered the feelings of millions of Normans? Will they willingly accept the peace you imposed? Will they willingly accept the rule of a cowardly monarch? Will they painfully abandon the confident, tenacious, and powerful confidence and glory of the Norman Empire for hundreds of years? The will of the people is the inertia of history, Barris said proudly. No, you are wrong, the will of the people is not understood like that. Weiss corrected righteously. What the true will and true needs of the people are, you rulers who stand high above may never truly understand. The strength and prosperity of a country can certainly make them feel proud, but if a strong country cannot bring about improvements in life and even makes the people go hungry, such strength is false strength. Once the people perceive the truth, they will reject this false prosperity without hesitation. The victory on the battlefield that you military strongmen admire is built on the blood and sacrifice of countless young people, and on the hardships of life during the war. If you want to talk about inertia, at most it is you vested interest groups, you people who intend to gain status, position, and wealth through military exploits who are unwilling to see this change. And millions of Normans living at the bottom of society would rather the country no longer wage war externally, but live a stable and healthy life. After hearing Weiss finish these words, Barris's expression did not change significantly, but he calmed down and thought for a while, then sneered, "Okay. The people of Lorraine were originally the mice we looked down on the most, only knowing how to hide in the snowy forests. But, summarizing the failures of these two wars, we have to admit that the people of Lorraine are the most inconspicuous but most troublesome stumbling block on our road to victory. Although Lorraine was never the decisive factor, if there is another time, I will give you enough attention." After saying this, which could be considered a compliment, he laughed gloomily, "Your Excellency the Governor of Lorraine, perhaps we can make a bet. I firmly believe that historical inertia will drive that poor wretch off the throne, and historical inertia will let me return to my country amidst the cheers of the masses and sit on the throne. And after that, whether it takes 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, I will definitely make it return to its peak." Weiss did not make a bet with him because, in his view, this was a meaningless gamble. If such a situation were to really happen, he would rather risk the world's condemnation to kill this group of demons who could provoke a war at any time before they returned to the Norman Empire. Chapter 18, Truth and Lies. Meeting Barris this time, there were many things that could go unsaid, but Guinevere was a topic that could not be avoided. Weiss and Guinevere were merely old acquaintances with no deep friendship, but since she was his sister Bella's teacher and the sister of his good brother Octavie, he naturally had to ask about her situation given the chance to speak, otherwise, how could he answer to them upon his return? In peaceful times, the romance between Barris and Guinevere had sparked heated discussions among the citizens of both nations. Some viewed it as a romantic fairy tale that transcended national and class boundaries, while others felt it was a doomed, ill-fated entanglement. Later, after struggling to gain the approval of both families and holding an engagement ceremony, they encountered an assassination attempt that caused a huge uproar, leading to the wedding being postponed again and again. About 5 months before the war broke out, after repeated negotiations between the two nations and the two families, they finally came together and held a dreamlike wedding ceremony. It was lamentable that shortly after their marriage, Barris returned to the battlefield, once again becoming an enemy of his beloved wife's nation. Even more ironically, this war was masterminded by him and the Norman officer corps. Regardless of what role Albert truly played in this series of events, there was no doubt that without the tacit approval and cooperation of the royal family, the military and government could not have risked universal condemnation to create such a shocking deception. "Even if my end is terrible, the Hohenstaufen family will take good care of her, that is not something an outsider needs to worry about." Speaking of Guinevere, Barris's tone became somewhat cold and hard. "She and I are friends, of the kind you know. At the same time, my sister is very concerned about her teacher, and my good friend is her sister, they both very much hope to know how she is doing," Weiss said. Barris displayed his inherent arrogance, as if he were still high and mighty. "At this moment she is fine, aside from the fact that I cannot be by her side, everything is fine. Now, you may leave satisfied. I have not been crushed by fate, even if you deliver a disgusting verdict, I will accept it with my head held high. Are you not worried about the outcome of the trial?" Barris gave a cold smile. "You don't need to remind me, someone has already warned me this war violated the peace treaty of the previous war and went against the will of many people, causing millions of lives to fall on the battlefield. Someone has to stand up and take responsibility, someone has to be held accountable for all of this. That person, perhaps, is me." Before leaving, Weiss asked one last question regarding the origin of the Star Source Stone. He hadn't expected the other party to answer seriously, but Barris replied solemnly. "You imaginative people are full of curiosity and anticipation for the vast starry sky. I can responsibly say that the vast majority of Star Source Stone deposits we have discovered are produced by special existences on this planet and have nothing to do with so-called extraterrestrial spaceships. However, this does not mean that all speculations about extraterrestrial life are groundless. Judging from some strange ruins, civilizations from outside this planet have indeed visited here, but that was many, many years ago. They left behind some incredible things. Based on preliminary deciphering, they came here to take refuge, and perhaps their arrival brought life to this planet. Unfortunately, for reasons we have yet to decipher, their civilization could not continue to this day. As for what earth-shattering changes have occurred over the long years, I will leave that for you imaginative people to figure out. We realists only care about what happens today and tomorrow." Weiss nodded and left. After long deliberation, in the final public trial, he described to the court, in as objective and neutral a manner as possible, the actions of commanders at all levels and ordinary soldiers of the Norman army during their occupation of Lorraine. Although the calls to hang the war criminals were very loud, for various considerations, the joint tribunal ultimately only sentenced 20 Norman officers guilty of massacring prisoners of war and abusing civilians to death, while the vast majority of Norman soldiers, including Barris, were sentenced to life or fixed-term hard labor, which meant they would spend the next several years or even the rest of their lives in forced labor. For someone of noble birth like Barris, being sentenced to hard labor was a great humiliation, yet when the sentence was pronounced, he wore a smile, as if he were very satisfied with the result. Correspondingly, the officers tried alongside him, including Marshal Sidlitz, who was also of noble birth, appeared very calm and composed, as if this did not exceed their expectations, even giving the illusion that they could break out of prison at any time and stir up trouble again. After discussions by the joint tribunal and agreements between the governments of various countries, the war criminals of the Norman Empire would serve their hard labor sentences at the Myra fortress, and their main job was to mine coal, which would then be transported to ironworks for production. The war ended, and the regions and towns that had been baptized by the flames of war were waiting to be rebuilt. People threw themselves into their work with great enthusiasm, and in the exhaustion of labor, they were also happy to make some harmless jokes. Perhaps as a mockery of the Norman officer corps' situation, mining quickly became a popular term used in newspapers and in people's daily banter during this era. The high and mighty Norman military commander, the dashing His Highness Barras, along with his formidable generals and officers, had all been sentenced to mining. What could be more satisfying than this? If this era had trending searches, then surely mining would have remained in a very prominent position for a long time. It was not just among the public. Military and political figures from various countries also enjoyed using mining to mock the Norman officer corps, who had not suffered a complete defeat on the battlefield but had been stabbed in the back by their own people. Jokes aside, as long as this group of people was still around, no one dared to take them lightly. Their place of detention was under the strict surveillance of over 10,000 Allied troops. These 10,000 plus people belonged to 3 regiments and 5 battalions. 3 complete regiments were stationed on the perimeter of the fortress, constructing fortress-style defensive positions relying on the terrain. 5 battalions were deployed in the inner circle, responsible for day and night patrols and vigilance. Over 10,000 people guarding more than 200 people. This was probably the most bizarre spectacle in history. For more than half a year after the trial, the detained Norman soldiers were surprisingly calm, as if the people locked in that heavily fortified barrier were not a group of high IQ military men, but a flock of docile sheep. However, people also knew that the calmer the surface, the more terrifying the crisis often hidden within. During this period, in accordance with the terms of the armistice agreement, the federal army that had entered the Norman Empire gradually withdrew, and the Normans also fulfilled their obligations, reducing the scale of their army to an unprecedented low and dismantling equipment related to military production and military R&D. Everything was proceeding according to the ideal situation and schedule, to the point where even the most demanding inspectors could not find any faults. The last batch of the federal army withdrew to the border that winter, leaving behind only a small number of personnel as observation groups and observers to continue monitoring the Normans. After completing the first phase of the armistice agreement tasks, the Norman Empire unexpectedly began to push forward with constitutional reform. In essence, constitutionalism can be an extension of autocracy or a variant of democracy. The key lies in the form and rules of the constitutionalism. The Normans promoted constitutionalism from the top down, which naturally tended toward an extension of autocracy, but the public cheered, feeling that this was a remarkable transformation. Constitutions, parliaments, voting, all kinds of things and rules of democratic models were present under the Norman Empire's constitutional system. Taking advantage of the constitutional reform, the upper echelons of the Norman Empire launched reforms covering government affairs, education, medical care, technology, and finally, the military, with a bold and sweeping momentum. At the very beginning, Weiss was quite impressed with Crown Prince Albert, feeling that for him to be able to push for constitutional reform from his position as a ruler, regardless of whether it ultimately led to democracy or maintained autocracy, was a remarkable attempt and breakthrough. In this magnificent process of reform, this regent also gained the support of most Normans and was even titled the Enlightened King. Just as the reforms in the Norman Empire were in full swing, the federal government convened experts in military, political, educational, and technological fields in Ao City to deliberate and analyze the Normans' actions and their subsequent impact. At this open discussion meeting, Weiss saw the various texts of the Norman reforms. He had originally come to the meeting as an expert in administration, but when he saw the Norman military reform plan, it was as if he had seen a familiar script from another space-time. A defeated nation retains only 100,000 troops, which seems insignificant, but forges them into a special training team. When this country gets the opportunity to rearm, the 100,000 soldiers become the backbone and soul of the newly formed units. The Normans today seem to have embarked on such a path. In great shock, Weiss spent the night reviewing the Normans' reform plans for industrial economics and discovered that many of the reforms and deployments hid a determination to rearm under the guise of peace. From this, it seemed that Albert was indeed no less formidable than Barras, if not more so. He not only had an iron will and determination but also a terrifying wisdom that was hard for ordinary people to see through. Would he have willingly allowed himself to be coerced by the military during the brewing and outbreak stages of the previous war? Was his frailty and illness a fact or a facade? What kind of relationship did he actually have with Barras? These questions made Weiss shudder upon careful thought. At the end of the meeting, he compiled his analysis into a complete report titled The War Demon's New Clothes, which aroused a heated response from the attendees. Through various analyses, exchanges, and discussions, people generally believed that the Normans remained the greatest threat to peace, and the shadow of war would not dissipate. Although these were only inferences and could not serve as strong evidence to prove that the Norman Empire had violated the peace treaty, they had already alerted many people of insight, causing the high-level Federation leadership to decide to take some preventive measures, externally, strengthen surveillance of the Norman Empire's royal family and military and political elite, reasonably use the peace treaty clauses to investigate their military preparations, and suppress any overstepping actions, internally, comprehensively restore the research and development of military technology, initiate military innovation plans in advance, and plan a preventive war against the Norman Empire, in the shadows, provide strong financial aid to radical revolutionary factions, anti-government factions, and anti-monarchist factions within the Norman Empire, and promise to provide political and diplomatic support at the appropriate time. Chapter 19, Resistance is Everywhere. Get the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as soon as possible. Gentlemen, this is the renowned governor of the Lorraine Federal State and guerrilla hero, Officer Clem Perheson, whom I have introduced to you before. Officer, these gentlemen are guests from afar, Mr. Dart, Mr. Marvel, Mr. Morrison, and Mr. Enki. Under the introduction of Colonel Tite, Chief of Staff of the 17th National Defense Division, Weiss shook hands with each of these distinguished guests. They were currently at a Federation Army training ground located in the central region of Lorraine. The facilities here looked nothing special, but it was actually one of only 2 guerrilla warfare training bases in the Federation. The other was located in the Camos Federal State in the northeast of the Federation, right next to the turbulent Wessex. Having learned from 2 wars, the Federation Army had fully realized the importance of guerrilla warfare. Especially after invading the heartland of the Norman Empire, they were shocked to discover that the Normans were already proficient in various guerrilla tactics, which prompted them to hastily launch research and practice into anti-guerrilla warfare. Now that the war was long over, the total active force of the Federation Army had been rapidly reduced from its peak of nearly 10 million to about 1 million, and the combat troops had been reduced from a massive scale of 400 divisions to 72 divisions, among which, about half were scattered and stationed in various federal states, while the rest were deployed in strategic locations. Lorraine was located on the frontier. Whenever there was a conflict with the Normans, it inevitably became a battlefield. Therefore, in addition to the 17th National Defense Division continuing to be stationed there, several other conventional units were also deployed in the area. Facing Weiss, these guests were full of admiration. After exchanging greetings, they asked a barrage of questions in the Norman language. Weiss's proficiency in the Norman language was sufficient for daily communication, but he was still learning and accumulating knowledge of some technical terms. Because he had been informed of the identities of these special guests in advance, he brought a bilingual dictionary. During the conversation, he would occasionally flip through the dictionary and supplement it with descriptive language, causing this group of special audience members to nod continuously. In fact, they had an innate commonality with Weiss. They had all fought against the Norman army. Speaking the Norman language, they were naturally not warriors from Wessex or heroes from Frayne, but resistance fighters from the Norman Empire itself. They had been resisting the Norman army for no less time than the people of Lorraine. These resistance forces had existed long before Hohenstaufen IV ascended the throne. From the moment the conversation began, these Normans with special identities asked questions one after another. If one question was a bullet, they had emptied an entire magazine in one breath. To a professional soldier like Colonel Tite, some of the questions were truly tricky. In the entire Federation, perhaps only those few expert-level figures who had studied guerrilla warfare the most could provide proper answers. Fortunately, the officer Klemperhesen before them not only had rich experience in guerrilla warfare but was also very good at summarizing it. The modern guerrilla warfare he wrote had already been published in the Federation Army's internal journals and had become a recommended textbook for the De La Figue Senior Staff College. Each visitor asked at least 4 or 5 questions, which finally gave Weiss a breathing space. He scanned them calmly and asked in return, "Gentlemen, I mean no disrespect, nor is this out of simple curiosity. Considering our long-term cooperation in the future, I hope you can answer truthfully, why do you resist the Norman royal family, and why do you seek cooperation with us?" The guests looked at each other, and the eldest one replied, "As we expressed when we secretly contacted the Federation, we have been resisting the rule of the Hohenstaufen family for over 100 years. In the darkest of times, we lived like slaves. No matter how hard we worked, we always lived on the edge of hunger and cold, seeing no hope at all. Since modern times, our methods of labor have progressed with industrialization, but our living conditions have not changed at all. We began to understand the outside world and slowly learned that we were born longing for freedom, and that kind of freedom is called democracy. In this world, the Federation is synonymous with democracy, so for these past decades, we have been striving to seek the help of the Federation. How much do you know about democracy, and what are your views on it?" Weiss asked 2 consecutive questions. They sounded simple, but they were not easy to answer. The guests from the Norman Empire hesitated for a good while before the same person replied, "We have long yearned for the Federation's system of freedom and democracy and have studied it for a long time. We hope to eventually reach this ideal state. Perhaps under some historical opportunity, we can form a larger, highly free nation with the Federation, but perhaps in the years we have left, all we can do is let the light of democracy descend upon our country. Currently, the constitutional reform pushed by Albert aligns with the public's wishes to some extent, so it has received a lot of support. But we know that this constitutionalism is hypocritical. Power is still tightly held in the hands of the royal family, and it is even more autocratic than before. True democracy should allow the people to share the power of the state and obtain benefits commensurate with their labor." Weiss was satisfied with this answer. It should be known that according to the secret negotiations between the 2 sides, hundreds of resistance fighters would come from the Norman Empire to the Federation to receive comprehensive and professional training at the Lorraine Guerrilla Training Ground. Understanding their original intentions and grasping their mindset was very important. After Weiss finished asking a round of questions, a young special visitor asked cautiously, "I heard that you have fought against Barris, and won against him twice." Weiss thought hard for a moment. "To be accurate, I only won once, and the other time counts as a draw." "Being able to win once is already very difficult," the person muttered. Weiss said frankly, "Won once, drew once, lost twice." The person was stunned. "I won't comment on how the late Crown Prince was, but both Albert and Barris feel like formidable characters to me. I just didn't expect Albert to clean up Barris so decisively, using the joint tribunal to send him off to mine." Weiss threw out a conversation starter. Among the visitors, the eldest one said, "Yes, we are also surprised by Albert's methods. After all, anyone with a bit of brains would place their bets on the vigorous, active, and extremely militarily gifted one. Who could have guessed that Albert would have the courage to betray the entire officer corps? This cannot even be called a betrayal, but rather a punitive war against the military to consolidate the power of the royal family. This war came very suddenly and very quickly, and achieved a significant victory. The army lost its backbone, and the military reform under the constitutional system proceeded very smoothly. After this military reform, the new army is absolutely loyal to the state and the royal family, no longer an appendage of the officer corps. Those problems that had troubled the Hohenstaufen royal family for over 100 years were actually solved by the person who seemed the least likely to do so. This is indeed a very surprising thing. Therefore, we believe that Albert is by no means a wise and holy ruler, but an unprecedentedly powerful enemy that we are facing. In the southwestern region of the Norman Empire, we have been suppressed and besieged by the Norman army for several consecutive months, a situation unseen in half a century. If this continues, I fear we will have no choice but to take the most extreme measures. Perhaps his terminal illness is a ruse he intentionally shows to others to appear weak. This move not only avoided his brother's suspicion and suppression but also gained his younger brother's support and alliance. Once he held the reins of power, he could turn things around easily. Weiss stated his speculation. Among the visitors, one said almost without thinking, but that genetic disease is called the crown curse. For the past few hundred years, in every generation of the Hohenstaufen family, at least one and up to 3 or 4 direct members have suffered from it. None of these sufferers could live past 40. And in this generation, Albert is that cursed unlucky one. How could it be fake? However, the development of medical technology might have given them a way to overcome or delay the genetic disease. Otherwise, who would choose someone destined to die before 40 at a critical moment of power struggle? Weiss listened quietly without interrupting. The Klemper-Hessen family had rebuilt their castle in Samsonas, and Ze was living with little Kemp and the lord and lady. Every time he went back, he would think of the conversation he had when he met Barris in Frisia, and he had a faint feeling in his heart that the entanglement of grievances between Albert and Barris was not over yet. If the matter between the two brothers could be resolved behind closed doors, that would be fine, but they happened to be figures who dominated the national fate of the Normans and influenced international stability. In what way would that storm finally arrive? In the next 10 days or so, Weiss took time to accompany these guerrillas from the Norman Empire to experience the operating rules and training effects of the Federation Army Guerrilla Training Ground. The training here was divided into 2 modes, basic training and tactical training. The former involved instructors teaching trainees various basic skills required for guerrilla warfare, including shooting, demolition, driving, etc. Simply put, it was to let a guerrilla fighter understand the basic principles of various weapons and equipment, and cultivate a low-spec version of special operations soldiers. The tactical mode was through training exercises, allowing the trainees to master various guerrilla warfare skills and attempt to evade enemy encirclement and hunting in various environments. Its core goal was to survive on the organic battlefield, and only then to carry out various sabotage and attacks under conditions within their capabilities. Although it was only a trial training, Weiss noticed that the basic combat skills of these special visitors were very solid, and they did not shy away from their experience of having served in the Norman army. Through Ze, Weiss knew that the reason the Norman army was powerful was that, in terms of the human factor, the officer corps had a unique status and heritage, and their ability and confidence were clearly a notch higher than their counterparts in other countries. The grassroots soldiers, however, had it quite tough. They received meager military pay while undergoing harsh training, and had to fight bravely on the battlefield. Even after retirement, they had to obey the orders of the reserve legions, being ready to be called upon at any time, otherwise, they would be severely punished by the law. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is a philosophy that conforms to the laws of things. In the history of the Norman Empire, military mutinies were very rare, but they had not never occurred. According to Ze, in the past 2 centuries, there had been 2 serious mutiny incidents in the Norman army. Both threatened the safety of the royal family and both led to the execution of commander-level generals, but under the cover-up of those in power, few people knew the truth. Later, to prevent military mutinies and also to guard against military generals becoming too powerful, successive rulers of the empire ostensibly entrusted royal family members and high nobles with senior military positions, while behind the scenes, they used the officer corps to check and balance them, and constantly rotated the generals' posts so that they could not form absolute leadership over any unit. This time, Albert sent royal family members, noble generals, and the officer corps to the joint tribunal, intending to reshape the military and political rules of the Norman Empire according to his own will. It looked like a successful reshuffle, but Weiss felt that, as Barris said, the operation of a country has a kind of historical inertia, and rashly breaking the rules would inevitably be impacted by that inertia. Perhaps, the real resistance fighters were not in this guerrilla training ground where gunshots rang out, but in the seemingly calm and even rock-solid heartland. Final chapter, The Roar of Steel. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as fast as possible. Frisia, Myra Fortress. Above the high walls, behind a square window, Octavie stood in full military uniform, looking as heroic and spirited as ever. She quietly watched the drawbridge below as several black sedans drove past in succession. Because a group of the most dangerous prisoners was held here, the security measures were extremely strict. Only visitors with special status were allowed to enter the fortress by car. As for an entire motorcade entering, it had to be someone at the level of a head of state. Beside Octavie, a tall, handsome officer asked in the Ulster language with an Eastern accent, "Why is he coming here at this time? What happened?" Behind them, an officer with graying hair sat at a table drinking tea, seemingly talking to himself. What happened might not be important anymore, what matters is what is going to happen. After a while, the tall, handsome officer muttered, "I really want to hear what they are talking about." The older officer continued to mutter to himself, "Don't even think about it. For visitors of this level, eavesdropping is not permitted, unless... Just then, the telephone on the table rang. The older officer answered, responded a few times, and his expression became animated. Interesting things, he said after hanging up, speaking to the two colleagues who had come here for rotation. The Supreme Military Council believes we should closely monitor the movements of the Norman leadership. Although some of the people held here have been deprived of their freedom, the special status bestowed by their bloodline does not change easily. The tall, handsome officer had almost no patience to hear him finish and walked straight out the door. The older officer stood up and said to Octavie as he walked, "Let's go to the monitoring room. The audio recordings will likely be sealed and sent to the Supreme Military Council. Only by listening on site will we have a chance to understand the truth. Perhaps they will mention your sister." Octavie, who had just been standing by the window, was already beside him, swept past like the wind, and was the second to walk out the door. The older officer shook his head imperceptibly and continued to walk at a leisurely pace. When he arrived at the monitoring room, he found more than a dozen people gathered there, sitting or standing around the listening device in silence. Without exception, they were wearing uniforms with styles and insignia belonging to the Federal Army, Air Force, and inspection departments. The listening device was running. At first, only an empty rustling sound came out. After a while, some noises came through, the sound of doors opening, footsteps, and coughing. Soon, someone began to speak. The soldiers present were certainly no strangers to the Norman language. Over the past decade or so, they had heard this language countless times, sometimes on the battlefield, sometimes in prisoner of war camps, and occasionally during exchanges in peacetime. Even if they were unwilling, they had to learn and understand this language. In the listening device, the conversation between the two men lasted about 20 minutes. Their tone was very calm, and their emotions seemed undisturbed. One of them coughed almost once or twice every minute, and the topics they discussed made all the listeners shudder. They looked at each other, communicating only with their eyes. From beginning to end, there was no extra sound in the monitoring room until only the previous rustling sound remained in the listening device. Only then did they break free from their statue-like state and leave in silence. The trio including Octavie returned to the room overlooking the southern part of the fortress, just in time to see the motorcade from earlier drive across the drawbridge, leaving the fortress and returning to their world. The tall, handsome officer walked to Octavie's side once again, looking out the window with her. The person who ruled the Norman Empire for nearly half a century has finally left. His fall may mark the end of an era. Neither Octavie nor the older officer responded. He continued to mutter to himself, under his rule, the strength of the Norman army reached a peak, and perhaps they were only a step away from fulfilling the grand ambition of conquering the world. His death is a good thing for everyone alive on this planet. Hey, did you notice that the person about to officially take the throne is quite seriously ill? Didn't the Normans always say his health was poor? It seems to be some kind of hereditary family disease. Can such a person stably hold power? I think the Normans might prefer to have the one locked up in there be their ruler. The older officer sat and said, after opening the country's borders for smooth communication, I think more Normans should hope to establish a democratic country, rather than continuing to live humbly under the rule of emperors and nobles. Before leaving the Norman Empire, we left behind many leaflets, telling them what the outside world is really like. Perhaps it was these leaflets that forced the person who came here today to initiate the comprehensive reform of the Norman Empire. In any case, the Normans should thank us for bringing them the dawn of democracy and freedom. Perhaps the power to pursue democracy and freedom is already constantly gathering, until they are strong enough to overthrow the despotic rulers. Colonel, what you said feels very philosophical, like a philosophy teacher speaking, the tall, handsome officer complimented him. When I was young, I did have a second choice besides joining the army, and that was to be a philosophy teacher at a school, the older officer said calmly. Perhaps I should have chosen that path. If so, I would be a knowledgeable and broad-minded scholar now. How nice that would be. As they were chatting, the telephone on the table rang again. The older officer answered the phone. This time, except for the opening response, he was almost just listening. A few minutes later, he put down the phone, a grave expression appearing on his face. Did you hear any bad news? The tall, handsome officer noticed his abnormality. It's hard to say if it's bad news or good news. The logic is very normal, yet I feel something is wrong somewhere, the older officer replied. All right, I have to go to a meeting. If the majority votes in favor, we will have to agree to let some of the people held here return to the Norman Empire to attend the funeral. After saying this, the older officer left with his hands behind his back, not slow and not fast. The three of them were rotation representatives dispatched by the Federal Army Special Operations Unit. The older officer had distinguished service and was qualified enough to enter the ranks of general officers, but he had had 2 promotion nominations shelved due to internal controversy after refusing to accept enemy surrender in a combat operation. He loathed the Norman act of starting wars and loathed every aggressor. He was qualified to attend the joint meetings and held 1 vote. The few words he just said did not seem very clear, but connecting what they had just seen, heard, and discussed, they knew exactly what was going on. The colonel will definitely vote against it, the tall, handsome officer stated his speculation. If I were me, I would vote too. Perhaps most people will vote. In that case, they won't be able to go, Octavie said coldly. If the vote passes and they are able to return to the Norman Empire to attend the funeral, wouldn't your sister be able to meet with her husband? Is that kind of thing important? Octavie retorted. The tall, handsome officer rubbed his nose. Between state affairs and family affairs, which is lighter and which is heavier, it is not difficult to weigh. Octavie looked her colleague straight in the eye. Matt, let me state once again, the reason I came here has nothing to do with Guinevere or her husband, and they will not have any impact on me fulfilling my duties. Also, I am unmarried by choice. Only by not marrying can I avoid being bound by marriage and family and do what I want to do. You can think I am selfish, unfeeling, and that my life is incomplete, but I don't care about these things. The tall, handsome officer listened very carefully and sighed softly. Okay, I understand. The older officer had been gone for a long time and only appeared in the dining hall at dinner time. The whole person seemed to have bathed in holy light, radiant and full of an indescribable spirit. He sat down beside his two colleagues and winked at them. We rejected their request by 19 to 12. For this result, Octavie didn't seem surprised at all, nor did she feel there was anything to celebrate. Just as they had discussed earlier, the departure of Hohenstaufen IV was a sign of the end of an era. This event itself could not bring lasting peace to the world. The key lay in the future direction of the Norman Empire. To the north of the capital of the Norman Empire, there was a towering and steep mountain range called Sacred Glory Mountain. This was the burial place of the successive monarchs of the Norman Empire. Each snow-capped peak was their tomb, all named after the sleepers. Now, thousands of royal nobles, officials, and generals of the Norman Empire were seeing off the late Emperor Hohenstaufen IV on a huge sacrificial platform on the mountainside. In the cold winter, goose feather-sized snowflakes drifted in the sky. In front of the sacrificial platform, to the east of Sacred Glory Mountain, airships belonging to the Norman Empire's royal fleet were all painted white, quietly hovering in mid-air. Since the floating properties of the Star Source Stone were discovered, the funerals of the 5 Norman Empire monarchs have had such a spectacular scene of gathered airships. This time, the number of airships participating in the funeral was unprecedentedly large, but if the tonnage was calculated, it was the most pathetic of the 5 funerals. To ensure that the Federal Army, which had driven deep into their territory, would fully withdraw after the armistice, the Norman Empire accepted quite harsh peace conditions. Not only did they pay huge sums of money to the participating countries, but they also handed over all large and medium-sized airships to the victors and promised not to build any combat airships larger than medium-sized in the future. Therefore, of these white airships in view, the largest ones could not compare to the armored ship of the past, and most were even smaller than the lowest class frigate. The smallest ones, unlike any previous type of airship, consisted of a long, narrow spindle-shaped body and short wings, with a varying number of propeller blades at the rear. All the propeller blades were spinning rapidly, but they could maintain a continuous hover in the air, only fluctuating slightly up and down due to the influence of air currents. Those hundreds of airships formed a strange scene like a painting, but in the howling cold wind, the countless mechanical roars gathered into rolling, ceaseless waves. Many snowflakes melted due to the bursts of heat they generated, falling as water droplets, and then condensed into beads in the freezing air, sliding down from the front of the huge sacrificial platform. In the center of the huge sacrificial platform lay a glittering golden coffin. 10 steps away, dozens of royal family members were lined up according to rank. The 3 at the very front were the white-haired widow Her Majesty Queen Sophie of Hohenstaufen IV, one was the heir to the throne wearing a golden crown, and the other was the high priest of the royal family. Following a tradition that had lasted for hundreds of years, the high priest recited the complete eulogy in a unique, cadence-filled tone. After everyone paid their respects, an airship painted with golden patterns on its body slowly descended, sending the golden coffin to the tomb on Hohenstaufen IV Peak. After the coffin was buried, under the anointing of the high priest and the Empress Dowager, the heir to the throne, who had applied white holy oil to his face according to tradition, began his succession prayer. Holy Ancestor above, the 208th heir of the Hohenstaufen family, the 5th successor to the sacred crown, Albert Hohenstaufen V, implores your protection. My body is here, my heart is here, my soul is here, united as one. I will strictly follow your teachings and inherit the sacred mission of the family. Its supreme glory is its infinite tolerance. Whether it is a fertile land or the extreme cold north, it is waiting for its illumination. In the future, our footsteps will not be limited to the ground, nor to the ocean, even to the depths of the sea, even to the sky above. Holy protection to Hohenstaufen. Holy protection to the Norman. After the heir to the throne finished his prayer, amidst the sound of everyone shouting holy protection to the Norman, he drew his sword, pointed the tip to the ground, and knelt on one knee before the Empress Dowager. Please protect me, bless me, great mother. Empress Dowager Sophie said loudly, I protect you, I bless you, noble Hohenstaufen V. I believe you will be as heroic and magnificent as he was, and you will lead the Norman subjects to new victories and new glory. After saying this, she bent down, lifted the heir to the throne with both hands, and whispered in his ear, my son, you are Joseph. You are also Albert, and you are also Barris. My son, from today on, you are not fighting alone. Remember your promise, remember your mission. The heir to the throne wearing the golden crown raised his face, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, clearly a sign of pride, yet his eyes were glistening with tears. From today on, I am no longer me, I am me. I will use 20 years of dormancy to let the country recover from the wounds of war, and then use another 20 years of conquest to make the world and even the vast sea of stars submit to my feet. He stood up, raised the long sword in his hand high, and declared that his era had begun. His posture was upright, his pace was vigorous, and there was no sign of illness at all. He came to the widow of the old Crown Prince Joseph, bowed to her as she was dressed in black, and swore to protect her with his life and sword. He came to the new queen, expressed his congratulations to her who was wearing the golden crown, and swore to protect her and bless her until the end of his life. Finally, he came to the princess from the Federation and showed a faint smile. We have caught up with the latest chapter, however dear listeners, it says final chapter. But the novel says it's still ongoing. What I am going to do is like the usual, I will watch over the situation. If this web novel is indeed completed, I will change the name and add the word completed on all videos including the playlist.